Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 96, Speeding Mob. These 9 bikers were clearly not ordinary criminals. Their coordination was well organized, and each one had several powerful Pokémon. During their retreat, they engaged in fierce battles with the pursuing police officers. The bikers mostly had the same types of Pokémon, Weezing and Arbok. The 5 bikers in the rear had Weezing, which they commanded to release thick clouds of smog. The black, dense smoke made it nearly impossible for the officers to see ahead, and anyone who inhaled even a small amount of the fumes immediately experienced mild poisoning. Due to the bikers using Weezing smog to hinder the police, traffic on the entire street came to a standstill. The reduced visibility also caused a series of accidents, as cars crashed into one another. The 4 bikers in the lead had Arbok, whose job was to clear obstacles. The bikers ordered their Arbok, coiled around their motorcycles, to spew acid at any barriers in their way. The acid was incredibly corrosive, eating through even steel-reinforced cars, leaving gaping holes. Many unlucky vehicles that couldn't evade them in time were mercilessly destroyed. Adding to the chaos, these bikers were highly skilled and remarkably bold. When they encountered cars blocking their way, they simply revved their motorcycles and leaped over the vehicles' rooftops. As they soared through the air, they cackled maniacally, showing complete disregard for their own lives. Their reckless behavior terrified the drivers and passengers ahead, who quickly moved out of the way. However, the police officers chasing the bikers were seasoned veterans. Faced with the smog from Weezing, they promptly put on gas masks and released their Pidgeotto to help clear the smoke. In addition to dispersing the smog, the Pidgeotto used their keen eyesight to track the bikers through the dense smoke, preventing their escape. These guys are insane. It looks like the city security really is as bad as Daisy mentioned. I just got off the bus and haven't even finished my meal, and now I'm witnessing a robbery. I'll have to stay on high alert while moving around here, thought Sato, sitting by the restaurant window, his expression serious as he watched the bikers speed by. Indeed, Saffron City, the largest metropolis in Kanto, was incredibly prosperous. It had produced countless economic miracles, but how much was hidden beneath that glittering surface? Saffron City had too many conflicting interests. To many factions, it was a juicy prize that everyone wanted a piece of. Even with the League's strong control on the surface, the vast wealth within the city attracted ambitious individuals willing to use any means to claim their share. As a result, Saffron had the highest crime rate of any city in Kanto. Every day, robberies occurred, and even murders were not uncommon. Gang warfare was also frequent. This robbery was just another typical day in Saffron City, and after a few glances, Sato returned his focus to his meal. He reassured his Pokémon that everything was fine and resumed enjoying his dinner. Unless something directly affected his interests, his loved ones, or the end of the world, Sato didn't care what happened in this world. Besides, with his current strength, getting involved would only be asking for trouble. Sato had already used his system's scanning ability to check the bikers' strength. They were not weak. The Pokémon they had were at least level 25 or higher. In particular, the biker at the front of the group had a Weezing and Arbok, both at level 36. With that level of power, he could easily be a Team Rocket captain level threat. Witnessing the reckless behavior of the bikers, many of the onlookers shared Sato's thoughts. They chose to turn a blind eye and wisely made way for the dangerous group to avoid being caught in the chaos. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Blastoise, Water Gun. Venusaur, Razor Leaf. Of course, there are always those who love to intervene, seek attention, or are simply driven by a strong sense of justice. As the bikers raced by, a group of well-dressed teenagers released their Pokémon to assist the police in stopping the criminals. Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur, what an enviable lineup, Sato thought to himself as he watched the battle unfold while casually enjoying his dinner. There was no doubt that these young trainers were likely allied with the League and were owners of Pokédexes, indicating their elite status. Once they took the lead, some hesitant League trainers also released their Pokémon and joined the fray. The League had strict rules. If a League trainer witnessed a crime, they were obligated to assist in apprehending the criminals. Failure to act could result in serious consequences, including the loss of their status as League trainers. Now that someone had taken the initiative, others had no choice but to follow suit, especially since the safety in numbers rule didn't apply in this case. Any League trainer who didn't act was at risk of punishment. The young trainers leading the charge were impressive, with fully evolved, high-level Pokémon. With additional trainers joining in, the bikers soon faced fierce resistance and were forced to halt. A massive battle ensued. However, the bikers were seasoned criminals, used to life-or-death fights. Their battle experience far surpassed that of the young league trainers, and they fought mercilessly, aiming for fatal blows. In just a few rounds, several of the young trainers, caught off guard, were knocked out and lay unconscious on the ground. Fortunately, the interference of these young trainers bought enough time for the police to arrive. Unlike the inexperienced trainers, the officers were battle-hardened veterans who had fought criminals before. Their arrival quickly shifted the tide of the battle in favor of the League. It looks like these crazed bikers are done for. Oh, Daisy's joining the fight too. Well, that's not surprising, her parents are gym leaders, and she's a League trainer as well. She's smart enough to stay out of the main fight though, Sato thought as he observed the bikers gradually being overwhelmed by the sheer number of League members, spotting Daisy strategically staying in the background. Before long, the bikers started to fall one by one. However, their leader, the one holding the white backpack, was still fiercely resisting. In a last-ditch effort, with the help of a few remaining allies, the biker leader found an opening. He immediately revved his motorcycle and sped toward the gap, attempting to make his escape. Chapter 97, Desperate Act. With the help of his powerful Wheezing and Arbok, the leader of the bikers managed to break through the League members' blockade on his motorcycle. He sped towards an opening, which led straight to the restaurant where Sato was dining. Arbok, leading the way, violently spewed acid, dissolving one of the restaurant's walls and creating a large hole. The biker leader then drove through the opening, causing chaos as he crashed into the restaurant. The entire place erupted into confusion as people scrambled in panic. The biker leader's goal was clear: find an escape route, specifically the back door of the restaurant. He immediately ordered Arbok to grab a waitress and force them to reveal its location. At the same time, Wheezing released a dense cloud of black smoke, filling the entire first floor of the restaurant and intensifying the chaos. However, things took an unexpected turn. The waitress Arbok grabbed fainted out of sheer terror as soon as the intimidating Pokemon got hold of her. Now, with the restaurant shrouded in thick smoke, the biker leader's plan backfired. The dark fog, intended to obscure everyone's vision, also hindered his own. Trapped in the smoke-filled restaurant, he unintentionally cornered himself. Moreover, the black smoke released by Wheezing was far more toxic than that of a coughing. Many guests and staff members, having inhaled too much of the poisonous smoke, were now unconscious and suffering from the effects of poisoning. The biker leader, fully aware of this, quickly pulled out an antidote and drank it to protect himself. Of all places to charge into, he had to come here. Zubat, stay on alert. If that guy's Wheezing or Arbok comes near us, let me know immediately, Sato whispered with a serious expression, hiding under a table, speaking to his Zubat. As soon as the Wheezing began releasing poisonous smoke, Sato had acted quickly. He put on a gas mask, recalled Bellissum, Growlithe, and Nidoran into their Pokeballs, and relied on his Zubat to protect him. Its resistance to toxins and ability to navigate through the smoke made it ideal for the situation. Despite the biker leader's blunder, it had an unintended advantage. With many of the restaurant's ordinary patrons now unconscious and poisoned, they effectively became hostages. This made the League members outside hesitant to act aggressively, fearing they might provoke the leader into harming the civilians. Realizing this, the biker leader commanded his Wheezing to release even more smoke, further thickening the toxic fog on the restaurant's first floor. Meanwhile, the League members outside took the opportunity to completely surround the restaurant, cutting off all possible escape routes for the biker leader. A tense standoff ensued. While both sides could afford to wait, the unconscious civilians could not. If the situation dragged on any longer, those inside the restaurant would likely succumb to Wheezing's toxic fumes. Understanding the urgency, the League finally decided to act, sending a few of their members and Pokemon to sneak into the restaurant quietly. As the League prepared to infiltrate, the biker leader, who had been frantically searching for the back door but couldn't find it, began to panic. Like a cornered animal, he became increasingly desperate. Eventually, an idea struck him: if he couldn't find an exit, he would create one himself. Picking a direction, he ordered Arbok to violently clear a path by destroying any obstacles in their way. But as if misfortune wasn't enough, the direction the biker gang leader chose was the wrong one. It led him back toward the entrance he had used to break into the restaurant. On his path stood the last obstacle, the area where Sato was hiding. Zubat, who had been using supersonic to monitor the restaurant, immediately detected the leader's movement and alerted Sato to his approach. Just my luck, he's heading this way. Zubat, if he comes within 5 meters of us, attack first with air cutter, Sato responded, staying sharp and ready to react after hearing Zubat's warning. Judging by how the leader had Arbok dissolve every obstacle in his way, it was clear that this man was ruthless and wouldn't hesitate to eliminate anyone standing in his path. If Sato became an obstacle, he'd be taken out without a second thought. The moment Sato finished speaking, Zubat sensed the biker gang leader's approach and swiftly flapped its wings, now glowing with a greenish energy. In an instant, a strong gust of wind swept through the restaurant, blowing away the thick smoke, and 4 sharp blades of air were sent flying toward the now exposed leader. Faced with the sudden attack from Zubat, the biker leader's expression darkened, but he remained composed. Arbok and Weezing quickly moved to shield him, blocking all of the incoming air cutter blades. Zubat's attack seemed to act as a signal. The League members, who had quietly infiltrated the restaurant, released their Pokémon and joined the assault on the biker gang leader. In no time, under the combined attack of the many League Pokémon, Arbok, the biker leader's main defense, was quickly overwhelmed and defeated. So, the League rats have infiltrated this place, huh? If you think you can capture me, think again. Weezing, use explosion and blow them all to pieces. The biker leader, realizing he was fully surrounded, showed a twisted grin and gave an order that caused Sato and the nearby League members to turn pale. Without hesitation, Weezing obeyed, and in a flash, its body began to glow brightly as it prepared to self-destruct. Damn it, this guy's insane. Zubat, break that cursed window with Shadow Ball, then use Protect. Sato shouted, his face turning white with fear. He quickly crawled out from under the table and ordered Zubat to shatter the window so they could escape the restaurant. The other League members, with expressions similar to Sato's, scrambled in a panic, abandoning the poisoned and unconscious civilians as they fled alongside their Pokémon. Each used every method they could to escape the restaurant, wishing they had more than just 2 legs to run with. Sato had barely made it a short distance away from the restaurant when, boom, a deafening explosion erupted from inside. A powerful shockwave burst out from the now-destroyed restaurant, blasting everyone nearby into the air. Many were knocked unconscious by the force of the blast. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The explosion had severely damaged the first floor of the restaurant, including several of the pillars supporting the entire building. In no time, the whole structure began to sway dangerously, as if on the verge of collapse. Chapter 98, Out of Danger. The sight of the building swaying dangerously was quickly noticed by sharp-eyed onlookers. Some of the more fearful ones immediately started screaming in panic, while the smarter ones wasted no time in running away, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the collapsing structure. Oh my god, I just barely escaped being blown up, and now I might get crushed to death, thought Sato, his face pale as he watched the building teetering in front of him. Although he had avoided the explosion, the blast had thrown him a considerable distance, causing him to land hard on the ground. His entire body was covered in cuts and bruises, and he could feel internal injuries as well. Every part of his body ached, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, making any kind of movement excruciating. The situation could have been much worse if not for Zubat, who had used Protect to shield Sato from the brunt of the blast. Still, Zubat was gravely injured, with both wings hanging limply, clearly broken. Despite the pain, Sato wasn't panicking. In the past, he might have resigned himself to death, but now, he had a trump card that could save both him and Zubat from this dire situation. Come out, Bellossom. Quickly, use grassy terrain to heal me and Zubat. Sato said after helping to set Zubat's broken wings. He pulled out Bellossom's Pokeball and released her, immediately instructing her. This trump card was none other than Bellossom. With her healing abilities, there was still hope for both Sato and Zubat to escape safely. Bellossom, understanding the urgency, quickly activated grassy terrain in a 2-meter radius around her. Sato and Zubat, now within the healing zone, immediately felt a soothing warmth, as though they were soaking in a hot bath. Their injuries began to heal rapidly. Within just a few seconds, the pain in Sato's body diminished significantly, and he found that he could move again. Taking advantage of this brief recovery, Sato quickly recalled both Zubat and Bellossom into their Pokeballs and, like everyone else, rushed toward the safe zone. As Sato regained mobility, the building swaying grew more pronounced, and it seemed like it wouldn't be long before the entire structure collapsed. Help, someone, help me, a weak voice suddenly called out as Sato made his escape. Hearing this, Sato's steps faltered. He turned in the direction of the voice and saw a girl, about 7 or 8 years old, lying on the ground. A long shard of glass was embedded in her chest, and the ground beneath her was soaked with her blood. Should he save her or not? Glancing at the towering building, which was about to come crashing down, Sato hesitated for a moment, engaging in an intense internal struggle. In the end, his conscience won, and he couldn't bring himself to abandon the child. Bellossom, quickly, use grassy terrain again. Sato hurried to the girl's side, releasing Bellossom once more and instructing her to heal. At the same time, he pulled out disinfectant and bandages from his bag. Hang in there, it won't hurt as much soon, Sato said to the girl, whose face had regained some color thanks to the healing effects of grassy terrain. He quickly but carefully removed the sharp glass from her chest, applied disinfectant to the wound, and wrapped it with the bandages. Just as Sato finished tending to the girl's wounds, the building's collapse became imminent. Suddenly, after a violent shake, the entire structure began to fall rapidly. Damn it, is this the end? Sato thought in despair as he looked at the towering building crashing down. He knew it was too late to run now, especially while carrying the injured girl. Was he regretting his decision? Yes, at that moment, Sato couldn't help but feel a slight tinge of regret. However, when Sato asked himself honestly, if given another chance, he knew he would still choose to save the little girl. He understood that if he didn't act, even if he survived, he would live with regret, just like in his previous life. That wasn't the kind of life he wanted, and that was not the type of person he was. Of course, Sato wasn't ready to give up just yet. After recalling Bellisum, he carried the weak, blood-drained girl on his back and continued to move as far as possible from the collapse zone of the building. Miraculously, after a minute of struggling, he managed to get the girl out of the danger zone just in time. But what spared them from being crushed wasn't pure luck. When Sato reached a safe spot and turned around, he saw something unbelievable. Floating in the air above the collapsing building was a black-haired girl around his age. Accompanying her were an alakazam and a gardevoir. At that moment, the girl, along with her alakazam and gardevoir, was surrounded by a blue aura of psychic energy, emitting immense psychic waves. The entire building was enveloped in the same psychic energy. It was clear that the reason the building hadn't collapsed yet was due to the incredible efforts of this girl and her Pokémon. They were using their power to hold the entire structure in place. Gulp. This is incredible, Sato thought in awe as he watched the black-haired girl and her Pokémon, using their psychic abilities to not only stop the building from collapsing but also slowly push it back into its original position. Sato wasn't the only one who was stunned. Everyone witnessing this scene had the same shocked expression. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and help stabilize the building. My Pokémon and I can't hold this much longer, an icy voice echoed in their minds, snapping them out of their stupor. The next moment, the trainers who had been watching in awe suddenly became energized. Following the black-haired girl's orders, they quickly released their Pokémon to assist in stabilizing the building. Numerous rock-type Pokémon worked together, using their rock-type energy to create solid rock pillars, while powerful fighting-type Pokémon helped place the massive pillars to support the building, bit by bit. After the collective efforts of all the trainers and their Pokémon, the building was finally stabilized, at least temporarily. Once the building was secure, many League trainers who had been summoned rushed to the scene, sending their Pokémon into the building to rescue the people trapped inside. Phew, it's finally over, Sato sighed with relief as he saw the building stabilized and the League members beginning to evacuate the people and tend to the injured. He handed the unconscious girl over to the League medics and quietly prepared to leave. Sir, please wait. I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you help us? There are too many patients here. Could your Bellisum assist with healing? A nurse Joy called out just as Sato was about to leave. With more people being rescued from the building, the number of injured was overwhelming, many of them in critical condition. Immediate treatment was needed, but the medical staff was clearly stretched too thin to handle everyone. Sato's act of risking his life to save the girl had been noticed by many, and they had also seen Bellisum's grassy terrain healing the girl. Nurse Joy had witnessed this and, knowing that Sato was a trustworthy trainer, had asked for his help. As a result, Sato and other trainers with Pokémon capable of healing were temporarily recruited to assist. Chapter 99, Helper. Sato never imagined that Nurse Joy would ask him to assist with healing, and could he really refuse her request? To be honest, if he could, Sato would have liked to just get away from this place. But he knew that rejecting her could have serious consequences. For all trainers, there's one group you should never offend: Pokémon medical professionals, the people responsible for treating your Pokémon and saving their lives. Offending them unnecessarily is an extremely foolish decision. Pokémon have a very unique physiology, making it difficult to treat their injuries with regular medical techniques. Since trainers frequently engage their Pokémon in battles, injuries are inevitable. Because of this, a special profession called Pokémon medical trainers emerged, dedicated to providing proper medical care to Pokémon. These professionals have been around as long as trainers themselves, though they are relatively few in number. They often work quietly behind the scenes, but their efforts are extremely crucial to the success of many trainers. The most widely recognized Pokémon medical trainers are undoubtedly the Joy family. The Joys are the only Pokémon medical family officially acknowledged by the League. A significant reason for the Joy family's prestigious status in the League is their exclusive mastery of raising Chansey, and their control over its natural habitat. Of course, the history of the Joy family extends far beyond the creation of the Pokémon League. Besides Chansey, which is now considered their signature Pokémon, the Joy family has honed many advanced medical techniques over the centuries. Their expertise in Pokémon anatomy and medical research has always been at the forefront of global medicine. How important is the Joy family's role in the League? The answer is clear: extremely important. For most trainers, offending Nurse Joy is unthinkable. If you truly offend a Nurse Joy and end up on their blacklist, you're in serious trouble. It's highly likely that your career as a trainer would almost be over. You'd soon find that no matter which Pokémon Center you visit, the Nurse Joy there would simply refuse to treat you. Worse still, even non-League medical facilities could deny you care. In the medical world, the Joys are powerful, nearly untouchable entity. Offending a Nurse Joy is akin to angering the entire Pokemon medical community, leaving you with no one to provide treatment. Unless you possess impressive healing abilities yourself, or align with a group that dares to oppose the Joy family, your journey as a trainer would be over. You might as well go home and take up farming. So when Nurse Joy asked Sato for help, refusing was not an option. Even though he had Bellossom, a Pokemon with healing abilities, who could say what strange illness might affect his Pokemon that even Bellossom couldn't cure. If he offended Nurse Joy now and had no one to turn to later, it would be a disaster. No problem, happy to help, Sato said with a smile, fully aware of Nurse Joy's influence. He turned around and politely responded to her request. That's wonderful. Please follow me. These patients were injured in the explosion earlier, and they're in critical condition. My Chansey is already exhausted, so could you have your Bellossom use grassy terrain to ease their injuries? Nurse Joy said gratefully, quickly leading Sato to the critical injury zone. When Sato looked around, he noticed that most of the people and Pokemon lying here were League trainers and their Pokemon, the same ones who had participated in the earlier fight against the rogue bikers. They had all suffered severe injuries from the explosion, with most of the patients exhibiting varying degrees of burn wounds. The more seriously injured even had multiple puncture wounds caused by sharp debris from the explosion. The fact that they were still alive was a testament to both their resilience and the expertise of the medical staff. The rogue biker gang leader's reckless actions had been too sudden. In that earlier explosion, the League trainers surrounding the restaurant barely had time to react or take defensive measures, so it was inevitable that they were heavily injured. Especially those who had infiltrated the restaurant, likely with little chance of survival. Sato himself only avoided losing consciousness entirely thanks to Zubat's Protect move, which absorbed much of the impact from the shockwave. Moreover, if it hadn't been for that black-haired girl and her two powerful psychic-type Pokemon, he and the severely wounded would likely have been crushed by the collapsing skyscraper. No one would have survived. That was incredible. She's already that powerful at such a young age. Compared to her, I'm far behind, Sato said softly, still shaken by the sight of the girl and her two psychic Pokemon holding the entire building in place with their abilities. At the same time, Sato had now recognized the identity of this girl with extraordinary psychic power. After all, this was Saffron City, and the only black-haired girl with such strong psychic abilities was none other than Sabrina. Though I'm not sure why you intervened, there's no doubt you saved my life. I'll remember this favor. If I ever get the chance, I'll repay you, Sato silently vowed to himself. While Sato was privately feeling grateful to Sabrina for saving his life, the black-haired girl in her white dress, accompanied by her two psychic Pokemon, appeared at the explosion site. Alongside Sabrina and her two Pokemon were 8 League trainers, all dressed in military uniforms. They stood around her with deep respect on their faces. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. Seriously, I had just gone to bed, and now this happens. You're all useless, Sabrina said, yawning and sounding annoyed as she floated just above the ground using her psychic powers. None of the League trainers dared to protest her complaints. After witnessing her psychic powers firsthand, they all knew just how strong this black-haired girl was. They also knew of her reputation, stories of the new Saffron Gym leader's short temper. If they made her angry, they could be turned into dolls and suffer through a nightmare-like experience. Lady Sabrina, we haven't found the thief's body at the explosion site, nor the stolen item. Have you discovered anything? One of the League trainers, the one with the highest rank, cautiously stepped forward and respectfully asked her. In truth, they weren't particularly concerned about whether the rogue biker gang leader had survived. What worried them was the item he had stolen. It was something the League had commissioned Sylph Company to produce, and they were responsible for its transport. If they couldn't retrieve it, they wouldn't be able to explain the failure to their superiors. How would I know? By the time I got here, the skyscraper was about to collapse. I didn't have time to deal with your little issue. I don't know. You figure it out yourselves. I'm tired and going back to sleep, Sabrina replied, clearly irritated by the question. Before the League trainer could respond, Sabrina teleported away, disappearing right in front of their eyes. Guys, please drop some small reviews and support the story. It only takes a few minutes. Chapter 100, An Unexpected Surprise. Despite Sabrina's abrupt and impolite departure, the 8 League members in military uniforms were left with no choice but to accept it. While they were somewhat frustrated, they were still incredibly grateful to her. After all, if it hadn't been for Sabrina's timely intervention, using her psychic powers to almost single-handedly stabilize the collapsing skyscraper, the scale of the disaster would have escalated. Her actions allowed the League's rescue efforts to proceed, preventing a far greater loss of life. Otherwise, the number of casualties from the accident would have been much higher, rather than just a majority being severely injured. In this explosion incident, aside from the rogue biker gang leader who had disappeared, only 3 individuals, who had been closest to the explosion point, unfortunately lost their lives. Most others were severely injured but survived. Thanks to the Pokemon world's advanced medical technology, as long as these severely injured patients still had breath in them, they had a good chance of survival. Moreover, since this accident was the League's fault, they would cover all the medical expenses. Meanwhile, after the League members left, assuming the stolen item had been destroyed along with the rogue gang leader in the explosion, something else was taking place. In a quiet alley 200 meters from the restaurant, the rogue gang leader was respectfully handing a white backpack to Sabrina. "Come out, Bellissime. Use grassy terrain to heal them," Sato sighed as he looked at the severely injured patients before him, groaning in pain. He then released Bellissime and instructed her to begin using grassy terrain to provide relief for those who were suffering. Although Sato had no personal connection to these League members, and they were technically his enemies based on his current situation, he realized that the world would fall into even greater chaos without them. In a way, it was thanks to their efforts that selfish individuals like him could live peacefully. Helping them now felt like a form of indirect repayment. Bellissime nodded in response to Sato's command. She then began an elegant dance, and a soothing floral fragrance filled the air. The severely injured patients who inhaled the scent immediately felt a noticeable relief from their pain. At the same time, a 5-meter area around Bellissime became covered in small blades of grass formed from grass-type energy. In no time, a lush green lawn appeared. All the severely injured patients within this verdant field began to glow with a soft green light. Under this light, their wounds started healing rapidly. A few seconds later, Bellissime, panting from the effort, completed the grassy terrain. The injuries of the nearby patients had shifted from severe to mild, and their once pale faces now showed signs of healthy color. There was no denying the impressive effectiveness of Bellissime's healing. With just one use of grassy terrain, she had saved over 10 seriously injured patients from the brink of death. The medical staff nearby were amazed by Bellissime's remarkable healing abilities. As a result of successfully helping so many patients, Sato and Bellissime quickly became the center of attention in the emergency area, receiving numerous expressions of gratitude. However, healing so many patients at once was clearly taxing for Bellissime. After using grassy terrain at full power 3 times, Bellissime was just as exhausted as Nurse Joy's Blissey and needed to rest. "I didn't expect that Mr. Sato was a Pokemon healer too. Thanks to your Bellissime, so many people are out of danger now," Daisy said with a smile, her body wrapped in bandages, as she spoke to Sato at the Pokemon Center near the station. Daisy, who wasn't particularly skilled in battle, had withdrawn from the fight after participating in the ambush on the rogue biker gang. However, being somewhat nosy, she hadn't left the scene entirely and had chosen to observe from a distance. When the explosion occurred, she was slightly affected, sustaining minor injuries. However, compared to the severely injured patients, her wounds were nothing serious. After a quick bandage, she joined the rescue team. "I'm hardly a Pokemon healer," Sato replied, waving his hand dismissively. "It's just that I have Bellissime, who happens to have healing abilities. As for medical knowledge, I don't know a thing. I'm just glad I didn't make things worse." "No way." Daisy quickly interjected upon hearing Sato's humble response. "I saw it all clearly while helping to bandage those wounded. Many of them were in critical condition. If you hadn't helped, I'm sure a lot of them wouldn't have made it until the other medical staff from the Pokemon centers arrived. I'm positive they're all very grateful to you, Mr. Sato." It was already past 1 a.m., and the accident had interrupted Sato's dinner, which he hadn't even finished. Now that the situation had calmed down, he was starving and decided to complete his meal at the Pokemon Center, where he happened to run into Daisy. Unable to resist Daisy's enthusiasm, Sato agreed to join her for dinner. Both were already exhausted, so after quickly finishing their meal, they bid each other farewell and returned to their respective rooms in the Pokemon Center for some rest. Lucky me, this turned out to be an unexpected bonus. Am I a double agent now? Not only do I have the identity of a Rocket Grunt, but I also just became a League-affiliated trainer. How bizarre, Sato thought to himself as he lay in bed in his small, single-occupancy room, gazing at the new League ID in his hand. Compared to his old League ID, this new one was almost identical, except for some added silver borders on the surface. However, those silver borders marked a significant difference. This ID represented his status as an independent, non-core League trainer. Yes, from today onwards, Sato was officially a proper League-affiliated trainer. As more medical personnel from other Pokemon centers in Saffron City arrived, Sato, who had been acting as a temporary, unlicensed emergency doctor, was effectively relieved of duty. Despite being an outsider, Sato's timely assistance in saving many League trainers' lives earned him the League's warm hospitality. It was undeniable that the Joy family held an extremely high status within the League. After helping Nurse Joy, Sato unexpectedly received a rare reward. When Nurse Joy learned that Sato was merely a civilian trainer unaffiliated with the League, she not only gave him a generous monetary reward but also pulled some strings to help him obtain independent League trainer status. Perhaps it was Sato's heroic act of risking his life to save a little girl, along with his efforts to heal many League trainers, that made it easy for him to receive this new ID. As he prepared to leave the accident site, Nurse Joy handed him this brand new identification card. Now that Sato had this new ID, he could enjoy discounted medical services at Pokemon centers. He would also gain access to the League's internal network and be eligible to take on League-issued tasks at Pokemon centers. But the most important benefit of all was that this new ID finally granted him the right to participate in the Pokemon League tournaments held in various regions. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Morning Training. The next morning, Sato woke up early as usual, getting up right on time at 7:30. After completing breakfast for both himself and his Pokemon, he restarted his morning training routine, which had been on hold for 2 days. The Pokemon Center at the Saffron City bus station was quite spacious, so it also provided an outdoor training area for trainers to use. Though not very large, it was just enough to fit 4 or 5 people training at the same time if they squeezed in a bit. Even though it was still very early, there were already quite a few diligent trainers around. By the time Sato finished breakfast and arrived at the outdoor training ground, 2 trainers were already training their Pokemon. These 2 trainers were not shy about using their advantage of arriving first, occupying more than half of the training ground. Seeing this, Sato had no choice but to find a small empty spot and start the morning workout for his own Pokemon. As usual, Sato arranged stamina training for his Pokemon. Since the training ground was just an open space and the exercise equipment he had was too basic, he could only have his 4 Pokemon perform some basic stamina exercises, namely flying and running. Zubat, the large bat Pokemon, naturally engaged in flight stamina training. The weight vest it was wearing had been increased to 15 kilograms. Its morning training routine was simple, flying 40 laps around the training ground. Sato had roughly measured the length of the rectangular training field by counting steps. 1 lap was approximately 200 meters, so flying 50 laps with the weighted vest should give Zubat the equivalent of a flight covering several kilometers. Now that Zubat had reached level 25, its physical development had progressed significantly. According to Sato's time test, Zubat, while carrying a 15 kilograms vest, could fly 200 meters in just 14 seconds. This meant it could fly 14.3 meters per second, with a speed of 51.48 kilometers per hour. Without the weight, Zubat could fly 200 meters at full speed in just 8 seconds, reaching 25 meters per second, or 90 kilometers per hour. Undoubtedly, through leveling up and intense life-or-death experiences, Zubat had grown remarkably. As for Nidoran and Growlithe, since they were still young, Sato was concerned that too much intensity would hinder their development, so he hadn't put them in weighted vests yet. Their training involved running 30 laps around the training ground. Because they were close in age, Nidoran and Growlithe were usually very friendly with each other and often played together. However, being the same age also meant they were a bit competitive. Now, during their run, the 2 little ones were constantly chasing each other, neither wanting to be left behind. Of course, Growlithe was faster than Nidoran, so most of the time, Nidoran was left eating Growlithe's dust. Perhaps having inherited his father's skills, Growlithe ran with a rhythmic pace and an elegant posture. This rhythmic running style allowed him to conserve energy during his runs. In terms of stamina, Growlithe, with this running technique, was far superior to Nidoran. However, in terms of explosive power, Nidoran had the upper hand. His strong hind legs gave him an advantage in jumping and sprinting. With a burst of energy, Nidoran could launch into a swift sprint. As a result, when they ran down the long straightaways, Nidoran would often close the gap with Growlithe, and sometimes even overtake him. Due to their competition, the 2 Pokemon ran faster and faster. After 3 laps for Growlithe and 2 laps for Nidoran, they both collapsed, panting heavily, in front of Sato. Growlithe has excellent balance and stamina, while Nidoran excels in explosive power, Sato thought to himself as he recorded the data for the 2 Pokemon. As for Bellossom, Sato thought about it for a moment and decided to remove her weighted vest, allowing her to dance freely in the sunlight. Sato had noticed yesterday, right after Bellossom evolved and used grassy terrain, that whenever she stood under the sunlight, the 2 flowers on her head would automatically begin photosynthesis, replenishing the energy she used while dancing. Of course, since photosynthesis also requires water, and her body would eventually tire, she still needed to stop occasionally to drink water and rest. Bellossom's dance wasn't just random movements on the ground. Sato had specifically drawn a figure-8 path on the ground and instructed that her dance moves had to follow this path. This figure-8 path was designed to train Bellossom's evasion skills while dancing. Bellossom's dance was rhythmic and dynamic, and with enough practice, it could definitely become a method of dodging attacks. The figure-8 path resembled 2 curved, Z-shaped routes. If Bellossom could freely dance along this figure-8 pattern, she might be able to develop a sharp, Z-shaped dance step, transforming it into a powerful evasive skill. For Bellossom, dancing was clearly an excellent form of stamina training. Sato knew that Bellossom was the only Pokemon capable of learning 4 dance-based moves: Petal Dance, Quiver Dance, Swords Dance, and Teeter Dance. Although Bellossom hadn't mastered any of these moves yet, it didn't hurt to have her practice the dance she inherited through her bloodline, further improving her physical coordination and understanding of dance. Therefore, using dance as a regular stamina training method for Bellissime was very appropriate. Considering that the weighted vest might interfere with her coordination while dancing, Sato decided to remove it. Sato now had a small idea in mind. He hoped that Bellissime could fully grasp all 4 dance moves and eventually reach a level of complete mastery. By then, Sato believed that Bellissime might even create one or several new dance moves. At that point, Bellissime wouldn't just be an excellent team support Pokémon but would also become a formidable offensive force. Thanks to the Poke Blocks, Sato's Pokémon were able to train for much longer than those of other trainers. During their 1-hour training session, the training ground had already seen 3 different groups of trainers, with 5 per group, rotate through. At present, only Sato's Pokémon were still training on the field, which naturally attracted the attention of some observant trainers. About 10 minutes later, both Nidoran and Growlithe, the 2 young Pokémon, finally completed their stamina training, powered by the Poke Blocks and their strong willpower. Sato then announced that the morning stamina training was over. Sato led his 4 Pokémon to an open area nearby. Taking out a thermos of hot water, he prepared to give Nidoran a bath and massage as a reward for finishing the training. At that moment, 3 well-dressed young trainers approached Sato. "Is there something I can help you with?" Sato asked, glancing up briefly before continuing to use a warm towel to clean Nidoran's body. "I'm currently giving my Pokémon a post-workout relaxation massage. Could you wait a moment?" Chapter 102, Customers. At the training grounds, these 3 individuals had trained alongside Sato and his 4 Pokémon. After leaving, they stayed outside the training area to observe him and his Pokémon for quite some time. Sato was naturally aware of this, but he didn't mind. In fact, this was exactly the effect he wanted. The reason these 3 had approached him was simply to figure out why his 4 Pokémon had such high training efficiency. He could take this opportunity to promote the Poke Blocks he had on hand. Although he currently had over 6 million in funds, no one ever complained about having too much money. Besides, Pokémon tools were incredibly expensive, buying just a few could leave him broke. Sato still lacked many necessary Pokémon items. Take TMs, for instance, sometimes even money couldn't buy them. You needed certain privileges to obtain them. The same went for Team Rocket. Don't think that having a lot of points means one can buy whatever they want, that's a misconception. For certain items that reach a certain level of rarity, points become secondary. You need the purchase rights, which means climbing higher in rank to obtain them. These rules applied outside of Team Rocket as well. No organization would easily put rare Pokémon tools on the market. If you wanted to acquire them, you'd have to join them and make a certain contribution. Due to these restrictions from various factions, one could imagine how valuable these rare Pokémon items would be if they occasionally appeared on the open market. Without tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars, you could forget about getting your hands on them. Saffron City was an internationally renowned metropolis, attracting people from all over the world. As a result, rare Pokémon tools from all corners of the globe often appeared here. It wasn't surprising to see such items pop up in this city. Profit-driven merchants had ways of helping you get your hands on the items you desired, but only if your wallet was large and full enough to satisfy these greedy vendors. Now that Sato was in Saffron City, he naturally had the idea of shopping around for some rare items. If he didn't take the opportunity to get a few tools to strengthen his Pokémon, his trip here would be wasted. In other words, the money Sato had now wasn't nearly enough to buy the best items in Saffron City. He needed to earn more. Without sufficient funds, navigating Saffron would be nearly impossible. From the well-dressed appearance of the 3 young trainers, it was clear they came from good backgrounds and were well-educated. Since they were seeking his help, they politely waited in silence while Sato finished bathing and massaging Nidoran. "Hello, my name is Yumutu. We noticed at the training grounds that your Pokémon's training efficiency is incredibly high. Could you tell us what kind of stamina recovery items you're using?" A young trainer who seemed to be growing impatient finally asked Sato after he finished massaging his 2 Pokémon. The other 2 trainers quickly chimed in, expressing their eagerness to learn what kind of stamina recovery products Sato was using to train his Pokémon. As fellow trainers, they understood the importance of stamina recovery items. At the training grounds, they had already seen that Sato's Pokémon trained with efficiency that was more than 3 times higher than theirs. If they could train their Pokémon as efficiently as Sato, it was easy to imagine that their Pokémon's strength would grow much faster in the future. Sato was quite satisfied with the patience and politeness shown by the 3 young trainers. He believed they could be potential customers. Thus, he didn't avoid their question. "It's not really a secret. The reason my Pokémon can recover stamina so quickly is because of this stamina recovery item. Take a look, you probably aren't unfamiliar with it." Sato smiled and pulled out a medium-quality Poke Block, waving it in front of the 3. The 3 trainers, coming from well-educated backgrounds, immediately recognized that what Sato held was indeed a Poke Block, and a high-quality one at that. Their confusion was instantly cleared. Though they now knew the secret behind Sato's Pokémon's efficient training, the 3 trainers weren't exactly thrilled. They understood well how difficult it was to obtain medium-quality poke blocks. High-quality poke blocks on the market were typically pre-ordered, and unless you had the right connections, they were impossible to obtain. Even those who had access to such items rarely had enough for themselves, let alone to share. From their perspective, Sato, dressed in cheap clothes, appeared to be an ordinary, low-income trainer. They assumed the medium-quality poke blocks he had were likely acquired by chance, meaning he probably didn't have enough for his own use. Of course, they were mistaken. Once Sato hinted that he had extra poke blocks to sell and a reliable supply source, the three trainers' faces lit up, eagerly offering to buy at a high price. "I'm only selling them to you because you've been so polite and patient. You have to promise me one thing, don't tell anyone that I sold these poke blocks to you. If word gets out, I may not be able to provide more of these in the future," Sato said seriously, leading the three to a secluded spot. The three trainers readily agreed to his condition. In fact, they were hoping that as few people as possible would know about Sato selling poke blocks, reducing future competition for themselves. All three were relatively wealthy, and Sato's price was very reasonable, so the transaction went smoothly. Sato ended up selling each of them medium-quality poke blocks at the market average of 500 poke dollars per block, earning a total of 300,000 poke dollars. After the deal, the three trainers left with their contact details for Sato, fully believing he worked for a master poke block maker. After swearing not to tell anyone, they left in high spirits, while Sato successfully gained 3 new customers. Both sides left happy. "A good start, just like that, I made 300,000 poke dollars. The poke block business is truly a gold mine, but there aren't many people capable of handling it. I'll have to be more careful. To the other factions in Saffron City, I must look like a juicy piece of meat just waiting to be bitten," Sato thought, as he watched the three trainers leave with joy on their faces. His smile gradually faded into a calm expression. Afterward, Sato recalled Nidoran, and without saying goodbye to Daisy, he swiftly left the Pokemon Center. For safety reasons, he couldn't stay there any longer. Chapter 103, Looking for Directions. Sato left. After getting into a taxi, he departed from the Pokemon Center, and about 10 minutes later, he arrived at the eastern district of Saffron City, coming from the city's bus station. Yesterday, Sato had already obtained flight information from Nurse Joy regarding planes departing from Saffron City to Hoenn Slateport City. According to Nurse Joy's detailed description, flights from Saffron City to Slateport City were available daily. However, recently, the Hoenn region had been experiencing typhoon weather, forcing most flights from Saffron City to Hoenn to be cancelled in recent days. There wasn't much that could be done about it. It was midsummer, and Hoenn, being in a tropical area, frequently experienced typhoon conditions during this time of year. Typically, typhoons didn't last long, the quickest ones would end in 2 or 3 days, while the longest might take a week. Sato had also connected to the Pokemon Center's public network through his laptop to check online. Sure enough, the Hoenn region had been facing typhoon weather recently, and some coastal cities were experiencing flooding, including Slateport City. As a result of this natural disaster, Sato had no choice but to stay in Saffron City for a while, waiting for the typhoon in Hoenn to pass before he could board a flight from Saffron City to Slateport. "Well, I can use this time to explore Saffron City and see if I can gain something useful. After all, Saffron is known as the City of Battles, and it's a good place to hone my skills. But before that, I need to improve my survival skills." Sato thought quietly as he stepped out of the taxi and paid the driver, watching the bustling streets. Sato's primary goal now was to enhance his strength. The fastest way to do that was to obtain rare Pokemon items to quickly boost his Pokemon's battle power, and the quickest way to get those rare items was to buy them. Now that Sato had a solid source of income from selling poke blocks, he had the opportunity to purchase these rare Pokemon items with large sums of money. But unfortunately, Saffron City was a mixed bag of people and factions, and with his current abilities, if he exposed his capability to produce poke blocks and make a lot of money, he'd be doomed. Therefore, Sato needed to quickly improve his survival skills, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to safely earn money by selling poke blocks. How could he maximize his survival skills when his strength couldn't be significantly improved in the short term? After thinking seriously about it last night, Sato came up with a solution: disguise. By creating one or more false identities to bear the risks, his own safety would naturally increase. And the key component that would allow Sato to create one or more fake identities was something he had long wanted to try obtaining: a Ditto. Back when he was at the Rocket Team base in Pewter City, Sato had considered purchasing a Ditto, but for various reasons, the plan was shelved. Now, however, the conditions to acquire a Ditto were practically in place. Saffron City was the most economically prosperous city in the Kanto region, and its prosperity wasn't just maintained by surface-level activities. The largest underground trading market in Kanto, also known as the Black Market, was located here and was a vital part of what sustained Saffron's prosperity. As the largest underground market in Kanto, the Saffron Black Market offered an incredibly diverse range of goods. Whether it was rare Pokemon items or rare Pokemon themselves, it could be said that everything one could want was available there. As long as you have enough money in your pocket, there's a good chance you'll be able to buy what you want here. However, the underground market is a lawless place. Without some strength, revealing your wealth carelessly could easily cost you your life. Sato's current destination was the Saffron City Black Market, where he planned to purchase a Ditto with decent potential to further enhance his survival skills. Although Ditto is rare, that's only under normal circumstances. In the Black Market, which gathers the most Pokemon hunters in Kanto, it's not so rare anymore. Even pseudo-legendary Pokemon occasionally show up here. The problem Sato faced now was that, as someone from out of town, he didn't know the exact location of the Black Market in Saffron City. However, he had a solution to this. Since he didn't know, he could simply ask around. At this point, his identity as a low-ranking Rocket Grunt became crucial. Team Rocket, being the most powerful underground force in Kanto, naturally had a strong grip on Saffron City's underworld. In Saffron, there were many shops and companies controlled by Team Rocket. The staff in these places were all Rocket members, and typically, there would be lookouts discreetly stationed outside these businesses. These lookouts were the people Sato needed to find. Besides acting as sentries, they also handled contact and information exchange with Rocket members from other regions. Therefore, if Sato could find these people, they would be able to give him the exact location of the Saffron City Black Market. Sato walked along the bustling street, looking every bit like an out-of-town trainer who had just arrived in Saffron City. As he walked, he wore a look of amazement at the beautifully decorated shops around him, playing the part of a country bumpkin who had just come to the city. To the locals of Saffron City, people like Sato were nothing new. When they saw his bumpkin behavior, most of them gave a slight smile, with a hint of disdain in their eyes, feeling a sense of superiority. Sato, of course, clearly sensed the numerous scornful gazes from the surrounding crowd, but he didn't care at all. He continued his bumpkin act while secretly observing the shops and their surroundings. After some effort, Sato finally found what he was looking for near a game corner located close to a crossroads. At the entrance of an alley next to a shop near the game corner, a ragged beggar sat on a wooden crate, begging for money. The beggar appeared to be slouching lazily, but his eyes, hidden under a worn hat, were keenly watching the passers-by. Sato also noticed that the beggar's right wrist was much paler than the rest of his skin, indicating that he regularly wore something on that wrist. But the most important clue was the dirty, broken bowl the beggar was using to collect money. It was identical to the bowl Sato had frequently used in the cafeteria of the Pewter City Rocket Base, with a very abstract R engraved on the surface. With these two observations, it wasn't difficult for Sato to deduce that this poor beggar was, in fact, the contact he had been looking for. Chapter 104, Underground Passage. Seeing the person he was looking for, Sato wasted no time and approached immediately. Naturally, he made it look like he was just a kind-hearted passerby giving some money to the poor beggar. The beggar smelled awful, reeking of sweat. As a result, unless a good Samaritan approached to give alms, most people avoided him, so Sato was the only person near the beggar at this moment. Where is the entrance to the Saffron City Black Market? Sato placed 100 poke dollars in the beggar's bowl with the hand wearing his Team Rocket watch and quietly asked. The beggar had already noticed Sato from afar, and as he approached, a hint of caution flickered in the beggar's eyes. However, upon seeing the Team Rocket watch Sato deliberately displayed, the sharpness in the beggar's eyes softened significantly. 1,000, the beggar replied. Despite recognizing Sato as one of his own, the Rocket Grunt disguised as a beggar didn't immediately give the answer but instead stated the price. Sato wasn't surprised by the beggar's bargaining. Without hesitation, he pulled out 9 more $100 bills from his pocket and placed them on top of the bowl. The beggar didn't delay either, softly providing Sato with a location and the name of a shop. After getting the information he wanted, Sato turned and walked away without a second thought, blending into the crowd and quickly disappearing from the beggar's sight. The night before, Sato had downloaded a detailed map of Saffron City using his laptop, but due to waking up early for morning training, he hadn't memorized it completely. The name of the place and the shop the beggar had mentioned didn't ring any bells. However, Sato wasn't worried. Even if he didn't know, there were professionals who definitely would. That's right, those professionals were taxi drivers. A good taxi driver must be able to take passengers to any corner of the city accurately, so knowing the city's routes was essential for them. Sato hailed a taxi by the side of the road and, after telling the driver where he wanted to go, the driver immediately knew the route. In about 10 minutes, the taxi driver successfully brought Sato to a general store located in the outer eastern part of the city. The name of the store matched exactly what the beggar had said. Upon seeing the store, Sato was convinced that the beggar hadn't lied to him. The store looked strikingly similar to the Rocket Team contact point he had discovered in Pewter City. It was similarly small, similarly rundown, and the surrounding commercial street was just as desolate, with only a few shops still open. The rest had signs saying "For Lease" on their doors. The only difference was that this shop was run by an old woman instead of an old man. After paying the taxi fare, Sato got out of the car and slowly walked toward the general store. His arrival immediately caught the attention of the old woman, who had been dozing off in the shop. "Looking to buy something?" "My stock may not be much, but the quality is guaranteed," the old woman said, getting up from her chair and moving to the counter when she saw Sato approaching. "I'm afraid what I want isn't something you sell. But could you tell me where I might find a place that offers good items?" Sato responded directly, showing the Team Rocket watch on his wrist with a smile. The old woman finally noticed the Team Rocket watch on Sato's right wrist, but her wariness didn't completely dissipate. In fact, her expression became even more serious. She quickly retrieved a tablet with a slot from a hidden compartment under the counter and placed it in front of Sato. At the same time, a few elderly shopkeepers from the nearby stores, who had also woken up at some point, were now glaring at Sato with a watchful eye. Each of them clutched a pokeball, marked with the engraved R symbol. Despite the hostile stares from the old woman and the other elders, Sato remained unbothered. In front of them, he calmly removed his Team Rocket watch and inserted it into the slot on the tablet in front of him. Once the Team Rocket watch seamlessly clicked into the slot, the tablet immediately displayed some of Sato's personal details. Although the information wasn't too detailed, a clear image of Sato in his Team Rocket Grunt uniform appeared on the screen. "From Pewter City, huh? That's quite the distance. Follow me, young man," the old woman said, finally relaxing her guard after glancing at the information on the tablet. She returned the watch to Sato, her expression now neutral. At that moment, the other elderly shopkeepers returned to their earlier sleepy states, lounging lazily in their chairs as the atmosphere around the street reverted to its earlier peaceful calm. Sato put his Team Rocket watch back on without a word and followed the old woman into the general store. She led him all the way to the restroom in the back. To Sato's surprise, the old woman forcefully turned the toilet, revealing a secret underground passage leading to an unknown destination. "Go ahead. This is one of the tunnels Team Rocket controls that leads directly to the Saffron City black market. Someone will meet you at the exit," the old woman said, her face still expressionless. After delivering this message, she began to turn and leave. "Thank you for showing me the way, ma'am. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude." Sato nodded and pulled out a stack of bills worth 10,000 poke dollars, offering them to the old woman just as she was turning away. His gesture stopped her in her tracks. A daisy-like smile spread across her once expressionless face, and with practiced ease, she quickly pocketed the money in the blink of an eye. Her swift movements made it clear she had done this before. "You're quite generous, young man. Here, take this cloak and mask. Remember to wear them when you go down there, and it would be wise to put on your uniform too. It'll help you avoid any misunderstandings later." The old woman handed Sato a black cloak with a large red R symbol and a pale mask similarly engraved, all while smiling kindly. "Thank you for the advice, ma'am," Sato said, smiling as he accepted the cloak and mask. The two then turned away from each other, and as they did, their smiles vanished, replaced by the same neutral expressions as before, each going their separate ways. After entering the underground passage, the door behind Sato shut, and dim lights began flickering on one by one, illuminating the tunnel. Sato quickly changed into his Team Rocket uniform, then donned the black cloak and pale mask. He descended the stairs ahead, stepping deeper into the underworld. Indeed, the Saffron City black market was hidden beneath the city itself. Chapter 105, Teleportation Transfer Station. Sato continued walking through the underground passage for about 10 minutes, and the previously narrow path gradually transformed into a broader road. The path he was on felt like a small stream merging into a larger river. For the first 3 minutes or so, Sato had been descending a series of stairs. After that, the path started to level out. By calculating that each step was about 20 centimeters high, Sato mentally estimated that he had walked down more than 4,000 steps, which meant he was now more than 800 meters underground. As he progressed from a smaller path to a larger one, Sato began encountering others dressed similarly to him. Clearly, these people, dressed just like Sato, were members of Team Rocket. However, they had entered the Saffron City black market through different routes, indicating that Team Rocket controlled multiple ways of accessing the black market. The path Sato had taken was merely one of many. The members of Team Rocket were all extremely cold and wary of one another. During their journey, everyone kept silent and maintained a certain distance, as if they wanted no interaction at all. Noticing this, Sato wisely abandoned any thoughts of making small talk. Like the others, he walked in silence, keeping a safe distance as they traveled through the dim and quiet underground passage. Besides the Team Rocket members, Sato also saw many native inhabitants living in the passage. The ceiling was nearly covered with Zubat and Golbat. At this point, Sato noticed that the cloak and mask he wore were proving their worth. In the dimly lit passage, the R symbol on his attire emitted a blood-red glow. The greedy eyes of the bloodthirsty bats changed instantly to fear upon seeing the glowing red R, and they dared not attack Sato or the other passers-by. After walking for about 10 more minutes, the passage ahead began to brighten, indicating that their destination, the Saffron City Black Market, was close. As they neared the entrance, Sato spotted a team of nearly 100 Team Rocket Grunts stationed there. Leading them was a member dressed in a captain's uniform. These Team Rocket members guarding the entrance were undoubtedly the elite. Each of them looked extremely menacing, and the Pokémon by their sides, each a snarling houndoom, were just as fierce. The Team Rocket captain at the front was like a savage beast, his cold, malicious gaze scanning every member who approached the entrance. Clearly, these guards were the final checkpoint of Team Rocket's entrance process. In front of these intimidating sentinels, every approaching Team Rocket member obediently followed the rules. Every Team Rocket member, including Sato, had to undergo an inspection at the entrance. The inspection was simple: remove the mask and present their Team Rocket watch. From his position further back in line, Sato keenly observed that after each inspection, the guards handed every member a numbered token, and no two numbers were the same. Sato also noticed something interesting: some people would discreetly slip some money into the guards' hands during the inspection. As a result, these people would receive tokens with numbers closer to the front of the line. For those who didn't bribe the guards didn't cause any trouble, they just handed them tokens with higher numbers. Finally, Sato realized something odd about this entrance. He had been waiting in line for a while, but he hadn't seen anyone come out of the entrance. It seemed to function as a one-way passage. It seems that no matter where you go, greasing the wheels is essential. If you're not sharp enough, you might never make it back to the surface, Sato quietly sighed after observing the situation. Just like the old lady who guided him to the underground entrance, this place also required a little offering. If someone failed to play by the rules, they could easily get tricked by the guards at the entrance. For example, if Sato hadn't given the old lady a bit of a reward before arriving, he probably wouldn't have received the cloak, mask, or the advice to wear a Team Rocket uniform. Without proper preparation, Sato could have easily fallen victim to the other Team Rocket members he encountered, who would have been more than happy to take out an unprepared outsider. Even if he wasn't attacked by the Team Rocket members, the swarm of Zubat living in the underground tunnels would have pounced on him, treating him as a tasty meal. There were 3 inspection lines, so the process moved quickly. It didn't take long for Sato's turn to arrive. He wisely removed his mask and presented his Team Rocket watch. In his right hand, which wore the watch, he also held a stack of poke dollars worth 20,000. The Team Rocket Grunt inspecting him immediately softened his cold expression, expertly pocketing the money. He routinely placed Sato's Team Rocket watch into a nearby identity-checking machine. When the screen confirmed that the image matched Sato, the guard handed him a token engraved with the number 3. First time at Saffron City's Black Market, huh? Well, this isn't actually the Black Market yet, this is just Team Rocket's teleportation transfer station. Head to room 3 and show your token. The Alakazam inside will teleport you to our base in the Black Market. Remember, the token is key, the teleporting Pokémon only recognizes the numbers on them, the guard whispered as he handed Sato the token. Thanks for the heads up, brother, Sato replied quietly, nodding as he accepted the token. He then walked through the passage into the entrance ahead. Just as the guard had said, beyond the entrance wasn't the Saffron City Black Market, but rather a spacious and well-lit underground space, the teleportation transfer station. In this underground area, there were numerous small rooms, each equipped with a Psychic-type Pokémon capable of using the teleport move. Once Team Rocket members presented their tokens to the Psychic Pokémon, the Pokémon would instantly teleport them, disappearing from the room for a few seconds before reappearing. Inside the transfer station, many other Team Rocket members like Sato were lined up in front of these numbered rooms, waiting to be teleported according to their token numbers. From what Sato observed, he could finally appreciate the advantage of spending money. The rooms with lower numbers were clearly more efficient than those with higher numbers, as the latter all had long lines of people waiting. The reason for this was largely due to the strength of the Psychic-type Pokémon in each room. The lower-numbered rooms had stronger Pokémon, while the higher-numbered rooms had weaker ones. For example, the Alakazam that was assigned to teleport Sato was level 43. Its teleport move had been honed to perfection, allowing it to transport 20 to 30 people within a single minute with almost no rest. It's important to note that using teleport consumes a Psychic Pokémon's stamina. The stronger the Pokémon, the more frequently they can use teleport. Due to stamina issues, the Psychic Pokémon in the higher-numbered rooms needed much more time to rest between teleports. They could barely handle one teleport before needing to rest for at least 10 minutes before using teleport again. In less than a minute, Sato received the teleportation service from Alakazam. After verifying his token, the spoon in Alakazam's hand spun, its eyes glowing with a blue light. Then, in a flash, Sato vanished from room 3. Chapter 106, The Powerful Rocket Team. After a brief feeling of being spun around, Sato opened his eyes to find himself lying on the floor of a brightly lit small room. The Alakazam that had been with him was nowhere to be seen. Seeing the familiar R symbol on the door in front of him, Sato felt reassured. He knew that Alakazam had successfully teleported him to Team Rocket's base in the Saffron City Black Market. So this is what teleporting feels like. It's really uncomfortable, Sato thought as he stood up, still feeling dizzy. He shook his head slightly, trying to clear the lingering disorientation. A few minutes later, he finally shook off the aftereffects of the teleportation and pushed open the door to leave the small room. As soon as he stepped outside, Sato was greeted by the sight of a massive stone pillar, so large that it would take 7 or 8 people to wrap their arms around it. Atop the pillar was a large, eye-catching sign, a detailed map of the Saffron City Black Market. Using this map, Sato got a rough understanding of the market's layout. The Saffron City Black Market was enormous, covering an area about half the size of the city itself, roughly equivalent to a small town. The market was divided into 4 main regions. The first region was the Pokemon Item Special Zone, located in the northern part of the market. This area was filled with stores set up by various factions and corporations. Buyers could purchase all sorts of equipment and items sold by these groups. The second region was the Pokemon Special Zone, situated in the southeast. As the name suggests, this was the place for buying and selling Pokemon. It was mostly controlled by Pokemon hunter organizations, and one could find Pokemon from all over the world here. The third region was the Free Trade Zone, located in the southwest. This area was open to all visitors of the black market, where anyone could trade freely as long as they paid a protection fee. Currently, this zone was split between 2 major powers, Team Rocket and the Golden Gang, the strongest local gang in Saffron City. However, the map showed that Team Rocket already controlled 60% of the Free Trade Zone. The fourth region was the Auction Zone, located at the center of the black market. Various auction houses were scattered here, with the largest one positioned at the very center. While this auction house used to be under the control of the Golden Gang, it was now in the hands of Team Rocket. From the map, it was clear that Team Rocket had taken control of over half of the auction houses in the market. The map itself was color-coded in red, yellow, and green. Red represented Team Rocket, yellow stood for the Golden Gang, and green indicated areas controlled by Pokemon hunter organizations. Looking at the map, it was evident that the red areas dominated most of the black market, with Team Rocket's influence heavily permeating all 4 regions. From the distribution of power on this map, it's clear that Team Rocket is already in control of most of the Saffron City black market. No wonder they are destined to dominate both the Kanto and Johto regions in the future. With such a massive money-making machine as the black market, it's no surprise they'll grow even stronger, Sato thought, impressed by the red areas that seemed to engulf the entire market. At this point, it was clear that Team Rocket was primarily led by Giovanni. His mother, the original leader of Team Rocket, had fully handed over the reins to him. Under Giovanni's leadership, Team Rocket's influence had grown rapidly. The major criminal organizations in the Kanto region were already feeling the pressure of Team Rocket's dominance and were starting to fall in line. Looking at the map, it was also apparent that the Golden Gang, which once controlled the black market, was struggling to survive under Team Rocket's growing influence. It wouldn't be long before Team Rocket completely swallowed up the Golden Gang. After spending about 10 minutes relying on his excellent memory to commit the map on the stone pillar to mind, Sato followed some of the other Team Rocket members who had also just exited the teleportation rooms and began to leave the one-way teleportation hall. The Team Rocket base was quite large and heavily fortified. After leaving the hall, there was another identity check, and after passing, they were issued a new set of cloaks and masks. They were instructed that wearing these items was mandatory while outside in the Saffron City black market. The new cloak and mask weren't much different from what Sato had been wearing, except that the R symbol on them had changed from red to gold. Once Sato completed the series of checks, he followed the signs in the base's corridors and smoothly exited the base, beginning his exploration of the Saffron City black market. Perhaps because it was still morning, the black market wasn't very lively. In fact, the market only really came to life after dark, reaching its peak activity in the early hours of the morning. There weren't many people walking on the wide streets, and those who were had appearances similar to Sato's, wearing cloaks and masks. Very few showed their real faces in the market. Due to the sheer size of the Saffron City black market, moving from one area to another on foot would take a lot of time. To make traveling easier, rental bicycles were available along the roadsides, and for those who didn't want to exert any effort, Pokemon taxis offered by the various factions could be used. Most people who came to the black market had a specific purpose, so they didn't want to waste time walking. However, they also didn't want to draw too much attention, so the majority opted to rent or purchase a bicycle to get around. Sato wasn't someone who liked to stand out. His goal in coming to the Saffron City black market was to find a Ditto to enhance his survival skills, so the less attention he drew, the better. Following the example of most others, Sato rented a high-speed bicycle, the kind that moves extremely fast, like in the games, and started riding along the wide streets. Along the way, Sato encountered many non-Team Rocket individuals. Anyone walking around in the Saffron City black market was undoubtedly a strong trainer, and Sato could feel a sense of pressure just from being near some of them. However, in this environment, which felt like being surrounded by a pack of wolves, Sato didn't feel much fear. His Team Rocket uniform was his biggest shield here. In the Saffron City black market, Team Rocket was unquestionably one of the dominant forces. Even in this lawless zone, members of Team Rocket were relatively safe as they roamed the market. Seeing Sato in his conspicuous Team Rocket uniform, no one dared to provoke him. They all knew that Team Rocket members were highly active in the Saffron City black market. Anyone foolish enough to attack a Team Rocket member here would be declaring war against all the Team Rocket members in the black market. To maintain their dominant position, every Team Rocket member would stop at nothing to retaliate. The Team Rocket base in the Saffron City black market was located at the intersection between the Pokemon Special Zone and the Free Trade Zone, not too far from the Pokemon Special Zone. Relying on the map he had memorized, Sato took a shortcut and, after a brief ride, successfully arrived at the entrance of the Pokemon Special Zone. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Tragedy Caused by Interests. Ever since humans invented tools to tame Pokemon, the profession of trainer emerged. Along with trainers, another profession, driven by profit, Pokemon hunters, also arose. To official forces like the Pokemon League, Pokemon hunters are seen as a group of outlaws who disrupt world order and damage the bond between humans and Pokemon, a group of evil trainers that must be apprehended. However, to non-official forces like Team Rocket, Pokemon hunters are often collaborators. Hunters provide a safe supply of Pokemon to these dark forces, which in turn strengthens them. Of course, at times, Pokemon hunters can also be enemies of dark organizations. Always driven by greed, they may seek to steal the results of the dark forces' efforts at the last moment. For many poor civilian trainers, Pokemon hunters are seen as benefactors who help them acquire their first Pokemon. At the same time, becoming a Pokemon hunter may be a career they themselves are forced to consider due to various circumstances in the future. As the name implies, Pokemon hunters are people who make a living by hunting and selling Pokemon. In their eyes, Pokemon are nothing more than commodities to be sold for profit. Whether the Pokemon are wild or belong to someone else, as long as the buyer is willing to pay the price, these hunters will stop at nothing to capture them. It is this cold and ruthless attitude that has earned Pokemon hunters the hatred and scorn of the general public. Most Pokemon hunters are solitary figures, and having abandoned certain things in their lives, they often become extremely cold-hearted. However, when it comes to money, Pokemon hunters are always greedy. To maximize their profits, they strive to keep the Pokemon they sell in the best condition possible. As a result, the environment in the Pokemon Special Zone of the black market is not as blood-stained and filthy as ordinary civilians might imagine from the reports they hear on TV, radio, or in newspapers. On the contrary, the entire Pokemon Special Zone is exceptionally clean and orderly. The Pokemon, kept in cages, are not subjected to inhumane treatment and are all alive and well. The only thing unsettling about the Special Zone is the pervasive atmosphere of hopelessness that hangs over it. A heavy sense of despair fills the air, weighing on the hearts of anyone who steps inside. Ordinary people who stay here too long might even develop depression. While the Pokemon hunters do not physically harm the Pokemon, they do imprison them in special cages, robbing them of their freedom forever. After being caged for extended periods and treated as merchandise, combined with the hunter's harsh taming methods, the Pokemon that once fiercely resisted gradually become numb and indifferent. Like slaves that have been broken, these Pokemon close off their minds and mindlessly follow the commands of the trainers who own their Pokeballs. Those Pokemon that have been successfully tamed by the hunters accept their fate, submitting entirely to their captors' orders, becoming nothing more than slaves for sale. Because they have chosen to close their hearts, the light has faded from their eyes, and their entire beings exude a deathly stillness. These Pokemon have clearly lost their will to live. The prolonged loss of freedom has left them feeling hopeless, with no light at the end of their tunnel. As Sato walked through the Pokemon Special Zone, from the moment he entered, his once calm heart had been in turmoil. Everything around him filled him with a deep sense of anger and sadness. Sigh, this must be the darkest corner of the Pokemon world. These Pokemon spirits are so damaged, they might never trust humans again. Looking at the many Pokemon locked in cages, their eyes dull and lifeless, Sato felt a deep sorrow but could do nothing but helplessly reflect on the situation. Sato knew that he was still too weak, so weak that he couldn't even lend a hand to save the Pokemon in front of him. If he attempted to act, not only would he fail to rescue them, but he would also be swallowed whole by the darkness around him. What he was witnessing was only a small glimpse of the world's greater darkness. The trade of Pokemon has existed in every era, and as long as injustice and the pursuit of profit remain in the world, these practices of exploiting Pokemon for massive profits cannot be eradicated. His conscience kept urging him to intervene, but Sato eventually let out a deep sigh, reluctantly shifting his gaze away from the emotionally numb Pokemon in front of him. He wasn't a savior. Right now, he was nothing more than a weakling struggling to survive in the Pokemon world. He had already become deeply entangled with Team Rocket, and getting out in the future would not be an easy task. However, after witnessing the deep darkness here, Sato made a quiet resolution. He couldn't simply turn a blind eye as if nothing had happened. While he might not be able to save these victims now, perhaps one day in the future, he could rescue others like them. Why was he choosing to take on something that had nothing to do with his own interests? Sato wasn't entirely sure, but he knew this decision would allow him to live without regret. As a Pokemon enthusiast and now a real trainer, Sato knew one thing for certain: he truly loved Pokemon. This was a fact, and it was because of this love that the 4 Pokemon he had chosen to trust him. From his interactions with his 4 Pokemon, Sato understood that Pokemon were living, breathing creatures with emotions. They felt joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. They were nothing like the cold, emotionless tools the world sometimes saw them as. Sato believed that those who only viewed Pokemon as tools were unworthy of being called trainers. Just as he had risked his life the night before to save that little girl, now, having witnessed the suffering around him, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Unless he could completely erase his humanity, his conscience would haunt him with regret for the rest of his life. Sato's goal in this life was to live fully and without regret. A life filled with constant remorse was something he could never accept. "I'm sorry. I'm too weak right now. I can't save you, but I promise, when I gain the strength, I'll do everything in my power to help the Pokemon who share your tragic fate. I won't turn a blind eye." Sato thought to himself. His previously sorrowful eyes regained their usual calm as his heart finally settled. No, Sato wasn't a savior, but he knew he could still act within his current limits, exercising whatever small power he had. He understood that his efforts would only be a drop in the ocean, far from changing the world's current state, but it was better than doing nothing at all. As Sato's heart calmed once more, the 4 Pokeballs on his belt, which had been gently shaking ever since he entered the Pokemon Special Zone, simultaneously became still. Sato didn't realize it, but his internal struggle and decision had brought him even closer to the 4 Pokemon who could sense his emotions. With his heart at peace again, Sato resumed walking, heading towards a new shop in search of the Ditto he was looking for, continuing his search in this hellish environment. Having lost everything before, Sato understood that to protect what is important, one must have great power. Sometimes, the means of obtaining that power could be distressing, but until he grew stronger, he would have to accept the harsh rules of gaining power. Although Sato wished he didn't have to remain in this place filled with the sadness and despair of the Pokemon, he knew he had to find a partner here that would help him continue moving forward. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Searching for Ditto. The Pokemon Special Zone was vast. Sato had already been walking around for over an hour and was still far from covering the entire area. During that time, he had come across several Ditto being sold at various Pokemon Hunter stalls. By comparing prices, he got a rough idea of Ditto's going rate in the Saffron City black market, typically ranging from 4 to 5 million Poke Dollars, with the highest priced one currently at 5.5 million. Although Sato had mentally prepared himself for the steep prices, he couldn't help but be surprised by how expensive Pokemon were in the Saffron black market. It gave him a new understanding of the lucrative nature of the Pokemon trade. It wasn't hard to see that if a Pokemon hunter could capture rare Pokemon in the wild and find the right buyers, they would be rolling in wealth. No wonder so many ordinary trainers fell into this dark path, the temptation was simply too great. Currently, Sato had around 7 million Poke Dollars on hand. If he were to purchase a Ditto, more than half of that would vanish instantly. His earlier idea of heading to the free trade zone to browse for other bargains quickly faded. "I thought I had enough money to buy a lot of things, but now I realize I was too naive. The Saffron City black market is like a giant money-devouring beast. The amount of money flowing through here in a single day must be astronomical," Sato thought as he continued his search for Ditto in the Pokemon Special Zone. After over an hour of searching, Sato still hadn't found what he was looking for. Like most of the Pokemon here, the Dittos he had seen had completely lost their wild nature. Perhaps due to being caged for so long, many of them appeared to have mental health issues, with most of them looking sluggish and unresponsive. It was clear they had lost their potential. In Sato's view, the potential of a Pokemon was secondary, what mattered most was their personality. As the saying goes, character determines destiny, and this held true for Pokemon as well. Even if a Pokemon had excellent potential, if it lacked the drive to grow stronger, it would be hard for it to achieve great things. While innate talent was important, hard work and determination were equally crucial. In Sato's current team, the most ambitious Pokemon were Zubat and Growlithe. Zubat had a goal to surpass its parent, while Growlithe, as a fire type, had an intense sense of pride. On the other hand, Sato had some concerns about Bellossom and Nidoran. However, recently, Bellossom had shown much more determination since evolving, as if something had given her the resolve to become stronger. Nidoran also seemed to be influenced by Growlithe. Perhaps constantly being outperformed by its peer had stirred its competitive spirit. Lately, Nidoran had been more diligent, even secretly training its psychic powers, instead of always seeking to play around. The Dittos Sato had seen so far, however, were clearly spineless, and with their deteriorated mental states, he had no intention of purchasing one as a companion. Since he wasn't exactly wealthy, every partner he chose had to be carefully selected, he preferred quality over quantity. After another 10 minutes of walking through the special zone, Sato finally came across a stall selling Ditto where the Pokemon's condition was noticeably better than those at the other stalls. The difference was clear, the Pokémon at this stall hadn't undergone much training or conditioning. They appeared to be freshly caught from the wild. However, because these Pokémon were still untamed and it was early in the morning with few people around, combined with the fact that the stall owner wasn't as enthusiastic as others, the stall was quite deserted, with not a single customer in sight. In reality, most of the people who came to the Pokémon Special Zone to buy Pokémon had some sort of background. They were generally from certain organizations, here to purchase large quantities of already tamed Pokémon, which would then be distributed to low-ranking members as replacements for their losses. The Ditto in front of Sato was full of wild energy. Trapped inside a specially made glass cage, it constantly transformed into various nearby Pokémon that were also confined, using different types of moves to try and break the cage. Unfortunately, the glass cage holding the Ditto was clearly designed to withstand such attacks. No matter how many times Ditto transformed into other Pokémon and used different moves, the cage remained completely unscathed. Still, this Ditto clearly hated being trapped in such a small space. After taking short breaks, it relentlessly continued attacking the glass cage in different ways. Sato even noticed it transforming parts of its body into a hammer and a knife to try and break the glass. Looks pretty good, Sato thought to himself, watching from a distance as Ditto tirelessly tried to escape. His eyes brightened, he knew this time he wouldn't be leaving empty-handed. The owner of the stall was an elderly man with silver hair, dressed in a loose black robe. He was sitting on a simple wooden chair, carving a high-quality piece of wood with a small chisel, while an old houndum lay quietly at his feet. This old hunter's weathered face was marked with several deep scars, making him look fearsome. Despite his age, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, watching everything with cold caution. He only softened slightly when looking at the aged houndum lying beneath him. When Sato approached, the old hunter merely glanced at him before resuming his carving, paying him little attention. He was meticulously chiseling away at the wood, which had already taken the rough shape of a Heracross. If you need something, go get it yourself and bring it over. I'm too old to bother getting up to help you, young man, the old hunter said coldly as Sato stepped within 2 meters of him, still focused on his woodwork. At the same time, the houndum under the old hunter's chair opened its eyes, fixing a sharp gaze on Sato. Its resting posture shifted slightly, ready to leap at Sato if needed. I understand the rules, sir, Sato replied with a nod, then quickly made his way to the glass cage holding the Ditto. At that moment, the Ditto turned to face Sato, its small eyes glaring fiercely at him. In a flash, it transformed into an Ekans, coiling its body and raising its head, mimicking a threatening pose toward Sato. Sato remained silent, but under his mask, a smile appeared on his face. Clearly, this Ditto was quite intelligent, with an impressive memory. There wasn't a single Ekans in any of the nearby cages for Ditto to mimic, yet it had successfully transformed into one. What's more, this Ditto seemed to have a deep understanding of Ekans' behavior, perfectly mimicking its threatening stance, capturing the very essence of how Ekans intimidates other creatures. Chapter 109, Objective Accomplished. Seeing the Ditto in front of him transformed into an Ekans, bearing its fangs and claws, Sato's blue eyes flashed as he utilized the system's detection ability to scan the Ditto. Ditto's data. Pokémon, Ekans, Ditto transformation. Level. Type, Poison, originally normal. Ability, Limber. Gender, None. Known moves, Transform, original move, Wrap, Glare, Poison Sting, Bite, Leer. What a fascinating Pokémon. It really can possess the skills of the Pokémon it transforms into. However, the Ekans that Ditto has transformed into can only use the skills available to a level 15 Ekans. Does this mean Ditto can't learn moves from transformed Pokémon through other means? Sato pondered, contemplating the system's displayed information on Ditto. Due to the incomplete data collected so far, Sato couldn't draw definitive conclusions and needed to observe Ditto trying to transform into other Pokémon to arrive at an accurate assessment. In this novel, it is established that Ditto can only inherit the moves of the Pokémon it transforms into that are available at its own level. For example, if a level 15 Ditto transforms into an Ekans, it can only use the skills a regular level 15 Ekans possesses. Inherited moves or those learned through other methods cannot be acquired. While Sato was lost in thought about the wonders of Ditto's transformations, the Ditto, still in the form of Ekans, noticed Sato standing in front of it. With its already foul mood, it chose to take out its frustration on Sato, opening its mouth wide as a barrage of thin purple poison spikes shot out toward him. Of course, since it was enclosed in the glass cage, Sato could only feel speechless at Ditto's outburst. However, Sato found himself liking this Ditto even more because its persistent spirit contrasted sharply with the majority of nearby Pokémon that had already chosen to stay docile in their cages. Please stop attacking me, you should feel that I mean no harm. I can take you with me, Sato said softly, leaning closer to the glass cage to communicate with the Ditto, which had reverted to its original form. Transforming into other Pokémon clearly required a lot of energy. The Ditto, now back to its original form, was panting heavily as it looked at Sato, its small eyes reflecting deep suspicion. Upon hearing Sato's gentle words, the originally wary eyes of the Ditto squinted slightly. To Sato's surprise, it transformed again, this time into a Ralts, inching closer while keeping its sharp eyes fixed on Sato. Meanwhile, the small red horn on its head began to emit a faint glow. Ditto didn't sense any malice from Sato, but it remained distrustful. The other trapped Pokémon had warned it that humans were treacherous and untrustworthy, so it needed to verify this for itself. Ditto had encountered Ralts before and envied their teleportation ability that helped them to escape, which was why it had chosen to transform into them long ago. However, Ditto was disappointed. Despite transforming into a Ralts, it was never able to teleport, and even using Psychic-type moves was quite difficult. Note, the strength of psychic power is a crucial factor in determining the power of Psychic-type moves. The threshold for training psychic power is very high, only those with inherently strong psychic abilities or awakened psychic powers can cultivate them. Impressive. It can even transform into a Ralts, and it seems to be able to slightly utilize Ralts' ability to sense the emotions of other beings, Sato thought, astonished by the Ditto currently transformed into Ralts. There was no doubt that this Ditto's transformation aptitude was exceptional. At this moment, the Ditto, in the form of Ralts, was using Ralts' ability to sense Sato's shock, and a hint of pride appeared on its small face. However, besides sensing Sato's surprise, the Ditto also picked up on Sato's thoughts regarding itself and the other nearby Pokémon, and its expression shifted from pride to surprise. The Ditto reverted to its original form, looking dazed at Sato, with its wariness now gone. It seems you've sensed my true thoughts through Ralts' innate ability. So, how about you come with me? I hope you can help me, Sato said with a bright smile beneath his mask, leaning closer to the glass cage as he spoke softly to the Ditto. The Ditto's mood calmed. Using the temporary abilities gained from transforming into Ralts, it realized that Sato was not a bad person and that he genuinely wanted to help them. Ditto, since it understood that Sato was not a threat and also didn't want to remain in this dreary place, the Ditto nodded in agreement without hesitation. Old man, I want to buy this Ditto. How much is it? Seeing the Ditto nod, Sato immediately lifted the glass cage containing it and brought it before the old hunter, eagerly asking for the price. The glass cage was specially made and difficult to break. To take the Ditto out, Sato had to get the key to open it from the old hunter. In stark contrast to its earlier anger at Sato, the Ditto shrank into a corner when it saw the old hunter, trembling in fear like a mouse in front of a cat. In truth, the Ditto was afraid of the aging Houndoom beside the old hunter. The once lethargic Houndoom now radiated a formidable aura, revealing the terrifying intimidation of a hellhound. This not only sent shivers down the Ditto's spine but also made Sato feel a chill run down his body. From the data he had previously gathered through his system's detection ability, he knew that this Houndoom was at least level 60. Now that he looked closely, even in its old age, the Houndoom's power remained quite formidable. Ditto is quite the catch. This little fellow isn't easy to grab, and its talent isn't comparable to those other worthless Pokémon you've seen. However, since it hasn't been tamed, I won't charge you too much. Let's say a flat price of 7 million Poké dollars. I won't sell for anything less, the old hunter said, pausing his carving work to address Sato in a nonchalant manner. In truth, the old hunter observed every one of Sato's movements and noted the entire process of the Ditto's change in attitude towards Sato. He understood that Sato was determined to acquire this Ditto, so he deliberately raised the price. However, the old hunter was also aware of the market value. The average trading price for Ditto in the black market of Saffron City was about 5 million Poké dollars. Since the Ditto hadn't been fully tamed, he didn't raise the price too high to avoid losing Sato, a rare customer. Still, now that he had set the price, he was determined to see it through and wouldn't accept anything less than that. Spending 7 million Poké dollars on a Ditto was still a deal worth considering for Sato, especially since the amount was within his budget. After thinking for a while, Sato transferred the 7 million Poké dollars to the bank account specified by the old hunter through an anonymous transaction. Although he was clearly paying more than market value, he was also aware of the fact that he might not encounter another Ditto like this one again, so, in the end, Sato decided that acquiring a Pokémon that fit his needs and standards was much more important than saving some money which he could quickly end up making again. Here you go, it's yours now. Upon seeing the money transferred, the old hunter didn't say another word. He expertly took out a key, opened the glass cage, and retrieved a Pokeball to collect the Ditto, then handed the Pokeball to Sato. Chapter 110, Elite Four Exhibition Match. After achieving his goal, Sato wasted no time lingering in the Pokemon Trading District and quickly rode away on his high-speed bicycle. Having spent a significant amount of money to purchase Ditto, Sato's funds had now reached a dangerously low point. As such, he decided not to stay any longer in the black market of Saffron City and headed directly toward Team Rocket's base. To be honest, Sato had considered selling his Pokeblocks in the free trade zone of the black market. However, after some careful thought, he decided to abandon the idea for safety reasons. Although Team Rocket had a strong influence in the Saffron City black market, they didn't completely dominate it. The local force, the Golden Gang, still controlled about a quarter of the black market and was known to have a deep hatred for Team Rocket. Thus, if Sato were to sell the highly profitable poke blocks on the black market, he would be exposing himself to a high level of danger. Moreover, the black market of Saffron City was full of hidden masters, and even an average person could easily outclass him, a novice trainer who had only recently started his journey. Until his strength grew, Sato decided it was wiser to keep a low profile. The journey back was smooth, and with the protection offered by his association with Team Rocket, Sato safely returned to their base. He used the services of a Psychic-type Pokemon stationed there to teleport back to the surface of Saffron City. The teleportation hall in the base only offered one-way service, and this time, the number card Sato had been given was collected by the Alakazam that teleported him back to the surface. Being a trainer really makes money flow like water. 7 million poke dollars gone in the blink of an eye. What a shame, I was hoping to buy some useful TMs from the black market, but I guess I was being too optimistic. That amount of money isn't nearly enough, Sato mused as he emerged from a quiet alley, now wearing his usual trainer outfit. He gazed up at the clear blue sky, reflecting on his recent expenditures. Although he had only been in Saffron City's underground world for a few hours, returning to the surface felt like seeing daylight after a long absence. The warm sunlight on his skin made him feel unusually comfortable. The underground world had been too oppressive, a place where staying too long might make one sick. Upon returning to the surface, Sato immediately took the Pokeball, which was vibrating intensely on his belt, into his hand. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to release Ditto, allowing it to enjoy the sunlight and fresh air of the outside world. Ditto, as expected, Ditto, who hadn't seen the sun in quite some time, was extremely excited. It instantly transformed into an Apom, climbing onto Sato's head and chattering loudly. The nearby pedestrians gave Sato and Ditto curious looks. At that moment, Ditto noticed all the humans around them, and its expression grew serious. It glared warily at the passers-by. "Alright, Ditto, we're back on the surface now. No need to worry, no one will try to capture you here. If you don't want to attract attention, how about transforming into this hat? That way, you can stay outside and won't draw any unwanted attention," Sato suggested, quickly guiding Ditto back into the alley as he spoke. After being confined for so long, Ditto was eager to breathe freely and enjoy the warmth of the sun. At the same time, it was still quite wary of anyone besides Sato. Ditto happily accepted Sato's proposal, glancing at the cap in Sato's hand before transforming from an Apom into an identical hat. "Great, let's go then, Ditto. Let's take a look at the world outside. Soon, I'll introduce you to your new companions," Sato said with a smile, placing the Ditto-turned hat on his head. He then walked out of the alley again, following street signs and asking a few people for directions as he made his way slowly toward the nearest Pokemon Center. As Sato walked, the Ditto, transformed into the cap on his head, subtly opened a pair of tiny eyes to observe the surroundings. When it saw the colorful scenes around, especially the various delicious foods being sold at street stalls, its little eyes sparkled with longing. Noticing that the people nearby had friendly and peaceful expressions, very different from the tense atmosphere of the black market in Saffron City, Ditto's wariness began to fade. Sato, of course, was fully aware of the movement on his head. Taking the hat off briefly and seeing Ditto's small eyes fixed on a nearby barbecue stall, he immediately understood what Ditto wanted. Soon, Ditto transformed back into an Apom, sitting happily on Sato's shoulder, munching contentedly on a grilled corn cob held in both its hands and tail. Based on directions he received by asking around, Sato knew he was now in the western part of Saffron City. This meant that after visiting the black market, he had traveled from the eastern side of the city all the way to the west. After walking for another 20 minutes, Sato finally arrived at a Pokemon Center. The time was now 11:43 a.m., almost noon. Upon entering the Pokemon Center, Sato returned Ditto to its Pokeball, now a handmade Pokeball, and asked Nurse Joy to give it a full treatment. While Ditto was being treated, Sato found an empty spot in the public hall, took out some snacks, and rested for a while. He had been busy all morning without much of a break and was starting to feel quite tired. As Sato rested, a number of other trainers had gathered in the public hall. They grouped together in small clusters, happily chatting. At a nearby table, a few trainers were discussing something that immediately piqued Sato's interest. "Have you heard? A week from now, Bruno of the Kanto Elite Four, the Fighting-type Master, and Lorelei, the Ice-type Master, will be coming to Saffron City to hold an exhibition match." "Yeah, of course. That's all over the headlines in today's Poke League Daily. Who doesn't know? Too bad it's only for those who qualify in the pre-battles. Only the top 2 finalists get a chance to battle the Elite Four." "Exactly. Even though it's an exhibition match, getting the opportunity to face the Elite Four is so rare. If someone manages to defeat one of their Pokemon in battle, they could instantly become famous. Who knows, they might even gain the favor of Bruno or Lorelei. Wow, I'm thinking of joining the pre-battles. What do you say? The registration deadline is tomorrow, so it's not too late. If you want to go, go ahead. I'm not about to embarrass myself. I've seen tons of powerful trainers sign up, most of them have collected gym badges already. I even heard that Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City, has joined as well. Yeah, with so many strong trainers competing, people like us, who haven't even collected a single gym badge, would probably get knocked out in the first round of the qualifiers. An exhibition match with 2 members of the Elite Four, this is amazing. Even if it's not their full strength, just being able to gather data on their Pokemon would be a huge advantage. Listening carefully to the conversation between the chatty trainers nearby, Sato's eyes lit up with excitement. A quick shout out to L92 for becoming a member of my party on. Thank you for your support. Chapter 111, Elite Four and Champion. The title of the Elite Four and the Champion is a mark of both power and supreme honor, and in every region governed by the Pokemon League, only 5 trainers can earn this prestigious title. These 5 trainers, without exception, have climbed to the very peak of their journey as Pokemon trainers. Their strength far surpasses that of the average trainer, and they represent the strongest force under the banner of the Pokemon League. Most trainers who earn the title of the Elite Four, or the Champion, have achieved extraordinary feats within a specific Pokemon type. In these areas, they can rightfully be called Pokemon Masters. However, in the Kanto region, there are currently only 4 individuals who have attained the Elite Four title: Dragon-type Master, Lance, Ghost-type Master, Agatha, Fighting-type Master, Bruno, and Ice-type Master, Lorelei. As for the title of Champion, the ultimate trainer in Kanto, it has remained vacant ever since the previous champion, Red, voluntarily stepped down. The reason for this vacancy is largely due to the fact that no one has been able to successfully defeat the Kanto Elite Four. Likewise, none of the current Elite Four members have been able to overcome the others, leaving the champion's seat empty. Despite not having a reigning champion, the Kanto League is still widely regarded as the strongest league. Even without a champion, the Kanto Elite Four consistently ranks first in total points at the regional Elite Four tournament. In short, the current Kanto Elite Four are each so strong that they could easily earn the title of champion in the other regions. Now, with 2 of these incredibly strong trainers coming to Saffron City for an exhibition match, it presents a rare opportunity for all aspiring trainers who wish to become stronger. Even if someone could have the chance to battle them and ends up losing, it would still be an invaluable experience, providing deep insight into the gap between themselves and the top-tier trainers. Of course, even if one doesn't get the opportunity to battle them, simply being a spectator and watching the match up close would be an enormous opportunity to gauge their own level compared to the elites. Great. If I can get a sense of the gap between myself and the Elite Four, that would be an amazing gain. I'm definitely entering this pre-battle tournament, Sato thought to himself as the light in his eyes grew brighter after reviewing everything he knew about the Elite Four champions. Sato's goal in this life is to live brilliantly, and challenging the Elite Four champions, something that the whole world pays attention to, is naturally a part of that. Having the chance to face off against the world's top trainers is, by itself, an incredibly exciting prospect. With this in mind, Sato decided that even if the typhoon in the Hoenn region clears, he will temporarily stay in Saffron City, waiting for the arrival of the 2 Kanto Elite Four members. He wanted to witness their strength firsthand, to better understand the gap between him and the top trainers. After all, once he completed the trial mission given to him by Team Rocket's higher-ups, there may not be many chances to personally witness such Elite Four exhibition matches in the future. It's an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Before long, Ditto's treatment was complete. Sato went to the counter to retrieve Ditto, releasing it once again. As soon as it emerged from the Pokeball, even before the white light faded, Ditto quickly transformed into an Aipom and climbed back onto Sato's shoulder. Sato then made his way back to the service counter. "Hello, how can I assist you today?" Nurse Joy, still maintaining her professional smile, asked as Sato approached the counter. "Yes, I'd like to enter the pre-battle tournament for the Elite Four exhibition match in Saffron City. Here's my ID and the 2 Pokemon I'll be registering for the competition." Sato got straight to the point, placing his ID on the counter and informing Nurse Joy of his intentions. Based on the conversation of the chatty trainers earlier, the entry requirements for the Elite Four exhibition pre-tournament are quite simple. Anyone can participate, regardless of whether they are a league trainer or not. As long as you register successfully at any Pokemon Center in Saffron City, you can join the pre-tournament. However, unlike league trainers who can participate for free, non-league trainers must pay an entry fee of 10,000 Pokedollars. Since Sato is currently a league trainer, even though he's not from one of the main branches, he qualifies for free entry. The whole process went smoothly, and after learning of his request, Nurse Joy quickly helped him register for the tournament. The pre-tournament will be held 2 days from now. It will be a one-on-one elimination format, and you can only use 2 Pokemon. Now, please bring out the Pokemon you want to register for the tournament, Nurse Joy explained after completing Sato's personal information registration. Sato didn't hesitate much when choosing his tournament Pokemon. He immediately registered his strongest team members, Zubat and Bellossom. After completing the registration of his 2 Pokémon, Sato also requested a single room from Nurse Joy. Once he received the key, he headed off to his room. It was now noon, just the right time to get some lunch. Entering his single room, Sato began preparing meals for all 4 of his Pokémon. Since Ditto had already eaten 2 grilled corn earlier, he didn't prepare lunch for it. Everyone, come on out. Once the food was ready, Sato released all 4 of his Pokémon. In the next moment, amidst a flash of white light, Zubat, Nidoran, Bellossom, and Growlithe appeared in the room. Let me introduce you to our new companion, Ditto. Everyone, let's get along well from now on, Sato said, smiling at the 4 Pokémon that had just been released. At this point, Ditto, who had transformed into Aipom, curiously observed the 4 newly released Pokémon. Sensing their friendliness, it quickly jumped off Sato's shoulder and headed straight for Growlithe. In Growlithe's surprised gaze, Ditto transformed, using Growlithe as its model, and changed from an Aipom into a Growlithe. It then greeted the original Growlithe cheerfully. Seeing Ditto suddenly transform into a fellow Growlithe, the real one was naturally quite surprised. However, happy to see another of its kind, Growlithe immediately started playing with Ditto. After successfully befriending Growlithe, Ditto began changing its transformation targets, turning from Growlithe into Nidoran, then into Bellossom, and finally into Zubat. Although it seemed unbelievable, thanks to its transformation abilities, Ditto quickly bonded with all 4 of Sato's Pokémon. Moreover, Ditto seemed very pleased to have made new friends and began to show off its impressive transformation and memory abilities. It transformed into a total of 9 different Pokémon in front of Sato and the group. In the end, Ditto still preferred to remain in its Aipom form, returning to that shape to interact with the others. Chapter 112, Ditto's transformation ability. With Ditto, the shape-shifting Pokémon, in the room, the atmosphere was lively and full of joy. After lunch, the 5 Pokémon were playing happily in the room. At the same time, Sato was enjoying a delivered meal of pork cutlet and rice, eating contentedly while watching Ditto entertain Zubat and the others by showing off its transformation skills. There was no doubt about Ditto's excellent memory. From what Sato had observed so far, Ditto could recall at least 15 different Pokémon transformations. Among those, its transformations into Sandshrew, Pidgeotto, and Aipom were the most refined. When Sato referred to Ditto's transformations as most refined, it meant that when Ditto transformed into those Pokémon, it could mimic not only their appearances but also their habits and abilities, using their skills with great flexibility. For example, when Ditto transformed into Aipom, likely due to its similarly playful nature, it mimicked Aipom to perfection. The Ditto-turned Aipom was almost indistinguishable from a real one, fully adapted to Aipom's body and even skillfully using its tail just like a true Aipom. It became apparent that for Ditto to fully utilize the abilities of a transformed Pokémon, the first step was to adapt to the new body. If you think about it, it's the same for anyone suddenly placed in a different body. It would be hard to use it fluidly right away, let alone master the new abilities or techniques that body offers. Once adapted to the new body, the next step was to understand its unique traits, such as the special abilities related to that Pokémon's body or attributes. Without grasping these, Ditto would be far from achieving a perfect transformation. For example, Aipom's unique trait is its highly flexible tail, while Ralts possesses the ability to sense emotions through the red horn on its head. Sandshrew, on the other hand, excels in digging, a standout ability among ground-type Pokémon. After mastering the body's characteristics, the final step for Ditto is learning to use the abilities granted by that body. When Ditto transforms, it inherits the physical form of a Pokémon, essentially acquiring a body driven by instincts passed down through its bloodline. This means it can only use moves that the Pokémon would have naturally learned as it levels up. However, any moves the original Pokémon learned through other means, such as TMs or tutoring, are inaccessible to Ditto, as it lacks their memories. This explains why, at the beginning of a transformation, Ditto typically starts with just a shell of a body and limited moves. The idea that Ditto could instantly master an opponent's moves, as seen in games, is far from reality. Ditto is only copying a body, not the memories or experiences tied to it. Due to these limitations, it's rare to see Ditto used in battles, not only because of its low base stats and limited battle capabilities but also due to the practical shortcomings of its transformation ability in combat. For Ditto to achieve a perfect transformation of another Pokémon, it would need to spend a significant amount of time training. However, if Ditto lived alongside the Pokémon it wished to transform into, it could observe and mimic them, which would greatly shorten the time needed to master the transformation. In some cases, breeders even use Ditto as a partner for rare Pokémon to produce healthy offspring. Those Ditto, however, are always ones that have achieved perfect transformations of a specific Pokémon. Currently, although Sato's Ditto shows great promise in terms of its transformation talent, its overall strength is still quite immature at level 15, and even its 3 most practiced transformations haven't reached perfection. Nevertheless, Sato never expected Ditto to have overwhelming battle power. He valued Ditto for the strong disguise abilities it could provide instead. In Sato's current team, Zubat handles scouting, Bellossom manages support and healing, Growlithe is the squad's main attacker, and Nidoran, the future ace, delivers powerful, consistent damage. Ditto, in comparison, fits more of a supporting role without excelling in any one area. Ditto's main role within Sato's team was as his disguise assistant, crucial for enhancing Sato's survival skills as the team's absolute core. As such, Ditto's role was extremely important. Based on Ditto's current transformation abilities, it was clear that it was capable of taking on the disguise role for Sato. Transforming into simple objects was much easier than turning into Pokémon for battle. Of course, if Ditto excelled in its disguise role and had extra energy to spare, Sato wouldn't mind letting it join battles. Sometimes, transforming into a Pokémon that could counter the enemy and providing interference on the battlefield could be quite useful. Alright, it's time for a nap. We still have skill training in the afternoon, and we can't afford to be tired then, Sato said, standing up after taking nearly half an hour to slowly savor his pork cutlet rice. He addressed his 5 Pokémon, who had been excitedly playing in the room. Seeing Sato speak, Zubat and the other 4 Pokémon obediently quieted down and returned to his side, ready for Sato to recall them into their Pokeballs. It looks like you're getting along well with everyone. Even though you're new, you'll be joining the training later too, so rest up in your Pokeball, Sato said, smiling as he patted Ditto, who was still in the form of an Apom, on the head. Since the other Pokémon were returning to their Pokeballs to rest, Ditto naturally had no objections. It nodded and allowed Sato to recall it as well. With that, the room finally quieted down. After tidying up the slightly messy room, Sato pulled out a berry mixer and began making some Pokeblocks. Since he had sold some Pokeblocks earlier in the morning, his stock was running low. Additionally, after purchasing Ditto, his funds were nearly depleted. He needed to produce a batch of Pokeblocks quickly and find some buyers to sell them to. After about an hour of work, Sato had produced over 200 high-quality Pokeblocks and more than 1,000 mid-quality ones. As usual, he would keep the high-quality Pokeblocks for his own use and sell the mid-quality ones. By now, it was almost 3 p.m. After eating a gem-level Pokeblock to recover some energy, Sato changed into a clean trainer uniform and left the room. The preliminaries for the Elite Four exhibition match were only 2 days away. Sato was eager to see how far his strength could take him in this elite competition. Aside from the opportunity to battle the Elite Four, there were plenty of valuable prizes up for grabs. Even if he didn't make it to the finals, just breaking into the top 100 would earn him a year's supply of premium Pokémon food for 6 Pokémon and a prize of 2 million Pokédollars. That reward alone was enough to drive trainers crazy. It wasn't hard to imagine that the number of participants for the preliminaries would be overwhelming. This meant that as long as Sato kept winning, he'd have plenty of strong opponents to provide real battle experience. This would give him a chance to improve his skills and gain valuable experience for his future challenge at the Battle Tower in Larue City, Hoenn. After all, Saffron City had earned its reputation as the City of Battles. In this city, there was no shortage of trainers willing to fight, you just had to decide whether you wanted to battle or risk getting defeated. Intense Pokémon battles, I can't wait, Sato thought to himself excitedly. A quick shout out to Ole Martin Johnson for becoming a member of my party on. Thank you for your support. Chapter 113, Bellossom's Attacks. The key to winning a Pokémon battle doesn't just rely on the excellent performance of both the Pokémon and the trainer, but on the consistent training that tilts the scales of victory in their favor. Currently, in Sato's team, Zubat was at level 26, Bellossom was at level 27, Nidoran was at level 12, Growlithe was at level 15, and the newest addition, Ditto, was also at level 15. From the levels, it's clear that the more experienced Pokémon in Sato's team are Zubat and Bellossom. Meanwhile, Nidoran and Growlithe are still quite young and have had less training, so their strength is not yet fully developed. But aside from their lower levels, Nidoran and Growlithe also lack proficiency in their own abilities. Compared to Zubat and Bellossom, who have already mastered stable offensive tactics, it's not going to be easy for the 2 younger Pokémon to win a battle on their own. As usual, Sato began his Pokémon skill training around midday. To improve the efficiency of their training, he had spent 3,000 Pokédollars to rent a training room for 2 hours at a Pokémon training facility near the Pokémon Center. These training facilities were similar to the Rocket Team's paid training grounds, offering well-equipped training rooms. However, this was just a standard facility and didn't have the high-tech equipment used internally by Team Rocket. The temporary training room Sato rented was spacious, about 70 to 80 square meters, plenty of space for his 5 Pokémon to train. The room was also stocked with basic training equipment. Zubat was currently training by attacking a small metal puppet that moved unpredictably at high speed within a certain range. He was practicing his air cutter move. Based on Zubat's current performance with air cutter, he could control 4 blades of air at a time, with a maximum of 9 blades being released in one go. Zubat was now at level 26, but it seemed his growth had hit a bottleneck. His physical development and progress in skill training had slowed compared to before. However, Sato wasn't too worried about this. If his guess was correct, Zubat was nearing its evolution. It was clear that Zubat's current body was reaching its limits, and it would need to evolve into a new form for its strength to continue growing steadily. While Zubat's growth had slowed, Bellossom, who had just evolved from a Gloom, was experiencing rapid improvements. Bellossom had already reached a high level of control over Grass-type energy, and after evolving, it had learned 3 powerful Grass-type moves: Magical Leaf, Leaf Blade, and Leaf Storm. As Bellossom continued to refine these moves, her strength was increasing significantly. In terms of battle power, Bellossom was undoubtedly the strongest member of the current team. Right now, Bellossom was practicing her Magical Leaf move, also attacking a fast-moving metal puppet as per Sato's instructions. Magical Leaf is a Grass-type special move with a power of 60. It releases enchanted leaves that can track the target and are guaranteed to hit. As Bellossom danced gracefully, several leaves, formed from emerald green Grass-type energy, appeared around her. Under Bellossom's control, the leaves seemed to cheer her on, making her elegant dance even more captivating. In about 2 seconds, the number of emerald green leaves multiplied, almost completely enveloping Bellossom in a dense cloud of leaves as she danced. However, Bellossom wouldn't allow these overly enthusiastic spectators to steal the show. Suddenly, she pointed with her small, green hands toward a wall about 10 meters away. The leaves quickly gathered, transforming into a small emerald dragon that charged fiercely toward the wall. Midway through, Bellossom's hands glowed with emerald light, and she rhythmically moved them from side to side. In response, the emerald dragon of leaves twisted and turned, becoming even more fearsome as it advanced. In the end, Bellossom's magical leaf hit every target without fail, landing on the high-speed moving puppet near the wall, adding even more scratches to the poor training dummy. While Magical Leaf only has a power of 60, Sato believed it was an outstanding move for Bellossom because the number of energy leaves Magical Leaf can generate has a very high upper limit. The standard number for a basic Magical Leaf is 60 leaves, and for Proficient, it's 120 leaves. With the help of his notebook's infrared scan for quick calculations, Sato saw that the first time Bellossom used Magical Leaf, she only produced 68 leaves, which barely formed a sparse circle around her. However, as Bellossom became more familiar with the move and increased her proficiency, the number of energy leaves she could generate had reached 128. Thanks to her superb control over Grass-type energy, she could wield these 128 leaves as if they were an extension of her own limbs. Although 128 leaves weren't enough to perform miraculous feats, they could combine to create simpler objects, like the small leaf dragon from earlier or even a small shield. Additionally, thanks to Magical Leaf's guaranteed accuracy, Bellossom could dance gracefully while constantly sending out the energy leaves to attack her enemies. This made Magical Leaf a versatile move in Bellossom's hands, capable of both offense and defense. Of course, Bellossom had only just begun training this move as per Sato's guidance. She hadn't yet fully mastered combining the large number of energy leaves effectively. The Magical Leaf shield and dragon she created were still somewhat rough, with their defensive and offensive power not fully realized. But Sato believed that, with Bellossom's excellent control over Grass-type energy and the high recovery effect of high-quality poke blocks, she would soon master these techniques. When that time comes, in addition to her primary offensive move, Energy Ball, Bellossom would also have a move that could both attack and defend. Combined with Grass Knot, Bellossom's fighting style would become even more diverse. Moreover, if Bellossom could train her dodging dance steps to the point of moving freely at high speed in a figure-8 pattern, she would undoubtedly become one of Sato's trump cards in the upcoming preliminaries. It's also worth mentioning that besides focusing on Magical Leaf, Sato had Bellossom practice Leaf Blade and Leaf Storm as secondary moves. Leaf Blade would be her weapon in close combat, while Leaf Storm would be her trump card for turning the tide in desperate situations. Leaf Blade, a Grass-type physical move with a power of 95. It slashes the opponent using sharp leaves like a sword, and it has a high critical hit ratio. Leaf Storm, a Grass-type special move with a power of 120. It unleashes a storm of razor-sharp leaves at the opponent, but it sharply lowers the user's special attack after use. When using Leaf Blade, Bellossom would pull 2 leaves from her leaf skirt, which would regrow instantly, infusing them with intense Grass-type energy. The leaves would harden and sharpen, becoming as lethal as sword blades. Since Bellossom's speed wasn't exceptional, and she wielded the 2 swords with both hands while still able to dance, Sato had instructed her to use Leaf Blade only when an opponent came too close. Unfortunately, Bellossom still hadn't learned Swords Dance. If she could combine Leaf Blade with Swords Dance's fast-spinning technique, it would become a fearsome move that blended attack and defense, turning her into a dual-wielding dancer. For now, Sato was working on having Bellossom incorporate some fast, spinning dance moves while using Leaf Blade to better deal with close-range combat situations. Chapter 114, Growlithe's Attacks. Seeing that both Zubat and Bellossom were progressing well in their special training, Sato left a bowl of poke blocks and 2 bowls filled with fresh water for them before moving to where Growlithe was training. Growlithe was running on a track inside a sealed glass enclosure. Due to the limited space and the need for effective training, the track was designed in a winding U-shape, with numerous S-shaped curves in the middle. Surrounding the track were several machines that resembled ball launchers. However, instead of shooting solid balls, these machines launched water balls. The timing of each machine's water ball launch was random, likely triggered by sensors embedded in the track. Every time Growlithe passed by, the machines would automatically aim at him and shoot water balls at speeds ranging from 20 to 30 meters per second. Growlithe's current training involved using flame charge while maintaining his speed and agility to avoid the water balls. Sato also allowed him to use Ember to block some of the water balls if necessary. Growlithe, with small flames burning on his body, was sprinting through the curving section of the track, occasionally spitting small fireballs from his mouth. Plumes of white steam constantly accompanied his movements as the flames on his body battled the water. Unfortunately, due to the high density of the water balls and their impressive speed, combined with the twists and turns of the track, it was difficult for Growlithe to maintain a good rhythm. As a result, Growlithe couldn't avoid all the water balls, and several struck him, soaking his fur and extinguishing the small flames on his body. By the time he finished the curved section of the track, he resembled a drenched pup. Fortunately, there were no water-launching machines on the straight section of the track, giving Growlithe a chance to use the flames surrounding his body from flame charge to evaporate the water and dry himself off before starting another round of dodging water balls. In Sato's strategy, Growlithe, as a fire-type Pokemon, was the team's frontline attacker. He was the spearhead, responsible for breaking through the enemy's defenses. Therefore, excellent mobility and the ability to deliver powerful strikes in a short amount of time were essential skills for Growlithe. Currently, Growlithe's usable moves included Bite, Ember, Flame Wheel, and Flame Charge. Of these, 3 were close combat moves, while 1, Ember, was a ranged attack. After observing Growlithe's father demonstrate how to win battles by using clever tactics, Sato believed that Flame Charge was the core move for a quick assault Pokemon like Growlithe. In practice, Flame Charge was similar to Flame Wheel, both moves involved enveloping the user in flames for a fiery charge toward the opponent. However, compared to Flame Wheel, which had slightly higher power, Flame Charge granted a speed boost buff, allowing Growlithe to move faster the longer he used it. Thus, Flame Charge was a move that was inherently powerful for both offense and defense, and it came with a natural speed boost. The flames enveloping Growlithe's body not only served as an attack but also as a defensive layer, weakening incoming enemy attacks and deterring foes from engaging in close combat. Additionally, the speed boost from Flame Charge significantly enhanced Growlithe's already high mobility, making his assault capabilities even more formidable. Based on Sato's understanding of fire-type moves, there were likely only subtle differences between Flame Charge, Flame Wheel, and Flare Blitz. The difference, he speculated, lay in how fire-type Pokemon used fire energy. In Flame Charge, fire-type Pokemon not only used condensed fire energy for the attack but also applied some of that energy to their own bodies, heating or stimulating their physical abilities to temporarily boost mobility, similar to Luffy's Gear Second. On the other hand, with Flame Wheel and Flare Blitz, the Pokemon unleashed all of their gathered fire energy in a single burst, though the amount of energy used in each move varied. In summary, Flame Wheel can be considered a lower-tier version of Flare Blitz, with reduced power but also easier execution and fewer severe side effects. At present, since Growlithe is still young and Flame Charge was hastily taught to him by his father, his proficiency with the move remains at a beginner level. Unlike his father, who could completely envelop himself in flames and had clearly mastered Flame Charge, Growlithe can only produce a few small flames and use fire energy to heat his body, boosting his physical capabilities. As for how to train Growlithe in mastering Flame Charge, Sato envisions developing it into a passive skill. Essentially, Sato hoped that Growlithe will eventually be able to multitask, maintaining Flame Charge while also using other moves simultaneously. For example, Growlithe's father's strategy of combining Flame Charge's speed boost with the Ember move to outmaneuver and strike Pinsir in hit-and-run tactics was something Sato thought was well worth learning. With the mobility boost provided by Flame Charge, Growlithe's charging moves would also see a significant increase in power, making an offensive charge style highly effective. It's important to note that Growlithe can learn powerful charging moves like Reversal, Takedown, Double Edge, Outrage, Close Combat, Wild Charge, and upon evolving into Arcanine, Extreme Speed and Giga Impact. These potent moves all involve charging at the opponent. The current training track Sato had set up for Growlithe was specifically designed for him to improve his Flame Charge. The machines placed along the curved sections of the track shot out fast but weak water balls, ensuring they wouldn't harm Growlithe. Their purpose was to train Growlithe's ability to dodge while moving at high speeds, while the heat from Flame Charge would quickly dissipate. Then, once he reached the straight sections of the track, Growlithe could reignite Flame Charge. This created an ideal environment where Growlithe could continuously practice Flame Charge without waiting for his body temperature to cool down, greatly improving the efficiency of his training. Allowing Growlithe to use Ember to block water balls also indirectly helped him practice multitasking. With such a well-designed training environment and an ample supply of high-quality poke blocks, Growlithe, being a talented fire-type Pokemon, was making steady progress with his Flame Charge. Compared to when he first ran the straight sections of the track while still somewhat wet, Growlithe could now not only dry himself off but also maintain small flames on his body, a significant improvement. As time passed, Growlithe's body gradually adjusted to the rhythm of running the curved sections of the track and found the optimal timing to exert force. Thanks to muscle memory, he began effectively dodging the water balls, clearly improving his evasive skills. Great job, but don't push yourself too hard. Your body is still growing quickly. Just another 20 minutes of training, and then we'll stop. After that, I'll give you a post-training massage, Sato said, smiling as he patted Growlithe's head while he rested. Growlithe's effort was evident. As a fire-type Pokemon, he had a strong sense of pride and was eager to catch up to Zubat and Bellossom as quickly as possible. In the past hour, he had barely rested, pushing his body to its limits. Woof, woof, woof. Hearing Sato's words, Growlithe stopped eating his poke blocks and drinking water, nodding excitedly. Chapter 115, Double Kick and Psychic Training. After observing Growlithe's training, Sato moved on to the adjacent training area where Nidoran was currently practicing. Nidoran showed great potential and had already mastered Poison Jab at an entry level, coming close to proficiency. Nidoran was very obedient to Sato, who was his family, and under Sato's patient guidance, he finally changed his method of using Poison Jab. Instead of relying on his body, he started utilizing his front claws, which had a longer attack range and were just as tough as his horn. Nidoran's level had now reached 12, automatically learning the powerful moves Focus Energy and Double Kick, further enhancing his strength. Note, Focus Energy is a normal type status move that increases the user's focus, which makes attacks more likely to land critical hits. Note, Double Kick is a fighting type physical attack with a power of 30, allowing the user to kick the opponent twice in succession, dealing damage both times. From the skill descriptions, it's clear that these two moves significantly boost Nidoran's capabilities. For instance, Focus Energy is known among gamers as a powerful move. When paired with a scope lens, it can achieve 100% critical hit damage. Thus, for Nidoran, who is destined to be a future ace Pokemon, this is undoubtedly a core skill. With Nidoking's formidable offensive potential combined with the ability Sheer Force, plus Focus Energy and a Life Orb, Nidoran's output would reach a whole new level. Double Kick is also an excellent fighting-type physical move for Nidoran, who possesses the Hustle ability, giving him a good method to handle Rock-type and Steel-type Pokemon. Due to the 2 hits of damage, Double Kick is particularly effective against weak Rock types and Steel types that have the Sturdy ability. Although Double Kick has a base power of 30, the actual damage output is effectively 60 due to the 2 hits, which, combined with Nidoran's Hustle ability, can reach a power of 90. It's fair to say that Nidoran, equipped with Double Kick, holds his own against Rock, Normal, Steel, Dark, and Ice-type Pokemon. Currently, Nidoran was diligently training his Double Kick move. Since the move was relatively simple and straightforward to use, he was already executing it quite well. Sato watched as Nidoran lunged at a heavily battered metal dummy ahead. As he dove, the claws on his front limbs glowed with white light. Immediately after, 2 loud clang sounds echoed as Nidoran rapidly struck the dummy twice with his fighting energy-encased front claws, leaving 2 shallow footprints on it, causing the metal dummy to stagger back slightly. However, after using Double Kick, Nidoran had to pause to let his front limbs recover from the soreness and numbness caused by the recoil. At his young age, Nidoran had just graduated from his juvenile stage, but his body was still developing, and his bones had yet to fully form and strengthen. Thus, using Double Kick, a close combat move relying on physical prowess, was still a bit taxing for him. Previously, he could execute Poison Jab effectively and ignore the recoil because that attack utilized the hardest parts of his body, which could withstand the impact well. Overall, Nidoran's front limb bones weren't yet strong enough to handle the side effects of Double Kick properly. Fortunately, as a Pokemon, his physical attributes were strong, and his recovery abilities were top-notch. With the help of high-quality poke blocks, the pain and numbness in his front limbs faded quickly, allowing him to continue training Double Kick on the metal dummy. After numerous repetitions of Double Kick, Nidoran's front limbs had begun to adapt to the pressure, and through the cycle of damage and recovery, both his muscle strength and bone density had significantly improved. Of course, the repeated damage and recovery during training inevitably lead to hidden injuries. Therefore, Sato made sure to take Nidoran to the Pokemon Center for a full recovery after completing his skill training, ensuring that Nidoran wouldn't have any lingering issues. The heavy clang 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 sounds echoed as Nidoran put all his effort into each Double Kick. After a relentless series of 20 Double Kicks, the poor metal dummy finally couldn't withstand the assault and began to fall apart. Once Nidoran shattered the dummy, Sato immediately called an end to the Double Kick training session. He then filled a basin with warm water to give Nidoran a relaxing massage after exercise. If you ever feel your legs in this condition again, stop training immediately, understand? Just look at your front limbs, they're swollen. Sato said, feeling a bit sorry for Nidoran as he noticed how puffy his forelimbs had become. Nido, Nidoran obediently nodded in response. After consuming a high-quality poke block, he turned his gaze to Growlithe, who was training hard, with a determined look in his eyes. the recovery ability of Pokemon is indeed remarkable. After Sato's massage and a brief rest, Nidoran's forelimbs returned to normal. However, Sato decided not to let him continue double-kick training. Training has its limits, and while Nidoran's forelimbs appeared fine on the surface, they needed more time to fully recover internally. The earlier condition of his limbs was clearly a result of cumulative hidden injuries from repeatedly using double-kick. Since it had only been a little over an hour into the 2-hour training session, Sato didn't end Nidoran's training but instead had him practice skills that didn't require physical contact, such as Confusion and Water Pulse. As a Poison-type Pokemon capable of learning Confusion, Nidoran naturally had stronger psychic power than the average Pokemon, indicating that he had a talent for training psychic energy. However, compared to Psychic-type Pokemon, Nidoran's potential for developing psychic abilities was quite limited. Even with a lifetime of training, he might only achieve a psychic strength that was about 10 times greater than that of an ordinary being. In contrast, a typical Psychic-type Pokemon could significantly enhance its powers with just a bit of training after birth. Unless Nidoran had some fortuitous encounter later on, his psychic talent would likely remain at this level. After all, psychic types rely heavily on their innate abilities. Sato didn't feel too regretful about Nidoran's limitations in developing psychic powers. Given that Nidoran was a poison-type Pokemon, which is weak against psychic types, being able to develop any psychic ability was already quite fortunate. After all, Pokemon with strong psychic powers have energy levels several times higher than that of ordinary creatures. Following his psychic training, Nidoran's mental state had noticeably improved, allowing him to function well even with little sleep. This meant Nidoran effectively gained more training time. Overall, he was now training at least twice as much as Zubat and the others. Don't underestimate this extra twofold training time. Over time, Nidoran's strength would undoubtedly grow much faster than that of the other Pokemon in the team. In fact, this heightened energy level compared to ordinary creatures is a key reason why exceptionally talented psychic types and psychic-type Pokemon in general are so powerful. After all, they already possess greater talent than you do, and with more training time, unless you have a method to close the gap or your opponent is incredibly lazy, how could you possibly catch up? Chapter 116, Effort and Patience. Training his psychic abilities not only improved Nidoran's mental state, allowing him to extend his training sessions, but it also significantly enhanced his control over various elemental energies. For most Pokemon, manipulating elemental energy follows the natural flow of that energy. In essence, after gradually understanding how an elemental energy flows, a Pokemon can guide it to conform to their will. However, Pokemon with strong psychic abilities can use a more brute force approach. They can override the energy's natural flow, using their psychic power to manipulate it directly. This is one of the reasons why Psychic-type Pokemon can often reflect ranged elemental attacks with their psychic power. Currently, through instinctive training, Nidoran's psychic power has grown significantly. After finishing his early developmental stage, he could only use his Confusion move to lift small stones weighing up to 50 grams. Now, with his increased level and improved psychic strength, Nidoran can lift objects weighing around 500 grams within a 5-meter radius and can even lightly restrict opponents. Of course, this level of psychic power is nowhere near strong enough to negate and reflect an opponent's attacks like more powerful Psychic-type Pokemon, but it's enough to help Nidoran improve the efficiency of his training for other moves. Since Nidoran is still young and his brain hasn't fully developed, Sato was careful not to overwork him. He made sure to remind Nidoran that he should only meditate for 2 hours each day to train his psychic power and avoid using Confusion unless practicing elemental moves. After a brief practice using a 1 kilogram dumbbell to train his Confusion move, Sato instructed Nidoran to stop practicing psychic moves and instead focus on training his Water Pulse, a water-type move. Water Pulse, a water-type long-range special attack move, has a power of 60. It attacks the opponent with water vibrations and may occasionally cause confusion. Sato had acquired Water Pulse from Team Rocket's internal points exchange system. Initially, he wanted to purchase Ice Beam, a move Nidoran could learn in his current stage. Unfortunately, to his dismay, moves like Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, and Ice Beam were restricted to those with captain-level clearance or higher. Unable to get his first choice, Sato settled for Water Pulse, which was still available within his current rank and deemed highly beneficial for Nidoran. Following Sato's instructions, Nidoran walked into a small pool surrounded by glass walls. The pool's water level was just enough to cover his limbs, and a large sprinkler overhead was gently releasing a drizzle of water. As a poison-type Pokemon, Nidoran found it difficult to sense and control water-type energy, so this environment was created specifically to help him. Training in a light rain-filled pool provided an ideal setting for working with water-type moves. Within the pool, the area was saturated with dense water-type energy, making it easier for Nidoran to sense and harness it. With his psychic powers, he guided the water-type energy into performing Water Pulse. A blue energy sphere formed above Nidoran, composed entirely of water-type energy. Initially, it was the size of a ping-pong ball, but as Nidoran's eyes glowed with a blue hue, the ball grew to the size of a soccer ball. As the sphere grew, a rhythmic sound of vibrating water could be heard as the energy within the blue sphere spiraled. Nidoran's training with Water Pulse was similar to Zubat's training with Shadow Ball. Each time he used Water Pulse, his goal was to gather as much Water-type energy as possible, making the blue sphere larger and more condensed. Judging from Nidoran's progress in training Water Pulse, aided by his psychic power, it was clear that he was advancing much faster than Zubat had when training Shadow Ball. Although Nidoran may not reach mastery quickly, he is on track to become proficient at using Water Pulse soon. As Nidoran gradually familiarized himself with the flow of Water-type energy, and with the assistance of his psychic power, the Water Pulse he produced became more refined and stable, even though the growth in size was slow. The sound of vibrating water grew louder and more distinct. Very good, keep it up. Train at this pace, and rest when you get tired, Sato said, observing from outside the glass walls as Nidoran steadily gained control over Water Pulse. Encouraged by Sato's praise, Nidoran nodded and continued training with full concentration. Sato had already informed all his Pokémon that they would soon face intense battles. Both Nidoran and Growlithe would participate in the battles, but only if they honed their skills quickly. In their eagerness to catch up with their senior teammates, Zubat and Bellossom, Nidoran and Growlithe were training diligently, hoping to contribute to the team's victories. Now, all 4 of Sato's battle-ready Pokémon had settled into a consistent routine for both physical and skill training. What they needed now was more time and battle experience. With those, their strength would surely improve steadily. After inspecting the progress of his 4 battle-ready Pokémon, Sato finally shifted his attention to the newest addition to his team, his 5th Pokémon, a non-battle type, Ditto, who was currently stuck to Sato's face. Yes, Sato's face had undergone a drastic transformation, going from a young, handsome look to that of an average, unremarkable man you wouldn't notice in a crowd. Compared to the training regimen for his 4 battle-ready Pokémon, Ditto's training was much simpler, though somewhat tedious. Sato's instruction was straightforward: transform into a human skin mask and maintain that form for as long as possible. For Ditto, this task wasn't particularly difficult. Following Sato's guidance and using the face image provided, Ditto would stick to Sato's face and perfectly mimic the human mask Sato wanted. The challenge, however, lay in Ditto's patience. Keeping the mask form for extended periods without moving was tough for Ditto, who had a playful and restless personality. At first, Ditto's patience was limited, and it could only maintain the human mask for 15 minutes before giving up. However, seeing how hard its teammates were working in their own training, Ditto pushed itself to stay focused, determined to keep holding the mask form without moving. Well done, Ditto. You managed to hold it for 20 minutes this time, 5 minutes longer than before. You've improved. Take a short break and have a poke block, Sato said with a smile, handing a high-quality poke block to the tired-looking Ditto sitting on his shoulder. Ditto quickly devoured the poke block. After a brief rest, it climbed back onto Sato's face, once again transforming it into a nondescript, ordinary face. Everyone around me is working so hard, and my training is so simple. If I can't even do this properly, it would be embarrassing, Ditto thought to itself. Since it was stuck to Sato's face throughout the training, Ditto was fully aware that its training tasks were much easier than those of its 4 teammates. If it couldn't accomplish even this, it would feel too ashamed to remain in the team. Chapter 117, Battle Arena. Time quietly passed, and before long, 2 hours had gone by. Sato had his Pokémon wrap up their skill training and led them out of the Pokémon training facility. To ensure proper recovery for his Pokémon, Sato headed straight to the Pokémon Center, where Nurse Joy provided comprehensive healing and care for all of them. After the treatment for his 5 Pokémon was completed, it was already 6 p.m. Sato fed his Pokémon and took a short break to have a meal himself. Once his well-fed Pokémon were ready, Sato left the Pokémon Center with them. Night had fallen, and Saffron City began to welcome its bustling nightlife. Sato walked along the brightly lit streets. Since most people had finished their busy day jobs and the evening air had cooled, many were out walking in groups of friends. Compared to the daytime, Saffron City seemed even more lively and prosperous as night fell. Sato only briefly observed the colorful nighttime city before continuing his search among the bustling streets for something he had in mind. Yes, Sato had ventured out at night to find opponents for Pokémon battles. However, from what he could see, the street he was walking along didn't have any battlefield set up. But Pokémon battles are the most popular sport in the Pokémon world, so Sato knew that if he spent a little time searching, he would eventually find one. Before long, he came across what he was looking for, a small building in the eastern part of the city. The building was about the size of a basketball court, and above its entrance was a sign reading, Battle Arena, formed by a string of colorful lights. The entrance was crowded with people coming and going, and loud cheers could be heard from within. Saffron City attracted many trainers from around the world, creating a strong battle culture in the city. The city's residents loved to watch thrilling Pokémon battles, which further encouraged this atmosphere. Driven by profit, some business-minded individuals had set up various Pokémon battle venues in Saffron City. They offered free battle platforms for trainers and attractive cash prizes, drawing in large numbers of trainers. High-level Pokemon battles also attracted many spectators, allowing these venues to charge admission and earn profits. Additionally, many of these battle venues operated betting systems, bringing in even more money. There were plenty of battle arenas like the one Sato stood before throughout Saffron City. The largest of them all was the battle stage in the city center, a premier platform where many powerful trainers showcased their skills. It was the same venue where the upcoming Elite Four exhibition matches would be held in a few days. However, compared to the famous Battle Tower in LaRue City in the Hoenn region, Saffron City's battle venues were of a slightly lower caliber. It was similar to how a world-famous 7-star hotel in Dubai held an elite status. LaRue City's Battle Tower was the most renowned Pokemon battle facility in the world. A battle arena, huh? Interesting, Sato thought as his eyes lit up, excitement stirring within him. What do trainers strive for? Dreams, money, or power? For Sato, money and power were secondary. What he pursued was excitement, and honor was certainly a form of excitement. The feeling of standing in the spotlight, basking in the cheers of the crowd, was indescribably thrilling. Hello, trainer. Are you here to participate in the battle competition? A young, professionally dressed woman greeted him with a smile as she saw Sato, clearly dressed as a trainer, approach. Saffron City was a highly competitive city. Ever since Pokemon battle arenas became money-making machines, many more had sprung up throughout the city. As competition grew, many battle venues began offering larger cash prizes and rare Pokemon items to attract trainers, ensuring a steady flow of challengers. However, with so many Pokemon battle venues in Saffron City and most trainers coming here specifically for battles, many of them were also looking to purchase desired Pokemon items. They couldn't spend all their time at battle venues without continuing their travels for training and experience. As a result, some less popular battle venues often struggled to attract participants, leading to poor business. The beautiful receptionist now speaking to Sato was specifically employed to recruit trainers for this particular battle arena. Yes, this is my first time here. Could you explain how I can participate and go over the rules? Sato replied calmly. Hearing his confirmation, the receptionist's smile brightened even more, and she quickly explained the arena's rules in detail. She also made sure to highlight the various rewards Sato could earn for winning. According to her explanation, due to the level of the venue, it currently only offered low-level and mid-level battle arenas. The low-level arena featured 1-on-1 battles, while the mid-level arena involved 3-on-3 battles. Initially, trainers had to start in the low-level arena. After achieving 51 victories out of 100 battles, they could advance to the mid-level arena. In the low-level arena, each victory awarded 10,000 Pokedollars, and achieving a 10-win streak would net an additional 200,000 Pokedollars along with a rare Pokemon item. The mid-level/intermediate level arena required an entry fee, with a minimum of 100,000 Pokedollars per match. Victory in the mid-level arena also granted 200,000 Pokedollars, and winning 5 matches in a row would award 500,000 Pokedollars and an extremely valuable/rare Pokemon item. However, if a trainer lost 3 consecutive matches, they would be demoted back to the low-level arena. Since Sato had just arrived at this battle venue, he naturally had to start from scratch, accumulating victories. He was now in the competitor's waiting room, awaiting his turn to battle. At the same time, Sato was using the large screen in the waiting room to observe the battles of other participants. Unfortunately, the waiting room in a Pokemon battle venue was also a highly competitive environment. Even though Sato just wanted to watch the battles quietly, someone inevitably came over to cause trouble. Well, I'm in luck tonight. It looks like I'm up against a first-time competitor. This means another easy win for me, and I'll be one step closer to my 51 victories. Remember my name, Rookie, because the one who's going to beat you is Ishida Taro. A young trainer in a black uniform approached Sato with a smug expression. He was holding a number tag identical to the one Sato had, indicating that he was Sato's next opponent. The other trainers waiting around couldn't help but look on with envy after hearing this. In truth, most of the participants in these smaller battle arenas were regular civilian trainers. Yes, they were here mainly to earn the prize money from winning. From Sato's appearance and demeanor, the other civilian trainers could easily tell that he was one of them. Having shared similar experiences, they knew the struggles of being a poor civilian trainer and also understood how low the odds were for a first-time competitor. The Pokemon battles here were completely different from those outside. Without the right mental preparation, newcomers could lose terribly. Sato, however, remained unfazed by the taunt from his opponent. He continued to calmly watch the battles on the large screen, completely ignoring Ishida Taro as if he were invisible. Humph, you're pretty calm, aren't you? I hope you don't cry too much when you lose, Ishida Taro sneered, annoyed at being ignored, but he didn't press the matter further. He threw out his parting words and walked away. A few minutes later, the broadcast in the waiting room announced the names of Sato and Ishida Taro. Their Pokemon battle was about to begin. Chapter 118, First Arena Battle. Be careful, Rookie. If your Pokemon gets defeated, recall it immediately. Anything can happen in the arena, even death. As Sato was about to leave the waiting room and enter the passage to the battle arena, a young female trainer sitting near the door turned her head slightly and spoke to him with a blank expression. "Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful." "My name is Sato," he replied, glancing at the Vulpix with a cautious look in her arms, smiling slightly before opening the door and heading into the arena passage. "You seem to think highly of him. Why'd you give him a heads up? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to him." "He's not even as good-looking as me," teased a male trainer, clearly her companion, after Sato had left. The female trainer had a typical Kanto appearance, black hair, black eyes, and healthy tanned skin. She wasn't strikingly beautiful, but her features were the kind that grew on you. Her simple and modest attire also marked her as a regular civilian trainer. In her arms, she held an adorable Vulpix. "Humph, you'd better be careful. Didn't you notice? Vulpix is wary of him," she said seriously, casting her companion a sidelong glance. Her Vulpix possessed a unique ability to sense danger, and thanks to that, she had avoided several crises in the past, which was why she often carried it with her. When Sato had walked past just now, her Vulpix had put up a cautious expression, pressing its paws on her arm, its way of warning her of danger. No way. Vulpix was wary of him. That hasn't happened in a while. If that's the case, that guy might be a tough opponent. I'll have to get to know him better later. The male trainer's playful expression quickly faded after hearing his companion's words and seeing her Vulpix nod at him. He, too, had benefited from Vulpix's ability in the past and trusted the female trainer's judgment completely. "Just watch the screen. This battle should give us a good idea of his strength," the female trainer said, turning her focus back to the large screen behind them. By now, Sato and Ishida Taro had already taken their positions on opposite sides of the battle arena. "Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin the next Pokemon battle. Our competitors this time are the newcomer Sato and his first opponent here at this arena, Ishida Taro, who's on a 6-win streak with 21 total victories." As soon as the referee announced their names, the crowd erupted into cheers. Ishida Taro. Ishida Taro. Ishida Taro. It was clear that Ishida was quite popular in this battle arena, thanks to his winning streak. The moment his name was announced, the audience began chanting his name to cheer him on. "So, this is the arena. It feels different, but it looks like I'm already considered the underdog," Sato thought to himself, looking at the packed stands and listening to the crowd's cheers. "You hear that, kid? If you know what's good for you, just surrender right away. I don't want my Pokemon wasting precious energy on a pawn like you tonight," Ishida Taro taunted, excited and proud from the cheers of the crowd. He loved this arena, loved the atmosphere, and believed that it was the key to helping him, a regular civilian trainer with no background, gain resources and rise through the ranks. That's why he had to win. He had to keep winning. He wanted to use his trained Pokemon to win fame and fortune. Soon, the large screen in the arena began spinning the 2 roulette wheels. When the wheels stopped, the pointer on one wheel landed on Ishida Taro's side, indicating that he would release his Pokemon first, while the pointer on the other wheel landed on the rock symbol, indicating that the battle would take place on a rocky terrain. Even if I let you go second, it won't make a difference. Go, Poliwrath." Seeing the roulette pointer land on him, Ishida Taro nonchalantly remarked. After the battlefield switched to a rocky terrain, he quickly released his Pokemon from the Pokeball in his hand. A beam of white light shot out from the open Pokeball, landing on the rocky battlefield. When the light faded, a very muscular Poliwrath appeared. This Poliwrath seemed to have quite a temper. As soon as it entered the battlefield, it smashed a nearby boulder into pieces with its massive fists, then effortlessly leaped onto the highest rock, gesturing provocatively at Sato. "Ha ha ha. There it is." Ishida Taro's Poliwrath is once again taunting his opponent. How will newcomer Sato respond to this challenge? What Pokemon will he send out to face it? The commentator, a middle-aged man, hyped up the crowd even more as the atmosphere in the arena heated up. "Impressive, but if you think you'll beat me easily, you're dreaming." As Poliwrath taunted him, Sato used his system's scanning ability to examine Poliwrath's stats carefully. Pokemon, Poliwrath. Level. Type, Water/Fighting. Ability, Damp. Gender, Male. Known moves, Water Sport, Water Gun, Hypnosis, Bubble, Double Slap, Rain Dance, Body Slam, Bubble Beam, Rollout, Seismic Toss, Water Pulse, Egg Move, Ice Punch, TM, Protect, TM, Hyper Beam, TM. Judging from Poliwrath's stats, Ishida Taro was no weak trainer, despite being a regular trainer. It was likely that he had evolved his Poliwhirl into Poliwrath using a Water Stone, and he even had the means to purchase the TMs for Ice Punch and Hyper Beam. "Come out, Zubat. I'll be counting on you for this battle." Despite the opponent's strength, Sato showed no hesitation. He released his chosen Pokemon for the battle. In the next moment, a beam of white light shot into the air from Sato's Pokeball, and a well-developed Zubat appeared, hovering in the sky. Wow! What a large Zubat! Sato has chosen to send out a Pokémon with a type advantage over Poliwrath's fighting type. Without further delay, let's begin the battle. As the commentator briefly introduced Zubat, he quickly prompted the referee to start the match. The moment the commentator finished speaking, the referee waved the flag to signal the start of the battle. Standing atop a rock, Poliwrath didn't wait for any commands from Ishida Taro and immediately fired a bubble beam at Zubat. A rapid stream of glowing blue bubbles shot out from Poliwrath's belly like a machine gun, spraying towards Zubat and covering the sky, making it nearly impossible for Zubat to dodge. But Zubat, after a week of survival training in the wild, had grown significantly. As soon as it emerged, it used its echolocation to track Poliwrath's every movement. Faced with Poliwrath's laughable sneak attack, Zubat responded without hesitation. A 3-meter-wide white whirlwind appeared in front of it. In the eyes of the astonished audience, the spinning white whirlwind pulled in all of the blue bubbles formed by Poliwrath's water-type attack. Well done, Zubat. Show this arrogant eye our strength. Seeing Zubat had successfully blocked the sneak attack, Sato praised Zubat, then quickly issued his attack command. Without any delay, Zubat, controlling the white whirlwind, sent it surging toward Poliwrath, carrying Poliwrath's own bubble beam with it. Chapter 119, Victory. As the white whirlwind, carrying its own bubble beam, rushed toward Poliwrath, the Pokémon remained calm. With a powerful push from its legs, it leaped from its rock to another, dodging Zubat's whirlwind attack. Watch your back. Jump down and counter with water gun. Ishida Taro's urgent voice rang out before Poliwrath could even relax, prompting a reflexive leap off the rock. Just as Poliwrath jumped, several black energy spheres hit the rock it had just vacated, shattering it into pieces. It turned out that while Poliwrath dodged the whirlwind, Zubat, using its echolocation, tracked Poliwrath's every move. When Poliwrath leaped onto another rock, Zubat appeared right behind it, launching a sneak attack with Shadow Ball. As Poliwrath descended, debris from the shattered rock flew toward it, along with a cloud of dust that obstructed its vision. The dust forced Poliwrath to cancel its water gun attack. Now's our chance. Keep hitting it with Shadow Ball. Sato seized the opportunity, instructing Zubat to continue its ranged assault. Poliwrath, the attack's coming. Jump to the rock behind you to avoid it. Ishida Taro wasn't a novice trainer, with 21 victories in this arena. His experience shone through, recognizing that Poliwrath couldn't aim at Zubat due to the dust, while Zubat was using echolocation to perfectly target Poliwrath. He quickly gave another command. Poliwrath, trusting Ishida Taro's judgment, executed the order without hesitation, as if by muscle memory. Thanks to the precise command and Poliwrath's swift reflexes, it once again dodged Zubat's Shadow Ball attack. Unbelievable. Poliwrath's reflexes are incredible. Is it even thinking, or is it just moving purely on muscle memory? The commentator exclaimed, amazed by Poliwrath's miraculous escape. The crowd erupted into applause, thrilled by the intense battle. Despite being pressured by Zubat, Poliwrath's narrow evasion excited them. They were also impressed by the remarkable training Ishida Taro had given Poliwrath. However, not all spectators were thrilled. Some began to worry, realizing that Zubat was equally strong and had the advantage of flight, keeping Poliwrath on the defensive. It was clear that as long as Zubat maintained control of the battle, it was only a matter of time before Poliwrath made a mistake and faced a barrage of relentless attacks. As anticipated, Zubat, having seized the upper hand, was not about to relinquish it. Just after Poliwrath dodged several Shadow Balls, a fierce gust of wind, comparable to a level 7 storm, blew toward Poliwrath, nearly toppling it from its perch. Simultaneously, 9 razor-sharp air blades sliced through the wind like lightning. 4 of the blades, under Zubat's control, blocked Poliwrath's escape routes on either side, creating a pincer attack. Poliwrath. Use Protect to block the attack, and wait for an opening to counter. Ishida Taro knew that Zubat was giving Poliwrath no time to recover, and with its escape routes sealed, Poliwrath had no choice but to use its precious Protect move to block the incoming air cutter. Damn it, how is this guy so strong? What has that Zubat been eating to grow this big? Its physical strength is incredible, and its speed is far superior to Poliwrath's. With its echolocation, it's almost as if Zubat controls the entire battlefield. No matter what Poliwrath does, it's always a step behind. As Ishida Taro analyzed the situation, his face grew darker, especially when he glanced over at Sato, who remained as calm and composed as ever. This only made Taro feel more frustrated. Following Taro's command, Poliwrath clapped its fists together, forming a bright green energy shield that enveloped its body. Zubat's 4 air cutter blades struck the shield, but thanks to the protection from Protect, Poliwrath successfully blocked the attack once again. Now's our chance, Poliwrath. While Zubat is recovering from its move, use Hyper Beam. After Poliwrath successfully blocked Zubat's air cutter with Protect, Ishida Taro noticed that Zubat seemed to slow down after its continuous powerful attacks. Seizing the moment, he ordered Polyrath to unleash its powerful hyper beam, hoping to turn the battle around. Just as the commentator had mentioned earlier, Polyrath seemed to act on muscle memory. The moment Ishida Taro gave the command, Polyrath immediately fired an orange energy beam with lightning speed towards Zubat in the sky. Polyrath's hyper beam was incredibly fast, evidence of its rigorous training, leaving Zubat with no time to dodge. But just as everyone believed that Polyrath was about to make a stunning comeback and defeat the relentless Zubat, Sato's calm voice thwarted their hopes. Protect. Sato, ever alert to the flow of the battle, gave Zubat the timely command. In an instant, Zubat summoned a bright green energy shield around itself, just like Polyrath had earlier. At the last possible moment, the Protect shield successfully blocked Polyrath's hyper beam. The energy shield created by Protect was incredibly strong, even withstanding the 150 power hyper beam without breaking. Zubat emerged unscathed from Polyrath's sudden counterattack. The battle ends now. Zubat, use Supersonic on Polyrath, and then finish it with your strongest air cutter. After Zubat's successful Protect, Sato wasted no time giving the next command. On the other side, after Polyrath fired its hyper beam, it suffered from the move's recoil, leaving it unable to move. Helpless, it was hit by Zubat's Supersonic, falling into confusion, followed by the powerful air cutter. Boom. 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 The 4 air cutter blades controlled by Zubat struck Polyrath one after the other, sending it flying through the air. Polyrath crashed into several rocks, its body covered in wounds due to the type disadvantage. Stand up, Polyrath. Get up, now. Ishida Taro shouted desperately, his face filled with rage and frustration as he watched Polyrath struggle on the ground. Hearing its trainer's call, Polyrath tried to rise, but just as it barely got up, 2 black energy balls appeared overhead, knocking it down once again. This time, no matter how much Ishida Taro called out, Polyrath could no longer respond. The battle is over. Polyrath is unable to fight. The winner is Sato and his Zubat. The referee on the edge of the battlefield, adhering to professional standards, silently counted the 10 seconds during which Polyrath failed to stand. He then picked up the microphone and announced the result of the battle. Ah! Clap. 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 Go Zubat. Well done Sato. As soon as the referee's announcement echoed, cheers erupted from the audience, celebrating the victory. At this moment, both Zubat and Sato were basking in the glory of their triumph. Amidst the adoring crowd's gaze, a dazzling yet gentle white light began to emit from Zubat's body. Chapter 120, Evolution. Damn it, after defeating my Polyrath, it's also evolving. Ugh. Seeing Zubat rise on top of Polyrath's shoulders and begin to evolve, Ishida Taro's expression turned exceptionally grim after just recalling Polyrath into its Pokeball. However, when he considered using a small needle to slightly interfere with Zubat's evolution process, a cold glare immediately fixed on him. In an instant, a sense of deadly threat surged within him. Feeling a breath of death approaching, Ishida Taro froze, daring not to make a move. Following his instincts, he turned his head slightly and was met with Sato's eyes, which were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, beside Sato stood Bellossom, holding a bright green energy ball directed squarely at Ishida Taro. Though small, the energy ball emitted visible waves of green energy, clearly indicating it was a compressed grass-type energy ball, capable of delivering substantial power. It was evident that if Ishida Taro dared to make any slight movement, Bellossom's potent energy ball would immediately strike him, leaving his fate uncertain. If I dare make a small move, this guy will definitely have his Pokémon take me out. Feeling the cold murderous look from Sato and seeing the green energy ball in Bellossom's hand, Ishida Taro slowly lowered his small needle and stood frozen like a wooden statue, beads of sweat the size of beans dripping from his face onto the ground. What a terrifying guy, Ishida has really kicked the hornet's nest this time. In the trainer's lounge, young female trainers exchanged glances with young male trainers, silently thinking the same. While Sato and Bellossom kept a close watch on Ishida Taro, Zubat bathed in the evolution light, undergoing a dramatic transformation. First and foremost were its wings. Zubat's large bat wings, which initially stretched out to 1.2 meters, were now rapidly enlarging at a visible rate. Ultimately, the wings expanded to at least 1.8 meters in length, becoming broader and more powerful. Next came its mouth and body. Zubat's formerly small mouth began to stretch and enlarge quickly, transforming into a massive jaw with 4 sharp fangs, nearly taking up most of its body. Simultaneously, a pair of menacing eyes emerged at the front, and its previously large ears shrank to become small, resembling a pair of cute cat ears. Finally, Zubat's long pointed tail wings gradually elongated and transformed under the reshaping influence of the evolution light, ultimately forming into a pair of small feet shaped like a straight line. As the evolution light dispersed quickly into the air, a remarkably robust Golbat appeared, its newly evolved form showcasing broad wings that had flared powerfully. In an instant, a white whirlwind with a diameter of over 3 meters appeared centered around Golbat. The strong winds emanating from the center stirred up a fierce gale that swept across the battlefield, causing the audience members to instinctively close their eyes. Seconds later, after adapting to its body, a newly evolved Golbat swiftly flew to Sato's side and gently landed on his outstretched arm. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Golbat. From today onward, your strength has taken a huge leap forward. Sato exclaimed, grinning widely as he looked at the large bat, which was nearly twice the size of a normal one. As Sato's starter Pokémon, Golbat's evolution was of great significance. Its ability to evolve signified not only Golbat's growth but also Sato's progress as a trainer. He had completely shed the identity of a novice trainer. Bellissime. Bellissime, standing beside Sato, dispelled the energy ball in her hand and smiled as she congratulated Golbat. Clap, clap, clap. In addition to Bellissime's congratulations, many spectators who witnessed the evolution cheered and applauded, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. While Sato and Golbat reveled in their victory and the joy of evolution, Ishida Taro quietly left the arena, feeling somewhat dejected as he walked into the contestant passage. This time, as the newcomer to the battlefield, Sato's debut was marked by standing atop Ishida Taro, a veteran trainer with 21 wins. As the victor, Sato naturally received honor, while the loser, Ishida Taro, could only exit in solitude. Soon, prompted by the referee, Sato, along with Golbat and Bellissime, made their way off the stage. However, instead of entering the contestant lounge to wait for his next match, Sato chose to sit in the audience area near the exit of the contestant passage, watching other competitors closely. At the same time, Sato took out his laptop and utilized the system's detection capabilities to meticulously record the data of the competitors and their Pokémon battling on the field. Without a doubt, one of these competitors would soon become his opponent, so gathering sufficient intelligence was essential to gain the upper hand in the battles ahead. Since the battles were one-on-one, each Pokémon match in the arena didn't last long. Within just an hour, there were 10 Pokémon battles. Through close observation, Sato noticed that every competitor displayed considerable strength. While there were differences in skill, they were not significant. Moreover, each Pokémon sent onto the battlefield showed high battle quality, clearly exhibiting signs of rigorous training by their trainers. In the end, Sato gained a deeper understanding of various Pokémon moves and the actions performed before executing these moves through his close watching. They're all powerful opponents. I'm quite lucky to be able to battle against them. As long as I can defeat them one by one, my Pokémon will surely gain abundant experience points, Sato thought, excitedly watching the intense battles unfolding before him. Chapter 121, Fiero. Soon, the Pokémon battle in front of Sato concluded, and a female staff member came over to notify him that it was his turn in the next match. Receiving the notice, Sato climbed the steps to the battle platform, and as he ascended, the crowd began cheering for him. Apparently, in his last match, Sato had defeated the once arrogant Ishida Taro, instantly gaining quite a few fans. When Sato reached the battle platform, his opponent on the opposite side was already waiting impatiently, glaring at him with a displeased expression. This time, Sato's opponent was a yellow-haired thug with a gaudy, unconventional hairstyle. He wore a highly eccentric jacket that exposed his scarred chest, and he twirled a black pokeball between his fingers. Humph, don't think you're so great just because you beat Ishida Taro. Let me show you what a real Pokémon battle looks like. Just don't cry afterward, ha 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 ha. Seeing Sato step onto the platform, the thug flashed a twisted smile, taunting him with a mocking tone. Unfazed by the thug's threats, Sato maintained his impassive expression. Now that he was on this thrilling stage, his mind was consumed solely by battle strategies, with no other distractions. Sato recalled seeing this yellow-haired thug in a previous match. Surprisingly, he was already up for another round. Sato remembered the thug's name as Kurwashi, though he suspected it was just a made-up alias. The previous battle took place on a grass field. Kurwashi had sent out his Magmar, while his opponent, being the first to act, chose a Scyther, suitable for a grassy terrain. As expected, the outcome was one-sided. With the type advantage, Kurwashi's Magmar easily defeated Scyther, leaving it with severe burns. If Scyther's trainer hadn't quickly recalled it into its Pokeball, Scyther might have been fatally burned by Magmar. In general, Kurwashi was far more ruthless than Ishida Taro. He would seize any opportunity to deal brutal attacks on his opponent's Pokémon. And here we have it. Contestant Sato is back on the battle stage, and his opponent this time is Kurwashi, who boasts 25 wins. Sato recently delivered a swift victory over Ishida Taro, who had 21 wins, so we can expect both contestants to be quite strong. Alright, no more delay, let's get the battle roulette spinning. With both contestants in position, the announcer gave a brief introduction and signaled for the battle roulette to determine the starting player in the battlefield. As soon as the announcer finished, the backstage crew activated both roulettes. After a rapid spin, one pointer landed on Sato, while the other pointed to the water field. Yes. The roulette has stopped. According to the results, Sato is the starting player, and the battle will take place on the water field. What kind of exciting showdown will we see? Let's find out. With the announcement, the battlefield began to change. A massive water pool, at least 20 meters deep, rose from beneath separating steel panels, with white floating platforms scattered across its surface and a wooden bridge connecting both ends of the pool. Let's do this, Bellisum. This battle's yours. As the water field settled, Sato opened his pokeball, allowing Bellisum to gracefully land on the wooden bridge. Since his opponent had previously used Magmar, and this terrain was unsuitable for it, Sato decided to send in Bellisum, who could counter water types. However, being the starting player, Sato knew he was bound to face a counter from his opponent, who could choose a Pokemon advantageous over Bellisum. Though Bellisum's grass type naturally counters water types suited for a water field, this terrain posed little difficulty for flying type Pokemon. As expected, Sato was ultimately unprepared for the specific details about his opponent's Pokemon. After he sent out Bellisum, Kawashi flashed a smug smile and released a Fiero radiating a menacing aura. Caw. Fiero let out a sharp cry the moment it emerged from the Pokeball, then beat its wings forcefully, sending a strong gust of wind toward Bellisum on the wooden bridge. Bellisum had to steady itself by gripping the bridge to withstand the fierce wind. Right from the start, this aggressive Fiero delivered an intimidating display to Bellisum. At this moment, Sato quickly used the system's detection ability to scan and assess Fiero's details. Pokemon, Fiero. Level. Type, Flying/Normal. Ability, Keen Eye. Gender, Male. Known moves, Drill Run, Peck, Leer, Growl, Pursuit, Fury Attack, Aerial Ace, Mirror Move, Assurance, Agility, Heat Wave, TM, Air Slash, TM, Protect, TM. This is going to be tough. In terms of both type and moves, my opponent's Fiero has a full advantage over Bellisum. To win, I'll have to outsmart him with something unexpected. Reviewing Fiero's stats provided by the system, Sato kept his face neutral, but he couldn't help feeling some internal concern, his eyes reflecting his serious thoughts. For Sato and Bellisum, this would be a hard-fought battle. Without a teammate to rely on, guiding Bellisum to overcome the type disadvantage and defeat Fiero alone would be a significant challenge. Especially since Bellisum hadn't learned any moves specifically countering flying types. If they were to win, it would have to be through a clever strategy, otherwise, with both Pokemon at nearly the same level, defeat would be inevitable. As the referee lowered the flag, the battle officially began. From watching previous matches, Sato noticed that the Pokemon here all shared one trait: they instinctively seized the opportunity to attack first. As soon as the referee's flag dropped, even if their trainer didn't issue a command, they would rush to strike. Just as Sato anticipated, the instant the referee's flag fell, Fiero launched into action. It spread its broad wings and swooped down at once. At the same time, its sharp beak became enveloped in a concentrated flying-type energy, with the tip slicing through the air, scattering wisps of white streaks in its wake. In this moment, Fiero's rapid descent resembled a fighter jet targeting Bellisum on the wooden bridge below, creating an immense sense of pressure. It was like an eagle's strike from the skies. Chapter 122, Collision. Faced with Fiero's sudden assault, Bellisum, having been forewarned by Sato, remained calm and began gracefully dancing across the narrow wooden bridge. Quickly, vibrant green leaves appeared around her, dancing in sync. In the blink of an eye, Bellisum's figure was entirely cloaked by the swirling, emerald leaves. Humph, just a petty trick. No matter how much she tries to hide, Fiero's peck attack will hit its mark, Kawashi scoffed. Indeed, even though Bellisum was concealed by a thick veil of leaves, to Fiero's sharp eyes, these coverings were no obstacle. Through minute gaps between the leaves, Bellisum's silhouette remained exposed to Fiero. He's coming, now's your chance, Bellisum, show him the results of your training. Sato called out as Fiero dove from the sky. Already well aware of Fiero's keen eye ability, Sato knew he couldn't rely solely on concealment. As soon as Sato gave the order, Bellisum, already prepared, concentrated her energy, stacking the green leaves in a layered formation until they created a solid, thick, emerald shield in front of her at impressive speed. Just as the shield took shape, Fiero's peck attack arrived. Fiero's peck versus Bellisum's Magical Leaf, in terms of type and momentum, Magical Leaf was clearly at a disadvantage. Indeed, even though Bellisum had cleverly used the energy of Magical Leaf to form a defensive barrier, Fiero's peck, enhanced by its dive momentum, proved too powerful. Fiero's long, sharp beak pierced through the shield with ease, aiming straight for Bellisum. However, Bellisum's shield wasn't entirely ineffective, it bought her a brief moment to evade. In that split second, Bellisum made her move. With a swift, elegant pirouette, she dodged Fiero's sharp beak and then used an S-pattern dance step to quickly widen the distance between them. As Bellisum pulled away, a puff of purple powder dispersed from the two flowers atop her head. Don't pursue. Fiero, beware of her poison powder, blow it away and regroup in the air. Kawashi, recognizing the nature of Bellisum's powder, was taken aback but swiftly commanded Fiero, who had instinctively begun to give chase. Fiero heeded his trainer's warning, abandoning the chase just in time. With a beat of its wings, it swept the poison powder away and then returned to the air to reassess. Unbelievable. What an incredible display of attack and defense right from the start. My word, Bellisom's evasive dance to avoid Firo's assault was absolutely stunning, truly beautiful and impressive. Witnessing the thrilling exchange, the announcer on the commentary platform grabbed his mic, shouting with enthusiasm as the intense battle unfolded before the audience. Meanwhile, the audience applauded generously, cheering for Bellisom's dazzling performance. But the battle was far from over. Both trainers and their Pokémon remained fully absorbed in the intense battle before them, paying no attention to the crowd's reaction. Attack as usual, Sato commanded. Though disappointed that Firo avoided Bellisom's poison powder by following Kurwashi's orders, Sato quickly took advantage of Firo's retreat, directing Bellisom to go on the offensive. Without hesitation, Bellisom, who had been dancing and creating more distance, summoned another flurry of glowing green leaves around herself. The leaves spun out like small blades, aiming directly at the airborne Firo. As more energy leaves appeared and shot forward, they combined to form a vibrant green dragon-like shape, which lunged toward Firo, fangs bared. Not wanting to be hit, Firo immediately sped up, executing skillful aerial maneuvers to dodge the green dragon. However, the magical leaf attack was locked on. Despite Firo's graceful evasions, it remained in relentless pursuit, forcing him into a tiring dance to avoid it. Firo, stop dodging. Those are magical leaves, they'll keep tracking you. Use Heat Wave to destroy them, then keep attacking Bellisom with Heat Wave from above. Note, Heat Wave, a fire-type special ranged attack with a power of 95, releases intense heat to strike opponents and can sometimes cause burns. This move, though a fire-type attack, has flying-type characteristics, making it particularly effective for flying-type Pokémon to counter grass types. As the green dragon continued its pursuit, Kurwashi quickly recognized the nature of Bellisom's energy leaves and ordered Firo to switch from evasion to offense, breaking the attack by striking back. Having been chased endlessly by the green dragon, Firo's frustration showed in his fierce glare. With his trainer's command, his wide wings were soon enveloped in a fiery, red energy. He then beat his wings forcefully, launching a wave of intense heat toward the green dragon. Instantly, a scorching wind erupted, meeting the grass-type energy of the dragon. With the advantage of type, the green dragon was set ablaze and swiftly dissipated in midair. Firo, having shattered Bellisom's magical leaf with Heat Wave, continued following Kurwashi's orders, sending further waves of heated air directly at Bellisom on the wooden bridge. With each blast of scorching wind, Bellisom, unable to dodge in her usual way, had no choice but to raise another shield of magical leaves for some defense. However, the intense type disadvantage was merciless. The fire-infused heat wave tore through the grass-based shield. The blistering wind struck Bellisom, blowing her back and causing serious damage. Her flowers and leafy skirt began to wither from the intense heat. The situation rapidly worsened, and Bellisom was now in a dire crisis. Chapter 123, War of Attrition. Bellisom, quickly jump off the bridge and into the water. Seeing Kurwashi using Firo's advantage in the air to kite Bellisom with repeated heat wave attacks, a grim look crossed Sato's face. His worst-case scenario had come to pass. Flying-type Pokémon had an inherent advantage in battle, often using hit-and-run tactics from above. Without a way to counter them, opponents could be toyed with until they were defeated. Bellisom's long-range moves included Acid, Energy Ball, Leaf Blade, Magical Leaf, Razor Leaf, and Leaf Storm, but none of them posed a threat. Acid was negligible, and the rest were all grass-type moves, which Firo's Heat Wave could easily overpower. If Firo had continued close combat tactics, Sato would have had a better chance of countering with Bellisom's status moves. But now, with Firo taking this frustrating hit-and-run approach, Bellisom's chances of victory looked slim. Even so, Sato believed Bellisom still had a shot. The battlefield was a water arena, making it much harder for Heat Wave alone to knock Bellisom out right away. With a splash, Bellisom followed Sato's command and jumped into the water, dodging another heat wave just in time. Submerged, Bellisom absorbed plenty of moisture, restoring her flowers and leafy skirt to their full, vibrant state. She then surfaced, climbing onto a floating platform. Haha. Give it up already, Sato. Having Bellisom jump in the water is only delaying the inevitable, like a frog being slowly boiled alive. Firo, keep using Heat Wave. Let's make that pool boil. Kurwashi taunted, directing Firo to continue its kiting strategy from above. Meanwhile, Sato and Bellisom weren't going down without a fight. Bellisom launched magical leaves and energy balls at the airborne Firo while diving into the water to dodge each heat wave attack. Despite her efforts, most attacks missed, and even when they hit, they barely fazed Firo, who was only mildly irritated by the impacts. What a display of endurance. Sato and Bellisom haven't given up. They're cleverly using the water arena to counter Firo's aerial advantage. How will this battle end? The announcer boomed, his voice ringing with excitement. The audience, however, didn't share the commentator's enthusiasm. With the action reduced to repetitive hit-and-run moves, they grew visibly bored, some even began to yawn. The exchange had already dragged on for 7 or 8 minutes, with neither side making decisive progress. The spectators began to suspect Sato was only prolonging an inevitable defeat. TCH, struggling till the bitter end. Fine, we'll oblige. Fiyero, take your time. Let them savor the slow roast just a little longer, Kurwashi sneered, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Fiyero matched his master's cruelty, heeding the command to slow its attacks. It started heating the water bit by bit, sending a steady stream of heat waves down at Bellissum and the arena. As Fiyero continued its assault, the stadium temperature rose, and the pool, the main target, began to warm visibly. After 7 to 8 minutes of relentless heat wave bombardment, the water was noticeably hotter, putting Bellissum in a worsening predicament. Although the water in the pool hadn't yet started boiling, it was heating enough that Bellissum couldn't stay submerged for long. Instead, she relied on her dampened body to reduce the damage from Fiyero's heat wave. After all, Bellissum may be plant-like, but staying too long in heated water would cause harm nearly as severe as Fiyero's attacks. Hold on, just a little longer, the opportunity is almost here, Sato whispered encouragingly. Watching as Fiyero's heat wave slowly cornered Bellissum like a frog in warming water, Sato felt a pang of concern. Yet, Bellissum seemed to sense her trainer's determination to win, and she continued to endure, gritting her teeth with resolve. The flowers atop her head glowed softly, their light sustaining her through synthesis, gradually restoring her strength and healing her wounds, despite the current conditions not being ideal for it. Another 10 minutes passed, and to most of the audience, Bellissum appeared nearly defeated, her body battered as though she could collapse any second. But to a keen-eyed few, Bellissum was a symbol of the grass type's resilience, holding her ground remarkably. Some onlookers even showed expressions of disbelief. She's really enduring, what amazing resilience. Is this the true toughness of a grass type? Remarkable. The tide seems to be slowly turning in her favor. In the waiting room, a young female trainer watched the screen in awe. Although Bellissum was indeed covered in wounds, the twin flowers on her head continued gathering light for synthesis, causing a soft green glow to pulse over her body as she slowly regained strength. While she seemed to be hanging by a thread, in truth, Bellissum still had more stamina left than it appeared. On the other side, Fiyero, though in much better shape than Bellissum with only minor injuries, was beginning to show fatigue. The repeated use of Heat Wave, a non-stab move, was taking its toll. Lacking any way to recover, Fiyero was visibly exhausted. Even when it managed another Heat Wave, it was nowhere near as powerful as before. The Heat Wave move has a power of 95, making it highly draining. Bellissum, accustomed to intense endurance training fueled by daily poke blocks, was at a clear advantage in terms of stamina. Combined with the restorative effects of synthesis, Bellissum's endurance was remarkable. Unless she was taken down in one decisive hit, her grass-type tenacity would shine through. Somewhat unexpectedly, thanks to the water arena and Bellissum's synthesis recovery, the battle had evolved into a drawn-out endurance match. With Fiyero's heat wave attacks slowing down and losing their edge, the pool's temperature was beginning to cool, gradually tilting the battle in Bellissum's favor. At this point, Kurwashi, who had felt confident of his victory, began to realize the tide was turning. His expression turned to disbelief as he struggled to understand how his sure-win strategy had been reversed. This can't be happening. No way. Fiyero, don't give up, use Peck. Give it everything you've got. With Fiyero close to collapse from exhaustion, Kurwashi frantically yelled, urging his Pokemon to make one final, desperate move. Chapter 124, Turning Defeat into Victory. Caw. At Kurwashi's command, Fiyero, nearly exhausted, let out a screech to rally his remaining energy. With one final burst, he dove toward Bellissum, determined to bring down this seemingly indomitable opponent. Now, Bellissum. This is our chance to counterattack. Jump into the water and use nature power. Sato called out. Watching his opponent, blinded by the illusion of victory, finally sense the shift in the battle, Sato swiftly issued Bellissum her next command. In this drawn-out, frog in warm water battle, Fiyero had unwittingly become the frog. The pool, over 10 meters deep, had hardly reached the boiling point Kurwashi had hoped to achieve with his non-fire-type Fiyero's heat wave attack. It was a wildly ambitious strategy to use heat wave to bring this large pool, 12 meters long, 6 meters wide, and several meters deep, to a boil to steam Bellissum into defeat. But credit was due, Kurwashi had trained his Fiyero exceptionally well in both stamina and heat wave proficiency, almost succeeding in his plan. Fortunately, Bellissum's resilience won out, allowing the battle's momentum to shift in her favor. Fiyero's last-ditch dive attack was no match for Bellissum, who had the advantage of steady recovery. Now moving slower than before, Fiyero closed in on Bellissum, who, staying composed, followed Sato's orders. She endured the scorching water's pain and poured her energy into nature power. In an instant, a massive water column shot upward, striking Fiyero just as he swooped down, sending him crashing into the pool below. While Bellisum submerged in the pool and unleashed nature power, the move transformed into a high-pressure hydro pump, launching a powerful blast of steaming water. Caw. Fiyero now felt the searing pain Bellisum had endured in the heated water, but as a creature of flesh and blood, his suffering was far more intense. He let out a heart-wrenching screech, only to faint from the sheer agony. Drifting on the water's surface, Fiyero looked like a cooked bird, his body trembling slightly to show he was still conscious. Return, Fiyero. Before the referee could announce the results, Kurwashi, his expression dark, hurriedly recalled his Fiyero and quickly left the arena. Despite his frustration, Kurwashi's care for his Pokémon was evident. Fiyero is unable to battle, so the winner of this match is Sato and his Bellisum. With Kurwashi forfeiting, the referee raised his flag, officially ending this nearly half-hour endurance match. Clap, clap, clap. The audience, moved by Bellisum's comeback, erupted in enthusiastic applause, their cheers filling the stadium once more. Despite the victory, Sato showed no sign of happiness on his face. He knew all too well how hard-fought this one had truly been. The victory in this battle was largely due to the advantage of the terrain. Had it not been for the water field, Bellisum would have been defeated early on. After all, Heat Wave is an area attack move that Bellisum couldn't simply dodge. It was only thanks to the ample water source in the field that Bellisum could endure until Fiyero exhausted his energy. For Sato, this Pokemon battle felt like a tough win. Of course, to the spectators, Sato's command was highly commendable, as he turned the tide bit by bit using terrain and tactics. To manage a comeback against such a relentless strategy showcased his impressive skills. Additionally, Bellisum's performance revealed Sato's unique training methods. It was not only his excellent direction but also Bellisum's resilience and Sato's effective training that laid the foundation for this victory. After the battle, Sato discreetly gave Bellisum a gem-grade poke block and recalled her with a pokeball, swiftly leaving the battle platform. He then entered the contestant passage and explained his purpose to the staff, who led him to the medical room in the battle facility. Kurwashi was also there, asking a female doctor to have her Clefable use heal pulse on his Fiyero. Under Clefable's gentle waves, Fiyero's severe burns quickly started to heal, and the worsening injuries were brought under control and began to recover. You won't be so lucky next time. Remember that, I'll settle this on the battlefield sooner or later, Kurwashi said, his face dark, as he recalled Fiyero with a pokeball. He then prepared to head to a Pokemon Center with better treatment facilities for more comprehensive care for Fiyero. I look forward to our next battle as well, but I assure you, next time, victory won't come this hard, Sato replied with an impassive expression. As he responded, he released Bellisum and asked the female doctor to treat her as well. Without saying another word, Kurwashi shot Sato a final glare, then stormed out of the medical room. After back-to-back victories against Taro Ishida and Kurwashi, both trainers with decent reputations in this facility, Sato was becoming well-known himself. Being good-natured, he drew a crowd of medical staff around him to discuss the recent battle while waiting for Bellisum's treatment to finish. By 11 a.m., Sato left the facility, having taken on 7 more challengers during his time there. Unlike his previous opponents, these 7 trainers were relatively weaker, and Sato held the advantage in 4 of those matches. With Golbat and Bellisum's strong abilities, his system's detection feature, and his own strategic command, he managed to secure wins in these 7 battles, extending his winning streak. Through these intense, one-on-one encounters, Golbat and Bellisum gained significant battle experience. With the system's analysis, Sato noted that Golbat and Bellisum had leveled up to levels 28 and 29, respectively. It's true, only by battling opponents of the same level can Pokemon grow better. Constantly fighting weaker opponents would only hinder their progress, Sato thought to himself as he walked along the bustling street. Chapter 125, New Sources of Income and Ideas. After commanding battles for so long, Sato was feeling hungry, so he chose an open ramen shop for a late-night meal. Naturally, he didn't forget his 5 Pokemon. He released them to let them enjoy the delicious ramen as well. The ramen shop's master chef was clearly very skilled. The ramen tasted fantastic, and he understood the flavor preferences of Pokemon of different types, making dishes that each of Sato's Pokemon devoured happily. As usual, Sato ate at a leisurely pace. While his 5 Pokemon had already finished several bowls, he was still on his first, slowly eating and reflecting on the gains he made from the recent battles at the Pokemon Battle Facility. The 9 victories earned Sato 90,000 Pokedollars. Moreover, with his system's detection ability, Sato analyzed the Pokemon stats of each trainer he faced, using this information to join the gambling activities officially licensed by the Pokemon League and hosted by the facility. While comparing stats doesn't guarantee the outcome of a battle, it does provide an objective view of the differences in power between both sides. So, although Sato occasionally made wrong predictions, he still won more often than he lost. Through these betting activities, Sato managed to earn a profit of over 500,000 Pokedollars. This discovery opened his eyes to a new avenue for earning income. Note, competing trainers are not allowed to place bets on their own matches to prevent match fixing. Any suspicious activity results in a permanent blacklist from participating in battles and gambling in Pokemon facilities. Licensed trainers risk being permanently stripped of their league membership and may even face jail time for serious violations. In short, the consequences of fixing matches are severe. Maybe I should shift my strategy for making money. Compared to the high risks of selling Poke Blocks, this betting activity around Pokemon battles feels a lot more suited to me, Sato thought to himself, weighing the risks and benefits of each approach. Sato currently possessed different ways to earn high profits, but due to his lack of sufficient strength, he didn't dare expose his abilities openly. He could only look at the potential profits as though they were a mountain of gold and silver beyond his reach, afraid to step over the red line and risk being devoured by the beasts guarding that wealth. If he wanted to claim this mountain of wealth, he'd need enough power to either deter or defeat those surrounding beasts. For now, though, Sato had a smaller, safer treasure trove to tap into. Although it's far smaller than the seemingly endless wealth from selling Poke Blocks, the gambling profits he could make from battles are enough. Moreover, this treasure trove was crowded with people of roughly his level or lower. The advantage here was that the powerful beasts guarding this treasure trove were not very vigilant, making it easier for Sato to grab some treasure and disappear back into the crowd. However, this treasure trove, tempting as it may be, also had the power to rob explorers of their wealth. If not careful, one might leave empty-handed or, worse, with one's money taken instead. For Sato, this treasure trove was the gambling around battles. But thanks to his system's detection ability, he now had a good chance of drawing treasure from it successfully. While it isn't guaranteed that every attempt at this treasure trove, gambling, would yield rewards, and the value of each one wasn't particularly high, payouts were generally modest, the system's detection ability gave Sato about a 60% success rate in placing his bets accurately. Undeniably, this gambling approach suited Sato's need for a low-profile source of income during his quiet growth phase. Discovering this safe new income stream naturally pleased him, but once he turned his thoughts back to his Pokemon, his concerns returned. Currently, the only Pokemon Sato has at a competitive level are Golbat and Bellossom. Soon, they'll join him in the qualifiers for the Elite Four exhibition matches, but after recent battles, he's begun noticing some weaknesses in both of them. Golbat's situation is a bit better since Psychic-type Pokemon are rare, and few trainers can command them. As a result, it's unlikely he'll encounter opponents using Psychic types in most battles. In most scenarios, Golbat's weaknesses are narrowed down to Rock and Electric types. However, with Golbat's speed and aerial advantage, it's hard for the usually slow Rock types to hit him accurately. In standard cases, Golbat can rely on Shadow Ball to kite Rock types until they're worn out. Unless the opponent's Rock type knows Gravity, a move feared by all flying types, it's likely Golbat could outlast most Rock types of similar level. Electric types, however, pose the biggest threat to Golbat due to the sheer speed of their electric attacks. With people often comparing electric attacks to lightning fast, their speed is nearly impossible to dodge or defend against consistently. Since Golbat is a flying type with lower special defenses, any direct hit from an electric move is highly damaging. 2 or 3 electric strikes could easily leave him unable to continue fighting. For now, managing electric types and defending against their moves is Golbat's biggest challenge. Unfortunately, Sato feels at a loss because Golbat's move pool lacks any techniques to counter electric types. Unable to learn any ground-type moves, Golbat has virtually no way to counterattack electric types effectively. In theory, there is one move that could allow Golbat to counter electric types, Hidden Power. If Golbat's Hidden Power could manifest as a ground-type attack, he'd finally have a countermeasure. Note, Hidden Power is a normal-type special ranged attack with 60 power. Its type varies depending on the Pokemon, but it's never normal type. However, the chance of Golbat's Hidden Power becoming a ground-type move is only 1 in 17, a frustratingly low probability. In the end, Sato reluctantly set aside this impractical idea. Chapter 126, Getting Overcharged. To counter electric types effectively, Sato would need a ground-type Pokemon or one with the abilities Lightning Rod, Volt Absorb, or Motor Drive to support Golbat. Since Nidorann's final evolution, Nidoking, is a ground type, he's covered in that regard. However, Sato was also considering capturing a Pokemon with the Lightning Rod ability. With a Pokemon that has Lightning Rod, Sato could redirect any electric-type attacks aimed at Golbat, drawing them instead to this Pokemon and essentially neutralizing the threat. The Lightning Rod ability not only absorbed most electric-type moves but also boosted the user's special attack briefly. Though interested in a Lightning Rod Pokemon, Sato hesitated due to his current roster. With 5 Pokemon already needing his attention and resources, managing training and care for more Pokemon would be challenging. Sato planned to wait until Nidoran and Growlithe had matured before adding any new Pokemon to his lineup. At the moment, Golbat and Bellossom were his primary battlers, but Nidoran and Growlithe were getting most of his training focus to help them develop. For now, Golbat's vulnerability to electric types remained unresolved. Sato resignedly decided that unless forced by circumstances, he wouldn't deploy Golbat in one-on-one battles if the opponent had an electric-type Pokemon or electric-type moves. Meanwhile, Bellisum's weaknesses posed a slightly more significant challenge. As a grass type, Bellisum was vulnerable to flying, fire, poison, and bug types. Although these weaknesses weren't as noticeable due to Golbat's support, Bellisum's recent battle against Fiero exposed a critical vulnerability to flying types with fire moves. Against a flying type that can use moves like Heat Wave, Bellisum is at a severe disadvantage. Unless in a setting like tonight's battle where terrain advantages could be exploited, Bellisum's chances of victory are slim against such opponents. However, this complete disadvantage primarily applies to flying types that know Heat Wave. Against most Fire Dash, Poison Dash, and Bug types that remain ground-bound, Bellisum's resilience and skill provide her with a fighting chance, even if her type is countered. Bellisum's high-intensity training has clearly paid off, as evidenced in her use of Magical Leaf for both offense and defense, along with early signs of success with her dodging technique. In the battles following the match against Fiero, Bellisum swiftly defeated her opponents, showing how much her abilities had progressed. The earlier match was more of an exception. Therefore, as long as Bellisum doesn't face flying types with fire moves, her adept use of grass-type techniques, notable recovery abilities, and strong dodging skills give her a good chance against most similarly leveled opponents. Often, Bellisum could overpower opponents, as she did tonight against Machoke, Pinsir, Magneton, and even Aponita, successfully subduing them with moves like her powder attacks and Grass Knot, securing easy wins. In general, flying types pose the biggest challenge for Bellisum, and Sato realizes he must find a way to overcome this obstacle. However, like with Golbat, Sato is at a bit of a loss. Bellisum's moveset lacks any effective counter against flying types, aside from Hidden Power, which has a chance to gain an electric, ice, or rock type advantage. Fortunately, unlike Golbat's need for a ground-type Hidden Power to counter electric types, Bellisum could handle flying types if her Hidden Power turns out to be electric, ice, or rock, making the odds more favorable. If Bellisum's Hidden Power is rock, it would be a huge win since rock moves are effective against flying, fire, and bug types, all weaknesses for Bellisum. Hidden Power, then, Sato thought to himself, that's the next goal. Saffron City is big enough, there must be a place selling that moves TM. After half an hour, Sato finally finished his now-cold ramen, mulling over his plan. Golbat's appetite had grown since evolving, likely due to the energy demands of battle. He devoured 5 large bowls, while Bellisum, who rarely ate much advanced grass-type food, finished a whole bowl herself. The other 3 Pokémon each enjoyed 2 bowls before they were satisfied. Seeing his team enjoy their meal so much, Sato was happy to indulge them a bit, especially with his recent winnings. Yet, as he approached the counter to pay, Sato felt less than thrilled. The total bill was shockingly high, and he couldn't shake the feeling he'd been grossly overcharged. The owner explained that the ramen served to his Pokémon was special, not like human food, it was a premium recipe that quickly restored their stamina. In short, it was very expensive, costing 5 times as much as Sato's own meal. This was, after all, Saffron City, where prices and rent are sky-high. The large bowl Sato ordered alone cost him 2,000 Poke Dollars. By the end of it, he'd shelled out 122,000 Poke Dollars for the late-night meal. Without his 50,000 Poke Dollars from the gambling win, his 90,000 Poke Dollars from battles, and a bit of saved cash, he wouldn't have been able to cover it. Without a doubt, the ramen shop owner had taken the opportunity to overcharge. Still, Sato wasn't the type to eat and refused to pay. After paying the bill and taking note of the shop's name, he got up to leave, only for the owner to suddenly step in his way. Chapter 127, Elite Clearance Operation. What's this for, huh? Do you take me for someone you can just mess with? Seeing the ramen shop owner, grinning in that merchant-like way, suddenly block his way, Sato's irritation deepened, and he spoke coldly. Please, don't misunderstand, sir. I'd never dream of crossing you, the owner stammered, sweating a bit as he noticed Sato's sharp look and the faint hint of danger in his expression. Quickly, the owner pulled something from his pocket and handed it to Sato with a nervous smile. This is from someone who ate here a short while ago, they asked me to pass it to you. I swear I haven't peeked inside. Sato had chosen this shop because it was still open with few customers on a quiet street nearby. Now, after his meal, the shop was empty except for himself and the owner, who looked ready to close up. Despite thinking deeply while eating, Sato had remained alert. During his entire time there, no other customers had come in, and those who dined earlier were just ordinary people without Pokeballs. However, as he looked at what the owner handed him, his suspicion vanished. It was an envelope with Sato's name on it, and its seal was unbroken. Let's hope that's true. If anything happens, you'll face the consequences. Sato glanced sharply at the ramen owner, pocketed the envelope, and left the shop with those words. He recognized the handwriting on the note, it belonged to the person who assigned him his tasks. This detail made Sato suspect that the ramen shop owner might also be a member of Team Rocket, just like himself. Understood, sir. I wouldn't dare know anything I shouldn't, the ramen owner replied quickly, watching Sato leave and feigning an apologetic look as he prepared to close. Once Sato was out of sight, the owner flipped the sign to indicate the shop was closed, locked the door, and turned off all the lights. The moment darkness filled the shop, a pair of red eyes appeared behind the owner. Meanwhile, Sato moved through the city streets without pause, slipping away from the crowd until he reached a quiet, deserted alley. After making sure Galbot and Growlithe were on alert, he opened the envelope under the faint alley light to read its contents carefully. What? As he read the note, Sato's face changed sharply with shock, almost causing him to cry out. The message was short, but the implications were immense, nearly overwhelming him. The note contained only 10 words: Elite clearance operation in progress, leave immediately to avoid exposure. Sato wasted no time. He ordered Growlithe to burn the note to ashes, then quickly led his 2 Pokémon out of the alley, blending back into the bustling crowd. He had no reason to doubt the message. Team Rocket's intelligence capabilities were on an entirely different level than his own. Their reach had long infiltrated the very core of the league. Team Rocket's leader, Giovanni, being the strongest gym leader in Kanto, was proof enough. If the higher-ups issued this warning, it was definitely not without cause. Sato's primary identity right now is as a Team Rocket member, and only secondarily as an unofficial league trainer. To both Team Rocket and the league, he is seen as a Rocket member disguised under the identity of a league trainer. The term Elite Clearance on the note clearly signals a significant league operation, especially if 2 of the Elite Four, the league's strongest fighters, are involved. It's likely that while Team Rocket has infiltrated the league has done the same to Team Rocket. There's always a chance of traitors inside Team Rocket leaking personnel information to the league. If an Elite Clearance operation kicks off, Sato will inevitably get caught up in it, and the chances of his cover being blown will be high, considering he's shown his true face to several Rocket members already. Fortunately, as a relatively new recruit assigned originally to Pewter City's Team Rocket base and having no experience in Saffron City's operations, he's kept a low enough profile to avoid attracting the attention of League spies within Team Rocket. So, as expected, big rewards bring big risks. It's no wonder the League wouldn't just stand by as Team Rocket monopolizes the lucrative Saffron City black market, especially when it means that the Rocket keeps growing stronger, Sato thought, making his way toward the Pokémon Center. Furthermore, even though only 2 members of the Elite Four have officially been deployed, there's no telling how many others might be involved undercover. Thinking more deeply, he suspected the Elite Four exhibition match was likely just a cover for gathering trusted League trainers in Saffron City. With its extensive resources, the League has a huge advantage in both numbers and quality over any dark organization. If they manage to gather enough loyal trainers in Saffron, a crushing raid could be imminent, wiping out the black market and forcing a total reset of the power dynamics. I need to get out of this hotspot fast. If I get dragged in, my league trainer cover won't save me with my current strength. I'd be completely done for. With this realization, any desire Sato had to stay and watch the Elite Four exhibition vanished. As much as he'd like to see their strength firsthand, his survival came first. He knew well enough to prioritize finding a safe, quiet place to train. Since Saffron was no longer an option, he'd have to leave quickly. With the typhoon in Hoenn still grounding flights in Saffron, his only option was to travel by boat from Vermilion City. Traveling by sea to Hoenn would be much slower than flying, but he had no other choice. Waiting a few days for the typhoon to pass and flights to resume wasn't feasible either, especially since the Elite Four exhibition preliminaries would begin in 2 days. By then, League trainers would be gathering en masse in Saffron. If he didn't leave now, he might not be able to escape later. To ensure a complete purge of Saffron's dark factions, the League would surely lock down the entire city. Chapter 128, Let's Meet Again. Realizing his situation, Sato stopped heading back to the Pokémon Center. Instead, he flagged down a cab and instructed the driver to take him to the station. Sigh, things are changing way too fast. I only just arrived in this bustling city yesterday, hoping to explore it a bit, and now I'm forced to leave. Looking at the cars and towering buildings passing by, Sato couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He had so much left to do in Saffron City, seeing the Elite Four exhibition to understand their strength, shopping at Sylph Company's department store, and hunting for rare items on the black market. But, unfortunately, this place was about to become a battleground. An intense power struggle was about to unfold, and if he didn't leave soon, he'd get caught in the crossfire and be crushed. 10 minutes later, Sato arrived at Saffron City's transit center. He walked up to a 24-hour ticket kiosk and used his League ID to buy a ticket for a bus departing to Vermilion City in half an hour. As the heart of Kanto, Saffron City connects directly to most other cities. Here, Sato could buy tickets to anywhere in the region. Vermilion, Kanto's largest port, might not rival Saffron in economic power, but it's still among the region's most prosperous cities. The 2 cities are close enough that direct buses run between them almost around the clock. Sato waited quietly in the station lobby, sipping coffee like many other travelers. Taking advantage of the downtime, he pulled out his laptop and used the station's free Wi-Fi for 2 tasks. First, he logged into the Saffron City League's official website, navigated to the Elite Four exhibition registration page, and opted out of the preliminaries. With 2 days left before the preliminaries, over 3,000 trainers had registered. Withdrawals were common as trainers joined or left constantly, so his withdrawal as a civilian trainer went unnoticed. Second, he checked updates on the Hoenn Typhoon and the Elite Four event. Hoenn's Typhoon showed no signs of subsiding, meaning it could last for some time. As for the Elite Four exhibition, he was startled by the news. In addition to Bruno and Lorelei from Kanto's Elite Four, the retired Fire-type elite, Blaine, now the Cinnabar gym leader, had been invited to perform. Another elite-level figure, but it's Blaine, the current gym leader. If I'm not mistaken, he's secretly a Team Rocket scientist. No wonder Rocket got wind of the operation so quickly. It'd be hard for them not to know with one of their own among the main players. Sato's faith in the warning on the slip grew, and he was sure Rocket's higher-ups were already plotting a response. But Sato found it strange that, as an inconspicuous new recruit, he'd been given such valuable information. If it was genuine, he felt sincerely grateful to the mysterious superior who had sent it. "Hey, Sato. I didn't expect to see you again. Why did you disappear this morning without a word? I looked everywhere for you at the Pokemon Center. It's great to see you're okay." A familiar voice snapped Sato out of his thoughts, and he looked up. Standing before him was a beautiful blonde girl, none other than Daisy, the person he had quietly left behind that morning. "You startled me, Daisy. What are you doing here so late at night?" Seeing the blonde girl smiling brightly in front of him, Sato lowered his guard slightly and asked. "I didn't want to come to the station this late either. My mom just called, telling me to hurry home without giving a reason and insisting I return immediately. I had no choice but to catch a late bus back to Cerulean City. I was looking forward to shopping in Saffron City, and now all my plans are ruined." Hearing Sato's question, Daisy's cheerful expression faded as she vented her frustration, clearly unhappy with her mom's strict ways. Haha, maybe she really has an urgent reason," Sato replied with an awkward laugh as he listened to Daisy's complaints about her mom. "This confirms it, the League is really planning to target Saffron's underground forces." At this point, Sato fully believed the information on the note. Daisy's mother was the Cerulean gym leader, and for her to call and rush Daisy out of Saffron so urgently, she must have known something. It seemed likely the League was indeed moving against the dark forces in Saffron. And it wouldn't be surprising if the Cerulean gym leader was part of the upcoming operation. "By the way, Mr. Sato, what are you doing here so late? Are you leaving Saffron City too?" Daisy asked, realizing Sato was here at an unusual hour. "Yeah, I got an urgent call from a friend asking me to come to Vermilion City as soon as possible." Sato brushed off the question with a casual excuse. The two then sat together, chatting as they waited for the bus, just like the other travelers around them. Half an hour later, the bus bound for Vermilion finally arrived. After exchanging contact information, Daisy saw Sato off as he boarded. "Daisy, since you're a coordinator, these items should be helpful. I hope you become an exceptional coordinator one day. Just remember, don't tell anyone I gave these to you. Take care, and maybe we'll meet again someday." Before leaving, Sato handed Daisy a small black pouch, smiling as he spoke. Without waiting for her response, Sato quickly boarded the bus. The doors closed, and the vehicle sped off, with Daisy watching as it disappeared from the station. Though Daisy was usually carefree and straightforward, she knew how to handle things cautiously. She understood Sato's words, realizing that the items in the small black pouch were likely very valuable. After seeing him off, Daisy headed into the ladies' restroom. Once she confirmed she was alone, she opened the pouch to examine its contents. "Wow, no way, these are Poke Blocks. And they look like such high quality." Staring at the gleaming Poke Blocks in the pouch, Daisy was filled with amazement. Chapter 129, Scalpers. Since Saffron City and Vermilion City aren't far from each other, the journey didn't last as long as Sato had expected. Around 6 a.m., his bus slowly pulled into Vermilion City. Although he had tried to get some sleep on the bus, the bumpy ride left him with poor rest, and now he looked rather exhausted, sporting dark circles under his eyes as the bus arrived at Vermilion's terminal. After disembarking and leaving the station, Sato quickly caught a taxi to the nearest Pokemon Center. There, he fed his 5 Pokemon and treated himself to a hearty breakfast before heading to his rented room at the center, where he immediately fell asleep. By the time he woke up, it was already 1 p.m. He promptly fed his Pokemon, ordered a meal for himself, and then headed to a training field to complete his daily practice. Once he finished training, it was around 5 p.m., and he started making his way toward Vermilion's port following the road signs. Oddly enough, during a break in his training, he had checked the latest weather updates for Hoenn's typhoon conditions on his laptop. He expected no change, but instead, he found out that the typhoon seemed to be subsiding. After confirming with Nurse Joy at the Pokemon Center, he also learned that last night, the ferry service from Vermilion to the ports in Hoenn had resumed, and tickets were back on sale. Sato was surprised by this news and quickly asked how to purchase a ticket, learning that he could only buy them at the port's ticket office. As he drew closer to the port, the view of the sea gradually opened up, and the salty sea breeze blew in from the ocean. In addition to the sea, the port was bustling with ships of various sizes. Strong, uniformed sailors and a large crowd of disembarking passengers were visible in the distance. Judging from their appearances, many of them didn't seem to be from Kanto. Seeing so many people from different places didn't surprise Sato much. Vermilion City, as Kanto's largest port, constantly received ships from around the world, so it was common to see people from other regions here. Soon, after asking for directions a few times, Sato finally reached his destination. However, there was already a long line for ticket purchases. Due to the typhoon in Hoenn, the ferries from Vermilion to various ports in Hoenn had been halted. Now that the typhoon was subsiding, the previously suspended route had resumed. Understandably, with the typhoon weakening, the ferry would likely reach Hoenn once the storm had fully cleared. Since the shipping pause had stranded many travelers in Vermilion, these people now flocked to the port to secure tickets for Hoenn as soon as possible. With a limited number of ships and tickets, failing to get a ticket today could mean waiting for the next ferry 5 days later. Even though there were 10 ticket windows open, the sheer volume of travelers meant each line stretched long, and Sato, who received the news later, found himself at the end of the queue. Hope I can get a ticket, otherwise, I'll have to wait for the next ferry in 5 days. Looking at the slow-moving line ahead, Sato thought to himself with a hint of resignation. The scene reminded him a bit of the crowded spring festival travel rush. What? Sold out? How is that possible? Hurry, give me a ticket. I have to get to Hoenn. Unfortunately, just as Sato was finally near the front of the line after a long wait, a man ahead of him erupted angrily at the ticket agent when he learned the tickets were all gone. Soon, the same complaints echoed from all the other windows. Clearly, every ticket for Hoenn had been sold. Although many disgruntled people began voicing their dissatisfaction, there was no violence thanks to the uniformed, muscular sailors equipped with pokeballs who were there to maintain order. Like the others who couldn't get a ticket, Sato also failed to secure one. However, unlike most who left in frustration, he decided to remain near the ticket counter. His patience soon paid off when a sturdy sailor in uniform approached him with a smile, asking which city in Hoenn he intended to travel to. No matter where you go, whenever demand outweighs supply, there are always those who jump into profit. With no restrictions on the number of tickets each person could buy, it wasn't long before scalpers emerged. This dark-skinned sailor standing in front of Sato was one of those seasoned ticket scalpers. In fact, quite a few sailors at Vermilion's port were seasoned in the scalping business. Every year around this time, typhoons typically disrupt Hoenn, and the sailors here knew this well. So, even before tickets officially went on sale, these scalpers used their connections to secure a stash of tickets, knowing that stranded travelers would need them. Now that all the official tickets were gone, it was the perfect time for them to make their move. A determined customer like Sato was just the type of buyer they sought. Do you have a ticket for Slateport City in Hoenn? I want the fastest ship, not a cargo vessel, Sato said, skipping the small talk and getting straight to the point with the scalper. Of course. We have a ticket for the SSN, the fastest, safest, and most luxurious cruise ship from Vermilion. It'll get you to Slateport in just 2 days. This ticket here is a premium one, so naturally, the price is high, 100,000 poke dollars. Hearing Sato's request, the scalper's eyes lit up, and his grin grew even wider as he quickly produced a fancy-looking ticket from his pocket. I'll take it. Seeing the elegant ticket in the scalper's hand, Sato didn't hesitate much, even though he knew he was being gouged for a hefty sum. But Sato wasn't the only one ready to buy without hesitation. At the same moment, a young, sharply dressed female trainer also spoke up, saying, I'll take it too. Chapter 130, Alice Sasaki. The young female trainer was quite assertive. She reached out and grabbed the luxury ticket from the scalper's hand right in front of Sato, staring at him with an arrogant expression. This trainer was obviously from a prestigious background, about the same age as Sato, dressed in designer clothing, with long black hair styled in a regal manner. Her pale complexion, delicate features, and air of elegance gave away her affluent upbringing. Yet, her demeanor was spoiled, embodying the haughty attitude of a pampered heiress. She made no effort to hide her disdain for Sato and the lowly scalper, looking down on them as though they were beneath her. Miss, I'm sorry, but this gentleman here was my customer first, and he's agreed to pay. By rights, this ticket belongs to him, the dark-skinned scalper replied, showing surprising professionalism. The trainer's arrogance seemed to irk him, a man from a similarly modest background, more than any higher offer she might make. The opponent's arrogance was bad enough, but to attack so ruthlessly from behind, if he were just an ordinary person, he'd likely be gravely injured or worse. The woman's heart was truly venomous. Sensing Sato's anger, Galbat's eyes turned icy. Spreading its wings, now infused with intense flying-type energy, it directed the fiery whirlwind back at Charmeleon, reversing the flamethrower straight toward it. Not bad. But don't think you can beat me. Charmeleon, use Rock Slide to block their attack, then follow up with Dragon Rush and crush them. Though surprised by Golbat's ability to deflect Charmeleon's flamethrower, Alice showed no panic. She immediately commanded Charmeleon to counter. Charmeleon, well-trained and in perfect sync with Alice, plunged its claws into the ground, summoning a Rock Slide to create a stone barrier in front of it. Since Flying-type and Fire-type attacks are naturally weak against rock, the stone wall absorbed most of the whirlwind's strength. With the fiery vortex now weakened by the barrier, Charmeleon let out a roar and swiftly climbed the rock wall. As it scaled the barrier, a powerful dragon-type energy enveloped it, sending waves of terrifying pressure through the area, causing nearby onlookers to shudder with fear. With a fierce sound, Charmeleon broke through the dwindling flames of the whirlwind like a raging tyrant, locked onto Golbat in midair with a vicious glare as it charged forward with Dragon Rush. But Golbat was far from the timid, small Zubat he once was. He had grown resilient through countless battles, his mental fortitude stronger than ever. Charmeleon's murderous aura barely fazed him, especially with Golbat's inner focus ability. Dragon Rush is powerful indeed, but it's useless if it can't hit. Dodge it, then use Supersonic, Sato calmly ordered, unfazed. Having faced worse scenarios, he remained calm and resolute, unmoved by the pressure of Charmeleon's Dragon Rush. Sato's eyes glinted faintly blue as he activated his system scanning ability, assessing Alice's Charmeleon in a moment. Charmeleon's details quickly appeared before him. Pokemon, Charmeleon. Level. Type, Fire. Ability, Solar Power. Gender, Male. Known moves, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Rage, Scary Face, Fire Fang, Outrage, Egg Move, Dragon Dance, Egg Move, Dragon Rush, Egg Move, Dragon Pulse, Egg Move, Hidden Power, Electric TM, Protect, TM, Flamethrower, TM, Thunder Punch, TM, Rock Slide, TM. Chapter 131, Crushing Defeat. As Sato stared at the data on Charmeleon, a deep envy flickered in his eyes. The fact that it inherited 4 powerful Dragon-type moves showed just how immense its potential was. Moreover, Alice was clearly no spoiled rich kid, she had a strong mental fortitude and had trained Charmeleon exceptionally well, giving it high battle competence. It wasn't hard to imagine that, given time, this girl would undoubtedly become a formidable league trainer. Of course, this was not the time for such thoughts. She was his opponent, and he had to find a way to defeat her. Following Sato's command, Golbat flapped its wings slightly and maneuvered to dodge Charmeleon's Dragon Rush. In the same motion, it unleashed a high-frequency supersonic from its mouth. Suspended in midair, Charmeleon had no leverage to evade the attack and ended up taking the supersonic head-on, falling into a state of confusion as its eyes turned a blood-red hue. Humph, just a petty trick. Wake up, Charmeleon. Defeat that weak Pokemon with maximum power, use Dragon Pulse. Seeing Charmeleon in a state of confusion, Alice's expression turned serious. She quickly pulled out a shimmering silver glass bell and gently shook it in her hand. In an instant, a calming sound resonated from the bell, and hearing this sound, Charmeleon's blood-red glare began to fade, clarity returning to its eyes. Now alert, Charmeleon moved swiftly and agilely, sidestepping the several shadow balls released by Golbat. As it dodged, blue flames flickered from its mouth, and the fire at its tail shifted from orange to blue. Once charged, Charmeleon opened its mouth, releasing a gigantic energy dragon enveloped in blue flames, which lunged toward Golbat in the air with fierce claws. The dragon, cloaked in blue flames, exuded an overwhelming aura, causing the temperature in the vicinity to surge, making everyone nearby feel like they were standing in a furnace. Show your true power after evolution, Golbat. Air Cutter, all 6 combined. Seeing Charmeleon unleash such a powerful dragon pulse, Sato felt a heavy weight in his chest. He immediately decided to let Golbat use all its strength and showcase its evolution. At Sato's command, Golbat was enveloped in a layer of pure flying-type energy. Its broad wings suddenly flapped forward, summoning a near-level 9 gale, while 12 wide blades of wind flew out in a fan shape. However, as the wind blades formed, a blue light glimmered in Golbat's eyes. 6 of the blades darted out from the fan formation and quickly fused together, creating a single massive wind blade that was 5 almost meters long. The transition from Golbat launching Air Cutter to merging the 6 wind blades was seamless and fluid. The enormous blade, imbued with an air-splitting aura, sliced directly toward the approaching blue flame dragon. Indeed, since Zubat had evolved into Golbat, its power had received a comprehensive boost, rapidly advancing in a short time. This included its proficiency with its skills. Moreover, through the skill training earlier that afternoon, Sato discovered that Golbat not only increased the number of wind blades released with Air Cutter to 12 but could also adeptly control 6 of them. What surprised Sato the most was that Golbat had successfully merged the 6 wind blades into a single powerful finishing move. Originally, Sato planned to have Golbat refine this skill further to enhance its mastery, intending to use it as a trump card in an intense Pokemon battle. However, Alice's Charmeleon was so powerful that it unleashed the terrifying Dragon Pulse, forcing Sato to have Golbat use its strongest move to counter. What? A mere weak Pokemon has been trained to this level by this person. Alice's face, tousled by the strong winds, revealed shock as she stared incredulously at Golbat, her cherry lips parted in disbelief. The near level 9 winds unleashed a formidable force, causing many nearby to squint their eyes against the gusts. As the energy dragon faced the oncoming storm, its unanchored blue flames were instantly extinguished, diminishing its intimidating presence. Next, Charmeleon's Dragon Pulse collided with Golbat's Air Cutter, but the ensuing struggle was not as many spectators had anticipated. To the astonishment of the crowd, the energy dragon was cleaved in two within a heartbeat by the massive wind blade, which then struck Charmeleon before it could evade. With a resounding boom, an explosion erupted, engulfing the area in a cloud of black smoke. However, a gust of wind blew through, clearing the smoke almost instantly. The onlookers could now see the outcome of the sudden battle. Lying unconscious on the ravaged ground, Charmeleon was bruised and battered. Behind it, a huge dent marred the wall, and a deep crack appeared on the ground. There was no doubt that Charmeleon had been defeated after taking Golbat's powerful Air Cutter head-on. How is this possible? My ace Charmeleon was defeated by a mere weak Pokemon. I actually lost to a commoner. Alice stared in disbelief as she saw Charmeleon bested by Sato's Golbat. Despite her fury, she quickly retrieved a healing potion for Pokemon that Sato didn't recognize and injected it into Charmeleon. Good job, Golbat. Your strength is even greater than I imagined. Noticing Alice's actions, Sato chose not to pursue further. He recalled Golbat, letting it perch on his shoulder. After giving it a high-quality poke block and praising it, he turned to leave. As he walked, the security personnel and sailors who had arrived parted to make way, watching Sato and his Golbat with awe. Alice returned Charmeleon to its Pokeball and turned to see Sato walking away, his Golbat on his shoulder. Her beautiful eyes fixated on his retreating figure. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. What's your name? I'm Alice Sasaki. Next time, I will definitely not lose to you. Suddenly, Alice shouted through tears, her voice breaking as she called out to the disappearing Sato. Sasaki. Hearing the somewhat familiar surname, Sato paused but couldn't place where he had heard it before. He decided to push it aside and continued on his way, not paying her any more attention. Alice received no response from Sato, who hadn't spoken a single word to her throughout their encounter. As Sato faded from her view without replying, tears finally streamed down Alice's face. She hurriedly covered her face with her hands and rushed away from the ticket booth. In the world of Pokemon, if conflicts couldn't be resolved through normal means, then a Pokemon battle would ensue. The victor takes all, while the loser has nothing more to say. Chapter 132, Fishing. Sato had no interest whatsoever in learning about how Alice ended up in tears because of him, nor did he feel any sympathy even if he knew. Quietly, and under the wary eyes of the people around him, he left the harbor. Time soon reached 7, and with the sun disappearing over the horizon, the last traces of daylight faded, ushering in the evening at Vermilion City. At this time, Sato was situated in a quiet part of the sea, barely 100 meters from the Vermilion City dock. Sitting atop a lapras, he was fishing with a sleek, modern fishing rod in hand. This fishing rod had cost him 20,000 poke dollars at a nearby fishing store. According to the store owner, this rod was the latest model and highly recommended for beginners, supposedly increasing the chance of hooking a wild Pokemon. But whether it was due to bad luck, unsuitable bait, or his novice fishing skills, Sato had spent more than half an hour without catching a single water-type Pokemon, only some common sea fish. Meanwhile, other fishing enthusiasts in nearby boats had already reeled in several water Pokemon, each successfully captured in a net ball after a brief battle. Come on, is my fishing skill really that bad? Not even one water-type Pokemon. Sato thought, growing frustrated as the float on the water remained still. With plans to embark on a sea voyage tomorrow, Sato had thoroughly prepared with essential survival items like life rings, an inflatable raft, goggles, and other ocean survival gear. However, he realized one crucial item was missing, a Pokemon that could function well in the water. Sato's current Pokemon team consisted of Golbat, Nidoran, Bellossom, Growlithe, and Ditto. Of these, only Ditto could potentially battle in the sea, but the rest were land dwellers. If they fell into the ocean, the results could be disastrous. As the saying goes, it's better to rely on oneself. In a crisis, he trusted his own survival skills rather than depending solely on his Pokemon. Yes, the Lapras he was sitting on was actually Ditto, transformed. In addition to fishing, Sato was also training Ditto to maintain its Lapras form. Though Ditto could sustain the Lapras form long enough for Sato to sit on, expecting it to battle in this form was too much, especially given its low level of 15, which meant its combat ability was minimal. Sato shook his head to dispel his disappointment, refocusing on the float bobbing in the water and calming his impatient mood. Soon, he saw the float suddenly sink a little, bringing him a rush of excitement. Finally, after so much waiting, something was biting. It's strong, maybe it's a Pokemon this time. The creature pulling on Sato's line had significant strength, so he cautiously let out some line, gradually reeling it back in, wearing down the sea creature bit by bit. The rod was also equipped with a small electric generator that delivered mild electric shocks down the conductive line when he turned the handle, subtly weakening the hooked creature. Eventually, through his careful effort and the rod's electric pulses, the creature's resistance waned. With one strong pull, Sato finally lifted it from the sea, and it slipped off the hook. In the moonlight, Sato could see his first catch, a fish with red scales and a golden crown on its head. Evidently, this was the most common water-type Pokemon in the Pokemon world, one that could survive even in the harshest waters, Magikarp. However, this Magikarp was quite large, measuring at least 1.2 meters long. After realizing he had reeled in a Magikarp, Sato's eyes glimmered with a faint blue light as he quickly accessed the Magikarp's information. Magikarp info. Pokemon, Magikarp. Level. Type, water. Ability, swift swim. Gender, female. Known moves, splash, tackle. Being pulled from the sea had understandably put the Magikarp in a foul mood. Furious after freeing itself from the painful hook, it leapt out of the water again, using its jump to launch a tackle straight at Sato. Unfortunately for Magikarp, it barely closed within a meter before a small white whirlwind appeared right in front of it, sweeping it up. When the whirlwind dissipated, Magikarp was left dazed, floating on the surface. Following Sato's command, Golbat hadn't used any force, it merely created the whirlwind to make Magikarp dizzy and disoriented. Soon enough, Magikarp regained its senses and warily eyed Sato and the Golbat perched on his shoulder. Realizing it was no match for the Pokemon trainer before it, Magikarp felt like fleeing, but instinct told it there was no escape. It's alright, Magikarp. You're free to go. Here, take this as a little compensation. Noticing Magikarp hesitating to leave and watching them with caution, Sato took out a mid-quality poke block and tossed it into the water in front of the Magikarp with a friendly smile. Upon hearing Sato's words, Magikarp let out a sigh of relief, quickly diving underwater while making sure to gobble up the poke block floating in the water. The poke block dissolved almost immediately upon contact with the water, and by the time Magikarp ate it, about half of it had melted. Yet the rich flavor instantly won Magikarp over. Despite the delicious taste, Magikarp didn't linger around. After a moment's hesitation, its two yellow whiskers twitched, sensing something, and its eyes flashed with a hint of fear before it quickly swam away from the area. After successfully reeling in Magikarp, Sato's luck seemed to turn. He began catching water-type Pokemon one after another, but none met his standards, so he released them all. Another tentacle. Golbat, send it back. Seeing yet another tentacle, Sato glanced at it briefly using his detection ability and, with a look of mild disappointment, gave Golbat the command. Golbat nodded, lightly flapping its wings forward to create a small white whirlwind that swept up tentacle and gently sent it back into the ocean. By this time, it was nearing midnight, and a light white mist began to gather over the surrounding sea. Chapter 133, Monster in the Mist. Sato noticed the white mist slowly spreading over the sea around him, now sitting in his small inflatable raft. However, he wasn't too concerned. Fog over the ocean was common enough, and he was still only a short distance from the port, with Golbat serving as a mobile radar. Vermilion City also had a lighthouse, so there was no real danger of losing his way in the mist. He still hadn't met his goal for the night, and he wasn't going to give up so easily. As the mist thickened, Golbat suddenly extended a wing, pointing in a direction. Sato followed its gaze and saw a faint yellow light to the left, growing brighter. Unsure whether it was friend or foe, Sato put away his fishing rod and waited for the source of the light to approach. Before long, a small, special-looking sailboat came into view, carrying an elderly man with white hair and a polyper resting by his side. "Young man, why are you still out here? The fog settled in, and it's dangerous now. Come back with me," the elderly man called out urgently as he passed by Sato. Startled by the man's words, Sato quickly had Golbat point out the direction to the port. Seeing it matched the old man's course, he wasted no time, instructing Ditto to transform into Lapras once more. He packed up the raft and headed for the port on Lapras's back. "Sir, what's going on?" he asked the elderly man, who was busy tying his small sailboat securely to the dock with thick ropes. "Isn't fog on the ocean pretty normal?" The man sighed, glancing at Sato with a look of concern. "You must be from out of town. It used to be normal, but things have changed in recent years. There's something out in the mist that preys on people. Luckily, you made it back by midnight, otherwise, you'd be at risk of attack." Sato frowned, doubtful. "Some sort of monster? It's likely a kind of Pokemon, isn't it? If it's causing trouble, the League would step in, and they'd send someone to handle such a dangerous Pokemon right away." Sato dismissed the idea of monsters, thinking that if there was any threat, it must be a Pokemon. As a trainer, he wasn't one to believe in such superstitions. They've tried, the men replied quickly, anxious that Sato might be tempted to investigate further like many young trainers before him. They've come at least 10 times, even the previous Vermilion gym leader went, but no one returned. Even Lorelei, one of the current Elite Four, investigated the fog but couldn't put an end to it. So now, everyone knows not to go out fishing when the mist rolls in late at night. Over the years, this mystery had left Vermilion City in decline. The elderly man, born and raised in Vermilion, deeply cared about his hometown and hated seeing any further trouble added to its reputation. I see, Sato nodded. Thank you for the warning, sir. Hearing that even the Elite Four couldn't handle the creature in the mist, Sato's expression grew serious, and he thanked the elderly man sincerely. Sato wasn't entirely sure just how powerful the Elite Four were, but he knew they were far beyond his current level. If even they couldn't solve the issue, it was wise for him to back off. The old man's warning had essentially saved him from a grim fate. The elderly man waved it off as nothing, and, having securely fastened his small yacht to the dock, he turned and headed back toward the city with his polyper. With the mist rolling in, the once bustling dock area along the coast had turned eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the lively scene when Sato had first set out. It seems that everyone in Vermilion City knows about the creature in the mist. To avoid attacks, they all steer clear of the area by the coastal docks, Sato thought as he walked through the unusually deserted port. Just then, Galbot, who had been resting on Sato's shoulder, suddenly opened its eyes and gently nudged him with its wing. Sato's gaze sharpened, but he stayed calm, maintaining his pace as he moved forward. Casually, he led Ditto and Galbot away from the dock area and toward the inland parts of the city, as the mist gradually blanketed the docks along the shoreline. Moments after Sato left, two figures in black diving suits surfaced from the ocean. Beneath them was a Sharpedo with glaring red eyes. As if sensing Sato had moved on, the two figures each pulled a glow stick from their gear and tossed it into the water. The next second, a whirlpool formed on the water's surface near the dock without warning, rapidly expanding to a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. Shortly after, a massive tentacruel emerged from the center of the whirlpool, with another person in a black diving suit standing atop it. Rising with them was a huge wooden crate. The two on Sharpedo nodded at the person on Tentacruel's head, who returned the nod and gave the Tentacruel a light pat. Taking the cue, Tentacruel's two ruby-like head crystals glowed red, and suddenly, whirlpools started forming across the nearby sea surface. One by one, more Tentacruel with black-suited figures began surfacing from the whirlpools, each Tentacruel carrying a large wooden crate entangled in its many tentacles. Each crate bore a prominent letter R on its surface. Shortly afterward, more than 20 tall sailors in navy uniforms began to emerge from the fog-covered part of the dock. Leading them was a bald man in a captain's uniform. Chapter 134, Announcements. This announcement is also to notify you guys that I'm currently translating another work. Title, Pokemon, I refuse to be a supporting character. Synopsis, Li Xiang, a senior office worker, returned to the age of 11 and found himself in a parallel world with real Pokemon, something he'd always dreamed about. But before he could enjoy his happiness, he discovered he now had a best friend with living parents, a fair appearance, a younger sister, and a commoner background, with his name being Lin Feng. Shocked, Li Xiang then pieced together his situation and incredulously realized. I'm not some side character in a novel who has no role in the later part of the story, am I? Unable to accept this, Li Xiang decides to launch a counterattack against fate. This book's setting is a combination of elements from games, animation, manga, side stories, and personal creations. P.S. The book is officially here. You can now read 20 advanced chapters of Pokemon, I Refuse to be a Supporting Character, as well as 25 advanced chapters of Pokemon, The Legendary Trainer, for just $4 per month at. Please do check it out. Chapter 135, Chapter 134, Smuggling. Unlike the quiet area by the berths, the section of the docks closer to the city was still bustling with activity. Groups of sailors gathered in 3s and 5s, loudly reveling in the taverns along the dock. Sato continued walking with a calm expression. As he exited the secluded area by the berths and entered the city-facing part of the docks, the unsettling feeling of being watched finally dissipated. Galbot, perched on his shoulder, gave a small wing movement and nodded, putting Sato's mind at ease. Damn it, I think I stumbled into something I shouldn't have seen, Sato thought, relieved. He had chosen the quiet spot simply for fishing convenience, who could have anticipated all this? Fortunately, with Galbot as his mobile radar, he withdrew just in time, sparing himself an unnecessary and meaningless confrontation. Are we really letting that kid just walk off? He might have picked up on something. With our combined strength, we could have easily taken him down, whispered one of the black-clad figures lurking nearby to a gruff sailor beside him. That kid knew when to leave and didn't interfere. Don't be fooled by his age, he's no weakling. He took down that bratty Sasaki girl's Charmeleon in broad fucking daylight. Even if we both fought him, it would take a while to secure him, and if things got loud, we'd risk compromising the deal, the sailor replied, shaking his head. He still recalled the scene of Galbot's swift air cutter cleanly defeating Charmeleon earlier. None of his Pokemon could pull off something like that. Oh, it's him. Yeah, I see your point, the black-clad figure's eyes glinted. Alright, if he didn't see anything, we'll let him go. The deal is too important. Keep a sharp eye out, don't let anyone else slip in. With that, he turned and disappeared. The gruff sailor nodded and signaled with his hand. 7 or 8 towering sailors emerged from the shadows, and at his nod, they swiftly dispersed. Meanwhile, the white mist had completely enshrouded the remote fishing area where Sato had been earlier, along with the nearby sections of the dock. Large crates were being unloaded from the massive containers and carried to giant freight containers under the dim dock lights by groups of muscular sailors. In the nearby sea, Tentacruel, with red, glowing head gems, worked in synchronized order under the guidance of their mysterious divers, methodically placing crate after crate along the dock's edge before slipping back into the water. Overseeing all this, a stern blond man in military uniform stood atop one of the massive containers, his gaze fixed on the bustling sailors below. His temper was fierce, and he would bark out reprimands at anyone who even seemed to slack off. Those sailors, already on edge, would glance at the magneton and magnemite units emerging from the shadows, their red eyes gleaming as they monitored everyone. Pale-faced, they immediately redoubled their efforts, hastily loading crates into the containers without daring to cut corners. This dock area, now thickly veiled in mist, was surrounded by numerous magnemite and magneton, which were tirelessly patrolling. These Pokemon seemed specially trained, able to establish an electromagnetic field within the area, relaying signals to one another. Any disturbance would trigger an instant and united response. Sir, the cargo delivered by the Tentacruel has arrived in full. Which vessel should we load it onto? A bald man in a sailor officer's uniform climbed the ladder onto the container, bowing his head respectfully to the blond man. Send everything over to the SSN, the blond man said, expressionless. The typhoons in Hoenn have ruined business, and they've been pushing hard for more supplies. The faster, the better. If space gets tight, you know what to do. Understood, sir. Should I or you be escorting this time? The bald man asked, still bowing. The typhoons just passed, so those Hoenn folks are ready for action. This shipment is too valuable to risk, I'll escort it myself. Remember, nothing can go wrong here. The blond man paused, then smirked as if amused by a thought. Yes, sir. I'll make sure everything at the dock goes smoothly. The bald man's eyes flashed with satisfaction at this response. He gave a deep bow before retreating. Meanwhile, Sato had already returned to the streets of Vermilion City, making his way slowly toward the nearest Pokemon Center. Since he'd just arrived, he was unfamiliar with the city's layout and didn't know the location of Vermilion's black market. After witnessing the scene in Saffron's Pokemon Market District, and given his current shortage of Poke Dollars, he'd lost any notion of getting a water-type Pokemon from the black market. Out of necessity, he'd taken to fishing to try and catch one himself. After finally finding a quiet spot close to the port, he'd been interrupted by the so-called mist monster. If I'm right, there wasn't any monster there. Instead, it's a heavily controlled area that even the Elite Four can't penetrate, he thought, annoyed. The night's fishing plan was, without a doubt, ruined. Sato suspected the docks were likely on lockdown, turning into a dangerous zone where his earlier escape wouldn't be easily repeated. No, I can't leave empty-handed. I have to find a way to get a water-type Pokemon. If something goes wrong at sea, relying on just a few lifeboats and Ditto transformed into a Lapras would be a death sentence. At the thought of this potential danger, Sato stopped in his tracks, looking around for any possible solutions. After some thought, he strode purposefully into a silent, empty alley nearby. Chapter 136, Chapter 135, Game Hall. It was just after midnight, meaning the evening entertainment in Vermilion City, a bustling port town, was only getting started. The streets were packed with people, and the port's more colorful areas, known for a certain gray area atmosphere, were even busier than usual. The street Sato had entered was also part of one of these lively port areas. Couples wandered by, talking and laughing, while shouts from drunken arguments erupted periodically from the various bars. Occasionally, the sound of shattering glass would punctuate the noisy atmosphere. Sato looked at the chaotic yet oddly harmonious scene around him. Though he disliked places like this, such semi-gray areas were the best chance he had for acquiring Pokemon through unconventional means. Now dressed in black, Sato had also used Ditto's mask disguise to appear as a rather unattractive man, with a well-developed Golbat perched on his shoulder. Thanks to Golbat's intimidating presence, he avoided most trouble, as few dared to approach him. Eventually, Sato stopped in front of a large game hall called Joyous Game Hall. Positioned on a busy corner and offering a wide range of games, it drew a large crowd. Most patrons were not ordinary citizens but trainers with Pokeballs at their sides, some dressed quite impressively. What drew trainers to this game hall was simple, the brightly lit sign at the entrance. A large, elegant board displayed a poster advertising various rare Pokemon and items, enticing the trainers inside. Sato, noticing the poster, decided to stop. Starter Pokemon available for a limited exchange. Interesting, Sato thought, eyes narrowing as he read the ad. Among water types, what intrigued him the most were the regional starters. Their potential and adaptability surpassed that of typical water Pokemon. The list included Kanto's Squirtle, Johto's Totodile, Hoenn's Mudkip, Sinnoh's Piplup, Unova's Oshawott, Kalo's Froakie, and Alola's Poplio. Each of these water starters was exceptional, but Sato's favorites were Squirtle, Mudkip, and especially Froakie. The final evolution of Froakie, Greninja, had a unique appeal. Like many Pokemon fans, he had once dreamed of bonding with a Greninja capable of synchronizing its form with him, a truly captivating image. After a moment of imagining, Sato returned to reality, anticipation building as he headed toward the game hall's entrance with Golbat by his side. If he was right, this game hall might operate like the rocket-controlled arcade in Celadon, Kanto's largest gaming hub, where the items displayed required exchanging game coins. If this game hall was indeed like the game corner, then it was bound to have those gambling machines, the infamous slot machines that devoured players' game coins. If these slot machines were indeed present, Sato was confident he could get whatever he wanted from them, thanks to his exceptional dynamic vision. The odds of winning at these machines were low because most players couldn't keep up with the spinning images on the screen and had to rely on luck to press the button at the right time. But for someone with Sato's vision, who could even keep up with the insane speed of the berry mixer, following the slot machine's spin was nothing. The game hall's well-secured status was evident from the outset. Several men in sharp suits guarded the entrance, each accompanied by a high-level Houndour standing alert at their feet, watching over the entrance like gatekeepers. Naturally, Sato and his Golbat drew their attention, and they immediately required him to return his Pokemon and warned him against causing any trouble inside. Sato complied without argument, returning Golbat to its Pokeball, and the guards, satisfied, stepped aside, allowing him entry. Just as he'd imagined, slot machines were everywhere inside. He immediately spotted the same type he'd played in past games, dominating nearly two-thirds of the hall. These machines were hugely popular with the patrons, nearly every guest was here to experience the thrill of the slots, and the atmosphere was electric with excitement. Sato approached the counter to buy game coins, learning from the staff about the coin exchange rates. The coins came in bronze, silver, and gold. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins, a silver coin was worth 100 bronze coins, and 1 bronze coin cost 100 poke dollars. The counter also displayed a detailed exchange list, showing the number of coins needed for various items. At the very top of the list were the mysterious starter Pokemon, requiring 10 gold coins to redeem. Given the exchange rate, a single starter Pokemon would cost at least 10 million poke dollars. To Sato, this high price wasn't surprising. His Ditto alone had cost him 7 million poke dollars on the black market, so spending 10 million for a starter Pokemon seemed reasonable. More importantly, game coins could be earned through gambling. If he could obtain the starter worth 10 million with a minimal investment, it would be an unbeatable bargain. Most trainers came here hoping to get something valuable for a fraction of the cost. Beyond the starter Pokemon, the exchange list also featured rare items and Pokemon gear nearly impossible to obtain by regular means. In fact, the starter Pokemon was only the 10th item on the list, 9 other items above it were even more valuable. The top 3 items were extremely rare and priceless outside this venue. The third place item was the Toxic Orb, the second was the Life Orb, and the first, to Sato's surprise, was the incredibly rare Keystone. Chapter 137, Chapter 136, Miracle Seed. It's undeniable that the top 3 prizes offer immense allure for any trainer, especially the Keystone at the top of the exchange list. The power of Mega Evolution is something every strong trainer dreams of achieving. Of course, with that kind of appeal, the prices are exorbitant. Exchanging for the Keystone requires a staggering 1,000 gold game coins. In poke dollars, that's a cool billion, a sum so high that winning it through gambling is virtually impossible. Even so, this invaluable Keystone had already been redeemed by some wealthy individual. Unfortunately for Sato, the Life Orb and Toxic Orb, which he coveted most, had also been exchanged, at costs of 800 and 500 gold game coins, respectively. The top prizes starting at 500 gold coins, clearly, gambling won't get anyone that far. What a ripoff, Sato thought to himself with a sigh, noting the sky-high exchange rates for the top 3 items. Even with his exceptional dynamic vision, allowing him to excel at slot machines, earning even 500 gold game coins would take a few days of dedicated play, and that was assuming the game hall didn't interfere. Sato was fully aware that these enticing rewards were merely bait to lure patrons and capitalize on people's greed. The game hall used these prizes to draw in the crowd, hoping to make money from players' dreams of winning big with little investment. Nevertheless, since these items were listed on the exchange board, the hall must have them available. Wealthy trainers could show up at any moment willing to buy with cash. Failing to deliver would ruin the game hall's reputation. Clearly, the value of the third and fourth item was the dividing line in the prize pool, with the price of the fourth item being 250 gold game coins. In the end, Sato decided to aim for items he could reasonably acquire in a short time without drawing too much attention. Luckily, beyond the top 3, the other items had relatively reasonable prices. The Miracle Seed, in 8th place and still available, caught his eye, an invaluable item for trainers like him. For a Grass-type Pokemon, a Miracle Seed is a treasure. In games, it enhances Grass-type moves' power, but in the real Pokemon world, its effects likely go far beyond that. While Sato didn't know exactly how Miracle Seeds worked in real life, he was sure it would benefit his team's key member, Bellisum. Even if it only powered up her Grass-type moves, that alone would be worth it, as most of Bellisum's moves were Grass-type. Additionally, if Bellisum received the Miracle Seed, her grassy terrain healing effect might even increase, something Sato would consider a worthwhile investment. To find a Pokemon item here that boosts move power and suits Bellisum perfectly. This is too good to pass up, he thought, eyeing the Miracle Seed on the exchange list. Upon asking the staff and confirming that no one had redeemed it yet, he felt resolute. The Miracle Seed was also available in Team Rocket's internal exchange system. However, the catch was that it required elite-level clearance. Access, more than cost, was the real barrier. Now, if Sato could win 25 gold game coins in this arcade, he could bypass many access restrictions and secure this rare Pokemon item for himself. Note, only one Miracle Seed is available for exchange. Wasting no time, Sato took out 2,000 Poke Dollars and exchanged them for 20 copper game coins, quickly heading into the gaming area to find an unoccupied slot machine. He had to earn enough game coins to claim the Miracle Seed before some wealthy trainer decided to buy it outright. Oh my gosh, 3 sevens again, that's incredible. Right. Her luck is insane. I haven't hit 3 sevens in a month, and she's gotten it 3 times in just 10 minutes. Oh, when will Lady Luck shine on me like that? Just as Sato settled at an empty slot machine, a series of exclamations nearby caught his attention. He turned his head to see a large crowd gathered around another machine, all watching from several meters away, amazed or chuckling at the scene in front of them. Amid the onlookers, Sato spotted the person at the center, a familiar face he'd recently battled, Alice Sasaki. She sat in front of the slot machine, her face no longer downcast but glowing with excitement as the machine poured out coins. Her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Beside her stood an older man resembling a butler, with neatly combed hair and a well-groomed beard. He stood as straight as a lamppost, appearing remarkably fit, and he watched Alice with a fond, albeit slightly exasperated, expression. Noticing the growing crowd, Alice's face shifted, taking on an aloof, superior look. In a dismissive gesture, she grabbed a handful of game coins from the slot and scattered them on the ground a short distance away. Many of the onlookers brightened at this, diving for the scattered coins in a frenzy. Humph, a bunch of peasants, just like stray dogs with no one to care for them. Alice's face grew even more disdainful as she watched the crowd scrambling for the coins. But then, as if reminded of something unpleasant, her expression soured again, and she threw a few more coins into the machine. In the next moment, the sound of ka-ching, ka-ching rang out, and Alice, perhaps out of frustration, began hammering the unfortunate machine with her little gloved fists. The poor slot machine, as though to appease her, displayed another 777, causing an overflow of coins to spill out once more. With a sigh, the elderly butler stepped forward to help gather the coins into a container meant for organizing game coins, gently advising Alice with a few choice words. Alice, clearly respectful of the butler, softened her expression, though she seemed unconvinced by his words. Shaking her head, she resumed her assault on the slot machine. Also, my new work, Pokemon, I Refuse to Be a Supporting Character, will be published on web novel in a short while, so do keep an eye out for it. Chapter 138, Chapter 137, Changing Plans. Soon, those who had picked up the coins gathered around again. This time, however, the butler's face turned cold. He took out a Pokeball and released the Pokemon inside. The next second, as everyone saw the Pokemon emerging from the Pokeball, their expressions changed dramatically. Those who had initially intended to approach now froze, quickly bowing their heads and backing away, terrified of catching the attention of this formidable creature. The Pokemon before Sato was a dragon type, covered in orange scales with an adorable large head and small wings that seemed out of place on its massive body. Yes, combining all these features, the Pokemon released by the butler was none other than the pseudo-legendary Pokemon of Kanto, Dragonite. With its piercing, icy stare and the overwhelming aura it emanated, this Dragonite looked anything but cute. Everyone who made eye contact with the fierce dragon type instantly felt as if they'd been struck by a hammer to the head, their minds pounding with fear to the point where many of them fainted on the spot. Oh man, who exactly is this Alice Sasaki? To have such a powerful protector by her side, why didn't he show up during the match? Wait, I remember now, wasn't James from the anime also a Sasaki? Could she really be from that super-rich family? Staring at the Dragonite in awe, Sato's eyes filled with apprehension as he glanced back at the black-haired girl who continued her furious assault on the slot machine. It was evident that Alice's outburst likely stemmed from their earlier encounter. If she happened to recognize him, a word from her would be enough for the butler to deal with him effortlessly. And Sato's sense of unease was well-founded. The butler's Dragonite, which he quickly analyzed with his system's detection ability, was indeed a formidable force. Dragonite information. Pokemon, Dragonite. Level. Type, Dragon/Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, male. Known moves, Wing Attack, Hurricane, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Roost, Bind, Leer, Thunder Wave, Twister, Dragon Rage, Slam, Agility, Dragon Tail, Aqua Tail, Dragon Rush, Safeguard, Dragon Dance, Dragon Breath, Egg Move, Dragon Pulse, Egg Move, Dragon Claw, TM, Hidden Power, Steel, TM, Ice Beam, TM, Blizzard, TM, Flamethrower, TM, Fire Blast, TM, Thunderbolt, TM, Thunder, TM, Hyper Beam, TM, Protect, TM. Undoubtedly, any Dragonair that evolves into a Dragonite is no lightweight, and at level 69, with such an extensive list of moves, this Dragonite was clearly powerful. Combined with the natural strength and combat abilities of a Dragon type, this Dragonite had the strength of an elite-level battler. In short, with just this Dragonite, the butler could easily wipe the floor with Sato if he wanted. Like the others around him, Sato quickly averted his gaze, focusing back on his slot machine. Whatever Alice Sasaki was up to was no concern of his. He had to concentrate on earning enough game coins. The butler had no intention of causing trouble either. After intimidating those with ill intent, he swiftly returned the commanding Dragonite to its Pokeball and resumed his vigilant position behind Alice. After seeing the crowd disperse, scared off by the butler's Dragonite, Alice's expression became even more smug. Yet, seeing that no one dared approach anymore, a hint of boredom flashed in her eyes. After a bit more aggressive interaction with the slot machine, she seemed to tire and turned to say a few words to the butler before leaving the gaming hall with him. Of course, before she left, Alice made sure to cash in her game coins. The staff quickly presented the items she'd requested, and it was clear they'd received orders from above. Despite knowing she lacked sufficient coins, they handed over her desired items without a word. Finally, she's gone. That was way too close for comfort, Sato muttered, letting out a sigh of relief as he saw Alice and the butler leave, his face tight with worry. Though this was undoubtedly unlucky, it was also a narrow escape. Sato's unexpected encounter with Alice Sasaki revealed her vengeful nature and the presence of an elite protector at her side, giving him time to rethink his plans. There was no question now, the luxury liner and was off limits. Boarding that ship would almost guarantee another coincidental meeting with Alice, and he'd be courting disaster if that happened. Ditto saved me big time this round. Thankfully, I'm using a different face now and didn't head straight to the Pokemon Center, otherwise, they probably would have already found me, Sato thought, breaking into a cold sweat as he imagined a worse scenario. In reality, Alice Sasaki wasn't as cruel as Sato imagined. Due to her pride, she hadn't told anyone about her humiliating encounter with him earlier and hadn't called on her family's influence to pursue him. Instead, she resolved to settle the score personally. Leveraging her family's resources, Alice quickly secured a luxurious ticket aboard the SSN. But this came at a price. Her plan for an unsupervised adventure was dashed when her family found her immediately. The elderly butler was one of the few elite 4-tier guardians in her family and her longtime personal protector, whom she fondly called Grandpa Pino. After some persuasion, Alice managed to secure her family's approval for a 1-month trip, though only with the condition that she be accompanied. Her outburst on the slot machine stemmed entirely from her frustration over this restriction on her freedom. Sato, don't think you can hide forever. Unless you plan never to go to the Pokemon Center, I'll find you, and then I'll give you and your Pokemon a serious beatdown to make you respect me. Alice thought, puffing her cheeks in frustration as she sat in the backseat of a luxury car, angrily punching the air. To Alice, the day's events had marked the biggest humiliation of her life, one she vowed to erase with her own hands. It seems Alice was truly shaken up this time. That Sato kid, well, he can be left alone for now. Letting him become a training ground for Alice might do her some good, thought Grandpa Pino from the driver's seat, aware of Alice's earlier defeat thanks to the powerful intelligence network of the Sasaki family. Though Alice hadn't mentioned anything, Pino had quickly gathered the details of her loss to Sato and reported his perspective to the family head, securing permission for Alice to avoid an immediate return home. Also, my new work, Pokemon, I Refuse to be a Supporting Character, will be published on web novel in a short while, so do keep an eye out for it. Chapter 139, Chapter 138, Earning Game Coins. As Alice and Grandpa Pino left in their luxury car, Sato resumed his quest to earn more game coins in the gaming hall, though his objective had shifted slightly. After unexpectedly encountering Alice and Grandpa Pino, Sato's priority was now to resolve his ticket issue. Boarding the SSN was out of the question, so he'd have to find another ship to the Hoenn region. Fortunately, the prize list in the gaming hall included an item that could solve Sato's problem, the Golden Ticket. The Golden Ticket, created by the Vermilion City Shipping Company for VIP clients, allowed the holder to board any of its vessels at no cost and with the same privileges as a luxury ticket. Note, each Golden Ticket has 20 uses. According to the prize list, this golden ticket was pristine, with all 20 uses remaining. Redeeming it, however, would require 5 gold game coins. Now, Sato's goals included not only the Miracle Seed and a Water-type starter Pokemon but also the golden ticket, which had become his top priority. The slot machine spun to life, and the images on the screen blurred as they rolled at an eye-watering speed. With a bit of concentration, Sato slowed the display to a more manageable pace. Then, under his precise control, a row of Pikachu images appeared on the slot machine's screen. The next moment, the machine clinked out 15 copper coins, which Sato promptly collected and stowed in a coin box. Note, you can insert 1 to 3 copper coins per spin. Prizes are awarded based on matching rows of images. 1 matching row gives a 5x payout, 2 matching rows 10x, and 3 matching rows 50x. A single row of 777 symbols gives 100x, 2 rows 200x, and 3 rows 500x. Before long, Sato's coin box was nearly full. He then deposited most of the copper coins into a coin exchange box attached to the machine, which quickly returned several silver coins and 30 copper coins. After transferring these into his now lighter box, he moved to an unoccupied slot machine and continued playing. Each slot machine has an adjacent coin exchange box, which doubles as a coin storage. It allows you to exchange 100 copper coins for a silver coin or vice versa, while gold coins can only be exchanged at the counter. Some observant bystanders noticed that Sato's recently won coins were mostly gobbled up by the machine in front of him. Seeing Sato's increasingly sour expression, they chuckled and shifted their attention elsewhere. However, after a large portion of his coins had been swallowed, Sato's good luck seemed to return as the machine began to release coins with satisfying jingles more frequently. Meanwhile, the patrolling staff had lost interest in Sato, who appeared to have normal luck, and shifted their focus to other players who seemed to be on hot streaks. Even as he racked up coins, Sato remained as cautious as ever. He refrained from using his excellent dynamic vision to land the highest multiplier with 3 777s, instead opting to earn coins by matching 1 or 2 rows at a time. He also purposefully lost 4 or 5 out of every 10 spins, sometimes even losing every spin, in order to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Sato's careful approach proved highly effective, blending him seamlessly among the normally lucky slot machine players. Even with his precautions, though, his stash of silver coins continued to grow at an impressive rate. In just half an hour, he'd accumulated enough silver coins to exchange for 2 gold coins. Of course, Sato was cautious with his identity. He knew better than to rack up 2 gold coins using the same face, so he used Ditto's shape-shifting ability to transform into other people. Each time he earned enough silver coins to trade for 1 gold coin, he would exchange them at the counter, then either head to the restroom or briefly leave the gaming hall. After changing his appearance, and sometimes even his clothes, he'd return. Thanks to this cautious approach, Sato avoided drawing attention from staff or other players. After all, there were many slot players, and about 1 in every 10 seemed lucky. Sato's type of lucky player wasn't unusual here. After over 6 hours, nearing dawn, Sato finally collected the 30 gold coins he needed. He redeemed them for the golden ticket and Miracle Seed using 2 different identities. Exhausted, Sato rented a small room at a nearby inn, where he and his Pokemon had breakfast before he fell into a deep sleep. Sato didn't wake up until around 3 p.m. With the Water-type starter Pokemon still on his list and his ship set to depart at 6 p.m., he decided to skip training for the day. After having lunch with his Pokemon, he changed his appearance again using Ditto and headed back to the gaming hall to continue earning coins. Following the same strategy, Sato picked up his pace and finally gathered the 10 gold coins needed for the Water-type Pokemon by 5:10 p.m. What? You're saying the Water-type starter Pokemon are all gone? Sato, in yet another guise, couldn't believe what he was hearing. Few things sting as much as working hard to gather enough money, only to be told the item you want is sold out. Sato felt crushed. I'm very sorry, sir, the staff member replied with a professional smile. Since Vermilion City is a port city, Water-type starters are highly popular with local trainers. There was one left yesterday, but you just missed it. We do still have the Grass and Fire-type starters available. Why not consider one of them? Our gaming hall guarantees all our starter Pokemon are high quality. Seeing Sato's disappointment, the staff member tried to encourage him. In fact, Sato wasn't the only one who'd gathered 10 gold coins hoping to redeem them for a Water-type starter. A few other players had done the same, with 2 wealthy players even opting to buy 10 gold coins directly. They all had to settle for other items in the end. Poke dollars can be exchanged for game coins, but the reverse is not allowed. Game coins cannot be exchanged for poke dollars. In the end, Sato redirected his attention to the prize list, searching for other items he could make use of. Chapter 140, Chapter 139, Bellisum's New Ability. A little after 6 p.m., at the Vermilion City dock, the distant sunset glowed red over the sea. Amid the blaring sounds of departure horns, a grand, ornate cruise ship slowly set sail. Under the watchful gaze of passengers and sailors still waiting on the dock, it left the harbor, heading toward the sunset on the horizon. About 10 minutes later, the massive ship, the SSN, shrank to a small speck, eventually disappearing beyond the horizon along with the sun. Phew, it's finally gone. Guess it's time for me to set sail too. Watching the SSN disappear, Sato, standing at the pier with his gaze on the sea, nodded and turned his attention to another cruise ship preparing to depart, with a long boarding ramp set up. This ship was the St. Louis. Before the SSN was built, it was the best, fastest, and most luxurious cruise liner. But after the successful debut of the AN, all those honors shifted to it. That didn't matter, though. The St. Louis was still one of the finest cruise ships in Vermilion City and was now preparing to depart. Based on what Sato had learned, the St. Louis was also bound for Slateport City in the Hoenn region, and it generally set sail shortly after the SSN, making it Sato's ideal choice. The boarding process went smoothly. After presenting his golden ticket, the attendant quickly provided him with a beautifully crafted key, explaining that it granted him complimentary access to all ship services. Then, with the help of a friendly sailor, Sato was led to the luxury residential area on the St. Louis and guided to a room matching his key number. "Thank you, sailor. Here's a tip for you." Once inside the room, Sato handed over a crisp 1,000 poke dollar bill to the tall, thin sailor, whose face lit up with a smile. "Thank you for your generosity, sir. Wishing you a pleasant journey." Gratefully accepting the tip, the sailor kept smiling and thanked Sato profusely as he left. With a click, the door shut behind him. "All right, everyone, come on out. We're on board, let's take a look at the sea together." Satisfied with the spacious room, Sato smiled as he opened all 5 pokeballs on his belt, releasing his Pokemon. Sato's room was on the upper levels of the ship and offered a spectacular view of the sea. Through a large, clear glass wall, he had an unobstructed view of the sunset sinking over the water. Galbot, Nidoran, Bellissum, Growlithe, and Ditto were all visibly thrilled, both with being on a ship for the first time and with the breathtaking sea view. They chatted excitedly as they watched the distant sunset descend into the horizon. After watching for a while, Sato turned his focus to preparing dinner for his Pokemon. By around 7 p.m., the sun had fully set over the ocean, and night had fallen completely over the sea. By this time, Sato's 5 Pokemon had finished their dinner and were playfully causing chaos in the living room. Growlithe, Nidoran, and Ditto, who had transformed into an Apom, were the main instigators, turning the previously tidy room into a mess. Meanwhile, Galbot quietly hung upside down from the ceiling, using ultrasonic waves to monitor everything around them, a responsibility he had naturally assumed as the team's lead Pokemon. Bellissum, on the other hand, lay serenely on the couch like a sleeping beauty, cradling a vibrant green seed in her arms, a peaceful glow surrounding her as she rested, undisturbed by Growlithe and the others' antics. Since Sato had obtained the Miracle Seed, a prized item for grass types, he had given it to Bellissum, and its effect on her had been even better than he'd anticipated. Even as a regular human, Sato could sense the strong, life-filled energy radiating from the seed when he held it. When Bellissum first touched the Miracle Seed, something incredible happened. There was a resonating release of potent grass-type energy. Bellissum absorbed this energy like a bottomless well, in a process that resembled her evolution. This fascinating exchange lasted a full 5 to 6 minutes. When it ended, Bellissum's color seemed to have brightened, a gentle green light occasionally shimmering over her skin. Under the lighting in the room, Bellissum's vibrant, glossy appearance made her shine, increasing her charm dramatically. Moreover, with the Miracle Seed in her possession, Bellissum seemed to have awakened an ability to accelerate plant growth and reached a new level in her control over grass-type energy. In a quick demonstration with Sato and the other Pokemon watching, Bellissum sprouted a seed, accelerated its growth, and completed its entire life cycle in mere seconds. Witnessing this miracle, Sato immediately thought to have her try ripening a berry. Bellissum didn't disappoint. With only a small amount of soil and a berry seed, Bellissum carefully channeled the energy from the Miracle Seed into the berry seed, causing it to sprout in no time. Due to limited soil nutrients, this berry seed only grew into a mini version of an oran berry tree, producing 3 undersized oran berries. There was no doubt, Bellissum had gained something extraordinary from the Miracle Seed, and the benefits were ongoing. Even now, she continued to absorb its grass-type energy, enriching her body with it. Sato had tried researching the transformation Bellissum experienced after touching the Miracle Seed, but found no records online about grass-type Pokemon having such reactions. While he didn't fully understand why this was happening, Sato believed Bellissum was undergoing a beneficial transformation. Once complete, she would likely gain even more remarkable abilities. All right, break time's over. Let's get started on tonight's training. After enjoying his own dinner, Sato turned to his 5 Pokemon in the living room, ready to begin the evening training session. Chapter 141, Chapter 140, Battle on the Cruise Ship. Although the St. Louis is smaller than the SSN, it's still classified as a large and luxurious cruise ship, featuring comprehensive facilities and amenities. In the Pokemon world, trainers hold a significant position, wielding great power within society. Given the high proportion of trainers on board the St. Louis, the ship includes specific areas for Pokemon battles and training to cater to their daily needs. These areas are quite spacious, allowing for trainer battles and routine Pokemon training. Naturally, there are different tiers of access, and both the battle arena and training grounds on the St. Louis are divided into free and premium sections. Having boarded with a golden ticket, Sato automatically received all the privileges of a luxury ticket, which includes free access to a private training room via his ornate key. As usual, the evening's training session focused on stamina building. Thanks to Poke Blocks, the 5 Pokemon efficiently completed a 3-hour endurance workout, boosting their stamina. After a short break following their training, Sato moved to the Pokemon Battle Arena area. A trainer's mission is to strengthen their Pokemon, and Pokemon battles are undoubtedly a swift way to test training results and enhance skills. By nearly 11 p.m., the battle arena was still bustling, filled with the sounds of moves colliding as battles unfolded across the area. The St. Louis only has 10 battle arenas, 2 are free to use, while the other 8 are paid. Currently, all 10 arenas are in use, with trainers and spectators alike standing by the edges, waiting to battle. For the many trainers present, these 10 battle arenas are evidently insufficient. Sato observed that only the winners were permitted to remain on the battlefield. Essentially, each arena was a type of challenge ring, where only the victor could stay and continue to battle as the reigning trainer. The matches in the paid area of the arena are noticeably more intense, attracting more experienced trainers and a larger audience. The reason for this is clear: the free area's battlefields are too basic, limited to simple concrete surfaces without the option for arena switches. As such, trainers with higher skill levels and financial means prefer the premium fields, where they can optimize their Pokemon's battle experience. However, Sato welcomed this arrangement. Of his 4 battle-ready Pokemon, Golbat and Bellossom had already reached respectable levels, both standing at level 30. Upon reaching level 30, Pokemon seemed to hit a plateau, with leveling becoming noticeably slower. For Golbat and Bellossom to progress further, they would need worthy opponents. Nidoran, at level 14, and Growlithe, at level 16, were in a different situation. They were still in a phase of rapid growth, where leveling up was easier and opponents were readily available. With enough battles, their strength would increase significantly. Sato decided it was time to let these 2 eager Pokemon join in some intense battles. Now, Sato stood at the edge of the free arena section, watching a level 15 Spearow face off against a level 16 Pokemon. Judging by the trainer's attire and demeanor, Sato quickly identified them as civilian trainers. The condition of their Pokemon and the limited number of moves they had learned indicated that both trainers were of humble means. Both the Spearow and its opponent, besides gaining moves through leveling up and inheritance, had no moves learned via TMs. Both Pokemon were also somewhat underdeveloped, indicating poor nutrition. After a fierce clash, the aggressive Spearow eventually gained the upper hand. Seizing an opening during the prolonged aerial battle, it swooped in with a vicious peck attack, knocking its opponent to the ground. Thus, the battle ended in victory for the Spearow's trainer, who retained his status as ringleader, now with a streak of 3 wins. Is there anyone else who wants to battle me? I still have 2 Pokemon in perfect condition, so 2 more one-on-one battles are no problem, the trainer, Fujita Kosho, called out with a grin after giving Spearow a basic healing potion and taking the 1,000 Poke Dollars from his defeated opponent. And of course, same as before, challengers have to match my wager, 1,000 Poke Dollars per match. Hearing that Fujita Kosho had 2 more ready Pokemon, some of the other civilian trainers looked discouraged. His 3 consecutive victories had already proven his Pokemon were well trained. From his battle style, they could tell he was the kind of trainer who didn't hold back, with each of his opponent's Pokemon left severely injured. While the 1,000 Poke Dollars wasn't too steep, the cost to treat their Pokemon's injuries afterward would be difficult to afford. What's the matter? Fujita Kosho sneered when he saw no one stepping up. I've already commanded 3 battles back-to-back, and none of you have the guts to take on someone with tired reflexes. What a bunch of cowards. I'll battle you, Sato said, stepping out from the crowd, his expression calm. But let's make it a 2-on-2 match. Since it's 2 rounds, let's double the wager to 2,000 Poke Dollars. Do you accept? Seeing Sato emerge, Fujita Kosho's eyes lit up. He crossed his arms and replied confidently, of course. You know the rules. As the challenger, you release your Pokemon first. In fact, Fujita's last 3 matches had only used his weakest Pokemon. His next 2 Pokemon were his real powerhouses. From Sato's appearance and demeanor, Fujita could tell he was also a civilian trainer, and Fujita had never been afraid to battle fellow civilian trainers. Fine by me. Let's go, Nidoran, it's your first Pokemon battle, so give it your best. Sato called out as he moved to the opposite side of the battlefield and quickly released Nidoran from its Pokeball. The next second, a well-nourished Nidoran appeared on the field, its eyes shining with fierce determination. Chapter 142, Chapter 141, Nidoran's First Battle. This is a Nidoran. My goodness, its growth is incredible. When he saw Sato send out Nidoran for the match, Fujita's small eyes widened, and his face showed a hint of surprise. He was stunned by the superb development of Sato's Nidoran. Typically, a healthy Nidoran grows to about 1 meter in length and 0.5 meters in height, roughly the size of a mid-sized dog. But Sato's Nidoran was clearly larger, measuring 1.2 meters in length and 0.7 meters in height. Among the many Nidoran, this one stood out. Not only was it well developed, but Sato's Nidoran also displayed well-defined muscle lines, especially in its powerful hind legs, which were evidently the result of disciplined and structured strength training. TCH, looks like this guy's loaded. Fine, go, Nidorino, teach this little one a lesson. Fujita muttered, feeling a flash of jealousy as he compared Sato's Nidoran to any he'd raised before. Swiftly, he pulled a Pokeball from his belt and released his Pokemon. In a flash of light, an underdeveloped Nidorino appeared, standing opposite Nidoran on the battlefield. The crowd around the battle area let out a collective gasp at the sight of the two Pokemon. Comparing the two, the onlookers noticed how unique Sato's Nidoran was. While Nidorino, as an evolved form, would typically have a clear advantage in size, this Nidoran was nearly comparable, possibly due to its exceptional development or the poor condition of Fujita's Nidorino. Sato's dedicated care was evident in Nidoran's growth. He provided Nidoran and Growlithe with the best nutrition, making sure they ate and slept well for optimal health and happiness. Every day, each got a bottle of high-quality Moo milk, a calcium supplement, and special treats post-training. With this level of care, there was no way Nidoran wouldn't thrive. Once Fujita released his Nidorino, Sato used his system's scanning ability to view its details. Pokemon, Nidorino. Level. Type, Poison. Ability, Poison Point. Gender, Male. Known moves, Leer, Peck, Focus Energy, Double Kick, Poison Sting, Fury Attack, Takedown, Egg Move, Double Team, TM Move. Charge Forward, Nidorino. Use Fury Attack. Fujita called out, feeling the heat of the crowd's eyes on him, a bit flustered by their intrigued stares. Like its trainer, Nidorino was envious of the impressive Nidoran before it. Seeing the crowd's interest in its opponent only fueled its jealousy, and it was eager to strike, hoping to prove its own strength. Following Fujita Kosho's command, Nidorino charged forward, its sharp horn glowing white. With a sudden burst of speed, it accelerated straight toward Nidoran. It's coming, Nidoran. This is your first battle, so if you lose, Growlithe's going to tease you. Follow my lead, use Double Kick to jump and dodge, then counter with Water Pulse. After reviewing Nidorino's stats, Sato nodded quietly, then gave quick instructions to Nidoran as Nidorino neared. Though Nidorino was the evolved form and 6 levels higher, its limited moveset and lack of techniques that countered Nidoran gave Sato confidence. Additionally, Nidorino's malnourished condition meant its physical edge wasn't too significant. Encouraged by Sato's words, Nidoran's eyes blazed with determination. Its hind legs glowed white, and it leaped high into the air, dodging Nidorino's fury attack just in time. As Nidoran ascended, a blue energy orb formed quickly before it, a water pulse ball about the size of a soccer ball, ready to be unleashed. With a powerful push, Nidoran launched the water pulse downward at Nidorino. Dodge with Double Team, then hit him with Poison Sting. Fujita, now more envious than ever of Nidoran's prowess, barked his command. Damn it, that guy's infuriating. Fujita's jealousy spiked as he watched Sato's exceptionally well-developed Nidoran. It reminded him of how he had struggled to obtain his own Nidoran, now evolved into Nidorino. As Fujita's starter, Nidorino had been trained hard and was quick to react. It pushed off the ground, leaving a blur in its place as it dodged the water pulse. 3 illusions of Nidorino appeared around the battlefield. The shadows, all with glowing purple spikes, released a barrage of small, purple poison stings from their backs, aiming at Nidoran, who was airborne with no leverage. Close your eyes, hold steady, and use focus energy, Sato called to Nidoran, his gaze sharpening. Obeying immediately, Nidoran shut its eyes, and an orange glow erupted from its body. When it reopened its eyes, they shone fiercely. The poison sting attack rained down like a hailstorm, but as a poison type, Nidoran resisted the attack and wasn't harmed too much. He's coming down, grab this chance and use takedown to finish him. Noticing Nidoran beginning its descent, Fujita's eyes gleamed as he ordered Nidorino to capitalize on the moment. In a flash, Nidorino jumped out from its illusions, its true form fully visible. White energy shone across its body as it aimed its sharp horn directly at the descending Nidoran, perfectly timed for a strike. Use confusion to steady yourself, then wait for an opening and use Double Kick. Just as Nidorino broke free from the illusion, Sato immediately issued his own command to Nidoran. Chapter 143, Chapter 142, Scyther. In a critical moment, Nidoran's eyes flashed blue, and his entire body was instantly enveloped in a layer of blue psychic energy, pausing his fall mid-air for a half-second. This brief moment allowed Nidorino's takedown, which would have been a direct hit, to narrowly miss Nidoran. Nidoran, his eyes glowing intensely, powered up his sturdy hind legs, which shone with a white light, and quickly delivered a double kick to Nidorino's head, striking a critical point. With a loud thud, Nidorino's head was hit hard, his jaw slamming onto the ground, causing slight cracks to appear on the surface. At the same time, Nidoran used the momentum from kicking Nidorino's head to leap into the air again. Without waiting for a command from Sato, he swiftly formed a blue energy sphere. "Look out, Nidorino. Get up. Use double kick to jump and then go for a takedown," Fujita shouted, his face changing drastically. Unfortunately, although Nidorino was a poison type, a hit to his head, a weak point, by a double kick from the vitality-enhanced Nidoran was no small matter. The severe head injury left Nidorino dazed, unable to hear Fujita's commands. Moments later, Nidoran's water pulse came crashing down from above, hitting the defenseless Nidorino squarely in the soft abdomen, another critical hit. When the splashes from the water pulse settled, Nidorino was entirely knocked out, no longer able to fight. Nidorino is unable to battle. The winner is Nidoran, the temporary referee announced after counting down for 10 seconds, confirming Nidorino still couldn't stand. In the next second, applause broke out from the other spectators around the battlefield for the victor. From start to finish, the battle lasted barely 2 minutes, a rapid-fire confrontation with a decisive outcome, a true blitz match. To most of the audience, Nidoran had seemed at a disadvantage initially. Yet, thanks to Nidoran's own abilities and his trainer's skillful commands, the match took an unexpected turn. For those with a discerning eye, however, the gap between Nidoran and Nidorino wasn't significant. Despite Nidorino's higher level, his limited moveset compared to Nidoran's mastery of moves diminished that advantage considerably. If Nidorino had a few more moves in his arsenal, the battle outcome might have been different. Nidoran's victory largely stemmed from the disparity in training resources each trainer invested in their Pokémon. Well done, Nidoran. Your hard work has paid off, both double kick and water pulse were spot on, Sato praised, patting the happily returning Nidoran on the head. Return, Nidorino, Fujita muttered, his face dark with displeasure as he recalled his defeated Nidorino. Don't get too smug. This match isn't over yet. I'll make sure my next one takes down your remaining 2 Pokémon. Go, my ace. Fujita drew another Pokeball from his belt, releasing a powerful-looking Scyther from a Great Ball. Scyther. A flash of white light burst forth, and once it faded, a muscular Scyther appeared on the battlefield. Immediately raising his scythes, he let out a fierce cry. His wings beat furiously, allowing him to hover briefly before landing steadily on the ground. This Scyther was Fujita's pride and joy. Fujita had poured most of his resources into training him, making him the most well-developed Pokémon in his roster. In addition, he'd spent his savings on several TMs to optimize Scyther's abilities. Fujita was confident that his Scyther could hold its own against Pokémon raised by elite trainers. And indeed, Sato could tell that Fujita's Scyther was no ordinary opponent. Scyther's stats are as follows. Pokémon, Scyther. Level. Type, Bug/Flying. Ability, Technician. Gender, Male. Known moves, Vacuum Wave, Quick Attack, Leer, Focus Energy, Pursuit, False Swipe, Agility, Wing Attack, Bug Buzz, Egg Move, Double Team, TM, Aerial Ace, TM, Protect, TM, X-Scissor, TM. What a formidable Scyther, with the Technician ability too, Sato thought, his gaze sharpening as he reviewed the data. If I don't use Golbat and Bellissime, it'll be tough to handle him with just Nidoran and Growlithe. Can you still keep going, Nidoran? Despite the challenge, Sato wasn't about to back down. He addressed Nidoran, who had just leveled up to 16 after defeating the level 20 Nidorino. Nido. Nido. Nidoran nodded eagerly, his fighting spirit even more intense than before. His recent battle had fired him up, awakening a warrior spirit in his blood. Once both sides were ready, the referee announced the start of the match. Scyther, unlike Fujita's other Pokémon, had a highly developed battle instinct. The instant the referee gave the signal, he pushed off with his wings and feet, leaving fleeting afterimages and covering half the battlefield in a flash, closing in on Nidoran. Use X-Scissor. As Scyther's trainer, Fujita knew his rhythm well. The moment Scyther made his move, he issued the attack command. Moving at high speed, Scyther's sides glowed with a white light, slashing down on Nidoran from 2 tricky angles aimed at his head with ruthless precision. Double kick to speed up. Then use Poison Jab head-on. Sato called. Despite Scyther's incredible speed, Sato's keen eyesight made the ambush ineffective. He quickly issued his counter-command just as Scyther was closing in on Nidoran. Having used Focus Energy, Nidoran's mind was razor-focused. Upon hearing Sato's orders, he immediately sprang into action, his powerful hind legs wrapped in fighting-type energy as he launched forward. As he flew toward Scyther, the tip of his horn glowed an eerie purple, aimed right at Scyther's torso. Seeing the sudden burst from Nidoran, Scyther's eyes flashed with a battle-hardened glint. He swiftly retracted his extended right scythe, crossing it defensively over his chest, while his wings beat hard, lifting him just slightly off the ground. In the next moment, they clashed with a sharp clang. Nidoran's poison jab was blocked by Scyther's hardened right scythe, while Scyther's left scythe slashed down mercilessly, leaving a harsh cut on Nidoran's side. At the same time, the force of Nidoran's lunge sent Scyther flying backward, but with a few beats of his wings, Scyther managed to dissipate the impact, landing gracefully back on the ground. In this initial clash, it was clear that Scyther held the upper hand. Chapter 144, Chapter 143, Growlithe joins the battle. Great job, Scyther. Keep up the momentum and use Quick Attack combined with Aerial Ace to take him down. Fujita cheered, his earlier gloom replaced with delight as he watched Scyther suppress Nidoran. In contrast, Sato's face remained calm, betraying no emotion. He thought to himself, so he's underestimating me, looks like my chances of winning aren't too bad after all. Observant as ever, Sato noticed a tiny puncture on Scyther's right side, a faint purple tinge around it, and occasional slight tremors in that hand. Clearly, Scyther's block against Nidoran's poison jab had not been as effortless as it seemed, and he likely hadn't expected Nidoran's poison jab to have such power. It made sense, poison jab has a base power of 90, and with Nidoran's hustle ability, it was boosted to a whopping 135. Combined with Nidoran's double kick to accelerate his charge, the impact force was even higher. Scyther, confident that his higher level gave him an advantage, probably thought he could handle a direct clash with ease. But the underestimation had backfired. Although poison jab seemed to leave little visible damage, Scyther's entire right arm might not move as smoothly in the rest of the battle. Plus, he hadn't noticed that he was now poisoned. Nidoran, however, wasn't unscathed either. The impact of Scyther's X-Scissor had inflicted considerable damage, adding to the injuries he'd sustained in his earlier fight against Nidorino. Now, he stood panting, feeling the intense pain from the deep slash on his body. This wound was Nidoran's first real experience of pain, a scar from Scyther that taught him a true lesson in suffering. For the first time, he also deeply understood the trials Sato, Golbat, and Bellossom had faced daily in Viridian Forest. Without their protection, he might never have survived in such a harsh environment. Now, seeing Scyther coming at him again, leaving an afterimage in his wake, Nidoran's eyes held no fear. His ears twitched slightly, then, with a flash of determination, he launched himself several meters to the left with a powerful kick from his right hind leg. The next instant, a sharp clang sounded. Scyther, surrounded by faint streams of white energy, had descended from above, his scythe slashing down hard on Nidoran's former position and leaving 2 deep gashes in the ground. Well done, Nidoran. His close-range attacks are strong, keep your distance from him. Remember that feeling just now and trust in your hearing and instincts. Use Water Pulse to counterattack, Sato instructed. He was impressed. Scyther's speed with Quick Attack followed by Aerial Ace was incredibly fast. Sato had thought Nidoran would be hit for sure, given that Aerial Ace usually never misses. But as he'd just seen, battle had no absolute certainties, it was all about whether the Pokémon could react in time and find a way to dodge. Upon hearing Sato, Nidoran's mind went unusually calm. He closed his eyes and focused, his ears twitching as he concentrated fully on using his hearing to track Scyther's movements. To the surprise of everyone watching, Nidoran, relying on quick bursts from double kick and slight interference from confusion, miraculously dodged Scyther's flurry of attacks. Unfortunately, Nidoran had pushed himself to the limit to avoid Scyther's hits, leaving him no chance to counterattack. At this rate, a loss seemed inevitable, as Nidoran was clearly struggling to hold on due to his severe injuries. Don't let him escape. Fujita commanded. Beat your wings to disrupt his hearing, then finish him with Aerial Ace. Nidoran deftly dodged Scyther's fierce attacks using his keen sense of hearing, and Fujita's expression soured once again. However, with his extensive battle experience, Fujita quickly found a solution and issued new instructions to Scyther. As Nidorino's trainer, Fujita was well aware of the physiological traits of Pokémon like Nidoran, particularly their exceptional hearing. However, seeing Sato's Nidoran anticipate and evade attacks in this way was a first. But no matter, knowing the mechanism behind Nidoran's evasion gave him a way to counter it. Not good. Nidoran, use double kick combined with poison jab to counter Scyther and stop him. Sato called out, realizing Fujita's plan. Unfortunately, there was a downside. While Nidoran's sharp hearing allowed him to sense Scyther's approach, when Scyther began flapping his wings intensely on Fujita's command, generating a high-frequency noise, Nidoran's sensitive ears became a liability. As soon as the high-pitched noise hit, Nidoran, who had been focusing hard and had heightened his hearing to its maximum, could no longer bear the overwhelming sound. Reflexively, he lowered his large ears to shield himself from the noise. The loud distraction and the act of blocking his ears also prevented him from hearing Sato's commands. Seizing this perfect opportunity, Scyther struck with a powerful Aerial Ace, sending Nidoran flying. When Nidoran hit the ground, he was already unconscious, no longer able to battle. Nidoran is unable to battle. The winner is Scyther, the referee announced. After silently counting to 10 and confirming Nidoran could not get up, he declared the outcome. You did exceptionally well, Nidoran. Your efforts won't be in vain, leave the rest to your teammates. Sato immediately rushed onto the field, carefully picking up Nidoran with a slightly pained expression. He comforted him as he applied a mid-level Pokemon healing spray before returning him to his Pokeball. Hurry up and send out your next Pokemon. Don't waste time. Fujita, feeling triumphant after Scyther's victory over Nidoran, was visibly smug. Seeing Sato's slower pace, he taunted him arrogantly. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Come on out, Growlithe. Show your opponent what you're made of, and make sure Nidoran's efforts weren't in vain, Sato responded coolly. He swiftly took a Pokeball from his belt, releasing Growlithe onto the battlefield. A flash of light shot from Sato's hand, and as it faded, a sturdy and vibrant furred Growlithe appeared on the field. A soft whoosh followed, and in the next instant, an orange-red flame burst forth from Growlithe's body, enveloping him like a protective shield. Growlithe slowly opened his determined, blazing eyes, brimming with fierce spirit. Instantly, the temperature on the battlefield rose dramatically. Chapter 145, Chapter 144, Growlithe's Victory. Like Nidoran, Growlithe had enjoyed good food and care since meeting Sato. Growing rapidly, and being a bit older than Nidoran, Growlithe was now larger. Growlithe measured 1.3 meters in length and 0.6 meters in height, with strikingly vibrant fur that gleamed under the light. His muscular build bore clear signs of rigorous training. Undoubtedly, Growlithe, like Nidoran, reflected Sato's excellent training efforts. Upon entering the field, Growlithe skillfully enveloped himself in flames, a move that amazed the surrounding spectators. Fully cloaked in fire, Growlithe exuded an imposing presence, putting immense pressure on his opponent, Scyther. What incredible talent! With the flash fire ability, Growlithe has absolute control over flames. Normally wild and untamed, these flames now appear calm and obedient, Sato thought to himself, smiling as he observed Growlithe easily wearing a layer of fire. Though their training hadn't been long, Growlithe clearly inherited his father's fire manipulation talent. With poke blocks and Sato's high-quality, efficient training regimen, Growlithe quickly mastered the essence of flame charge. As demonstrated, Growlithe could now drape flames over his body, and thanks to flash fire, the flames didn't harm him at all. Instead, they served as a protective layer, making it painful for any opponent to get close. Growlithe had effectively converted flame charge from an active attack move into a passive skill, which Sato referred to as heating, similar to Luffy's Gear Second. However, based on Growlithe's current power, he could only maintain the heated state for 2 minutes. After that, his body would be unable to handle the high temperature, and he would have to deactivate heating, entering a brief period of weakness. Thus, in this heated state, Growlithe needed to engage in a swift battle. If he couldn't quickly defeat his opponent, he would be left vulnerable. A fire type, that too a Growlithe. Damn it, who is this guy? He can't just be an ordinary trainer, Fujita muttered, watching Sato summon such a powerful Growlithe. As a part-time Pokemon hunter, Fujita knew well that Growlithe was a very rare Pokemon. Few hunters would risk selling such Pokemon, typically, only those with some standing could acquire one, often through connections with the Jennies. Combined with the highly trained Nidoran, skilled in numerous moves beyond its level, Fujita began suspecting that Sato was a noble offspring on a training journey. His earlier resentment and envy, thinking Sato just a wealthy civilian trainer, quickly faded, replaced by a hint of intimidation. Yet a battle is a battle. Fujita had too much pride as a trainer to back down. Even knowing his chances of winning were slim, he would still give his all. Scyther, be cautious, Growlithe is a fire type. Use quick attack to gain speed, then break through his fiery defense with the powerful airflow generated by Aerial Ace. Fujita had a strategy for handling fire types like Growlithe, so once the referee started the battle, he ordered Scyther to execute their practiced fire countering move. In an instant, Scyther pressed off the ground with force, his insect wings whirring furiously, leaving brief afterimages as he moved like a ghost behind Growlithe. Simultaneously, Scyther's scythes, coated with intense flying-type energy, churned up threads of white air as he swung down at Growlithe. A resounding clang echoed as a deep dent appeared on the ground. Scyther's attack struck and split through what appeared to be Growlithe's fiery shield, but to Scyther's surprise, he'd only sliced through a lingering orange flame left by Growlithe. The real Growlithe stood to his left. Flame Wheel. Protect. The next moment, Sato and Fujita's commands rang out one after the other. Hearing Sato, Growlithe's orange-red flames flared up instantly as he transformed into a fiery rocket aimed directly at Scyther. But just as Growlithe was about to hit, Scyther activated Protect, defending himself. A green energy shield quickly appeared around Scyther, successfully blocking Growlithe's flame wheel and shielding him from the intense flames. However, the impact force and heat could not be entirely contained, and Scyther was sent flying back a considerable distance. As Scyther flew back, the flames around his shield dissipated, and once the shield vanished, steam rose from his body, a clear sign of heat exposure. Go on, Growlithe, use Flame Wheel again. Sato's eyes showed a hint of disappointment as Fujita used Protect to prevent a finishing blow, but he instructed Growlithe to keep up the attack. Unlike Nidoran, Growlithe had a natural advantage against Scyther's type and had speed-enhancing moves. Growlithe had already dodged Scyther's quick attack and aerial ace, indicating his body was now fully heated and his speed even surpassed Scyther's. So fast. Don't let him close in. Quickly, fly into the air using your wings, then counter with Vacuum Wave. Seeing Growlithe rocket toward the weakened Scyther, who appeared to be suffering from heat exhaustion, Fujita shouted. Despite feeling the effects of the high temperature, Scyther's fighting spirit remained strong, and he tried to take off. But as he attempted to push off, he realized his legs were not responding. At this moment, faint purple spots started appearing on Scyther's skin, and the spots continued to spread rapidly. It looks like Nidoran's poison has kicked in. With that intense movement, the toxin spread even faster, Sato observed, recognizing that the poison was taking effect at a critical moment. With a loud boom, Growlithe's flame wheel struck Scyther, sending him flying with a pained cry. Even as Scyther crashed, orange flames continued to burn around him. When Scyther finally hit the ground, the flames extinguished, leaving his body charred and motionless, signaling his loss of fighting ability. This battle is over. Scyther is unable to fight. The winner of this match is Sato and his Growlithe. After a 10-second count, the referee promptly announced the result. Chapter 146, Chapter 145, Sneak Attack. Use an antidote or Pecha juice to detoxify your Scyther first, then treat its injuries. As for the 2,000 poke dollars wager, let's forget it. It was a pleasure battling you, farewell. After the referee announced the result, Sato nodded, praised Growlithe, who had rushed back to his side, and then spoke to Fujita before turning to leave with Growlithe. Hearing this, Fujita's tense expression eased considerably. Although he could pay the 2,000 poke dollars, it was a significant amount for him, enough to treat himself and his Pokemon to several good meals. Just wait, you privileged snob. I won't give up on my path as a trainer that easily. Next time, I'll be stronger, and I'll defeat you. With resentment in his eyes, Fujita gave Scyther an antidote and poured a mid-level healing potion into its mouth, all the while watching Sato's retreating figure with Growlithe. Unaware of Fujita's thoughts, Sato would have merely smiled knowingly if he had been. He felt certain that, now defeated, Fujita would continue to lose in future encounters. As Sato finished his battle, a young man holding a glass of red wine smiled, took out a communicator, said a few words, and then moved to exit the Pokemon battle area ahead of Sato. A beautiful woman in a red gown accompanied him. Walking briskly through the hallway with Growlithe, Sato aimed to return to his room so that Bellissum could treat Nidoran's injuries. However, he noticed something odd. There was no one in the hall, and it was strangely quiet. At just after 11 o'clock, there should have been more activity on the ship. As he neared the end of the corridor, Growlithe suddenly perked up and barked toward the front, causing Sato to halt. That was a splendid win earlier. But I imagine there's little satisfaction in defeating weaker trainers, right, Mr. Sato? Why not have a match with me instead? How about using your Golbat, the one that bested Miss Alice's Charmeleon, to face my Pokemon? At that moment, the young man and the beautiful woman emerged from around the corner, blocking his path. The young man swirled his wine glass and smiled, his tone carrying a hint of insistence. He was strikingly handsome, dressed in a fitted designer suit, with stylishly gelled black hair and a strong scent of cologne. If it weren't for the pokeballs visible on his belt, Sato might have mistaken him for a young business prodigy rather than a trainer. Hearing this, Sato's eyes narrowed. Although he had never met this person, the man knew his name and about his conflict with Alice Sasaki, signaling that he, too, had a significant background. Apologies, but my Nidoran is injured, and I'm in a hurry to get him healed. Let's save it for another time. Sato bent down, soothing Growlithe with a gentle pat, then rose to face the young man calmly, keeping his composure as his hand subtly gripped Golbat's and Bellissum's Pokeballs in case anything unexpected happened. Don't be tense, I mean no harm. I just wanted to make your acquaintance, the young man replied. Oh, and I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Fujiwara Kari, a close friend of Miss Alice. What a coincidence that you ended up on the St. Louis instead of the SSN. Fujiwara downed his wine in one go, shrugging with a grin that revealed his pristine white teeth. He took a small step back with the woman, apparently sensing that he had gotten too close to Sato. Is that so? What a coincidence indeed, Sato replied, his tone unruffled even as Golbat's Pokeball shook slightly in his hand at the mention of Alice's name. My ticket was stolen just before departure, so I had to grab one for this ship at the last minute to reach the Hoenn region. However, just as Sato finished speaking, a glint appeared in his eyes. Without warning, he took a large step forward, stopping less than 2 meters away from Fujiwara. Fujiwara hadn't expected Sato to suddenly move so close, and the fake smile on his face vanished, replaced by a look of disgust. Reflexively, he backed up several steps, trying to put some distance between them. At the same moment, a well-developed Electabuzz emerged from Fujiwara's hand, where he had been holding its Pokeball hidden behind his back. As soon as it saw Sato, Electabuzz wasted no time, launching a powerful thunderbolt at him. The elegant woman beside Fujiwara was equally swift in her reaction. She opened a luxury ball from her hand, gloved in delicate white lace, and an Ivysaur appeared. Upon seeing Sato, the Ivysaur immediately unleashed a razor leaf attack. But Sato's sharp dynamic vision gave him a faster reaction time than either Fujiwara or the woman. As soon as Electabuzz was released, he opened the Pokeball in his right hand, bringing out Bellossom. Bellossom appeared, hands instantly forming two basketball-sized energy balls. These vibrant green energy orbs pulsed with intense grass-type energy, concentrated to an extreme degree. Without hesitation, Bellossom released the energy balls to counter Electabuzz's Thunderbolt and Ivysaur's Razor Leaf simultaneously. Under Fujiwara's and the woman's stunned gazes, Bellossom's energy balls plowed through both incoming attacks, crashing heavily into Electabuzz and Ivysaur. Furious after neutralizing the enemy Pokemon's moves, Bellossom didn't stop, launching 6 more energy balls in rapid succession, aiming precisely at the pressured Electabuzz and Ivysaur like a machine gun of magical attacks. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out. When the smoke cleared, Electabuzz lay on the ground, heavily injured and unable to battle. As for Ivysaur, being both grass and poison type, it withstood the assault slightly better but still took substantial damage. It had been knocked back, now standing with labored breaths, its gaze wary as it watched Bellossom, who was forming yet another energy sphere. Nearby, Growlithe noticed that Ivysaur was still standing. Ignoring the woman's pleas, Growlithe quickly engulfed itself in orange flames and launched a flame wheel at Ivysaur. Within seconds, Growlithe's flame wheel connected, and Ivysaur was also defeated, collapsing on the ground, unable to continue. Afterward, Growlithe and Bellossom moved to encircle Fujiwara and the woman, whose faces had turned deathly pale, giving them no chance to reach for any additional Pokeballs. Any sudden movements would trigger an immediate attack. I need an explanation. Otherwise, I'll deal with you here and now. I don't make empty threats, Sato said coldly, a trace of mockery in his eyes. He motioned for Growlithe to corner Fujiwara, his tone icily commanding. At that moment, a group of trainers, dressed in a colorful array of styles and carrying various photography equipment, came hurriedly around the corner of the hallway, each accompanied by a Pokemon. But regardless of their arrival, Sato sensed hostility in their sudden appearance. As soon as they rounded the corner, he signaled Bellossom and Golbat to engage in one of his favorite crowd control tactics. Bellossom released a cloud of green powder from the flowers on its head, which Golbat, just emerging from Sato's Pokeball, dispersed with a gust from its wings. The powder drifted quickly over the approaching trainers and their Pokemon. Chapter 147, Chapter 146, Unreasonable Passion. Without a doubt, under the effect of Bellossom's sleep powder, the guards and Pokemon that had rushed around the corner were all forced into a deep slumber. Now, Fujiwara had no backup left and was entirely at Sato's mercy. So, besides that freaky Golbat, this guy actually has such a powerful Pokemon, huh? Useless fools. Seeing his subordinate so easily subdued by the combined efforts of Golbat and Bellossom, Fujiwara's face turned pale with anger. He realized he had truly been cornered by Sato this time. Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Sato. I have no ill intent whatsoever. Although my Fujiwara family may not be a noble household in Kanto, we're still not someone a mere civilian trainer like you can afford to provoke. I assure you, if you let me go, I'll let this all slide, he attempted, not answering Sato's questions but instead trying to use his status as a member of Kanto's Fujiwara family to intimidate him. Of course, faced with the now defenseless Fujiwara, Sato wasn't about to go easy. First, he knocked the elegant woman unconscious, then dragged Fujiwara into a small storage room off the hallway and stuffed a dirty cloth into his mouth. Next, Sato stomped his leg down hard, breaking Fujiwara's leg. Caught in terror, Fujiwara finally spilled everything he knew. In reality, the Fujiwara family in Kanto could only be considered a bottom-tier, second-rate family. In the Kanto Alliance, their standing was low, they didn't even have a single true elite trainer, only a pseudo-elite trainer to keep up appearances. However, in recent years, the Fujiwara family had gained status by arranging a marriage alliance with Kanto's powerful Sasaki clan, thus securing a cooperative relationship and elevating their position within the Kanto Alliance. But in truth, though they called themselves partners, the Fujiwaras were merely a small vine clinging to the mighty tree of the Sasakis, effectively acting as their lackeys. Fujiwara was the third son of the Fujiwara family head, a second son without any claim to the family inheritance. Within the family, he was a notorious playboy, idle and aimless, likely destined to drift through life without purpose. Because of the marriage alliance between the two families, the Fujiwara family received invitations to gatherings hosted by the Sasaki family. It was at one of these gatherings that Fujiwara met Alice Sasaki. captivated by Alice's noble background and stunning beauty, he fell for her at first sight. Yet, Fujiwara knew his place well. The gap between his status and Alice's was vast, and she had never even acknowledged his presence. In short, there was no chance for anything to develop between them. But Fujiwara didn't wallow in self-pity. Learning that Alice admired strong trainers, he decided to work hard in an attempt to close the distance between them. Abandoning his easy life in the family, he set out on a journey as a trainer. However, having grown up in luxury, Fujiwara was entirely unprepared for the hardships of a trainer's life. After barely 3 months, he slunk back to his family, unable to endure the rigors of travel and training. Still, Fujiwara hadn't come away empty-handed. With the resources his family provided, he managed to train a few decent Pokemon and even earn 3 gym badges. Though his journey as a trainer had been short, it was enough to impress his circle of wealthy peers, giving him a chance to boast for quite some time. Through this, he even managed to secure a brief conversation with Alice. Fujiwara swore that his conversation with Alice was the happiest moment of his life. It was due to his grandly embellished tales of the trainer journey that Alice became fascinated with the world beyond her home, leading to her current attempt at running away. In short, Alice's decision to run away had a lot to do with Fujiwara's vivid portrayals of how exciting the outside world was. As her admirer, Fujiwara kept tabs on any news about Alice. When he learned she had indeed run away, he felt a mix of shock and secret delight, knowing this was his chance to spend time with her alone. In fact, Fujiwara had contributed to Alice's runaway plan. So, after informing his family that he was heading out on another solo journey, he quickly tracked Alice down. Yet, aware that Alice wanted to travel alone, he didn't reveal himself but instead followed her from a distance. Although he couldn't travel alongside her, Fujiwara was content just seeing her each day. In his mind, he was her silent knight, protecting her from the shadows. Thus, he was present yesterday when Sato's Golbat defeated Alice's Charmeleon. Seeing Alice in tears broke his heart, and he desperately wanted to tear Sato apart. However, Fujiwara knew his own limits. He had once battled Alice, only to witness all 6 of his Pokemon almost get defeated by her Charmeleon alone. Now that Alice's Charmeleon had been beaten by Sato's Golbat in a single move, Fujiwara knew he had no chance of winning a straight solo fight against Sato. Instead of acting rashly, he silently marked Sato as a future target, waiting for a chance to get revenge for Alice. Little did Fujiwara expect that such an opportunity would come so soon. To avoid detection by Alice, he had chosen to depart a bit later and booked a ticket on the St. Louis, bound for Slateport City, the same ship that Sato happened to be on. The moment he saw Sato's face, Fujiwara's heart raced. He knew that if he could stand up to Sato on Alice's behalf, she might remember him. There was even a chance that this could bring them closer. With this possibility in mind, Fujiwara became fired up, his mind racing as he quickly crafted a plan to deal with Sato. Fujiwara spent a considerable amount of poke dollars to hire some skilled trainers, planning to ambush Sato after his match. His plan had 2 main steps. First, he would engage Sato in conversation to distract him, then launch a surprise attack, all while his hidden employees recorded the battle on camera to create proof of his heroic confrontation with Sato, which he would later show Alice. The second step was for his hired trainers to join the battle once it reached a certain intensity, helping him overwhelm Sato together. But things quickly went sideways for Fujiwara when Sato unexpectedly made the first move, catching him off guard by sending out not Golbat but Bellissum, foiling Fujiwara's plan to counter Golbat with his Electabuzz. Moreover, Fujiwara hadn't anticipated that Sato's Bellissum would be so powerful, able to hold off 2 opponents at once and even crush both Electabuzz and his employee's Ivysaur with ease. In the end, Fujiwara overestimated the abilities of his hired trainers, who were put to sleep by Sato's combined use of Bellissum and Golbat before they could even fight, leaving him with no hope of success. Chapter 148, Chapter 147, Threat. So, that means she's already on the SSN, right? After listening to Fujiwara Kari's long explanation, Sato continued to look at him expressionlessly, keeping the gleaming hunting knife pressed against Fujiwara's neck. Why yes, Miss Alice is on the SSN right now. Please, don't kill me. I won't ever do this again, I swear. Looking at Sato's face, which remained nonchalant even after breaking his leg, and especially at his eyes, which were now as cold as ice, Fujiwara Kari, with his leg shattered and paralyzed by a stun spore from Bellissum, could only beg desperately. Fujiwara now realized he had messed with someone he absolutely shouldn't have. It was clear that Sato had a murderous intent, he was only holding back because of the number of witnesses around. But seeing how ruthlessly Sato had broken his leg without flinching, Fujiwara, born into a prominent family, understood that Sato had undoubtedly killed before, likely more than once, to have such utter disregard for life. If Sato decided to kill him, Fujiwara knew he would die, likely an untraceable death, his body disposed of at sea and consumed by fish. Just imagining his end, drowning and being eaten alive by fish, sent shivers down Fujiwara's spine, making his entire body tremble. Truthfully, Sato did feel inclined to kill Fujiwara, especially since Fujiwara now knew where he was, which meant Alice could easily find out too. But Fujiwara had brought plenty of allies with him, and if Sato killed him, he'd have to eliminate everyone else to cover it up. To Sato, those Fujiwara hired were no different from him since they'd actively participated in an attempt on his life. Sato wouldn't hesitate to kill them too. Unfortunately, they weren't in some secluded alley in the city but on a crowded cruise ship. Their fight had likely already been noticed, and the others had either been moved or fled. With so many witnesses around, killing Fujiwara, a family-backed coward, would trigger a chain of issues. Sato's hard-won trainer ID as a league-certified trainer could be revoked, and he might even become a wanted criminal. Fortunately, Fujiwara, in his eagerness to take credit, hadn't immediately shared Sato's information with Alice. This meant he was still safe. And Fujiwara was nothing more than a coward who now clearly feared him deeply. As long as Sato had the leverage, he could easily control him. You don't want to die, right? Fine. But you have to do something for me. Sato, after carefully weighing the risks, gradually let himself calm down. Taking out his laptop, he spoke to Fujiwara with a stern expression. Why yes, I'll do whatever you say. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. Upon hearing that Sato wouldn't kill him, a desperate glimmer of hope flickered in Fujiwara-Kari's eyes, and he nodded fervently, clinging to his life. Just remember, if I find out you've tipped off Alice, I'll make sure she sees all of this, Sato said coldly, his gaze piercing as he continued. As long as you keep your mouth shut, your life will remain the same, and this video will stay hidden. But if you betray me, I'll ruin you. Not only will Alice despise you forever, but even your family will disown you. Fujiwara looked like he'd lost his soul, his face haunted as if struck by a terrible revelation. After a while, Sato left the small room in the corridor, nonchalantly returning to his original spot. Noticing that the people who had been on the ground were gone, he calmly made his way back to his room in the residential area. While Sato hadn't killed Fujiwara-Kari, he'd taken two precious things from him, his love for Alice and his family status. Sato recorded a video on his laptop, forcing Fujiwara to recite a series of lines in which he insulted and degraded Alice, objectifying and degrading her to no end, and also made him reveal several unsavory secrets about his family's involvement in some shady and unscrupulous deals, even instances of them trying to harm the Sasaki family's interests. This video was Sato's firm hold on Fujiwara's weaknesses. With it, he practically held Fujiwara's life in his hands. If Sato released this video online, Fujiwara's reputation would be destroyed, Alice would leave him for good, and his family, desperate to protect itself, would sever all ties with him. In that case, Fujiwara would lose everything and likely be hunted by both the Sasaki and Fujiwara families. I went out of my way to avoid trouble, only to encounter an idiot like that here, Sato thought to himself, sitting on the sofa in his room, recalling Fujiwara's devastated expression as he spoke his lines against Alice. What's so great about that Alice? She's as spoiled and obnoxious as they come. The world never fails to surprise you. Sato's opinion of Alice was severely negative, her arrogance and disregard for others deeply annoyed him. If he ever had the chance and the strength, he'd gladly teach her a lesson, showing her the harsh reality of the world and her own ignorance. Still, I can't completely trust that fool Fujiwara. If I get the chance to disembark, switching to another ship would be wise. I can tell he's blindly devoted to Alice, and he might just decide to risk it all and tell her my whereabouts. After watching the newly recorded video on his laptop one more time, Sato observed Fujiwara's broken expression and kept it in mind. A while later, Bellisum finally finished healing Nidoran's injuries using grassy terrain. Once they and the other Pokémon finished their post-training snack, Sato left his room again. Before stepping out, Sato changed into a different outfit and used Ditto to alter his face into a plain, unremarkable one. Then, following the signs in the corridor, he casually made his way to the cruise ship's deck. Once there, Sato found a spot by the railing, pulled out a fishing rod from his space storage, and joined the other fishing enthusiasts on deck, settling in for a night of fishing. Chapter 149, Chapter 148, Gyarados. Damn it, what the fuck is going on? The entire ship suddenly jolted, causing Sato to slam into the railing in front of him. Thankfully, he reacted quickly, using his arms to shield his head, otherwise, he would have ended up with a close encounter between his head and the hard metal railing, with a concussion being the least of his worries. Though his head escaped serious impact, his chest took the brunt, feeling as though he'd been hit by a hard, blunt weapon, leaving him in a considerable amount of discomfort. However, Sato had no time to dwell on the pain. As the ship regained stability, he quickly released Golbat and Bellisum, positioning himself in a relatively safe spot. At this point, chaos reigned both on deck and inside the ship. Some passengers with weaker nerves were frantically screaming and running around, like headless chickens. Fortunately, the ship's crew was well prepared for handling such situations. They immediately made announcements over the PA system, reassuring passengers not to panic, while several sailors in uniform took to the deck and interior to maintain order. Thus, the initial panic from the ship's sudden jolt was quickly calmed. While the crew was busy pacifying the passengers, a fierce battle was unfolding on the left side of the ship, visible in the illuminated sea. A Gyarados in a fit of rage was locked in combat with a tentacruel of considerable size. A burly sailor, carried by a polyper and flying overhead, circled the battle, constantly issuing commands to tentacruel below. With each powerful orange beam or massive water jet from Gyarados' mouth, massive waves crashed onto the nearby waters, with the St. Louis as its main target. However, each time Gyarados aimed its attacks at the St. Louis, tentacruel, surrounded by a blue aura of water, would yank on the tentacles it had wrapped around Gyarados, causing it to miss its target. Thanks to Tentacruel's efforts, most of Gyarados' attacks had missed the St. Louis, and any stray attacks were timely intercepted by other Tentacruel released by sailors on deck, preventing massive damage to the ship. Surrounding the St. Louis were several regular-sized Tentacruel, all belonging to the ship's crew as protection Pokémon. As the tentacles of the lead Tentacruel gradually tightened around Gyarados, it became increasingly difficult for Gyarados to turn its head toward the St. Louis and continue its assault. However, a Gyarados was still a Gyarados. When they are enraged, they seem to have limitless energy, and despite Tentacruel's best attempts to fully restrain it, Gyarados eventually broke free with a close-range hyper beam, sending Tentacruel flying. Luckily, the large Tentacruel was highly resilient and boasted exceptional defense. The hyper beam didn't do too much damage, and thanks to the aqua ring surrounding it, Tentacruel quickly began to recover, soon rewrapping its tentacles around Gyarados. Seizing an opportunity, Tentacruel delivered a poison jab to a spot where Gyarados' scales had been weakened by acid, causing Gyarados to let out a pained roar. This attack seemed to enrage Gyarados further, who turned its fury on Tentacruel, biting down on it with Ice Fang, partially freezing Tentacruel's water-based body. Gyarados proceeded to ruthlessly bite off the frozen part of Tentacruel, then swatted it away with an aqua tail, breaking a large number of tentacles that were wrapped around it in the process. However, Tentacruel's regenerative ability was equally formidable. The bitten-off section was merely a bit of membrane and water. As long as its core wasn't damaged, both its membrane and tentacles regenerated instantly. The two were now locked in a brutal, close-range fight. For the moment, the battle appeared to be at a stalemate, with Tentacruel continuing to draw Gyarados' aggression, mostly defending to gradually lead it away from the ship. Gyarados. This must have been the cause of the earlier impact. Watching the fierce clash between Gyarados and Tentacruel from the railing, Sato held onto the rail and thought. According to Sato's theory, the St. Louis must have unknowingly entered Gyarados' territory, and the occasional blasts from the ship's horn probably woke Gyarados, prompting its violent attack on the ship. That Tentacruel holding Gyarados back obviously belonged to the sailor with the polyper. He was directing his Pokémon to lure Gyarados away from the St. Louis to prevent it from going berserk and mindlessly attacking the ship. A faint blue glow appeared in Sato's eyes as he used his system scanning ability, instantly displaying information about Gyarados and Tentacruel in front of him. Gyarados information. Pokémon, Gyarados. Level. Type, Water/Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Known moves, Tackle, Thrash, Bite, Outrage, Leer, Twister, Ice Fang, Aqua Tail, Scary Face, Dragon Rage, Crunch, Hydro Pump, Hyper Beam, Tutor, Surf, Tutor. Tentacruel's information. Pokémon, Tentacruel. Level. Type, Water/Poison. Ability, Clear Body. Gender, Male. Known moves, Mirror Coat, Constrict, Poison Sting, Wrap, Acid, Supersonic, Toxic Spikes, Water Pulse, Bind, Acid Spray, Bubble Beam, Barrier, Poison Jab, Brine, Screech, Ice Beam, TM, Scald, TM, Surf, TM, Aqua Ring, Egg Move, Hyper Beam, Tutor. Impressive. These Pokémon are at such high levels, this is a high-level Pokémon battle. I need to record this. As Sato examined the data of the two Pokémon battling intensely on the water, excitement flashed across his face. The data made it clear that this Gyarados, at level 45, was definitely a local powerhouse in this part of the ocean, and the Tentacruel trained by the ship's chief sailor was also incredibly strong, evenly matched against this wild Gyarados. Sir, please return to the cabin quickly. It's dangerous on the deck right now. Let the chief sailor and the crew handle this, they'll surely drive away all the Gyarados that approach. Just as Sato was about to take out his laptop to record the intense battle using the infrared camera, the tall, thin sailor who had previously greeted him approached with a worried expression. What? All the Gyarados? Are you saying there's more than one? Tell me, what exactly is happening here? Sato froze, his face paling as he turned to the tall sailor, grabbing his collar tightly. Golbat on his shoulder and Bellissum beside him glared menacingly at the sailor. I don't know exactly. Maybe there's an issue with the route. Don't you know how aggressive Gyarados can be? In the sea, they'll often call for backup. Seeing Golbat and Bellissum's intense expressions, the tall sailor hesitated for a moment before spilling what he knew. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud splash, a Gyarados suddenly surfaced on Sato's front left. In the next second, as the sailor paled in fright, an orange energy beam shot out from the mouth of the massive creature before Sato. Chapter 150, Chapter 149, Subjugation. The Gyarados that had snuck up through the pitch-black water suddenly launched a surprise attack. Some of the nearby sailors and their tentacles couldn't react in time and could only watch helplessly as the Gyarados aimed a hyper beam at the St. Louis. Although the St. Louis was constructed with special materials and had solid defenses, a direct hit from Gyarados' hyper beam would still cause serious damage, potentially leading to dangerous explosions and a cascade of further issues. But just as most thought the St. Louis was about to be struck, a large white air cutter and a barrage of green energy balls suddenly intercepted the hyper beam mid-flight. Golbat, air cutter, merged them into a single strike. Bellossom, energy ball, maximum output. Facing the sudden appearance of the Gyarados and its ambush, Sato remained somewhat calm, issuing rapid orders to his Pokémon. Thanks to Golbat's presence as a mobile sonar, Golbat had subtly warned Sato of the incoming enemy just before Gyarados arrived. This allowed Sato to quickly react, commanding Golbat and Bellossom to counterattack. Golbat had already prepared its attack, generating a powerful gust almost equivalent to a level 9 wind as 6 white blades of air cutter merged into one massive strike, aiming directly at the oncoming hyper beam. Bellossom, though a moment behind Golbat, responded immediately to Sato's command. Her body glowed bright green as she launched 12 soccer ball-sized energy balls from her hands, following closely behind Golbat's air cutter. In the next second, Gyarados' hyper beam collided with Golbat's air cutter and Bellossom's energy balls. Golbat's air cutter sliced through the hyper beam like a sharp blade, splitting it down the middle. However, it lacked the sheer power needed to fully counter Gyarados' hyper beam and was eventually broken through. Using the path Golbat's air cutter created, Bellossom's energy balls continued forward, intercepting the weakened hyper beam. Ultimately, under the combined power of Golbat and Bellossom's attacks, Gyarados' hyper beam was neutralized, and Bellossom's energy balls struck Gyarados directly, knocking it back into the ocean. But Gyarados was not so easily defeated. It quickly resurfaced, even more furious, with its enraged eyes fixed on Bellossom. Just as Gyarados was about to recover from the side effects of its hyper beam and attack Bellossom, the nearby sailors finally reacted, directing their tentacles to team up and launch a coordinated assault on Gyarados. Within moments, 3 tentacles used their tentacles to tightly restrain Gyarados, pinning it down against the water's surface, rendering it almost immobile. Taking advantage of the situation, Sato used his system's scan ability to examine the Gyarados' data. Gyarados' data. Pokémon, Gyarados. Level. Type, Water/Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Known moves, Tackle, Thrash, Bite, Dragon Rage, Leer, Twister, Ice Fang, Aqua Tail, Scary Face, Hyper Beam, Tutor. With Gyarados restrained by the tentacles, Sato thought he wouldn't need to take any further action. But he underestimated Gyarados' power and overestimated the strength of these tentacles. Even with 3 tentacles working together, the enraged Gyarados suddenly burst out in strength, breaking free by snapping all the tentacles wrapped around him. Immediately, he unleashed a series of thrash attacks, severely injuring all 3 tentacles. Damn it, Golbat, use air cutter again, combine 6 cutters into one. Bellossom, use stun spore, let's calm him down. Seeing the situation turn, Sato quickly issued commands to his 2 Pokémon. Golbat, cloaked in a powerful flying-type energy, flapped its wings fiercely, creating another powerful gust. With precision, it combined 6 smaller air cutters into a single, large white blade, which shot like lightning toward Gyarados. Meanwhile, Bellossom followed Sato's instructions, releasing a cloud of yellow stun spore from the flowers on her head, letting the strong wind carry it toward Gyarados. In his enraged state, Gyarados was too focused on attacking the 3 tentacles to notice Golbat and Bellossom's sneak attack. As a result, Golbat's air cutter and Bellossom's stun spore struck him directly. The air cutter knocked Gyarados back slightly, leaving a deep gash along his side, while the stun spore halted his furious roars, causing his body to stiffen up. Now, full power attack. Golbat, Bellossom, use Shadow Ball and Energy Ball from a distance, keep it going. Seeing the stun spore had taken effect, Sato's eyes glinted as he seized the chance. He ordered Golbat and Bellossom to unleash their full firepower on the temporarily paralyzed Gyarados. In the next instant, Golbat and Bellossom turned into living machine guns, launching Shadow Balls and Energy Balls from their mouths and hands in rapid succession. A series of small explosions echoed as the attacks landed, impacting Gyarados one after another. In the end, though Gyarados' rage hadn't completely dissipated, he was unable to withstand the relentless barrage of attacks. Overwhelmed by the Shadow Balls and Energy Balls, each with a chance to lower his special defense, Gyarados finally succumbed, collapsing onto the surface of the sea. Phew, finally down. This guy sure put up a fight. Gyarados really are vicious maniacs, they go crazy and stop at nothing. Seeing Gyarados finally defeated, Sato and the surrounding sailors sighed in relief. Just as Sato was considering capturing Gyarados, a great ball suddenly flew out from a dark corner, hitting Garridos and successfully capturing him. In the next moment, to the fury of Sato and nearby crew members, the great ball absorbed Garridos and locked in the capture. Then, a Pidgeotto swooped down from the sky, aiming to snatch the great ball. Think you're getting away with this? Golbat, show them who they're messing with. Use Gust at full power, don't let them escape. Seeing someone trying to snatch his prize, Sato's eyes turned cold as he immediately ordered Golbat to attack. Golbat prepared to follow the command but suddenly sensed something and halted, moving in front of Sato to use Protect. In that instant, a bolt of electricity shot out from a shadowy corner, targeting Sato directly. Chapter 151, Chapter 150, Sabotage. A crackling sound of electric sparks filled the air. A sudden jolt of electricity struck Golbat's hastily formed energy shield. Though the shield absorbed most of the electric attack, a small portion of the current managed to bypass it, shocking Sato. For a moment, Sato's nerves were overwhelmed by searing pain, almost causing him to black out. Seeing Sato injured, Bellissum became enraged. A dazzling green light burst from her body, and an array of vibrant green energy leaves materialized around her. Under Bellissum's command, the leaves whipped into a green energy storm and shot toward the source of the electricity. Bellissum's leaf storm, unleashed at full strength, was terrifyingly powerful, destroying everything in its path. The mysterious trainer lurking in the shadows, who had ambushed Sato, panicked and had his Pokémon execute a powerful counterattack. A hurriedly fired Zap Cannon met the incoming leaf storm, and the two attacks clashed head-on. The next instant. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted. A heavily damaged Magneton collapsed to the ground, unable to continue fighting. However, the mysterious trainer quickly recalled Magneton into its Pokeball as it fell, managing to escape. Meanwhile, a Pidgeotto successfully snatched the great ball in its claws and flew off into the night, vanishing from sight. Don't bother chasing, Golbat. Bellissum, please help me with grassy terrain to heal my injuries. Watching the figure in black disappear into the forest and Pidgeotto vanish with the great ball, Sato, half-crouched on the ground and pale-faced, spoke to Golbat and Bellissum. Hearing Sato's request, Golbat obediently returned to his side, and Bellissum quickly began using grassy terrain to heal him. In no time, thanks to Bellissum's grassy terrain, Sato's injuries healed quickly. He stood up and walked over to the spot where the enemy had been. Humph, just wait. What's mine will be returned, and with double the interest. Noticing fresh bloodstains and a torn black fabric scrap left on the deck, Sato released Growlithe and instructed it to memorize the smell on the scrap. Once Growlithe nodded, signaling it had memorized the scent, Sato thought to himself. The opponent likely hadn't expected it. Sato's current face was a disguise, so they hadn't seen his true identity. Moreover, they had no idea that he had a Growlithe, which could recognize and track thousands of scents without fail once memorized. If the enemy remained on the St. Louis, Sato could rely on Growlithe to locate them. But before all that, Sato first had to overcome the immediate crisis. The sudden appearance of a Gyarados earlier confirmed the tall sailor's warning. The St. Louis was at risk of a Gyarados swarm attack. The captain and his Tentacruel had not yet returned, which likely meant they were still locked in battle with that high-level Gyarados, and potentially struggling due to the arrival of enemy reinforcements. Until the danger had passed, Sato knew he had to stay on the deck and assist the ship's guards, who were vigilantly monitoring the waters around the St. Louis. Although guarding the St. Louis was primarily the ship's crew's responsibility, having witnessed Gyarados' sheer ferocity and the crew's capabilities, Sato felt uneasy. After all, they were on the same ship. Helping these guards protect the St. Louis was, in effect, protecting himself. Sato had no desire to sail across the ocean on a vessel that could sink at any moment. The St. Louis managers were quick to act. Upon learning that the ship might be under attack from a swarm of Gyarados, they immediately broadcasted the alert and asked the trainers on board to assist. Upon hearing that the St. Louis might be attacked by a Gyarados swarm, a few confident trainers stepped forward and went to the deck to help the ship's guards fend off the threat. However, the number of Gyarados that actually appeared wasn't large. Counting the initial Gyarados and the one defeated by Sato, there were only 9 in total. As the tall sailor had mentioned, the St. Louis had strong defensive power. Aside from the sailor captain who could battle a level 45 Gyarados on the open sea alone, the ship also had 2 deputy captains with comparable strength. Each of them commanded a water-type Pokémon at level 39, with one of them even possessing a Gyarados. Thanks to the combined efforts of these powerful trainers and the ship's guards, the remaining Gyarados were swiftly defeated, with several of them being caught by trainers and crew members alike. In the end, once the sailor captain successfully returned after driving away the initial Gyarados, the St. Louis had safely weathered the unexpected Gyarados swarm attack. Learning that the ferocious Gyarados had all been defeated by the trainers and ship's guards, the other passengers finally felt relieved. Many of them enthusiastically praised the brave fighters who dared to stand against the Gyarados. Thanks to this, even though it was already late at night, a small celebration was held on board the St. Louis. Inside the captain's cabin. With a creak, a tall sailor in a captain's uniform stepped out and gently closed the door behind him. How did it go? Are all the goods intact? Hearing the door open, the older man inside, watching the distant sea through the cabin window, asked without looking away. Captain, someone did manage to breach the cargo hold, but nothing was stolen. Also, one of the men found this under the hull. Responding to the elder captain's question, the sailor respectfully produced a small, palm-sized device from his pocket. The device was heavily damaged, with a large hole in its center, as if something inside had exploded and destroyed it. Heh, nothing's missing, then. That's a sound emitter, right? Could this be what lured the Garridos here? The elder captain gave a dry chuckle, took the device, and immediately recognized it, his expression turning grim. We're not entirely sure. The men who found it said it self-destructed the moment he did, and it's too badly damaged. The ship's tech team lacks the resources to repair it, so it'll have to be sent to the nearest base. The sailor lowered his head even further, speaking tensely. Then make it quick. Get this wreck sent to the closest base for repairs. And find the fucking rat who did this. You know the importance of this shipment. If anything goes wrong, we're both done for. After a brief pause, the elder captain tossed the broken device back to the sailor and turned, his expression severe. Yes, sir. I'll handle it immediately. The sailor let out a small sigh of relief, accepted the broken device, and hurriedly bowed as he exited the captain's cabin. Chapter 152, Chapter 151, Pokemon Medic, Sato Kaede. The celebration in the ship's main hall was lively, with everyone's faces beaming with joy. At a more secluded table, Sato, disguised in his new identity, sat quietly, savoring the delicious dishes while engaging in a conversation with a tall sailor seated across from him. Before long, after Sato jotted down a few notes in a small notebook, the conversation wrapped up. The tall sailor shook hands with Sato, smiling as he departed, and Sato returned the smile, watching him leave. As soon as the tall sailor left, another sailor took his place in the still warm chair, striking up another pleasant conversation with Sato. This new chat didn't last long either. Just as before, after Sato nodded and noted down a few more details in his notebook, the sailor left with a satisfied expression. During the celebration, though Sato wasn't the main star, he was undoubtedly a prominent figure. Until the end of the event, sailors and trainers continued to approach him for conversations. Sato's respect and popularity among the others largely stemmed from his performance in the earlier battle against the Garrido swarm. Strength commands respect anywhere, and in the battle to protect the St. Louis from the Garrido swarm, Sato, a trainer capable of defeating a Garrido single-handedly, had become quite well known. While his impressive combat abilities earned him respect, his popularity grew even more due to another aspect of his actions. After all, their opponents had been ferocious Garridos. Despite the overwhelming numbers, many believed injuries and casualties were inevitable. When a few sailors and Pokemon were critically injured, close to losing their lives, Sato stepped forward, using his Bellisum's healing ability to save these individuals from the brink of death. Thanks to Sato's noble act, many sailors and trainers grew fond of him, and his intervention gave courage to those who had been hesitant to face the Garridos. With the Miracle Seed, Bellisum had gained better control over her grassy terrain move, significantly enhancing her healing capabilities. In this battle to protect the St. Louis, Sato, in the unexpected role of Pokemon healer, played a key role. Except for 2 unfortunate souls who fell into the Dark Sea and were lost, no other casualties occurred. Because of this, Sato earned the respect and admiration of nearly everyone on board. Of course, no matter how skilled Bellisum was in healing, she was still only one Pokemon, and her ability was limited in the face of a large number of injuries. Therefore, throughout the battle, Sato focused on treating only the most critically injured trainers and Pokemon, helping them avoid life-threatening situations. After the battle, many injured still remained, and during the celebration, many sailors and trainers approached Sato at his table, hoping to gain the assistance of a capable Pokemon healer. There's no denying that healers are often beloved, especially those willing to help in critical moments. Even the fiercest individuals must show respect when faced with a healer who extends help willingly. If you ever insult or harm a healer, those who have received their care will not hesitate to step up and eliminate the threat you pose. After all, who can guarantee they'll never be injured in battle? Having a good relationship with a healer might just keep you from a close encounter with the Grim Reaper. Imagine someone who once saved your life being insulted, harmed, or even killed by a villain. What would you do? You might not be able to take down the villain alone, but if you knew others also wanted to bring them down, you'd likely join in without a second thought. The gratitude for a life saved is no trivial matter. In the Pokemon world, even though Sato is only a part-time Pokemon healer, his decisive actions during critical moments have already earned him respect and admiration from nearly everyone. Thank you so much for helping me with healing. Here's my number, just give me a call anytime. Have a pleasant evening, Mr. Sato. A well-dressed trainer shook hands with Sato, smiling as he spoke. It was my pleasure. Safe travels, Mr. Pino. Sato returned the smile, and after the handshake, he watched his last visitor depart. Phew, finally done. I hadn't expected so many people to come seeking help after Bellisum showed off her healing skills. Maybe doing a little side work as a Pokemon healer isn't a bad idea, he said, looking at the many names and phone numbers he'd recorded in his notebook. While healing items can help people and Pokemon recover, they don't match the restorative effects of a healing move from a Pokemon skilled in treatment, which can even heal hidden injuries. This explains why so many trainers and sailors on the ship eagerly sought Sato's assistance. Sato knew he couldn't refuse these requests, doing so would likely offend them. Besides, he didn't mind using this as an opportunity to make new friends, as long as the friends were genuine, he was open to it. Because Sato knew that every new friend he made increased his safety aboard the St. Louis. After the Gyarados attack, Sato no longer believed the ship was absolutely safe. Until he could ensure his own safety at sea, he had to rely on some external support. Moreover, this kind of healing service wouldn't be free. Sato could certainly charge a reasonable fee for his treatments, and he was confident that as long as his rates were lower than the Pokemon centers, they'd gladly pay in Poke dollars. Chapter 153, Chapter 152, Seeking Help. Not a single one of them was the guy, Growlive. After his last visitor left, Sato gently patted Growlive, who had just poked his head out from under the table, and asked softly. Growlive, after finishing a juicy steak Sato had grabbed for him, shook his head, indicating he hadn't found the person who attacked Sato on the deck among the guests here. In fact, when the celebration began, Sato had discreetly released Growlive and instructed him to search the banquet hall for his attacker. Unfortunately, the culprit was being very cautious, seemingly content with securing a Gyarados or perhaps afraid of Sato's strength. After stealing the Gyarados from him, the assailant had gone into hiding. As long as you're still on this ship, I'll track you down eventually. With that thought, Sato nodded and recalled Growlive to his Pokeball. He left the hall, now a bit cold and messy, save for a few passed-out, drunk sailors. Then he headed to the restroom, where he changed his clothes and even altered his appearance a bit, before returning to his cabin to rest. After Sato returned to his room, the ship finally entered a state of true quiet, though some people were still very much awake. In a luxury cabin not far from Sato's, a stern-faced middle-aged man sat cross-legged in a single armchair, across from two masked figures dressed in black, seated on a long sofa. Behind the two seated figures, 5 more black-clad individuals wearing masks stood still, though their masks lacked a number, unlike the seated figures. The middle-aged man was dressed in a stylish white suit and had a buzz cut. He held a partially smoked cigar in one hand, adorned with several gemstone-studded gold rings, looking very much like the head of some big company. On his shoulder sat a hoot-hoot, seemingly asleep, its eyes closed. However, the occasional psychic wave it emitted betrayed that it was, in fact, fully alert. The two seated masked figures contrasted in size. One was tall and burly, with the number 5 on his mask, while the other was petite, with the number 7. Aside from the two small slits on the masks, the black attire and masks completely obscured the figures. Both sat or stood with perfect posture, and they hadn't moved a muscle since entering the room. Their gazes, peeking through the narrow mask openings, were equally devoid of any emotion. It was as if they were soulless puppets or mere phantoms, aiming to minimize their presence so thoroughly that the middle-aged men almost felt they weren't even there. Clinging quietly to the backs of the standing black-clad figures were Joltics and Grubbins, just as motionless as the people they accompanied. The room's lights were off, and the curtains were drawn tightly, leaving only a single small candle to provide faint illumination. Why did you have to drag innocent people into this? The mission didn't say anything about attracting Gyarados, did it? If this ship hadn't had strong defenses, almost everyone would have perished at sea. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? After studying the two masked figures in silence for a long time, the middle-aged man sighed and broke the silence himself, seeing that neither of them seemed willing to speak first. We lacked manpower. For the sake of the light, some sacrifices are necessary. After a brief pause, the tall, burly figure on the left finally replied coldly. Agreed. After the burly figure in black responded, the petite masked figure beside him also spoke, her tone equally devoid of emotion. That's nonsense. Don't forget your place, you owe your very existence to them. Forget it, Unite Division types are all the same. Now, where's the item? Hearing their unfeeling responses, the middle-aged man's face tightened, fists clenched, but he held back from raising his voice in anger. After all, he wasn't their direct superior, his role was simply to provide cover for them. No matter how much he spoke, they wouldn't listen. It's not here. The intelligence was flawed. The pair's reaction to his words hinted at a slight change in mood, as they responded in unison without waiting this time. Impossible. Blackfish's information has never been wrong. If you can't find it, the blame's on you, no one else. If you don't retrieve the target before this voyage ends, then too bad, you'll both be stuck in the mire for another 5 years before you get a chance to leave. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on the middle-aged man's stern face. Though disappointed by their lack of success, a flicker of satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he whispered. We haven't yet searched the captain's quarters, but the guard there is formidable. We need assistance. Hearing his comment, the petite masked figure shifted slightly before speaking. We only need the strongest sailor diverted. Facing him alone, the two of us have little chance. As soon as she finished, the burly masked figure added, if the mission fails, it won't end well for you either, Mr. Weigel. After all, your daughter is with us. Before Weigel could object, the burly figure had already spoken, and in that instant, Weigel's eyes widened in fury. The hoot-hoot on his shoulder also opened its eyes, glowing a faint blue, causing the room's lighting to flicker and the candle flame to waver. You will get your help, number 5, but remember, this is the first and last time. Rules are rules. Suppressing his rage, Weigel spoke coldly, his tone sharp. With that, the hoot-hoot on his shoulder closed its eyes once more, resuming its stillness. As you wish. With this satisfactory answer, the two masked figures on the sofa stood up in unison, ready to proceed. Chapter 154, Chapter 153, Compensation. Midday the following day, in Sato's room. Sato was seated at the table in the living room, which was filled with an array of delicious food. As he sampled the various dishes, he chatted enthusiastically with a tall sailor seated across from him. Sato, my friend, your Galbot and Bellisum are seriously impressive. They took down that ferocious Gyarados with ease together, absolutely amazing, much stronger than my cloister. The tall sailor, Hans, let out a hearty laugh and downed a large mug of beer, his voice booming with praise for Sato. No, Hans, you're giving me too much credit. Without your cloister wearing down that Gyarados first, my Galbot and Bellisum wouldn't have stood a chance. It was mostly thanks to you. That Gyarados is all yours to catch, I'm happy with that. Let's have another drink. Sato shook his head humbly, raising a slightly smaller mug of beer, which he drank down before refilling Hans's cup with a grin. Hans, the tall sailor, had become acquainted with Sato after they joined forces to take down the Gyarados. Hans's strongest Pokémon was his level 31 cloister. When they met, Hans and a few of the ship's guards had been battling a level 37 Gyarados. Despite giving it their all, only Hans's cloister remained standing against the enraged creature, struggling to hold its own. However, as Gyarados unleashed its relentless dragon rage, even the highly defensive cloister couldn't hold out for much longer. Just as it was on the brink of defeat, Sato had arrived with his Galbot and Bellisum. With their help, the battle quickly turned around, as Galbot and Bellisum managed to subdue the raging Gyarados with their cutter and stun spore. After Gyarados was defeated, a dispute arose over who had the right to capture it. Although Sato delivered the final blow and saved Hans and the other guards, the damage Hans and the others had inflicted was significant. Moreover, a Gyarados, despite its wild nature and difficulty to tame, was a valuable addition to any team due to its impressive combat strength. Even on the black market, a Gyarados could sell for no less than 20 million Poké-dollars. This particular level 37 Gyarados knew several powerful moves, doubling its price. For Hans and the other guards, who didn't earn much, Gyarados was a windfall, making it hard for them to let it go. But for Sato, the Gyarados was less valuable. Since he hadn't defeated it alone, it was unlikely that this already highly aggressive Gyarados would obey him if captured and could even become a danger to him instead. So, Sato ultimately stepped back, and Hans decisively used a net ball to capture the Gyarados. Though Sato's decision seemed like a loss, he earned the friendship of Hans and the other guards. Through his friendly conversation with Hans, he also gathered valuable information about the St. Louis ship and the recent Gyarados attack incident. Hans and his group couldn't, in good conscience, just take all the benefits of the Gyarados. Otherwise, it wouldn't sit right with them, and they knew their colleagues wouldn't want to work with ungrateful people. Hans and the others didn't want to risk future relationships for a short-term gain. So, as compensation for Sato's help, they tried to cater to his interests. Knowing he was searching for a water type, they spent a bit to gather a few promising ones from other ship guards. As ship guards themselves, Hans and the others interacted with many water types in their daily duties. Occasionally, they were lucky enough to catch decent water types, which became a bit of a side business for them on long voyages. The extra income allowed them to care better for themselves and their Pokémon. Relying solely on their modest guard salaries would barely be enough, especially for guards with families to support. For them, catching Pokémon was almost like being part-time hunters. Oh, really? Well, then I definitely have to check out the water types you brought. Being on a ship without a water-type Pokémon has made me feel uneasy. You know how it is, choosing the wrong Pokémon to train can waste both resources and energy, Sato said, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He quickly downed his own beer and then focused his attention on the 5 net balls on the table. A faint, almost imperceptible blue gleam appeared in his eyes as he scanned the data of the Pokémon inside. In the next instant, a hint of joy appeared in Sato's eyes. Chapter 155, Chapter 154, Water-type Starters. It had to be said, Hans was showing a lot of sincerity with the 3 water-type Pokémon he brought. Through his system's thorough scanning abilities, Sato instantly knew exactly which Pokemon were in the 3 net balls. Inside were none other than the Water-type starters from the Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn regions, Squirtle, Totodile, and Mudkip. Based on the current stats of these 3 water types, they seem to have solid potential. While they didn't quite reach the caliber of Sasaki Alice's Charmeleon Sato had encountered before, they were still above average in quality. Here's a summary of the 3 water types. Pokemon, Squirtle. Level. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Gender, Female. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Withdraw, Aqua Ring, Egg Move, Water Spout, Egg Move. Pokemon, Totodile. Level. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Gender, Male. Known moves, Scratch, Leer, Water Gun, Rage, Bite, Ice Punch, Egg Move, Metal Claw, Tutor. Pokemon, Mudkip. Level. Type, Water. Ability, Damp, Hidden Ability. Gender, Male. Known moves, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Mudslap, Foresight, Refresh, Egg Move, Mirror Coat, Egg Move. Based on their stats alone, all 3 water-type starters were excellent, each with unique inherited moves. Mudkip was particularly notable for its rare hidden ability, Damp. Of course, stats only provided a partial glimpse into each Pokemon's potential. To fully assess their quality, Sato knew he'd have to see them in action firsthand. For Sato, the personality of the Pokemon mattered even more than their stats. If any of these 3 water-type starters weren't suited for battle, he wouldn't consider keeping them. With Han's permission, Sato quickly released the 3 Pokemon from the net balls on the table. 3 beams of white light shot out, materializing Squirtle, Totodile, and Mudkip on the ground. Golbat, who had been perched above, flew down and landed on Sato's shoulder, glaring intently at the 3 water-type starters. In terms of physical development, Totodile was the most well-built and had the fiercest personality. The moment it appeared, it began snapping its jaws at Sato and Hans, looking quite angry. Were it not for Golbat's watchful gaze, it might have already charged at the 2 of them. Squirtle, on the other hand, seemed the least developed. It appeared to be quite timid, retreating into its shell immediately and peeking out cautiously. Mudkip's development was average, but its demeanor was distinct. It simply sat on the ground, appearing motionless and a bit dazed, with a strand of mucus hanging from its nose. However, Sato noticed that, despite its dull expression, Mudkip's eyes occasionally darted to Golbat, and its posture suggested it was ready for action at any moment. Interesting, looks clueless, but there's a sharp mind in there, Sato thought, narrowing his eyes as he assessed Mudkip. Hans, noticing Sato's hesitation, spoke up, "These 3 are rare water-type starters. They're quite hard to catch in the wild, as you know." Understanding the implication in Hans' words, Sato smiled and replied, "Of course, I know that. They're all great Pokemon. But I'm particularly interested in Mudkip. May I have it?" "No problem. But I'd advise you to consider Totodile instead," Hans responded, raising an eyebrow. "It's got a feisty spirit and a strong build, a real fighter." "Thank you for the advice, but I'll stick with Mudkip," Sato replied, smiling. "All right then, if that's your choice," Hans sighed, respecting Sato's decision. He returned Squirtle and Totodile to their net balls and handed Mudkip's ball to Sato. With the exchange complete, Hans excused himself, and Sato saw him out, even giving him a few bottles of fine beer as a parting gift. As Sato was about to close the door, Hans suddenly turned back. "Oh, almost forgot. The head sailor wanted me to let you know that a big-time client will be hosting a casual Pokemon competition tomorrow. To avoid any trouble, they'd like you to serve as the event's medical staff." "Me? As a medic?" Sato chuckled. "Honestly, I'd rather compete myself. The prizes for a sponsor-backed event must be good, right?" Hans grinned, scratching his head. "Not bad at all. If I weren't working, I'd be in there too. The winner's supposed to get a rare mystic water, something I've been eyeing forever." Hans continued to nudge Sato into agreeing, knowing he was just a part-time Pokemon medic. All right, I'll do it," Sato replied, conceding with a laugh. "No wonder so many people have been coming to me today." With a quick bang, Sato closed the door. "All right, the coast is clear. I know you're smarter than you look, so you don't have to pretend around me anymore. Don't worry, Golbat won't hurt you. We're partners now," Sato said, kneeling down and smiling at Mudkip, who still wore its blank, clueless expression. Chapter 156, Chapter 155, New Pokemon. Unfortunately, Mudkip's blank expression didn't change one bit. In fact, his eyes grew even emptier, looking as though he hadn't understood or heard a single word Sato had just said. "Fine, keep pretending if you want. Let's see how long you can keep it up," Sato said, the hull of his mouth twitching slightly in exasperation at Mudkip's total disregard. Next, Sato pulled out a light blue plastic bowl and a can of premium water-type Pokemon food. Opening the can, he poured the food into the bowl, filling it with fragrant, high-quality treats. He then placed the bowl about a meter in front of Mudkip and, using a small fan, wafted the enticing scent of the food toward him. No Pokemon can truly resist the allure of delicious food, and the seemingly clueless Mudkip was no exception. Though he tried hard to keep up the indifferent act, the smell of the premium water-type food kept drawing his eyes back toward the bowl. Every time he glanced at Sato, who was watching with a smirk of satisfaction, Mudkip would quickly look away. But the enticing aroma was too much, his gaze drifted back repeatedly, each time giving in a bit more. Grumble. After about 2 minutes of determined resistance, the sound of Mudkip's stomach rumbling broke the silence. A faint blush appeared on his face, only to vanish as quickly as it had come. All right, I'll stop teasing you. You can tell, right? I mean you no harm. Go on, eat it while it's still fresh. Seeing how hard Mudkip was struggling to hold back, Sato couldn't help but chuckle. He recalled Golbat, then moved the bowl closer to Mudkip and encouraged him with a smile. Mudkip looked from the food bowl to Sato, a hint of life appearing in his eyes. Suddenly, with a quick sniff, he sucked back the snot dribbling from his nose, shuffled closer to the bowl, and began taking small bites of the fragrant, premium food in front of him. Mudkip's eating habits were similar to Sato's. Slowly and carefully, he chewed each bite before swallowing and then closed his eyes, savoring the taste. Seeing Mudkip finally start eating, Sato let out a sigh of relief. He genuinely worried Mudkip might be too stubborn and refuse to eat, even while hungry. All right, everyone, come out. We've got a new member in our team, so let's all get to know each other. Sato then prepared food for each of his 4 other Pokemon still in their Pokeballs, releasing them one by one. However, the moment Golbat, Nidoran, Bellossom, Growlithe, and Ditto, who dropped down from Sato's shoulder, appeared, Mudkip, who had been happily enjoying his food, quickly created some distance, returning to his blank, unfocused look. Don't worry about it, everyone. Mudkip's a bit shy, go and help him warm up. Seeing Mudkip revert to that same distant demeanor, Sato let out a wry smile. He understood that Mudkip still hadn't fully let down his guard around them. From his expression, he could tell that the time he had spent in captivity hadn't been kind to him, and he was reluctant to trust humans or their Pokemon companions. Golbat, with his reserved nature, wasn't bothered by Mudkip's wary behavior and simply landed by his meal, eagerly diving into his food. However, Nidoran, Growlithe, Bellossom, and Ditto, who were more social, exchanged eager glances upon hearing Sato's suggestion to help Mudkip feel at ease. Ditto, the most outgoing of the bunch, immediately transformed into a perfect replica of Mudkip and approached to try to befriend him. Mudkip, surprised by this sudden doppelganger, blinked in shock as Ditto's over-the-top enthusiasm quickly overwhelmed him. Eventually, he begrudgingly acknowledged Ditto's greeting just to ease the attention. With that, Nidoran, Bellossom, and Growlithe took the cue and came forward to introduce themselves as well. Since he had already broken his silence with Ditto, Mudkip responded to each of their greetings in turn. Bellossom crafted a tiny leaf crown from the leaves beneath her and presented it to Mudkip as a welcoming gift. Nidoran pulled out a high-quality poke block he'd stashed in his big ears, offering it for Mudkip to try. Meanwhile, Growlithe, always generous, shared a favorite meat bone from his collection, since Growlithe is a fluffy good boy. As for Ditto, it impressed Mudkip by showing off a series of transformations, from various Pokemon it remembered to everyday human tools, leaving Mudkip wide-eyed with wonder. What followed was an entertaining scene. Mudkip happily joined the 4 Pokemon to finish dinner, then engaged in a game of catch after the meal. In no time, Mudkip had relaxed, putting aside his initial wariness around the 4 Pokemon and even warming up slightly to Sato and Golbat. Ditto's unique skills as a friendship master were invaluable for helping newcomers settle in quickly. This is your welcome treat. Try it out, it's a gem-level poke block I just made from a blend of lum and citrus berries, favorites among water Pokemon. It's great for restoring energy and will definitely satisfy you. Lum Berry, a water-type berry, has the special effect of curing a Pokemon's status condition. Sato placed some newly made, gem-grade poke blocks on Mudkip's now empty plate with a friendly smile. After bonding with Ditto, Nidoran, Bellossom, and Growlithe, Mudkip had begun to sense that Sato and his team were different from the humans and Pokemon he had encountered before. Seeing the sparkly blocks on his plate, Mudkip couldn't resist taking a curious peek. Grumble. Encouraged by its new friends, Mudkip finally mustered the courage to taste the gem-grade poke blocks. The moment he took a bite, letting the 6 glittering gems dissolve, an overwhelming flavor flooded his senses, evoking a satisfied hum. Mudkip swore these shiny treats were the most delicious things he had ever tasted, far better than the premium water-type food from earlier. Welcome to the team, Mudkip. Watching Mudkip's delighted expression, Sato felt a sense of accomplishment. All his efforts had paid off, and he couldn't have been happier. Just like winning over a girlfriend, when it comes to Pokemon, the way to their hearts is through their stomachs, or rather, by conquering their stomachs. Chapter 157, Chapter 156, The Use of 10 Gold Coins. Without realizing it, I've already got 6 Pokemon with me, and 2 of them have reached level 30. Considering that this has all happened in less than a month, it feels almost unbelievable. Sato glanced at his team, who were all resting after playing, some asleep on the floor or couch, with Golbat keeping watch on the ceiling and Bellossom curled up with its miracle seed on the couch. A sense of amazement crept over him. However, Sato quickly shook his head. Reaching this point was largely due to his own caution and effort, and in some cases, he'd achieved it at great personal risk. Though the time has been short, the experiences he's had aren't something an average trainer would encounter. A quick comparison between regular trainers and the elite fighters made him realize that his amazement wasn't warranted. "Ah, whatever," he muttered. "The important thing is not to get arrogant. My current strength is probably around the level of a rocket squad leader or mid-level platoon leader, still far from being able to control my fate. The less time I spend reaching that goal, the better." Pushing aside unnecessary reflections, Sato returned to practical thoughts, focusing on how best to use his current resources to further boost his Pokemon's power. With the initial bond established with Mudkip, Sato's first thought was about the items he had earned with 10 gold coins at the game hall. Since the water-type starter Pokemon were all already claimed, Sato had to use his hard-earned 10 gold coins to redeem something else. Even though 10 gold coins weren't enough for the top 10 items, there were still plenty of valuable things further down the prize list worth redeeming. For example, Sato had previously been too rushed to get the Hidden Power TM from the black market, but it was available in this game hall's prize exchange. He didn't know the market value of the TM, but at the game hall, it cost 50 silver coins, equivalent to 500,000 Poke Dollars each. Within Team Rocket's internal exchange system, this TM was also available but required 1,500 points to redeem. While the point requirement wasn't extremely high, the TM was only accessible to those ranked at least squad leader or higher. So, based on Team Rocket's redemption requirements, Sato considered the TM to be relatively rare, and 500,000 Poke Dollars per copy seemed reasonable. Ultimately, since all the coins were won with just 20 bronze coins, Sato didn't hesitate much. He spent 3 gold coins to obtain 6 copies of the Hidden Power TM. Ditto couldn't use TMs. After securing some immediate use items, Sato shifted focus to the next priority item on his list, a TM for the move Protect. Though the Protect TM could typically only be used once, it's undeniably a crucial move in many situations, one that the majority of Pokemon can learn, with only a few exceptions. Through countless battles in the wild, Sato had come to deeply appreciate the value of the Protect TM. Thus, without hesitation, he redeemed 6 of them, 1 for each Pokemon using the standard number of 6 Pokemon, at a price of 10 silver coins per TM. Continuing down the exchange list, Sato used 40 silver coins to obtain an Everstone, a relatively low-value item. This Everstone was specifically for Nidoran, who had joined him shortly after he became a trainer and was still quite young. Currently, Nidoran hadn't fully tapped into the potential of his current stage, and he could evolve as early as level 16. To prevent an early evolution from cutting short his development, this Everstone would be very useful. When Nidoran was defeated by Scyther, Sato decided to place the Everstone around his neck. It was small and had been polished into a comma-shaped gem, crafted into a necklace with some agate beads. Nidoran loved his new Everstone necklace, and he spent a good part of the morning proudly showing it off to his teammates. Even the fashion-conscious Bellossom brought out her miracle seed and hinted to Sato that she'd like a similar necklace made from it. After redeeming these 3 items, Sato still had 6 gold coins left. He decided to splurge, spending 5 of them on a Thunderbolt TM. Since his upcoming journey would involve traveling across the ocean, teaching an electric move to one of his Pokemon could provide extra safety. He also had high hopes for Nidoran, and teaching him Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, and Flamethrower would significantly expand his future move set once he evolved into Nidoking. If Nidoran could master these skills early, he would surely impress everyone when he eventually evolved. With the last gold coin, Sato redeemed enough high-quality Pokemon food to last a team of 6 Pokemon for 3 months. Having Ditto as a handy shapeshifter, he now viewed the game hall as a viable source of resources. Finally, he sold his unused SS and luxury cruise ticket at a 150,000 Poke Dollar premium to a businessman who urgently needed to travel to the Hoenn region. After reviewing his resources, Sato took out a small device from his storage, a mini Move Tutor machine. The game hall had given it to him free of charge with his purchase of the TMs, as a perk for spending 10 gold coins. This mini Move Tutor machine/learning machine, same thing, was a more compact, updated version compared to the outdated model he had seen in the underground market of Pewter City's Team Rocket base, though it worked just as effectively. Chapter 158, Chapter 157, St. Louis Pokemon Tournament. After Sato used the Move Tutor to teach his battling Pokemon the 5 Hidden Power TMs, the Protect TMs, and the Thunderbolt TM, he prepared to leave his room to start the afternoon's Pokemon training. However, as he opened the door, he was met by a female trainer who had been waiting for some time. Her purpose was straightforward, she was requesting Sato to heal her Pokemon. Sighing internally, Sato agreed and released Bellossom to heal the trainer's Pokemon. Since Bellossom's grassy terrain move was boosted by the Miracle Seed, she could heal up to 6 Pokemon at once. Word had spread among the trainers on the ship that Sato's Bellossom could heal multiple Pokemon at once, and at a rate of only 1,000 Poke-dollars per Pokemon, half the cost of the Pokemon Center's standard fee of 2,000 Poke-dollars. Thus, besides those trainers who had already required healing from battles, others now sought him out for Bellossom's healing. After completing the healing of the female trainer's Pokemon, another trainer was already waiting outside the door. Seeing Bellossom nod that she could continue, Sato agreed to heal once more. In total, over the course of an hour, Bellossom healed 32 Pokemon from 8 different trainers. By then, Bellossom was tired and needed rest, giving Sato a reason to politely decline further requests for healing. Thanks to Bellossom's ability, Sato earned 32,000 Poke-dollars, though he wasn't particularly concerned with the money. What mattered to him was that he'd made positive connections with each trainer he helped, leaving good impressions and potentially gaining future allies. Although the earnings aren't much, it's a good way to build connections. Who knows, maybe some of these people will be able to lend me a hand in the future, Sato thought. After seeing off the last trainer and closing his door, Sato gave Bellossom 2 gem-grade Poke Blocks as a reward, then returned her to her Pokeball. With his friendly, affordable healing services, Sato had exchanged contact numbers with 16 trainers, and even secured 2 as regular buyers for his Poke Blocks, earning an additional 100,000 Poke-dollars from sales and bringing his total funds back to over 300,000. Afterwards, Sato stepped out of his room and quickly entered the nearest common area. When he reappeared, he was in a different outfit and had a different face. Since Sato's identity had become quite well known on the ship, he decided it was best to switch identities to avoid any unwanted attention for the tasks he intended to undertake next. Although training time had been delayed by an hour, it was only a little after 4 p.m., which left enough time for the Pokemon to have dinner by 7 p.m. Now disguised, Sato kept a low profile as he moved along the ship, with no one greeting him or approaching him for help or trouble. He kept Growlithe by his side, hoping to spot the person responsible for the previous attack on him. While he didn't locate his attacker, he did run into a few trainers who had joined Fujiwara in assaulting him the previous night. Upon spotting Growlithe beside him, these trainers paled, seemingly recognizing Sato. They quickly lowered their heads and hurriedly disappeared from sight. Though Sato was tempted to teach them a lesson, he refrained, as there were unrelated people in the corridor. Acting as though he hadn't noticed anything, he kept a steady pace until he reached the ship's training area. The public training area was bustling, with many trainers lined up to register. A quick glance at the signboard behind the registration desk informed Sato of the reason: the St. Louis Pokemon Tournament. Apparently, the tournament was a joint event held by the captain of the St. Louis and a wealthy merchant on board to thank the trainers who had helped defend the ship the night before. The prize for the champion was a mystic water, provided by the captain, and a reward of 5 million Poke-dollars from the merchants. Prizes extended to the top 8, though only the top 3 received substantial rewards: 3 million Poke-dollars and a Sylph Company discount voucher for the second place, 1 million Poke-dollars and a round-trip luxury ticket on the St. Louis for the third, and 200,000 Poke-dollars each for the 4th to 8th places. Unsurprisingly, the grand prize was what drew so many trainers, especially the 5 million Poke-dollars alone, which was enough to drive trainers with limited resources to join. Judging by the line, most participants were modestly dressed civilian trainers who probably didn't expect to reach the top 3 but felt confident about making it to the top 8. For these trainers, even 200,000 Poke-dollars was quite a tempting reward, and they were further encouraged by the fact that the tournament would cover any medical costs for their Pokemon. Noticing this medical provision, Sato realized that he was quite likely the person expected to handle it. Just me, an amateur at best, having to provide medical care for this many people's Pokemon. This is ridiculous, Sato thought with a twinge of regret, eyeing the 30-plus registrants and beginning to doubt his hasty decision to volunteer as the tournament's medical personnel. Chapter 159, Chapter 158, Anna. Should I enter the St. Louis Pokemon Tournament? Sato thought about it briefly and quickly made up his mind. His primary role was a Pokemon trainer, and only secondarily a Pokemon medical trainer. This competition, offering the chance to further strengthen his Pokemon, was an opportunity he simply couldn't pass up. With his decision made, Sato removed his disguise, then joined the orderly line at the back. Soon, he reached the registration desk, where he signed his name on the form provided. However, just as he completed his registration and was about to head to a private training room, a female trainer named Anna recognized him as the amateur Pokemon healer and requested treatment for her Pokemon. Sato agreed, but to avoid further requests interrupting his training, he led Anna into a private training room and released Bellossom to treat her Pokemon. Judging by Anna's refined clothing and studious demeanor, it seemed she came from a well-off background. However, perhaps due to a lack of styling knowledge, she wore a somewhat plain hairstyle, a long, single ponytail, with bangs nearly covering her eyes and large, round glasses on her face. Despite her simple appearance, Anna had a striking natural beauty. At 16, her Her impressive figure was evident even in relatively modest and loose clothing, which still managed to accentuate her S-shaped curves, and her skin was very fair. If Anna put in a little effort with her appearance, she would certainly be a stunning beauty. While waiting for Bellissum to finish treating her Pokémon, Anna held a thick notebook, reading its contents intently. Meanwhile, Sato patiently waited as well, holding off on his training until his guest had left. He was somewhat surprised that the Pokémon Anna needed healed were 6 Rattatas, since most women tended to dislike Rattata. "Mr. Sato, are you also entering this tournament?" Anna asked, closing her notebook and adjusting her glasses after Bellissum had finished treating her Pokémon with grassy terrain. "Yes, Miss Anna. Even though winning the prize might not be certain, I won't pass up a tournament that can promote my Pokémon's growth," Sato replied, handing a pokeblock to his tired-looking Bellissum. "You're too modest, Mr. Sato. I witnessed last night's battle myself. To single-handedly defeat a rampaging Gyarados, it's not something just any trainer could accomplish. It takes both courage and considerable skill." Anna reopened her thick notebook and quickly flipped to a specific page. The page was filled with detailed notes about Sato's Golbat and Bellissum, complete with drawings of both Pokémon. There were annotations listing various data about their height and body size. "Your Golbat is very impressive. It ranks as the 3rd largest Golbat I've ever seen, and its mastery of Air Cutter is exceptional. It can merge several small air cutters into a large one in seconds, powerful enough to break through even the tough scales of a Gyarados. And your Bellissum is equally powerful. It can rapidly launch 9 or 10 half-meter diameter energy balls in seconds, with each energy ball having a high density that makes it incredibly potent. Based on my collected data on the other trainers' Pokémon on board, I'd say you have a very high chance of making it to the top 8, perhaps even the semifinals. You're definitely a formidable competitor in this Pokémon tournament." Anna reviewed some details in her notebook, then calmly and quickly delivered this surprising analysis, leaving Sato slightly stunned. "Miss Anna, your observation skills are truly remarkable. It seems you must be a very skilled trainer. I look forward to the chance of battling you in the tournament," Sato responded, unable to hide his shock. As he looked at this female trainer again, a wary and cautious look appeared in his eyes. In truth, Sato had already noticed Anna's thick notebook and glimpsed what she had written. However, he hadn't expected her to gather such comprehensive data on his Pokémon. Judging by the tightly packed writing and numbers on the pages, she had quite a lot of information. Being someone who also likes to collect data and draw insights from it, Sato was well aware that Anna might have already figured out some countermeasures for his Golbat and Bellissum. Knowing your opponent holds such information, and might have devised strategies to counter it, is unsettling for any trainer, and Sato felt this unease too. Even in the ever-changing dynamics of a Pokémon battle, intelligence is invaluable. Sato's system scanning capabilities had greatly benefited his Pokémon battles, making him keenly aware of the value of information. "I'm also looking forward to a Pokémon battle with you on the field, Mr. Sato. But I believe I'll win, so be careful not to reveal too much data in front of me. The more you do, the slimmer your chances of victory become." Anna nodded at his response, smiling confidently. Behind her reflective glasses, her bright, self-assured eyes fixated on Sato, as if appraising a favored prey. When Sato looked at her intense gaze, peering through her thick bangs, he suddenly felt an eerie familiarity. It was like when he had once encountered the massive Ursaring in the Viridian Forest during his weaker days. He vividly remembered the way that Ursaring had looked at him, as though it could toy with him at will. Now, that same look was in the eyes of this young female trainer named Anna. In short, this look made Sato's mood suddenly sour, and a sharp, steely glint appeared in his eyes. Chapter 160, Chapter 159, Information. In fact, Anna was born into a family of Pokémon professors. Both her parents were somewhat renowned in the Pokémon academic community. Perhaps inheriting her parents' excellent genes, she had always been exceptionally bright, able to quickly master anything she learned. Thanks to her highly controlling parents' intentional guidance, clever Anna became a league-certified Pokémon researcher by the age of 15. Yet, despite her achievements, Anna's mature mind felt deeply dissatisfied. She resented the life her parents had planned for her and harbored a grudge against them for stealing her childhood. So, after earning her certification, Anna decisively freed herself from their control and chose to live independently. In the year that followed, Anna, eager to fulfill her long-repressed desire for freedom, convinced the League to grant her a substantial research grant under the pretense of conducting field research worldwide. She then embarked on an extended journey across various regions. But her parents' influence ran deep. Like them, Anna possessed a strong desire for control, one that only grew stronger with time. On her travels, Anna pursued various ventures to satisfy this need, but none held her interest for long, until she found something that did: Pokémon battles. Ironically, it was her desire for control that gradually led Anna to shift from researcher to trainer, and she embraced this role with enthusiasm. For Anna, Pokémon battles, with their many uncontrollable variables, presented a challenge she relished. Figuring out how to eliminate these unpredictable factors and bring order to a Pokémon battle became the perfect way to satisfy her need for control. she discovered that by gathering and analyzing data on other trainers' Pokémon, she had a high chance of dominating battles, orchestrating them so her opponents would gradually walk into defeat according to her plan. To Anna, manipulating her opponents like marionettes was deeply gratifying. The thrill was especially intense when she controlled opponents with strength on par with her own, as she could both satisfy her desire for control and revel in unparalleled enjoyment. Now, in Sato, Anna had found a powerful new puppet, having watched his battle with Gyarados the previous evening and developed a keen interest. Today, her visit to Sato wasn't solely to have her Pokémon treated, it was also an opportunity to issue a direct challenge. Mr. Sato, your gaze suddenly turned so intimidating, but that's fine, I like that look on you. If we get the chance to battle in the tournament tomorrow, I hope you keep that fierce look and take me on with full seriousness. Here's your payment, she said with a smile, handing him the 4,000 Poké fee for the treatment. Then, she recalled her Pokémon with a Pokeball and prepared to leave. One moment, Sato called just as Anna was turning to go. If you managed to gather such detailed data on my two Pokémon, you were likely present during my battle with Gyarados last night. Did you see the person who tried to ambush me? Reflecting on last night's Gyarados encounter, Sato realized that while he had fought the second Gyarados alone, his two Pokémon hadn't been very active in the battle, mostly staying on the fringes, and later taking on a support role from behind. Thinking about it from a different angle, if Anna had collected that much data on his two Pokémon, she must have been observing him closely when he took on Gyarados alone. Anna had managed to gather so much data on his two Pokémon from just one short, intense battle, showcasing her impressive observational skills. There was a good chance she had also noticed the person who had tried to ambush him from behind. What's in it for me if I tell you? She asked, stopping and turning around with a smile. While I'm not sure why you want to provoke me into a Pokémon battle, if you tell me who that person is, I'll agree to your request. I'll even wait until you fully analyzed my Pokémon before we battle. Otherwise, I refuse to battle you, and if we meet in the tournament, I'll forfeit, Sato replied with a smile of his own, looking at her seriously. Anna was momentarily speechless at Sato's unexpected ultimatum, but after a bit of thought, she decided to meet his demand. After all, finding a strong puppet of her choosing was not easy, and accommodating his request wasn't a big sacrifice to achieve her goals. In fact, Anna hadn't been on the deck herself, she had stayed in her cabin, observing through a few of her Rattata, each equipped with a small infrared camera. Using her laptop, she was able to monitor key activities on the ship, uncovering quite a few of its secrets. Of course, although Anna knew these secrets, she was wise enough to keep them to herself. She'd long understood that there's always a bigger fish, so she was selective in who she engaged with. After a minute, Anna left, but she handed Sato a simple sketch before she did. The sketch was minimalistic, yet it contained enough information for him. The sketch depicted a door with the number B102 on it. I wonder what the person inside is up to. They seem dangerous, Sato thought to himself, memorizing the details before having his Growlithe breathe fire on the sketch, turning it to ashes. Aside from the numbered door, Sato's sharp eyes noticed subtle hidden clues in the drawing. Perhaps unwilling for him to come to harm, Anna had left a small X to symbolize danger within the spaces on the sketch. Clearly, Anna hadn't directly told him because she wasn't willing to risk angering the person in question. Chapter 161, Chapter 160, Hidden Power Attributes. After Anna left, Sato immediately released his other Pokémon one by one and quickly began the midday skill training session. Now that he had clues about last night's assailant, Sato was confident he could track the person down as long as they remained on the ship, but given that this individual seemed to hold a special identity, Sato knew he had to proceed with caution, avoiding any hasty actions. Right now, Sato was far more focused on enhancing his Pokémon's abilities. If all went smoothly, he anticipated reaching Larue City, the mission's destination, within the next 3 or 4 days. Since leaving Viridian Forest, Sato had already spent 6 days in total. This meant he had 19 days left to complete the mission, but if he accounted for the travel time to Larus, he'd likely only have about 15 days remaining. Therefore, to complete the mission, Sato had to make every minute count. For now, he could set aside thoughts of the enemy's identity and appearance, keeping that for a future reckoning. Note, 1 day leaving Viridian Forest, 1 day in and leaving Viridian City, 1 day in and leaving Saffron City, 1 day in and leaving Vermilion City, now 2 days on the ship. Today's training focus was on Hidden Power, a move that 5 of his combat Pokémon had just learned through a TM. But before beginning, Sato needed to identify the elemental type of each Pokémon's Hidden Power. Indeed, the type of Hidden Power is determined by the individual Pokémon itself, it's a skill of chance. If a Pokémon's Hidden Power complemented its attack range weaknesses, it was a valuable addition worth training. If not, it had less value for development. First up for testing was the team's senior member, Golbat. Closing his eyes, Golbat followed the method outlined on the Hidden Power Technical Machine, TM, to activate the move. Since he was still learning, Golbat was unfamiliar with this skill, taking a full minute to release it successfully. Yellow energy particles gradually gathered around Golbat, and under his control, they coalesced into a yellow energy sphere in front of him. As it took shape, small blue electric currents danced across the sphere's surface. When Golbat could no longer contain the yellow energy, he released the electricity-laden sphere forward. The yellow energy ball traveled a short distance before detonating, creating a small explosion of energy. Simultaneously, several yellow energy fragments, still crackling with electricity, scattered in all directions. These fragments faded after traveling about 2 meters in the air. Hidden power essentially worked as an energy bomb. It condensed elemental energy into an energy ball that could be thrown forward, releasing energy fragments upon explosion to inflict area damage. Based on the color of Golbat's energy ball, Sato determined that his hidden power was electric type. Yellow energy was characteristic of electric type energy. Note, different elemental energies have distinct colors. Grass is green, water is blue, fire is red, and so forth, as indicated on the type chart. It was somewhat ironic. Sato had hoped for a ground-type hidden power to counter electric types, but instead, Golbat had awakened an electric-type hidden power, which left Sato both amused and resigned. However, electric-type hidden power was still useful for Sato. Against water-type Pokemon, Golbat had indeed been lacking an effective attack option. In a watery environment or water-based battlefield, if a water-type Pokemon dives into the water, Golbat used to have no viable means to counter them. But now, with an electric-type hidden power, that problem is solved perfectly. If any water-type Pokemon dares to enter the water, Golbat can unleash his hidden power directly into it. The yellow, electricity-charged energy sphere, like the one he just demonstrated, would spread electric currents throughout the water, making it almost impossible for typical water types to escape and forcing them to take the effective hit. This electric-type move also gives Golbat a significant advantage in aerial battles against other flying-type Pokemon. To date, Sato had yet to have Golbat engage in an air battle against other flying types. Though Golbat's size is now relatively large, it still falls short when compared to larger flying types. Golbat's body size is comparable to a fully grown Pidgeotto, but he's still not as massive as Pokemon like Pidgeot or Fiero. Thus, if their levels were roughly the same, Golbat would generally be at a disadvantage in aerial battles against such larger flying types. However, with this electric-type hidden power, Golbat may now have a slight edge. Of course, now that Golbat's hidden power has been confirmed to be electric-type, it's clear that he'll lack any countermeasures if he ever faces electric types. Looking ahead, Sato could already see that Golbat would avoid battles with electric-type Pokemon or Pokemon proficient in electric moves unless absolutely necessary. Once Golbat's hidden power type was established, it was Nidorann's turn. Like Golbat, Nidoran took about a minute to activate the move successfully. Unlike Golbat's yellow energy sphere, Nidorann's hidden power produced a dark, ominous-colored energy sphere that exuded a sinister aura. Seeing the dark sphere emanating a malevolent energy in front of Nidoran, Sato didn't need much guesswork. Nidorann's hidden power was clearly dark-type. Next, Growlithe, Mudkip, and Arrested Bellossom took turns testing their hidden power, with Sato carefully noting each one's elemental type. Growlithe's hidden power type was surprising. It turned out to be Grass-type, the very type that was effectively countered against his own. However, this now granted Growlithe an unexpected advantage over Rock, Water, and Ground types. Mudkip's hidden power was also exceptionally advantageous, turning out to be a rare flying type, one of the only 5 types that was super effective against Grass types, a natural weakness for Water-type Pokemon. It was worth noting that Mudkip's final evolution, Swampert, only had one type weakness, Grass, which was countered by Flying, Ice, Fire, Bug, and Poison types. With a 5 in 17 chance of acquiring a type-effective hidden power, Mudkip now had a solid tactic against Grass-type Pokemon. Plus, Mudkip could eventually learn various ice moves to counter Grass types, enhancing his arsenal. As for Bellossom's hidden power type, it was something Sato had truly never anticipated, even more shocking than Mudkip's. Since her evolution, Bellossom's strength had skyrocketed as if she had hit a lucky streak. And now, blessed by Lady Luck once again, she had drawn the rarest result, with a 1 in 17 chance. Bellossom's hidden power turned out to be Rock-type. Chapter 162, Chapter 161, Thunderbolt and Double Team. As a pure Grass-type Pokemon, Bellossom was naturally countered by Fire, Bug, Flying, Ice, and Poison types. Among the 18 Pokemon types, only the Rock-type can effectively counter 4 of these, Fire, Bug, Flying, and Ice. With Bellossom gaining Rock-type hidden power, it's a truly fortunate development. This means she would no longer lack a counter to Pokemon with Fire, Bug, Flying, or Ice moves in future battles. At the very least, Bellossom won't find herself in a defenseless position like she did in her last battle with a Fiero. Moreover, hidden power was a special ranged move, and if Bellossom's level increased a bit more, she might naturally learn Quiver Dance, a powerful move that enhanced 3 key stats. Combining Quiver Dance with Rock-type hidden power would allow her to turn battles in her favor completely. After completing the hidden power attribute tests for all 5 combat Pokemon, Sato considered their training plans and assigned their next sessions. Golbat and Bellossom were tasked with training their hidden power moves. Nidoran was assigned to work on his newly acquired Thunderbolt move, Growlithe would be practicing his new Double Team move, and the freshly joined Mudkip would start stamina training. Through a TM and learning machine, Nidoran had learned the technique for Thunderbolt, but because he lacked an electric-type affinity and with electric-type energy being naturally volatile, he currently could barely manage more than faint sparks, let alone execute a real Thunderbolt. Sato had a solution to help Nidoran with his Thunderbolt training, thanks to the connections he built by offering his Pokemon healing services. Earlier that morning, Sato had met another trainer with a Magneton while treating his Pokemon. After healing the Pokemon free of charge and providing 20,000 Poke Dollars as compensation, Sato managed to borrow the Magneton. The reason Sato borrowed this Magneton was simple: it possessed a move called Electric Terrain, which could greatly aid Nidoran in his Thunderbolt training. Electric Terrain is an electric-type status move that lasts for 5 turns, turning the field into an electric terrain where grounded Pokemon can't fall asleep, and electric moves are strengthened. Come on out, Magneton. I'll need your help creating a small electric terrain, Sato called out. As Nidoran began his Thunderbolt practice, Sato released Magneton from a standard Pokeball. Magneton, already briefed by its trainer, didn't panic upon release. It immediately emitted 3 strong electric currents from its magnets. Guided by Magneton, these yellow currents spread into the ground below, and as the flow continued, a 5-meter radius around Magneton began to hum with bursts of electricity. The ground seemed to be dyed yellow, as if coated with an electric charge, and the air was alive with an unusual intensity of electric-type energy. In the middle of this electric terrain, Sato felt his hair and body hair rising slightly. His skin tingled, and even the slightest movement produced a faint crackle of static. At the same time, Nidoran, standing in the electric terrain, could finally feel the vibrant electric-type energy buzzing around him. With the help of his mental power to steadily draw in the energy, Nidoran was finally able to gather the unruly electric-type energy bit by bit, eventually channeling it to his horn and emitting a faint current from its tip. Clearly, having Magneton's electric terrain boosted Nidoran's training efficiency for Thunderbolt. Although he could only produce a weak current for now, it was an excellent start. Well done, Nidoran. Keep up that momentum. Once you've mastered Thunderbolt, you'll be able to handle any water-type Pokemon in the ocean. Sato encouraged as he watched Nidoran playfully manipulating the electric current he had gathered, creating different shapes with it using his psychic abilities. Due to Golbat's electric-type hidden power, Sato had him practice within the electric terrain as well. Golbat's progress in mastering hidden power was fairly steady. With Nidoran and Golbat's new skills on track, Growlithe was also advancing with his Double Team move. Sato had taught him this move using a Double Team TM he acquired from the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang in Viridian City. Note, Double Team is a normal type status move that allows the user to create clones by moving quickly, confusing opponents and raising evasion. Double Team's effectiveness largely depends on a Pokemon's speed. The faster the user, the more clones they can produce in a short time. For Growlithe, who had already mastered Flame Charge, a move that enhances his speed, Double Team was a perfect match. After a bit of practice, he was able to produce 2 precise copies while standing still. Moreover, as Growlithe heated up his body using Flame Charge, with Flame Charge's speed boost, Growlithe could even create 6 stationary clones simultaneously. Currently, Growlithe was running around an area while performing Double Team. Sato set a minimum requirement that Growlithe must produce at least 3 running clones alongside him. But it was evident that Growlithe, who was just beginning to practice Double Team, hadn't quite perfected the technique. He could only produce 1 running clone at a time so far. In Sato's vision, Growlithe would use Double Team mainly for close-range assaults, confusing opponents and reducing their ability to counter his approach. Double Team also enhanced Growlithe's evasion, helping him avoid attacks when he was launching an attack or retreating from an assault. In short, pairing Double Team with his speed-focused approach would make Growlithe even more agile and evasive, giving him more control in battle as he maneuvered around his enemies. Chapter 163, Chapter 162, Mudkip's Potential. In contrast to the skills training of Golbat, Nidoran, and Growlithe progressing steadily, Bellossom was still slowly mastering the move Hidden Power. As a Grass-type Pokemon, Bellossom had exceptional control over Grass energy, which made her proficient in training various Grass-type moves. However, her ability to control other types of energy could only be described as mediocre. Since Bellossom was not a Rock-type Pokemon by nature and was currently in an environment where Water-type energy was very active, being at sea rather than in a rocky cave, sensing Rock-type energy in the surrounding atmosphere had been a real challenge for her. Considering Bellossom's current training difficulties, Sato currently had no better solution and could only have her steadily continue practicing Hidden Power with a Rock-type attribute. This move was extremely important for Bellossom. Until she could become proficient with it, Sato wouldn't be changing her skill training focus anytime soon. Meanwhile, Golbat, who had been training Hidden Power with an Electric-type attribute in the electric terrain, initially took about 30 seconds to use it once. However, with repeated use, his perception and control over electric energy had significantly improved, and his proficiency with the move was rapidly increasing. On the other hand, Bellissum, lacking any special training buffs, needed much more time to use hidden power with a rock-type attribute, requiring nearly 2 minutes each time. Fortunately, Bellissum was patient and hadn't shown any frustration about the slow pace of mastering a non-native move. She continued training the rock-type hidden power steadily. With the high-quality poke blocks that Sato provided, Bellissum had ample stamina, which allowed her to train at a considerably faster pace than most Pokémon would in her situation. I'll need to find a rocky terrain for Bellissum once we're back on land. Training water-type and flying-type moves here at sea is ideal, but the rock-type energy is just too scarce here to train efficiently, Sato thought as he observed Bellissum carefully drawing out and gathering small brown orbs of rock energy with some difficulty. Seeing Bellissum's training progressing without major issues, Sato turned his attention to the new member, Mudkip. Perhaps due to being confined in a pokeball for so long, Mudkip was happily swimming in a circular pool, displaying a stark contrast from his initially stoic demeanor towards Sato. In the water, Mudkip had transformed into a little dynamo, swimming fast laps around the pool. Despite nearly half an hour of continuous swimming, he showed no sign of fatigue, darting around with energy, like a Pokémon with ADHD. Sato estimated that with a pool radius of about 8 meters, each lap was roughly 25 meters. Over the past half hour, Mudkip had likely completed nearly 200 laps. And judging by Mudkip's still energetic state, he looked ready to keep going for quite some time. For the recently joined Mudkip, Sato hadn't established a full training plan yet. With his current level at only 12 and his overall development not ideal, there was still work to be done. Most importantly, Mudkip still seemed a bit wary of him. Building a trusting bond would take some time and shared experiences. Of course, Mudkip was a water-type starter Pokémon with solid potential. Eventually, he would evolve into the powerful Swampert with Mega Evolution capability. Swampert, a water/ground type, had strong type resistances with impressive HP and defenses. It could also learn Ice-type moves that countered Grass-type Pokémon effectively. All in all, Swampert would make an excellent tank for the team, and once Mega evolved, combined with Rain Dance, he could easily switch into a formidable attacker. Unlike younger Pokémon like Nidoran and Growlithe, Mudkip had survived in the wild for a while, which had instilled a certain maturity. His knack for blending in reflected his experience surviving nature's challenges. Mudkip was definitely a Pokémon that had been toughened up by nature's tests. As a result, Sato wasn't worried about Mudkip's development being affected by intense training or rapid leveling. He believed that, before long, this mentally mature Mudkip would be ready to become his third primary battler. But for now, if Mudkip was to take on a tank role in the team, Sato knew he'd need to bulk him up. Mudkip's current size was not up to par, he needed to become more robust. Alright, Mudkip, come back up to rest. You've swum close to 300 laps by now. Time to let those muscles recover. Here, have some poke blocks to recharge, Sato said, calculating the laps and addressing Mudkip, who had just swum up to him. He then took out a few high-quality poke blocks. Upon hearing this, Mudkip paused, giving Sato a cautious glance before lighting up at the sight of the poke blocks. He swiftly leapt out of the water. With one gulp, Mudkip swallowed the 3 poke blocks Sato handed him and began chewing slowly. The delicious flavor immediately invigorated him, and his tired body felt refreshed. After tasting Sato's gem-grade poke blocks earlier in the day, Mudkip had become very fond of them. The poke blocks had given him such an energy boost that he didn't feel tired even after all the laps he swam around the pool. A smart Pokémon, Mudkip quickly understood that these small poke blocks were special. Tasting them again confirmed his thoughts. But as Sato reached out to pet Mudkip's head, he was met with a swift dodge. Mudkip's fin twitched slightly, and he deftly evaded the attempted head pat, even splashing a light water gun at Sato's face in the process. Mudkip then leapt back into the water and eyed Sato somewhat warily from a safe distance. Looks like I'll need to work on gaining his trust first, otherwise, everything else will be futile, Sato thought, feeling a bit awkward as he pulled his now-soaked hand back, offering a small smile to Mudkip, who peeked out from the water. For now, it was clear that Mudkip's feelings toward Sato were more food-based than trust-based. True trust would still take some time to build. Chapter 164, Chapter 163, Pelipper Transformation. Mudkip, after a short rest, continue swimming laps around the pool as I mentioned earlier to build up your stamina. I'll leave some poke blocks here, eat a few to restore your energy if you get tired. Just don't eat too many at once, or you'll get a stomachache. Sato took out a towel from his spatial gear and wiped the water from his face, smiling as he spoke. Then, he placed a bowl of high-quality poke blocks by the pool before turning to check on the training of his other Pokémon. Seeing that Sato didn't get angry about the little water gun attack and seemed completely unfazed, Mudkip poked his head out of the water, a curious gleam in his wary eyes. After Sato walked away, Mudkip hopped back on land and happily munched down 3 more high-quality poke blocks from the bowl. With nothing else to do, Mudkip watched as Sato praised Growlithe's training, giving him a gentle head pat, which Growlithe thoroughly enjoyed. Watching Sato and Growlithe's friendly interaction, Mudkip felt a twinge of envy for reasons he couldn't quite understand. Then, he turned his gaze to the other Pokemon training in the field. Golbat, Nidoran, and Bellossom were all accustomed to intense training, focusing their full attention on their exercises without a hint of laziness. When Mudkip had previously spent time in Sato's room with the others, he'd quickly realized that he was the weakest in the group. Even Growlithe, whom he technically had a type advantage over, felt intimidating to him. Golbat and Bellossom, in particular, gave Mudkip a sense of danger that he associated with the powerful wild Pokemon he'd encountered in the past. As a wild Pokemon well-versed in the survival of the fittest, Mudkip naturally respected stronger Pokemon. That's why he'd seemed restrained around Sato initially. Golbat's presence had made him wary, not feigned ignorance. Now, seeing these two strong Pokemon diligently training under Sato's guidance, Mudkip finally started to take Sato's instructions more seriously. After a brief rest, Mudkip jumped back into the pool and resumed swimming quickly around it. If I follow his guidance, maybe I could become as strong as Golbat and Bellossom someday, and I wouldn't have to go hungry like before, Mudkip thought as he swam, a flicker of hope in his eyes. From a young age, Mudkip had survived on his own, and life had been tough. He was often hungry and was bullied by other wild Pokemon, so his desire for strength and food was far beyond that of an average Pokemon. Before meeting Sato, Mudkip had encountered many humans, passing from one to another and suffering neglect and mistreatment. He was often starved, which fueled his deep distrust of humans. Although Sato had made a good impression and fed him well from the start, Mudkip still didn't fully trust him. But seeing Sato's calm response to his earlier attack, the strength of the other Pokemon training under Sato, and recalling the delicious food Sato had given him, Mudkip began to feel a small desire to trust and follow Sato's lead. Sato wasn't aware of Mudkip's shifting feelings toward him. If he had known, he'd certainly be thrilled. Right now, though, he was dealing with a bit of a headache. The issue was that, after seeing Golbat and the others take turns battling on the Pokemon training grounds, Ditto, who'd only ever watched from the sidelines, had developed a desire to join in on the battles. Now, Ditto was giving Sato the silent treatment over not being allowed to fight. Alright, if you want to join in the battles, I'll respect your decision. But remember, once you're in, there's no going back to your easy routine. I'll be sure to train you extra hard, Sato said, his expression serious as he addressed Ditto, currently transformed into an Aipom on his shoulder. Ditto, delighted that Sato had finally agreed to its request, quickly nodded and patted its chest, signaling its readiness. Alright, then. Do you remember Pelipper, the one I had you transform into this morning? Your training task is to master the Pelipper form as quickly as possible and also to practice the soak move. Sato nodded approvingly, taking out his laptop and displaying a picture of Pelipper to the somewhat puzzled Ditto. Seeing the image on the screen, Ditto immediately recalled the morning's transformation attempt, where he tried to transform into Pelipper but couldn't manage to fly, quickly shifting into another Pokemon to play instead. Since Ditto had already assured Sato it would do its best, it steeled itself, even if it wasn't particularly thrilled about taking on Pelipper's form. In an instant, Ditto's Aipom form began to glow with a white light as its body quickly reshaped itself. When the glow faded, a life-sized Pelipper was perched on Sato's shoulder. However, since Ditto's grasp of the Pelipper transformation was still basic, it flapped its wings hard in an attempt to take off but, as soon as it lifted off Sato's shoulder, its lack of coordination caused it to fall to the ground. Battles mean getting hurt, Ditto, and it'll hurt more than these crashes. Right now, you can't even manage steady flight, let alone a fight. You still have a chance to change your mind, Sato sighed, shaking his head as Ditto picked itself up. But Sato underestimated Ditto's determination to join the team in battle. Ditto promptly shook off the suggestion and flapped its wings again, trying to fly once more. After a dozen more rough falls, a somewhat bruised and battered Ditto seemed to have gotten a feel for flying. Gradually, it became more comfortable with Pelipper's body. Finally, under Sato's approving gaze, Ditto, in Pelipper's form, managed to hover midair. Cautious after so many falls, it only dared to hover 2 meters above the ground, flying with wobbly confidence. Excellent. If Ditto can fully master the Pelipper transformation, I won't need to search for a Pelipper with a hidden ability. This way, Bellossom will have a reliable support ally anytime, Sato thought, a small smile forming as he watched Ditto flying low above the ground. Chapter 165, Chapter 164, Ideal Partner. Why did Sato suddenly decide to have Ditto master the Pelipper transformation? The reason was simple. In a battle last night, he observed an impressive tactic used by a female trainer. This trainer seemed to specialize in grass-type Pokemon, as she was accompanied by an Ivysaur, Weepinbell, Jumpluff, and Lotad, along with a non-grass type, an Azrael. In the battle, the female trainer was exceptionally brave, facing a ferocious Gyarados without fear and even achieving a remarkable victory by single-handedly defeating a level 37 Gyarados. During the battle between this female trainer, the other trainers, and Gyarados, Sato was positioned in the background, observing closely. He was thoroughly impressed by the female trainer's bold performance. Her strategy was quite simple, but the key to her success wasn't her 4 capable grass-type Pokemon, it was actually the small Azrael she held in her arms. Sato used his system's detection ability to examine Azrael's information, quickly realizing why the female trainer had such confidence in defeating Gyarados alone. Here's what he found about Azrael. Pokemon, Azrael. Level. Type, normal/fairy. Ability, huge power. Gender, female. Known moves, Splash, Water Gun, Tail Whip, Water Sport, Bubble Beam, Soak, Egg Move. Indeed, the key to her victory over Gyarados lay in Azrael's unique move, Soak. Note, Soak is a water-type move that transforms the target's type into water, even overriding dual typing temporarily. It doesn't work on Pokemon with the ability multi-type, LOL. Though the female trainer used Azrael's move subtly, Sato, with his keen eyesight, clearly saw Azrael fire a quick but weak water ball at Gyarados. This seemingly insignificant blue water ball was, in fact, the decisive factor. It was Azrael's Soak move, and it temporarily turned Gyarados' flying-type advantage against grass types into a single water-type attribute. With Gyarados now a single-type water Pokemon, the female trainer's grass types had the upper hand, bombarding him with grass moves until he was overwhelmed, defeated without a single chance to retaliate. Sato was deeply impressed by Azrael's use of Soak, though he didn't think much about it during the battle. But this morning, a trainer with an injured Pelipper approached Sato, asking for medical help. When Sato used his detection ability on Pelipper, it brought Soak back to mind. Here's what he found about Pelipper. Pokemon, Pelipper. Level. Type, water/flying. Ability, keen eye. Gender, male. Learned moves, Protect, Hurricane, Hydro Pump, Tailwind, Soak, Growl, Water Gun, Water Sport, Wing Attack, Supersonic, Mist, Water Pulse, Payback, Brine, Agility, Egg Move, Double Team, TM. From the data, it's clear that Pelipper is a highly accessible Pokemon with excellent value for trainers. Skills like Protect, Hurricane, Hydro Pump, Tailwind, and Soak are very useful moves that Pelipper learns automatically upon evolving from Wingull. Among Sato's current team, Bellossom, his grass-type Pokemon, is his strongest. Seeing Soak again reminded him of her, and he quickly realized that Soak would greatly enhance his team's strength. Any Pokemon, regardless of its original type, apart from Arceus, hit by Soak would temporarily become a pure water type, making them vulnerable to Bellossom's powerful grass-type moves. In truth, Pokemon with the Soak move are ideal partners for grass types. With this in mind, Sato began considering catching a Pelipper. Since they're abundant in the ocean, it wouldn't be hard for him to use his system's detection ability to find a well-qualified Pelipper or Wingull. Had Mudkip not shown up, Sato would probably already be on the deck, scanning the skies among the many flying Wingull and fewer Pelipper to pick an ideal Pokemon. Since both Wingull and Pelipper are water and flying types, their flying ability gives them an edge as excellent choices for his team. Even with Mudkip as a water type and Ditto mastering the Pelipper transformation to participate in battles, Sato still felt drawn to the idea of catching a Wingull or Pelipper himself. Moreover, after some reflection on Mudkip's potential, this desire had firmly taken root in Sato's mind, growing stronger. Sato knew that Pelipper had significant value, not just for its automatic acquisition of the Soak move upon evolution, but also due to its incredible ability options. Note, when Ditto transforms into Pelipper, it also temporarily gains access to Protect, Hurricane, Hydro Pump, Tailwind, and Soak through Pelipper's inherent moves, although it has a long way to mastery. As a key to rain teams, the Drizzle ability is highly sought after. Besides Politoed with its hidden ability and the legendary Kyogre, only Pelipper had this ability. For many trainers, Pelipper often becomes the core of a rain team since its Drizzle ability isn't hidden. Any Wingull with Hydration will evolve into a Pelipper with Drizzle. Pelipper with the Drizzle ability is already a strong Pokemon. Upon evolving, it gains access to Hurricane and Hydro Pump, which become more effective in rainy weather. One becomes a guaranteed hit, and the other has boosted power. Both moves are also stab boosted, amplifying their impact further. Sato's reasons for wanting Pelipper were threefold. First, while Mudkip was a water type, it would take some time before it was a fully capable battler. Until then, he needed a reliable early-stage water type, and a Pelipper with Drizzle was an ideal candidate. Second, for Ditto to master Pelipper's transformation, self-practice alone won't suffice. It needed close, frequent contact with Pelipper, even living together daily, to understand its habits fully and mimic them flawlessly. Third, Sato envisioned great potential for Mudkip's evolution. Its final form, Swampert, had the possibility of mega evolution. With a keystone and a Swampertite, Sato could enable this transformation. Upon mega evolving, Swampert's ability would change from damp to swift swim, making Pelipper with Drizzle a perfect future partner for Mega Swampert. Chapter 166, Chapter 165, Training Results. After wrapping up 3 hours of training at noon, time had reached 7 p.m., and by then, the ocean was already blanketed in the evening darkness. To avoid interruptions from people seeking treatment assistance, Sato and his Pokemon team had dinner at the training grounds. Since there was no training in the morning, Sato decided to add an extra 2 hours in the evening. By nearly midnight, they concluded a full day of training. Thanks to almost 8 hours of training, his Pokemon made solid progress. With Magneton's electric terrain as a boost, Golbat and Nidoran saw great improvement in mastering their electric-type moves. Golbat and Nidoran had entered the beginner stage in Hidden Power and Thunderbolt, respectively. Among them, Nidoran, thanks to his improving psychic ability and natural growth, experienced the biggest change. Now he could efficiently gather electric-type energy and release a current. Currently, his range reached about 5 meters, and he could even slightly influence its path using telekinesis. However, since his Thunderbolt skill was still at a beginner level, the amount of electric-type energy he could channel at once was limited, and the power was only comparable to Shock Wave. Growlithe, after nearly 8 hours of double-team practice, producing thousands of clones, began to memorize the technique's movement patterns. Now, without even using Flame Charge to charge up, he could instantly create 3 clones to mimic his movements. As for Bellossom, her progress wasn't too shabby, but she lacked the resources needed to train her Rock-type Hidden Power, so she could only reach the beginner level. Right now, Bellossom's Rock-type energy gathered into a Hidden Power energy orb about the size of a fist, with a range of 2 meters, far from being battle-ready. Each type of Hidden Power starts by gathering elemental energy into a form that, once released, takes various shapes to attack. For instance, Golbat's electric-type Hidden Power creates a small electrical explosion, while Bellossom's Rock-type Hidden Power produces sharp shards. Growlithe's Grass-type Hidden Power results in energy blades. In Sato's eyes, Mudkip's endurance training today was impressive. Averaging 200 laps around the pool per hour, he swam nearly 1,500 laps, excluding rest breaks. Given each lap is 25 meters, Mudkip covered about 37.5 kilometers in 8 hours. Mudkip's determination surprised Sato, showing him that Mudkip also held a strong drive to grow. Though the reason wasn't clear, Mudkip no longer acted as standoffish as he did when Sato first met him. While Sato hadn't yet won him over enough for head pats, Mudkip no longer greeted him with water gun and was diligently following all training instructions. Ditto, however, left Sato a bit disappointed. Compared to the newly joined Mudkip, Ditto was more laid back, taking the most breaks among the team. On average, he trained for only about 4 hours each day, spending roughly half of every hour resting. Sato didn't scold Ditto for this laziness. He understood that transforming into other Pokemon was already an exhausting task for Ditto. Ditto's transform ability involves restructuring its cells, which continually drains energy to maintain its form. When Ditto transforms into Pelipper and flies around, it consumes even more stamina, so this situation is quite natural. In essence, for Ditto to be battle-ready, it first needs to address its stamina issues. Battles differ from training, where factors both within and beyond one's control make battle significantly more exhausting than regular training. With Ditto's current stamina, it could last only 3 to 4 minutes in intense combat, and this doesn't even account for any additional energy-draining moves. If you really want to participate in battles and keep transforming into Pelipper, you'll need to quickly adapt to that form to minimize your energy consumption, Sato told Ditto at the end of training. Ditto, fully aware of this issue, made no objections. After their late-night snack, Ditto maintained its Pelipper form and perched on Sato's shoulder. Sato didn't immediately return to his room to rest after training. Instead, he had Ditto transform into an Aipom and joined him on the deck, where he took out his fishing rod and began night fishing alongside some of the other anglers. In truth, Sato wasn't fishing for fun, he was merely posing as an ordinary angler while watching time tick by. In just 2 days, the St. Louis would reach Slateport City, leaving him with limited time. Yes, he intended to pay a visit to the person who ambushed him last night. Having his belongings stolen and facing a direct attempt on his life was something Sato couldn't just let go. Even knowing it was risky, he was determined to confront this person. His opponent had been injured last night, so they likely weren't too powerful. Anna's warning was probably about the person's connections rather than their strength, but Sato knew his own background wasn't exactly lacking either. Though he hadn't been around Hans and the other sailors for long, Sato had subtly noticed that some of them might have another identity. A few of these sailors were, in fact, his colleagues. Yes, Sato had deduced that many of the ship's guards, Hans included, were Rocket members. When he accidentally revealed his Rocket insignia watch, Hans's gaze had shifted, and he acknowledged Sato in turn. Thanks to this connection, Sato had bonded well with Hans, which was also why Hans had shown him 3 specially acquired Water-type starter Pokemon without any hesitation. Through his conversations with Hans, Sato learned that this ship was Rocket property. With his knowledge of the organization, he guessed many crew members were likely associates, especially those in critical roles on board. Beyond discussing compensation for his Gyarados, Sato also informed Hans about the ambush and even offered 10,000 Pokedollars to help locate his assailant. Now, Sato was at the designated spot for the exchange, simply waiting. He believed it wouldn't be long before a passing crew guard would come by to talk. Anna's appearance earlier had been unexpected. Even without her information, Sato was confident he'd get what he wanted, and probably even more complete details. Chapter 167, Chapter 166, Hindrance. After the Garridos incident, unlike last night's more relaxed watch, tonight the deck of the St. Louis was lined with ship guards patrolling back and forth. None of the passengers were willing to come to the deck at this hour, hoping to avoid any potential danger, so aside from the guards and a few persistent anglers, the deck was almost empty of ordinary passengers. Around the St. Louis, some guards sat in pairs or trios atop Tentacruel, following along with the ship as they glided across the water. The passengers were pleased with the increased security. Their nerves had barely calmed since yesterday's attack by the Garrido swarm, and now, they could finally get a peaceful night's sleep. The shadow of a disaster at sea is haunting. Many on board had been awake all night, and by daybreak, most passengers looked visibly worn out and sleep-deprived. Sato sat in a small, foldable wooden chair, statuesque against the sea breeze, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on a glowing buoy drifting on the dark waves. Yet, possibly due to the heightened activity of guards patrolling nearby, his night fishing trip yielded nothing even after half an hour. Of course, Sato wasn't the only one without a catch, but strangely, the other anglers, like him, persisted in this monotonous night fishing. The quiet was almost oppressive, casting a vague tension over Sato's mind. But he maintained his usual expression, blending into the stillness around him like a dedicated angler. Finally, about 2 minutes later, the man Sato had been waiting for arrived. It was Hans, the tall sailor. After spotting the Apom dozing on Sato's shoulder, Hans quietly approached. He leaned against the railing nearby, striking a casual pose much like a person watching someone fish. "Did you find them?" Breaking the silence, Sato asked softly. "I did, but I can't tell you," Hans replied just as softly, taking a long drag from his cigarette before turning around, his face filled with a cold resolve. "I understand. Thanks for the heads up. I'll transfer the credits to you shortly," Sato said, his expression shifting momentarily before returning to normal. Without another word, he began packing up his fishing rod and chair into his space gear and prepared to leave. Hans's words were few, but they held considerable weight. Clearly, Sato's enemy either had a high standing or was currently too useful for Hans's superiors to allow any information on them to slip out. The fact that Hans had come and offered even this much was a favor, likely because he saw Sato as one of their own. For anyone else, things would probably have ended much worse by now. Watching Sato's retreating figure, Hans flicked his cigarette butt into the sea, his gaze briefly sharp. But when he saw the others merely watching Sato leave without making a move, he tucked the pokeball he'd been holding behind his back. "Good evening, Captain." Once Sato had completely left, a sailor riding a polyper descended from the dark sky to join Hans. Seeing him, Hans immediately saluted. Nearby, the other guards and anglers also saluted in greeting before returning to their previous posts as the officer gave them a slight nod. "Is it him, then?" As the others returned to their posts, Chief Sailor Rhodes leaned on the railing, facing away from Hans as he asked, "So, it's him?" "Yes, sir, it's him. Should we take some forceful action?" "If you move on your own, those rats might be alerted by him," Hans replied respectfully, his face paling slightly at Rhodes's question. The person who attacked Sato last night was one of the same people who drew the Garridos to the St. Louis. Hans had only learned this after taking on Sato's request. In fact, it was largely due to the clues Sato provided that the other Team Rocket members on board were able to identify the suspect, who turned out to be one of the very troublemakers they'd been searching for. Now, Rhodes was strategizing how to use this exposed agent to capture the rest of the intruders in one go, but Sato was clearly an unpredictable element in the plan. Although Sato was also a member of Team Rocket, he wasn't aligned with Hans and Rhodes's Poseidon faction. For this reason, Rhodes chose to exclude him from the operation. This was also why Hans had briefly felt the urge to eliminate Sato. Team Rocket wasn't a fully united front, and as a member of the Poseidon faction, Hans was technically overstepping by accepting a request from another faction's member. He felt compelled to protect his position and clarify his allegiance. Generally, this sort of friendly rivalry between factions was ignored, but given the importance of this operation, the presence of a Team Rocket member from a rival faction was more of a hindrance. In short, Sato was obstructing their plan, and if removing him would make things smoother, they wouldn't hesitate. "No need. He's a smart guy and knows his place," Rhodes said, giving Hans's shoulder a reassuring pat. "As for you, keep a close eye on that exposed rat. You know the consequences if you fail." Rhodes gestured to a polyper on the ground and then flew off with its help into the dark sky. "Understood, sir. I'll complete the task, even if it costs me my life," Hans replied quickly, watching as Rhodes disappeared before he hurried back inside the ship. On the top deck of the St. Louis, Rhodes descended slowly from the air with the help of polyper. Waiting on the deck was a cold beauty with icy blue hair flowing in the breeze, alongside her majestic Pidgeot. Well, who would have thought the kid would have you behind him, Sophia? It's been nearly 3 years since we all last gathered. How about we catch up properly? I've prepared some deep-sea fish, just the way you like, Rhodes said, eyes briefly revealing admiration before he masked it, stepping forward with a smile. Rhodes was a tall, powerfully built man of mixed Kanto and Anovian descent, with his strikingly handsome face complemented by short black hair and deep blue eyes, making him the picture of a classic heartthrob. Unfortunately, Sophia merely nodded at him, replying, "Good night, Rhodes," before mounting her Pidgeot and vanishing into the night sky, leaving him with a disappointed expression. She actually spoke to me this time. I guess you could call that progress, Rhodes muttered with a stiff smile, his expression softening to a wry grin as he watched her swiftly disappear into the night sky. Chapter 168, Chapter 167, Scanning for Potential. In his room, Sato paced back and forth in the hall, his expression serious as he seemed to be deep in thought. It seems things aren't as simple as they seem. If that's the case, I'll just have to bear with it for now. But what could possibly make Hans and the others suddenly change their attitude toward me? Why is that? Who is this person, really? Hans's sudden shift in demeanor had put Sato on high alert, especially after he had ditto transform into Zubat, discreetly relaying a message that heightened Sato's sense of unease. Clearly, to Hans and the others in the Poseidon faction, the one who had attacked him was more valuable than Sato himself. Lacking crucial information, he couldn't reach a satisfying conclusion no matter how he analyzed it. Eventually, he reclined on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Could it be that last night's Gyarados attack wasn't an accident? That's right, this ship belongs to Team Rocket, and its management is all Team Rocket personnel. It's unlikely that such a basic error as a navigation mistake would occur. Maybe there's something very valuable on board, enough to make some people take risks using outside forces. That person who attacked me is likely one of the members who orchestrated the Gyarados attack. Hans and the others probably don't want an outsider like me interfering with their plans. As Sato looked out at the moonlit sea, watching a Magikarp suddenly jump out of the water, an idea flashed in his mind. He felt like he had grasped an important clue and quickly formed a hypothesis. However, Sato knew that even if his guess was mostly correct, it didn't change his rather awkward position. Although he'd been unintentionally caught up in this, it was clear he had lost the chance to pursue the attacker further. No, I still have a chance to find that person. It's just going to be much harder now. If I keep chasing after them, it won't be as simple as just a warning. I'll end up taking them out myself. Being taken out by one of my own, now that's ironic. Imagining that his hypothesis was true, Sato continued analyzing based on this assumption and his own goals, quickly arriving at an outcome he couldn't help but find a bit ironic. Sigh, power matters more than anything. If only I were stronger. Sato sighed, rising from the sofa. He moved to the window, gazing out at the nighttime seascape, a look of intense frustration in his eyes. Time passed, and the next day's sun rose on schedule. Sato was already up early, standing at the bow of the deck, watching the sun gradually rise from the horizon. In his hands, he held a large bucket filled with small fish, their numbers creating a strong, pungent fishy smell, especially since many of the small fish were already dead. Attracted by the strong scent, some early rising creatures of the sea began to appear near Sato, though they kept their distance due to the intimidating presence of his gullet. When Sato, wearing rubber gloves, started tossing a few small fish from the bucket into the sea, some quick-witted creatures darted forward like arrows, snatching the small fish midair before they could hit the water. "Come on, don't be shy. These fish are just for you," Sato said with a smile as he watched the hungry wingulls eagerly devouring the fish he tossed out. He grabbed another handful from the bucket, throwing them out with a grin. Since there was a precedent, and with Sato's words encouraging them, the nearby wingulls, who had initially been observing from a distance, eagerly flew over to compete for food. Just having woken up in the morning, their stomachs were growling, and a free breakfast was a welcome treat. As Sato continued tossing small fish into the sea, more and more wingulls gathered around him. Soon, a few polypers appeared amidst the flock of seagulls near him, drawn by the commotion. These nearby wingulls and polypers were grateful to Sato, their free breakfast provider, so they showed no hostility toward him or his gullet despite the crowd increasing. Some young, naive wingulls even landed right by Sato's side, catching the attention of sailors and early rising passengers nearby. Finding a good Pokémon really isn't easy. After scouting over 100 wingulls, only a few had the hydration ability and those that did barely had any inherited moves, Sato thought with a faint sigh, though his smile didn't waver as he looked at the empty bucket and the seagulls resting beside him, satisfied from their meal. Sato hadn't come to the deck at dawn to play the role of a seagull enthusiast. His goal was to attract these hungry, early rising wingulls and use his system's scanning ability to find an ideal wingull. However, the drizzle ability seemed too rare, the vast majority of wingulls had keen eye instead. Those with hydration were as rare as wingulls with hidden abilities, a 1 or 2% chance at best. Among the hydration wingulls, only 2 had the traits Sato wanted. These 2 had impressive growth, good inherited moves, and excellent potential. But there was a problem, both wingulls had guardians, no, rather, they each had a high-level polyper protecting them. Judging by how the other Wingulls were feeding these polypers small fish, these two held high status in the flock. If Sato made a sudden move, he might be swarmed by the Wingulls. However, Sato wasn't in a rush. With 6 Pokemon in his team already, he needed to be selective about adding more. As the bucket beside Sato emptied and more strangers began appearing on the deck, the flock of Wingulls quickly began dispersing. Soon, the scene of Wingulls gathered on the bow faded, and Sato prepared to leave, bucket in hand. "Hello, I'm Eileen. Are you Mr. Sato?" A pleasant voice spoke from behind just as he picked up his bucket. Chapter 169, Chapter 168, Eileen. Each time a Pokemon executed an impressive move or won a match, spectators surrounding the battlefields erupted in applause, cheering for the victors and sympathizing with those who had lost. Today marked the start of the St. Louis Pokemon Tournament, with the best 100 trainers on board competing, far less than the initial 224 trainers who had applied to compete. The first round, a one-on-one elimination round, was already underway. The matches began at 9, and by now, the first round was about halfway through. Due to the intense battles, many Pokemon had sustained injuries. In the makeshift medical room set up at the edge of the training grounds, the staff was overwhelmed with treating the injured Pokemon. "Eileen, that recently arrived Rattata's injuries aren't too serious. Just treat its wounds and use a regular healing potion. The healing resources need to be reserved for the severely injured Pokemon." Sato, dressed in a white coat, had just carefully bandaged a matchup's wounds and given it a healing potion. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, he frowned slightly as he addressed a young woman in a white coat beside him. "Ah, yes, understood, Mr. Sato." Eileen had initially wanted her Wigglytuff to use Heal Pulse on the recently brought in Rattata, but hearing Sato's words, her face briefly showed a hint of reluctance. Noticing her Chansey and Sato's Bellossom both looking utterly exhausted, she followed his instructions and efficiently gathered disinfectant, bandages, ointment, and healing potions to treat the Rattata before her. While treating the Rattata, Eileen's face held a slight look of dissatisfaction, as she disagreed with Sato's approach. To her, all Pokemon should receive the same level of care. "Don't get too caught up in sympathy, Eileen. Mr. Sato is right. Your healing Pokemon's energy is limited. If they're exhausted on minor injuries, what will we do for those who come in with serious injuries later?" a temporary nurse beside her whispered, noticing her discontent. "Yes, I understand," Eileen replied quietly, casting a sidelong glance at Sato. Seeing his dedication as he tended to each Pokemon as thoroughly as ever, her displeasure faded, and she nodded at the nurse. In fact, Sato wasn't the only medical personnel for this Pokemon tournament on the St. Louis. Eileen herself was also a qualified Pokemon medical trainer. Eileen's appearance had given Sato the impression that she might be related to Nurse Joy, as her resemblance was striking save for differences in hair and eye color. Eileen was, indeed, deeply connected to the Joy family. Her mother, Nurse Joy Reiko, was a member of the Joy lineage, which was why Eileen had the rare privilege of starting with a Chansey as her first Pokemon. Additionally, Eileen's mother had secured her admission into the Joy family's private Pokemon medical academy from a young age. Though only 15, Eileen had already mastered various specialized techniques for treating Pokemon. However, Eileen wasn't especially passionate about being a Pokemon medical trainer. She had only gone to the academy to fulfill her mother's expectations. Eileen was currently going through her rebellious phase in life. She chose to follow her heart, deciding to drop out of school and pursue her childhood dream of becoming a Pokemon trainer. Of course, becoming a Pokemon trainer isn't something just anyone can do. The hardships are beyond what most people can understand. Because of her decision, Eileen's parents were very angry. Upon learning that she wanted to walk the path of a trainer, they immediately cut off her financial support, hoping it would force her to return to her unfinished studies. However, Eileen had graduated from the Pokemon Medical Trainer Academy and had a Chansey, a Pokemon symbolizing a special background. Thanks to her skills in treating other trainers' Pokemon, Eileen was able to sustain herself and had some resources to raise her own Pokemon. The main reason Eileen was participating in the St. Louis Pokemon Tournament was to earn money for her upcoming travels. According to her agreement with the event organizers, she would receive $300,000 Pokedollars as payment once the tournament concluded. Having come from a Pokemon Medical Academy, Eileen had a kind heart and always treated every injured Pokemon with the same care, striving to do her best in every case. Her attitude toward medical treatment earned her the friendship of many trainers, and along the way, she also gained the voluntary following of several wild Pokemon. Eileen's current displeasure with Sato mostly stemmed from her desire for perfection in medical care. She didn't quite agree with Sato's approach of prioritizing certain Pokemon for treatment over others. Of course, Eileen also knew that Sato's approach was the right one. In this temporary medical room, only her Chansey and Sato's Bellossom had the ability to heal. With the continuous influx of injured Pokemon from the battles, trying to treat them all perfectly was simply impossible. Though she didn't agree with him, Eileen couldn't help but respect Sato. She realized that while his medical methods might seem unprofessional, his efficiency was higher than hers, thanks to his excellent healing Pokemon. When it came to healing abilities, Chansey's egg supply gave it more stamina than Bellossom. However, in terms of healing efficiency, Chansey with its single-target heal pulse couldn't compare to Bellossom's grassy terrain, which was a group healing move. Since the start of the tournament, the two medical Pokemon had treated a total of 72 Pokemon, with Chansey healing 30 and Bellossom a remarkable 42. Even though Mr. Sato isn't very professional, he's very good to Pokemon. He's a good doctor, and I shouldn't be upset about this. Maybe this approach really is the best way to help these injured Pokemon, Eileen thought to herself as she carefully bandaged the Rattata in front of her. However, just as Eileen was starting to change her opinion of Sato, a single announcement made her feel frustrated with him again. The next battle will be between contestant Sato and Byuga. Please head to Battle Arena 3 immediately. As the announcement ended, Sato, under Eileen's dissatisfied gaze, took off his white coat, returned Bellossom to her Pokeball, and walked briskly toward Battle Arena 3. Chapter 170, Chapter 169, First Round Opponent. As Sato emerged from the temporary medical station, he drew the attention of many trainers, especially those he had treated. Their faces showed a mix of surprise and disbelief. After all, Sato had been performing high-intensity medical work for over 2 hours straight since the competition began, and his mental state was visibly strained. More importantly, his key Pokemon, Bellossom, had expended a tremendous amount of energy and stamina healing other injured Pokemon, leaving it far from peak battle readiness. Given both the trainer and their lead Pokemon were clearly fatigued, Sato's decision to participate in the St. Louis Pokemon Tournament at this time seemed reckless to many onlookers. To make matters worse, Sato was a key member of the tournament's medical team. His decision to step away for the competition appeared irresponsible in the eyes of some trainers. What is he thinking? There are still so many injured Pokemon waiting for treatment. This is beyond irresponsible, Eileen muttered, her earlier positive impression of Sato now replaced with frustration. As a trainer herself, Eileen had also wanted to participate in the tournament. However, prioritizing the greater good, she chose to dedicate herself fully to medical duties. After all, treating Pokemon required immense concentration and energy. Engaging in a high-stakes Pokemon battle on top of that would only jeopardize her ability to provide care. In Eileen's view, medical work demanded meticulous attention and left no room for distractions. Watching Sato divide his focus between two critical roles only deepened her disapproval. To her, it felt like he was treating such a sacred responsibility with undue carelessness. However, Sato paid no attention to the judgmental glances or whispered criticisms. He was fully aware of his priorities. First and foremost, he was a Pokemon trainer. Only secondarily, and perhaps reluctantly, did he take on the role of a Pokemon medic. The only reason Sato had agreed to serve as a medic for this event was that the request came from the ship's formidable bosun, someone whose strength far outclassed his own. Unable to refuse, Sato reluctantly accepted, lured only by the 300,000 Pokedollars reward for his service. Time was precious to Sato, and he refused to waste even a second. With determined steps, he made his way to Arena 3, the venue announced over the ship's intercom. Waiting for him on the far side of the battlefield was a young, blonde sailor dressed in a crisp uniform. The sailor's expression was cold and impatient as he locked eyes with Sato. "Let's see what makes you special enough for Sophia to protect you personally," muttered Rhodes, standing on a high platform. Watching the commotion caused by Sato's abrupt shift from medic to competitor, his gaze betrayed a hint of jealousy. As Sato stepped into the arena, the randomized roulette wheels for battlefield type and first Pokemon release spun into motion. The results, a rocky terrain and Sato's turn to release his Pokemon first. "Let's go, Golbat. Take the stage," Sato called out, releasing one of his strongest remaining Pokemon. With Bellossom too exhausted to battle, and the match being a one-on-one elimination round, Sato had no choice but to rely on Golbat to maximize his chances of advancing. The moment Golbat appeared, its large figure hovered in the air, instantly catching the attention of the crowd. Its size, far exceeding that of an average Golbat, elicited gasps from spectators. As Golbat flapped its powerful wings, a gust of wind rippled across the arena, forcing onlookers to shield their faces. The wind caused skirts to flutter, drawing startled squeals from some women in the audience. "Am I seeing this right? That Golbat is fucking enormous. At least twice the size of a normal one. What a beast. If that thing bit down on you, you'd be done for. Whoa. The wind is so strong, what a view." The crowd erupted in murmurs, their opinions of Sato shifting as they reassessed his abilities. From the sheer size and strength of Golbat, it was clear that Sato was no ordinary trainer. Among the spectators was Anna, a bespectacled girl standing at the edge of the battlefield with a large camera in hand. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she snapped photo after photo of Golbat, her enthusiasm evident in her energetic movements. "Let's see what your Golbat is capable of," Anna muttered eagerly, continuing her frenzied photography. Her camera clicked from every possible angle, capturing Golbat's imposing figure with almost obsessive precision. Shortly after Sato released Golbat, his opponent, Thomas, followed suit, releasing his Pokémon for the battle. With a flash of white light, the Pokémon materialized in midair, a Pelipper, one Sato had encountered earlier that morning. Thomas's Pelipper was exceptionally well developed, boasting a size larger than the average for its species. It was only slightly smaller than Sato's Golbat, whose wingspan stretched close to 2 meters. As Pelipper emerged, Sato immediately utilized his system's detection capability to gather its details. Pelipper details. Level. Type, water/flying. Ability, keen eye. Gender, male. Known moves, protect, hurricane, hydro pump, tailwind, soak, growl, water gun, water sport, wing attack, supersonic, haze, water pulse, payback, brine, fling, double team, tutor, steel wing, TM, icy wind, TM. From the data, it was clear that Thomas's Pelipper was a formidable opponent. It boasted a wide array of moves, including several powerful ones and even some that could counter Golbat effectively. Currently, Golbat was at level 31. With its recent level up, it had learned Swift and Venoshock. However, these moves hadn't yet become part of Sato's strategy. Golbat's core battle skills remained Supersonic, Shadow Ball, Gust, and its signature Air Cutter. Among these, Air Cutter was undoubtedly Golbat's most lethal move. Its mastery of a 6-strike combination gave it devastating offensive potential. Let's start by giving our opponent a shower. Use Hydro Pump. As soon as the referee gave the signal, Thomas seized the initiative, commanding Pelipper to attack. Pelipper responded instantly, as if anticipating the order. A powerful jet of high-pressure water shot from its beak, streaking toward Golbat like an arrow. Good. Counter with small shadow balls. As soon as Pelipper unleashed its Hydro Pump, Golbat, guided by its echolocation ability, swiftly veered to the left to evade. At the same time, following Sato's command, it spat out a series of small, ping-pong ball-sized shadow balls. Though each shadow ball was weak individually, they retained their effect of lowering the target's special defense. If even one struck Pelipper, it could significantly reduce its resistance, creating an opening for Golbat to land a decisive blow. However, Pelipper, as a level 29 Pokémon with substantial battle experience, adapted quickly. Without waiting for Thomas's direction, it tilted its head and adjusted its ongoing Hydro Pump to pursue Golbat while also intercepting the incoming shadow balls. The sustained force of Hydro Pump not only continued its assault on Golbat but also neutralized the shadow ball counterattack. Moments later, the initial exchange of probing attacks ended. Both Pokémon remained unharmed, evenly matched in this first skirmish. However, while Sato maintained a calm, emotionless expression, Thomas frowned, his eyes betraying a newfound wariness. Happy New Year, guys. I hope this new year brings all of you much closer to your dreams. Chapter 171, Chapter 170, Dominant Victory. From the earlier exchange, it seemed on the surface that Golbat was on the defensive. However, with his wealth of battle experience, Thomas knew that Pelipper had been at a disadvantage during the encounter. As the aggressor, failing to land an attack was already a loss in itself. Moreover, Golbat's effortless evasion of Pelipper's Hydro Pump and its ability to counterattack demonstrated its exceptional reflexes. Combined with its superior mobility, it would likely be extremely difficult for Pelipper to land a hit in subsequent attacks. Meanwhile, during the skirmish, Golbat had maneuvered skillfully, closing the gap to less than 6 meters from Pelipper. Whirlwind Shield, Triad. Sato, who had been carefully observing the distance between Golbat and Pelipper, quickly issued his command. At Sato's signal, Golbat's eyes flashed sharply. Enveloped by a refined aura of flying-type energy, its wings flapped powerfully forward, unleashing 3 spiraling white whirlwinds. These whirlwinds spun outward from their center in reverse directions, forming a triangular formation that swiftly surrounded the unsuspecting Pelipper. Under Golbat's control, the 3 whirlwinds converged rapidly. The outward force of the winds made it difficult for Pelipper to break free from the encirclement. As the whirlwinds drew closer, their winds collided violently, forming 3 invisible, impenetrable wind walls. Pelipper, trapped in this prison of gales, struggled to escape but found itself unable to break free. Simultaneously, countless fine wind blades shot out from the 3 whirlwinds. Pelipper, caught in the stormy prison, was bombarded by the relentless barrage of these wind blades. Within seconds, Pelipper's body was riddled with numerous small wounds, and the injuries were rapidly accumulating. Golbat's mastery of Gust had reached new heights thanks to its increased level, improved physical abilities, and refined technique. It could now summon and control up to 4 whirlwinds simultaneously when using Gust. If focused entirely on a single whirlwind, Golbat could even create a massive, 3-meter-wide cyclone within a 5-meter radius in no time. However, to adapt to battle strategies, Sato had instructed Golbat to modify Gust from a straightforward offensive move. Simply directing a single whirlwind at the opponent was too predictable and easy to dodge. Additionally, forming the whirlwind took time, and a vigilant opponent could easily escape before it fully formed. With Golbat's ability to summon multiple whirlwinds now enhanced, Sato envisioned more advanced techniques for the move's evolution. For example, the current gust didn't aim to trap the opponent immediately within a single whirlwind. Instead, it encircled the enemy with 3 whirlwinds, using their combined wind forces to slow down any attempts at escape. Once the whirlwinds converged into an equilateral triangular formation, they formed an invisible wind wall that made it even harder for the opponent to break free. Gust's offensive capabilities didn't just rely on the wind blades released by the whirlwinds. The wind pressure generated by the collisions of the wind walls was also a formidable source of damage. Don't panic. Use Hurricane to tear it apart. Seeing Pelipper trapped within the whirlwinds, unable to escape, Thomas's face turned grim. He urgently commanded Pelipper to unleash a powerful hurricane to break free of Golbat's control. With no other options, Pelipper cloaked itself in flying-type energy and furiously flapped its wings. In an instant, a massive whirlwind formed around Pelipper, rivaling the 3 whirlwinds controlled by Golbat. With Pelipper giving its all, the hurricane it summoned rapidly expanded, eventually overpowering and shattering Golbat's 3 whirlwinds. Just as Pelipper managed to break free from the whirlwinds, Golbat, who had been lying in wait, immediately unleashed a basketball-sized shadow ball aimed directly at its target. Having expended all its strength to execute the hurricane move and escape the wind prison, Pelipper was left in a vulnerable state, unable to muster the energy to evade the incoming attack. Boom. A loud explosion echoed as the shadow ball struck Pelipper head-on. Like a kite with a severed string, Pelipper plummeted to the rocky battlefield below, creating a cloud of dust that obscured its figure. Impressive. His Golbat seems to be even stronger than Bellissime. Anna, who had somehow produced a small notebook, was busily scribbling down detailed notes while her face lit up with excitement as she observed Golbat's dominance over Pelipper, whose level was nearly the same. Interesting. A simple gust turned into something so creative. His battle instincts are exceptional. Rhodes, watching from a high vantage point, grew visibly more serious. His hands gripped the railing tightly as his gaze locked onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, several trainers among the spectators lining the edges of the battlefield exchanged surprised looks. The advanced and unconventional use of gust had left them both astonished and contemplative. This is amazing. The way he's trained his Golbat is incredible, Nurse Joy, watching from the medical center, remarked with awe as she stared at the wall-mounted TV broadcasting the battle. Follow up with another shadow ball. Finish it off. Sato seized the opportunity, instructing Golbat to press the attack. With its echolocation ability, Golbat could clearly sense Pelipper's location amidst the dusty haze, as though it were a beacon in the night. Another basketball-sized shadow ball formed and launched from Golbat's mouth. Don't give up. Use Protect. Thomas, hearing Sato's decisive command, paled and hastily called for Pelipper to deploy its sole defensive move in a desperate bid to continue the fight. Whoosh! The shadow ball tore through the dust, carving a hole in the veil of debris, and smashed into the shimmering green energy shield surrounding Pelipper. Though the Protect move successfully blocked the attack, sparing Pelipper from further critical damage, it was only a temporary reprieve. Pelipper remained grounded, lying in a crater on the rocky terrain. Unable to take flight, it was still an easy target for Golbat's relentless assault. At Sato's command of Swift, a barrage of glowing yellow star-shaped projectiles shot from Golbat's mouth, homing in on Pelipper. The stars struck the struggling Pelipper with precision just as it began to rise from the crater. After enduring a series of devastating attacks from Golbat, Pelipper finally collapsed, its body limp and motionless in the rocky crater, unresponsive to Thomas's frantic commands. With that, the first round of the match concluded, and Sato secured a resounding victory, his Golbat having overwhelmed the opponent in a near-dominant display of power and strategy. Happy New Year, guys. I hope this new year brings all of you much closer to your dreams. Chapter 172, Chapter 171, Current Pokemon Information. Pokemon, Golbat. Level. Type, Flying/Poison. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, Male. Known moves, Screech, Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, Air Cutter, Swift, Poison Fang, Hypnosis, Egg Move, Shadow Ball, Tutor, Gust, TM, Protect, TM, Steel Wing, TM, Hidden Power, Electric Type, TM. Pokemon, Nidoran Male Sign. Level. Type, Poison. Ability, Hustle, Hidden Ability. Gender, Male. Known moves, Leer, Peck, Focus Energy, Double Kick, Poison Sting, Fury Attack, Confusion, Egg Move, Amnesia, Egg Move, Disable, Egg Move, Water Pulse, TM, Poison Jab, TM, Hidden Power, Dark Type, TM, Thunderbolt, TM, Protect, TM. Pokemon, Bellissime. Level. Type, Grass. Ability, Healer, Hidden Ability. Gender, Female. Known moves, Magical Leaf, Leaf Storm, Mega Drain, Sweet Scent, Stun Spore, Sunny Day, Absorb, Growth, Acid, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Giga Drain, Lucky Chant, Synthesis, Egg Move, Secret Power, Egg Move, Nature Power, Tutor, Energy Ball, Tutor, Grass Knot, Tutor, Grassy Terrain, Tutor, Razor Leaf, Tutor, Hidden Power, Rock Type, TM, Protect, TM. Pokemon, Growlithe. Level. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Known moves, Bite, Roar, Ember, Leer, Helping Hand, Reversal, Odor Sleuth, Helping Hand, Flame Wheel, Tutor, Flame Charge, Tutor, Hidden Power, Grass Type, TM, Double Team, TM, Protect, TM. Pokemon, Ditto. Level. Type, Normal. Ability, Limber. Gender, None. Known moves, Transform. Pokemon, Mudkip. Level. Type, Water. Ability, Damp, Hidden Ability. Gender, Male. Known moves, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Mud Slap, Foresight, Refresh, Egg Move, Mirror Coat, Egg Move, Hidden Power, Flying Type, TM, Protect, TM. Chapter 173, Chapter 172, Powerful Visitor. Pelipper is unable to battle. The winner is Sato and his Golbat. The referee silently counted to 10 in his mind. When Pelipper showed no signs of movement, he raised the small flag in his hand and announced the result of the match. As soon as the announcement was made, Thomas recalled Pelipper into its Pokeball without saying a word or shaking hands with Sato. Instead, he disappeared into the crowd. Sato, seeing this, simply praised his Golbat a few times, rewarded him with some high-quality Poke Blocks, and leisurely made his way back to the medical room. This time, the way everyone looked at Sato had completely changed. They now recognized that Sato was, first and foremost, a powerful Pokemon trainer, and only secondarily a somewhat inexperienced Pokemon medic. His participation in this tournament suddenly made complete sense. The fact that he chose to rely on his main partner, Bellissum, for key support during the event was a stroke of luck for the other trainers, but a challenge for anyone hoping to secure a top spot in the competition. After all, the strong are always entitled to some privileges, aren't they? On his way back, several trainers who had benefited from Sato's medical services offered their congratulations or praised his victory. Upon arriving at the temporary medical room, many of the assisting staff also came forward to congratulate him. Even Eileen, who had previously been critical of him, extended her warm wishes. Once back in the medical room, Sato put on his white coat again. After feeding Bellissum a gem-grade Poke Block and letting her rest for a while, he released her to continue assisting in treating injured Pokemon. To Sato's surprise, the first patient upon his return was none other than the Pelipper he had just defeated with Golbat. Thomas, clearly embarrassed, was well aware of Sato's role as a Pokemon medic. He was anxious, feeling guilty about his poor sportsmanship after losing the match. Fortunately, Sato didn't seem to hold a grudge against Thomas for his post-match behavior. Maintaining his professional demeanor, Sato even let Bellissum personally treat Pelipper. "Thank you so much, Mr. Sato." Thomas's face lit up with joy as he watched Pelipper quickly recover under the effects of Bellissum's grassy terrain. Bowing deeply, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Sato nodded in acknowledgement and immediately moved on to provide medical services to the next injured Pokemon. Nearby, Eileen watched, her face softening into a smile. By just past noon, the morning's matches were officially over, and the second-round matchups were announced. Perhaps in recognition of Sato's dual role as both a competitor and a medic, the organizers scheduled his next match relatively early, third in the lineup for the afternoon. Unlike the first round, the second-round battles introduced new challenges. After eliminating 112 trainers, the remaining competitors were all highly skilled. To further test their abilities, the second-round format required each trainer to use 2 Pokemon in a 2v2 battle. At lunchtime, back in Sato's room, he and his Pokemon were enjoying a cheerful meal together. After training and playing together the previous day, Mudkip seemed to have let down his guard around Nidoran, Growlithe, Bellissum, and Ditto. The group was now chatting happily as they feasted on the delicious spread. Despite his small size, Mudkip was surprisingly strong. During their playful wrestling matches, he effortlessly bested the others, proving that his tiny frame housed incredible power. Sato conducted a simple strength test for Mudkip using weighted equipment. Currently, Mudkip could easily lift objects weighing up to 200 kilograms, with his maximum strength capping at 300 kilograms. Perhaps due to this incredible strength, Mudkip also had a massive appetite. While most Pokemon required just 1 can of food per meal, Mudkip needed at least 3 or 4 to feel full. If he had been particularly active, he might even consume 5. Sato didn't see this voracious appetite as a problem. Before boarding the ship, he had purchased a month's supply of high-quality water-type Pokemon food. With Mudkip's eating habits, the supply would last about a week. This all-you-can-eat policy earned Sato Mudkip's trust and satisfaction. Though Sato hadn't yet achieved the ultimate milestone of a head-pat bond with Mudkip, their relationship had noticeably improved, becoming far less strained than before. Happy times always seemed short-lived. Just as Sato had finished 2/3 of his lunch, a familiar knock came at the door. Sighing, Sato put down his chopsticks and opened the door to find a mature woman standing before him. She was stylishly dressed, with heavy makeup and an overwhelming perfume that quickly spread throughout the room as soon as the door opened. The scent was so strong that Grolive, with his keen nose, immediately let out several forceful sneezes. Woof! 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 Clearly displeased with this uninvited guest disrupting his lunch, Grolive barked loudly at the woman as soon as she stepped into the room. Grolive, it's not polite to be rude to guests. If the scent is bothering you, go to the bedroom, Sato said, offering an apology to the woman before kneeling to pat Grolive on the head. Grolive nodded, then darted into Sato's room, even smartly closing the door behind him. Meanwhile, the woman visibly relaxed. Her wary expression softened, and her hands, previously held behind her back, moved casually to her sides. A pokeball she had been clutching also vanished. Apologies again, my Grolive doesn't seem to like your perfume. How can I help you? Sato asked as he turned back to the woman. It's no problem at all, Mr. Sato. My name is Mary. I'm here for your medical expertise. These are the patients, please heal them as quickly as possible, Mary replied with a sultry smile. As she spoke, Mary released a Persian and a Poliwrath from their pokeballs. Both Pokemon were badly injured and unconscious. Sato, using his system's scanning ability, conducted his routine check on the two Pokemon. However, the results left him stunned. Both Pokemon, despite being in a fainted state, were at level 42. Chapter 174, Chapter 173, Reward and New Information. Faced with such a formidable guest, Sato did not dare slack off, but he maintained his composure and calmly instructed Bellossom to treat the two injured Pokemon. With Bellossom's grassy terrain, the Persian and Poliwrath quickly recovered from their injuries and regained consciousness. Both Persian and Poliwrath, at an impressive level 42, were experienced battlers and would be considered rulers of their respective territories in the wild. When unconscious, they were merely injured Pokemon, but once awake, their imposing auras immediately radiated from them. Fortunately, Bellossom, now at level 32 and no stranger to intense battles, remained undeterred. Having previously witnessed the terrifying presence of the Ursaring ruler in Viridian Forest, Bellossom wasn't fazed by the pressure exuded by these two Pokemon, continuing the treatment without interruption. Mary, clearly aware of how intimidating her two high-level Pokemon could be to weaker ones, quickly made a hand gesture to the pair. Seeing the signal, Persian and Poliwrath promptly reined in their intimidating auras and obediently allowed Bellossom to continue the treatment. In truth, even without Mary's gesture, the Persian and Poliwrath had no intention of acting aggressively. Fully aware of their situation, they understood Bellossom was their healer and posed no threat. Such strength. This feels eerily similar to the aura of that Ursaring ruler I encountered before. This woman is someone I absolutely cannot provoke right now, Sato thought. Outwardly, Sato remained calm, showing no signs of being intimidated by the Pokemon's auras. He also reassured his other Pokemon, who were visibly on edge. Nidoran and Ditto were clinging to each other in fear, Mudkip was pretending to play dumb, while Golbat had perched on Sato's shoulder, glaring intently at Persian and Poliwrath. Thank you so much for your help. I'm afraid I don't have cash on me right now, so please take this as compensation and a small token of my gratitude. It should be very useful for your Bellossom, Mary said as she handed Sato a technical machine, TM. There's no need, ma'am. It was my honor to help treat such strong Pokemon. Please take the TM back, Sato replied with a polite smile, though he was tempted by the TM for Teeter Dance. Mary, however, had no intention of retrieving the TM. She gave Sato a brief glance before tossing the disc to him. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and left the room, exuding an air of authority. Watching her leave, Sato looked at the TM for Teeter Dance in his hands, feeling its metaphorical weight. After some consideration, he decided to keep it, knowing it could significantly enhance Bellossom's capabilities. Though Mary's true identity remained a mystery, the fact that her two powerful Pokemon had been severely injured and unconscious was troubling. So far, apart from Sailor Road's Tentacruel, Sato hadn't encountered any other Pokemon above level 40 on the ship. Once a Pokemon reached level 30, leveling up became increasingly difficult, nowhere near as rapid as before. Based on the current leveling pace of Zubat and Bellossom, Sato estimated that it would take several months for either Pokemon to reach level 40. This was assuming they could regularly find opponents of equal strength to challenge. If Pokemon could be categorized by level. Levels 1 to 9 were Minion level. Levels 10 to 29 were Ordinary level. Level 30 marked the Advanced level. Level 40 represented Professional level. Mary's two level 42 Pokemon were undeniably powerful, capable of rivaling the leader Ursaring from Viridian Forest. It would take Sato a long time to train his Pokemon to that level of strength. If Sato's guess was correct, Mary was likely part of the group aiming to steal something significant aboard the Team Rocket ship, and possibly one of its leaders. After closing the door, Sato immediately let Growlithe out of the bedroom. Growlithe bolted into his arms, acting as if it had done something praiseworthy. "Did you notice something, Growlithe?" Seeing Growlithe's behavior, Sato quickly realized it had something important to share. He'd been puzzled earlier, another guest had worn a similarly strong perfume, yet Growlithe hadn't shown the same level of hostility. "Woof. Woof." Growlithe barked excitedly, nodding in confirmation. After a brief Q&A session, where Sato asked questions and Growlithe responded by nodding or shaking its head, Sato pieced together some critical information. According to Growlithe, Mary had some connection to the person who had attempted to ambush him the night before. Despite her heavy perfume, Growlithe, with its keen sense of smell, detected that Mary carried the scent of that person. This strongly implied that Mary had been in physical contact with them. This is turning into a real mess. Who is that guy? If someone like Mary is protecting him, there's no way I can take him out at the moment, Sato thought, his expression growing grim as he looked at the teeter dance TM in his hand. Meanwhile, Mary had returned to an upper-level luxury suite. Inside, a young woman with her arm bandaged sat cross-legged, munching on an apple while flipping through a fashion magazine. "Boss, you're back. So, when are we making our move? I've been cooped up all day, I'm going stir-crazy. Oh, and the Gyarados I stole yesterday still hasn't been treated. I'm worried it might die," the girl said, tossing the half-eaten apple into a nearby trash can with perfect aim. She then walked over with a cheerful smile, magazine in hand. Chapter 175, Chapter 174, Second Round begins. After welcoming Mary as a guest midway through his lunch, Sato was no longer disturbed during the rest of his meal. Over time, his previously sour mood began to improve. The unexpected appearance of the mysterious and powerful Mary added complexity to Sato's plans for dealing with his enemies. However, it also gave him a glimmer of hope for direct revenge. For one, Mary's strength was likely on par with that of Rhodes, which gave him a potential ally, or at least a point of reference. If she truly is one of the masterminds behind it all, her openly seeking me out for treatment suggests she hasn't been exposed yet. Coupled with Team Rocket's current calm demeanor, it's clear that Mary and her group haven't achieved their objectives. That means they're bound to act again soon. With this valuable piece of intelligence, Sato's mind began working at full speed, analyzing the situation and trying to predict the next moves of his enemies. Eventually, he concluded that this group had likely failed in their previous attempt and would soon launch another attack. This realization presented an opportunity for Sato to act amidst the chaos. While he might not yet match the likes of Mary or Rhodes in strength, he was more than capable of handling their subordinates. After all, he had successfully repelled the assailant who ambushed him, and Hans, one of their agents, was even weaker than that. Once the two sides clashed, with the leaders facing off against each other, Sato would have his chance for revenge. Of course, this plan required him to continue improving his strength and maintaining his cover. Soon, lunch was over, and the second round of the St. Louis Pokemon Tournament was about to begin. This time, perhaps due to special arrangements by the organizers, Sato's match was scheduled as the second battle in the round. Thus, he barely had time to don his white coat before taking it off again. Sato's opponent for the second round was a middle-aged man named Taro Otoya. He was dressed sharply in a suit and tie, with thick reflective glasses, impeccably styled hair slicked with pomade, and a luxury briefcase in his right hand, a classic image of a corporate professional. From his appearance, it seemed likely that Taro Otoya was only a part-time Pokemon trainer. However, Sato had treated this man's Pokemon earlier in the morning. He knew that Taro owned a level 28 Machoke, which indicated decent strength. When Sato and Taro took their positions at opposite ends of the number 2 battle arena, the area quickly filled with spectators, many of whom were trainers who had also advanced to the second round. Among them was Anna, the photography enthusiast, who was already prepared to capture every moment. Clearly, Sato's overwhelming performance in the first round had raised alarm bells for those aiming to win the championship. They were now closely observing his every move to gather intelligence. Once both contestants were ready, the referee signaled to the staff on the elevated platform, prompting the roulette-style selector on the large screen to spin rapidly. It ultimately stopped on the grass field, with Taro Otoya being selected to move first. In no time, the battle arena transformed into a lush grassy field interspersed with sparse woodlands. "Come forth, my aerial bodyguard. Fight for me." The corporate professional's expression turned serious as he pulled a standard red and white Pokeball from his suit pocket and released his Pokemon onto the field. Aerial bodyguard. So fucking cringe, Sato thought, his expression turning wired with the second-hand embarrassment. With a flash of white light, a well-developed Pidgeotto appeared, swiftly circling the air above the grassy field. Its sharp eyes locked onto Sato with a predatory focus. As Pidgeotto stared at Sato, he returned its gaze with equal intensity. For a moment, Pidgeotto felt an unsettling sensation of being completely seen through. It instinctively retreated a short distance, suddenly on high alert. Pidgeotto details. Pokemon, Pidgeotto. Level. Type, normal/flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Gender, male. Known moves, Tackle, Sand Attack, Gust, Quick Attack, Whirlwind, Twister, Brave Bird, Egg Move, Double Team, TM, Protect, TM. Taro Otoya was once a Pokemon trainer who dreamed of becoming a Pokemon master. Unfortunately, due to his humble origins and lack of significant opportunities, he quickly faded into the crowd. Unable to endure the harsh and frugal life of a bottom-tier trainer, Taro abandoned the grand ambitions of his youth. Like most ordinary trainers, he returned to human society and found a more stable way of life. Though his abilities as a trainer were modest, his experience as someone who had journeyed across multiple regions gave him an edge in knowledge and insight. It wasn't long before he secured a job as a sales representative. Thanks to his outstanding performance, Taro climbed the ranks through years of effort. He was now the head of the sales department at Sylph Company's branch in Saffron City and is currently on a business trip to the Hoenn region. Having resolved the resource issue that plagues most trainers, money, through his hard work, Taro began to reminisce about his old life as an adventuring trainer. He decided to re-enter the profession, albeit as a hobbyist this time. Taro's participation in the St. Louis Pokemon Tournament isn't driven by prize money. His goal is simple, to fully enjoy the thrill of Pokemon battles. Come out, Nidoran. I'm counting on you for this match. After reviewing his opponent's data, Sato quickly decided which Pokemon to send out first. Taking a Pokeball from his belt, he released Nidoran onto the field. The next moment, Nidoran's mostly purple body appeared on the battlefield. After briefly sizing up its opponent, it quickly darted into the tall grass, expertly camouflaging itself within the dense vegetation. The moment Nidoran appeared, the crowd along the edges of the battlefield erupted into awe, once again marveling at Sato's excellent Pokemon training skills. Among them, Anna was so impressed that she immediately hit her camera's 5-shot burst button. Pidgeotto, use Gust to flush it out. As soon as the referee announced the start of the battle, the experienced Taro Otoya wasted no time issuing an attack command to his circling Pidgeotto. Upon hearing its trainer's instructions, Pidgeotto's sharp eyes gleamed with determination. Thanks to its keen eye ability, it quickly pinpointed Nidoran's hiding spot in the grass. With a powerful flap of its wings, it created a white whirlwind about a meter in diameter. The whirlwind, expertly controlled by Pidgeotto, swept toward the area where Nidoran was concealed. The roaring wind bent the tall grass in all directions, leaving Nidoran's position completely exposed to everyone. Chapter 176, Chapter 175, Nidoran vs. Pidgeotto. While Pidgeotto directed its white whirlwind toward Nidoran, Sato gave his own command. Poison Sting. In an instant, Nidoran darted through the grass like a rabbit, evading the whirlwind. At the same time, the small purple spikes on its back began to glow with a ghostly purple light. A barrage of fine, purple poisonous needles shot out like machine gun bullets, arcing through the air. Though most of the needles failed to hit their mark, their sheer quantity created a dense rain of arrows that made it nearly impossible for Pidgeotto to maneuver freely within the area. Use Gust to blow those needles away, then go for Brave Bird. Realizing that his probing attacks were ineffective and noting that Nidoran's level was lower than Pidgeotto's, Taro Otoya quickly adjusted his strategy. He ordered Pidgeotto to engage in a full-force offensive to end the battle swiftly, denying Sato the chance to whittle down Pidgeotto's stamina. Coup. Pidgeotto, naturally more aggressive in temperament, let out an excited cry upon hearing its trainer's direct attack command. It flapped its wings powerfully, dispersing the incoming poison stings with a fierce gust. Then, its body was enveloped in a radiant blue light as it dove at astonishing speed toward Nidoran, aiming to strike with all its might. As it descended, Pidgeotto's momentum grew. Encased in the glowing blue energy, it resembled a divine bird cloaked in flames, ready to unleash its fury. Alright, use double kick combined with poison jab. Give it everything you've got. Taro Otoya's decision to abandon Pidgeotto's aerial advantage in favor of a direct attack made Sato's eyes light up. He had been wary of a hit-and-run kite strategy that flying types often favored. A head-on clash was exactly what he preferred. He immediately instructed Nidoran to counter with its best moves. Faced with the blue firebird rushing at it from above, Nidoran's eyes gleamed with eagerness. Its sturdy hind legs, already glowing white, kicked off the ground with immense force, propelling its body upward like a purple arrow. At the same time, the sharp horn on Nidoran's forehead shone with an intense purple light. Following Sato's command, it executed its most powerful move, Poison Jab, aiming for a direct hit. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of an exhilarated crowd, Pidgeotto's Brave Bird collided head-on with Nidoran's Poison Jab. A loud boom echoed through the battlefield as the clash generated a burst of energy, enveloping the area in thick smoke. Amid the explosion, some sharp-eared spectators caught the sound of something crashing to the ground, followed by a series of rustling noises. In terms of base power, Brave Bird, 120, far outclassed Poison Jab, 80. However, thanks to Nidoran's hustle ability, which boosted its physical moves, the power of Poison Jab was also elevated to 120. Combined with the stab, same type attack bonus, that both moves benefited from, their strengths were evenly matched. Unfortunately, Pidgeotto's higher level, 22 compared to Nidoran's 17, gave it a clear advantage in physical attributes. Despite the fierce struggle, Nidoran ultimately couldn't hold its ground. It was struck heavily by Pidgeotto, sent tumbling across the grassy battlefield before coming to a stop. The intense head-on clash left Nidoran severely injured. Were it not for its rolling momentum softening some of the impact, it might have already lost its ability to battle entirely. In the previous head-on collision, Pidgeotto didn't come out unscathed either. It had taken the full brunt of Nidoran's Poison Jab, a move with a power level of 120, and also suffered recoil damage from using Brave Bird. Now, while Pidgeotto was in better condition than Nidoran, it wasn't by much. The bird hovered low to the ground, its body marked with visible wounds. This Nidoran isn't ordinary, Anna thought, as she reviewed the photos she had taken with her rapid-fire camera. She had captured the intense clash between Nidoran and Pidgeotto in vivid detail. To think that a move like Poison Jab, slightly weaker in base power, could nearly equal Pidgeotto's Brave Bird. If Nidoran's level were the same as Pidgeotto's, it would have been Pidgeotto losing that exchange. But why? Why is its move so strong? Could it be Sato's unique training methods? Unfortunately for Anna, the concept of hidden abilities was advanced knowledge, known only to elite Pokémon researchers. Despite being a prodigy, Anna was far from the top minds in the academic Pokémon world. Having abandoned her research in the field, Anna couldn't figure out why Nidoran's Poison Jab had such power, no matter how much she mulled over it. Her inability to control or predict Sato's actions frustrated her greatly, and she started to feel as though the prey she had been tracking was slipping out of her grasp. On the other side of the battlefield, Taro Otoya was just as baffled by the surprising strength of Nidoran's Poison Jab. His face had darkened considerably. As Pidgeotto's trainer, he fully understood the outcome of their clash. In truth, Pidgeotto hadn't come out on top, it might have even been at a disadvantage. Pidgeotto, use Brave Bird again. But in the fast-paced rhythm of the battle, Tar didn't have the luxury of overthinking. He immediately commanded Pidgeotto to launch another aggressive attack, aiming to deny the heavily injured Nidoran any chance to recover. Having tasted victory in their last exchange, Pidgeotto's fighting spirit burned even brighter. At Taro's command, it let out a fierce cry and once again transformed into a glowing blue firebird, diving straight for the struggling Nidoran, who was just starting to rise to its feet. Now, Thunderbolt. Sato, who had been closely watching the battle's progression, seized the opportunity. Though he had initially lost hope for this match, the moment Taro commanded another direct attack, he realized that Nidoran still had a chance to turn things around. As soon as Pidgeotto came within 5 meters of Nidoran, Sato issued the decisive order. The moment Sato's voice fell, the battered Nidoran, barely managing to stand, suddenly revealed its trump card. Its horn, already glowing faintly, erupted with a brilliant yellow light. A golden bolt of electricity, as thick as 2 fingers, surged out from Nidoran's horn, streaking directly toward the incoming Pidgeotto. Electric moves are incredibly fast, and Pidgeotto's direct charge made it impossible to evade. The thunderbolt struck Pidgeotto squarely, enveloping the bird in crackling golden electricity. It let out a series of pained cries as its entire body convulsed under the intense shock. Against Pidgeotto, a flying type, Thunderbolt was super effective. After 2 or 3 seconds, Nidoran's Thunderbolt subsided. Pidgeotto, now charred and battered, plummeted to the ground, completely unconscious and unable to continue battling. For a moment, Taro and the spectators around the battlefield were left dumbfounded. Against all odds, Nidoran had pulled off a last-second victory. Chapter 177, Chapter 176, Terrain Control. Pidgeotto is unable to battle. The winner of this match is Sato and his Nidoran. 10 seconds after Pidgeotto fell, the referee raised the flag in hand and officially declared the result. Nidoran's last-minute Thunderbolt had shocked nearly everyone. Few could have imagined that Sato had kept such a powerful move hidden, only to unleash it at the critical moment to turn the tide of the battle. Most of the spectators at the edge of the battlefield were ordinary trainers, and it was difficult for them to fathom Sato teaching Nidoran a move like Thunderbolt. After all, the move didn't come cheap. By Sato's calculations, obtaining the necessary 5 gold tokens to exchange for the move could end up costing 5 million Poke Dollars, a staggering amount for most trainers. Furthermore, Thunderbolt is a rare TM that's usually hard to find even if you have the money. Taro Otoya's loss could partly be attributed to his assumption, shared by many trainers of his background, that Nidoran, being such a common Pokémon, wouldn't be given this level of attention or resources. Of course, his overly aggressive and careless battle strategy was also a key factor in his defeat. If the roles were reversed, Sato would have taken the safest and most calculated approach to eliminate his opponent. Now, in the eyes of Taro and the surrounding spectators, Sato was perceived as a shrewd and deceptively low-key aristocrat. After the referee announced the result, the visibly displeased Taro swiftly returned Pidgeotto to its Pokeball. Taking a moment to steady himself, he pulled out another Pokeball and released his next Pokemon. From the ball emerged a powerful-looking Pokemon, its form materializing as the white light faded. To Sato's surprise, Taro did not send out the Machamp he had anticipated as his trump card for securing victory. Instead, he released a Heracross, a choice Sato hadn't expected at all. Using his system's detection ability, Sato quickly analyzed the Pokemon before him, known as the Bug King in the games. The results surprised him further. Pokemon information. Pokemon, Heracross. Level. Type, Bug/Fighting. Ability, Guts. Gender, Male. Known moves, Arm Thrust, Bullet Seed, Night Slash, Tackle, Leer, Horn Attack, Endure, Feint, Aerial Ace, Pin Missile, Counter, Fury Attack, Double Edge, Egg Move, Focus Punch, Egg Move, Protect, TM, Hyper Beam, TM, Rock Blast, TM. From the data alone, it was clear that this Heracross was remarkably well-trained, with an impressive variety of moves at its disposal. Excellent physical development, a glossy, sturdy exoskeleton, and eyes sharper and more aggressive than those of a typical Heracross, this Pokemon is clearly a battle-hardened fighter. Compared to the aging Machamp I expected, this young and promising Heracross is likely Taro Otoya's true ace, Sato noted as he reviewed Heracross's data and watched the large beetle hover midair using its insect wings. After a brief moment of thought, Sato decided on his next Pokemon to face Heracross. Come back, Nidoran. You've done an excellent job. Let's leave this fight to another teammate. Growlithe, it's your turn now. Sato recalled Nidoran into its Pokeball before sending out Growlithe. Due to its hard-fought victory over Pidgeotto, Nidoran gained substantial experience. Using his system's detection ability, Sato noticed that Nidoran had reached level 19 and had even learned the move Fury Attack. In the next moment, Growlithe appeared on the battlefield. Almost immediately, orange-red flames ignited around its legs, tail, and head. The high-temperature flames caused the surrounding grass to quickly wither and catch fire. Soon, the flames began spreading across the grassy terrain, rapidly transforming the field into a fiery battlefield. In no time, the temperature within the arena began to soar. As expected, the grassy field is practically a hidden home advantage for Growlithe. Unless the opponent is also a fire-resistant Pokemon, taking down Growlithe before the flames consume the battlefield will be almost impossible. As a Bug-type Pokemon, Heracross clearly isn't equipped to handle this, Sato observed. With both Pokemon on the battlefield, the referee immediately announced the start of the match. Growlithe was the first to take the initiative, charging straight toward Heracross. As Growlithe ran, the flames on its body grew fiercer, gradually spreading across its entire form. Everywhere it went, the grass caught fire, and the blaze quickly spread across the grassy terrain. Heracross, use Rock Blast to stop it from spreading the flames. Taro called out urgently, realizing Growlithe's intent to engulf the field in fire. Heracross. At Taro's command, Heracross let out a fierce cry. From the tip of its large horn, several basketball-sized rocks formed and were launched toward the rapidly approaching Growlithe. Use Double Team. Don't rush to attack, focus on turning this battlefield into your domain first, Sato instructed calmly. Hearing the command, Growlithe's eyes glinted with cunning. In an instant, 3 Double Team clones materialized around it. The incoming rock struck only one of the clones, leaving the remaining 3 Growlithe, including the real one, continuing their charge toward Heracross. As Growlithe advanced, a new clone would appear to replace any destroyed ones. Soon, there were 4 Growlithe surrounding Heracross, encircling it along with the spreading flames. The fire had completely taken over the grassy terrain, turning it into a blazing inferno. Within this fiery field, Growlithe thrived as if it were a fish in water. In stark contrast, Heracross was like meat on a grill. Even if the flames didn't directly burn it, the intense heat was enough to cause it significant discomfort, dealing continuous damage over time. Chapter 178, Chapter 177, Guerrilla Tactics. The blazing flames on the battlefield made it unbearable for the spectators at the edges. Many retreated due to the overwhelming heat and the thick, choking smoke emanating from the arena. However, this unusual sight caught the attention of spectators from other battlefields, who turned their heads to see what was happening. As a result, the crowd watching this match grew even larger. To avoid being burned by the flames, Heracross followed Taro's command and used its insect wings to lift itself into the air. The wing beats also created gusts of wind to dispel the rising smoke below. Kite him with Ember. This time, don't engage him head-on, let it deplete itself, Sato instructed calmly. After Growlithe completed its tasks of encircling Heracross and turning the grassy terrain into a fiery battlefield, Sato shifted to a strategy of ranged attacks. As soon as Sato finished speaking, Growlithe dismissed its double-team clones and began spitting out small fireballs, each roughly half the size of a basketball. Infused with the dense fire-type energy of the burning terrain, these fireballs rapidly expanded into basketball-sized flames. However, the enhanced energy also made them highly unstable, as fire energy is inherently volatile. Many fireballs exploded prematurely before reaching Heracross, scattering fiery rain across the battlefield. These chain reactions further destabilized the remaining fireballs, causing a series of consecutive explosions. Although the embers didn't make direct contact with Heracross, the explosion's area of effect damage still reached it. The resulting waves of heat resembled an improvised heat wave attack, intensifying Heracross's discomfort. Use Aerial Ace. Cough, cough. Taro Otoya, drenched in sweat and struggling with the heat and smoke, coughed heavily as he shrugged off his blazer. Despite his condition, he managed to issue a command to Heracross. The fiery battlefield wasn't just a test for the Pokémon, it also pushed the endurance of the trainers on either side. So far, Sato seemed far better adapted to the harsh conditions than Taro. Realizing that remaining passive would guarantee its defeat, Heracross promptly obeyed Taro's command. It gathered flying-type energy, forming streaks of white air currents around its body. Using Aerial Ace, Heracross carved a path through the sea of flames, charging toward Growlithe like a jet fighter. Simultaneously, its long horn began to glow with blinding white light as it prepared a horn attack, managing to execute both moves at once. Don't face him head-on. Evade and try using the hit-and-run tactics your father used against a Pinsir, Sato instructed, his tone unwavering. Seeing Heracross's reckless attack, Sato shook his head slightly and spoke to the eager Growlithe, who looked ready for a direct confrontation. Hearing the first part of Sato's words, Growlithe, being a fire-type Pokémon, showed a hint of disappointment. But upon hearing the second part, his spirits immediately lifted. In an instant, flames engulfed Growlithe's body as he used Flame Charge to increase his speed, deftly avoiding Heracross's attack. At the same time, he launched several small fireballs at his opponent. Heracross, reacting quickly, flapped its wings furiously to accelerate and dodge the incoming Ember attack. Throughout the battle, Sato continued to direct Growlithe to avoid direct clashes with Heracross, employing a hit-and-run strategy. This kiting tactic left Heracross struggling to keep up. As the fight dragged on, the prolonged exposure to the fiery battlefield began to wear Heracross down. Maintaining flight consumed a significant amount of its stamina, and its movements and reactions slowed, giving Growlithe opportunities for consecutive successful strikes. Growlithe executed Sato's strategy flawlessly, replicating the tactics used by its father in a previous battle against a Pinsir. However, unlike its father, Growlithe didn't have to hold back to preserve its surroundings. It could fully unleash its abilities, slowly dragging Heracross into a losing battle with near-perfect precision. Sato's decision to have Growlithe avoid direct confrontations drew disdain from many spectators, with some even booing to express their dissatisfaction. However, a small minority recognized Sato's tactical brilliance, including his opponent, Taro Otoya. Shirtless and drenched in sweat, Taro wore a grim expression. Damn it. How can I force them into a direct confrontation? This Growlithe is too fast. Heracross can't keep up. At this rate, even if Growlithe doesn't attack, the constant exposure to the heat of the fire will make Heracross lose its ability to fight, Taro muttered in frustration, scratching his head for a solution. As Heracross's injuries accumulated, his anxiety grew, and his mind blanked further. These idiots. Pokémon battles aren't child's play. Rushing into direct confrontations is a fool's move. Letting Growlithe clash head-on with the powerful Heracross would only hand the advantage to the opponent. Sato is too calm, fighting against him means you can't let him control the pace, Anna thought with disdain, hearing the displeased jeers from the surrounding trainers. While recording the match on her laptop, she sneered at the crowd but gazed at Sato with a solemn expression. After nearly 10 minutes, the flames on the battlefield gradually subsided. Despite Heracross's guts ability and unyielding determination, it couldn't withstand the relentless heat and the occasional sneak attacks from Growlithe. Finally, scorched and battered, Heracross was hit by another Ember attack. With a reluctant cry, it collapsed into the fading embers, unable to continue the battle. Chapter 179, Chapter 178, Fourth Round begins. After securing victory in the second round match, Sato praised Growlithe briefly before recalling him into his Pokeball. He then quickly returned to the temporary medical room to resume his duties. By around 6 p.m., the second round of matches finally concluded. The St. Louis Pokemon Tournament had a participant cap of 100 trainers, and after 2 rounds, only 25 competitors remained. Since the St. Louis was expected to dock at Slateport City the following afternoon, time was tight. As a result, the third round was scheduled for the evening. Sato, in a stroke of luck, was given a bye, meaning he wouldn't have to participate in this round. At 7:30 p.m., the third round matches commenced as planned. With fewer matches taking place, the number of injured Pokemon also decreased, allowing the temporary medical room where Sato was stationed to finally experience some downtime. Naturally, Sato didn't waste this rare break. Instead, he took the opportunity to scout the competition. Among the remaining 24 trainers, the one who intrigued Sato the most was Anna, a maniac who had actively sought him out for a challenge. At this moment, she was engaged in a Pokemon battle against a skilled ship guard on the water battlefield. The third round maintained the 2-on-2 battle format. In her first match, Anna was the first to send out a Pokemon, choosing Alhambra, a water/grass dual type, as her lead. Her opponent responded by releasing a Tentacruel. Sato recognized Anna's opponent. It was Hamas, a close friend of Hans. Hamas's strongest Pokemon was, without a doubt, the Tentacruel he sent out first. Pokemon details. Pokemon, Alhambra. Level. Type, water/grass. Ability, Swift Swim. Gender, female. Known moves, Astonish, Growl, Absorb, Bubble, Fury Swipes, Fake Out, Water Sport, Bubble Beam, Nature Power, Leech Seed, Egg Move, Counter, Egg Move, Rain Dance, TM, Ice Beam, TM. Pokemon, Tentacruel. Level. Type, Water/Poison. Ability, Clear Body. Gender, male. Known moves, Reflect Type, Constrict, Poison Sting, Supersonic, Wrap, Acid, Toxic Spikes, Water Pulse, Bubble Beam, Barrier, Poison Jab, Aurora Beam, Egg Move, Scald, TM, Protect, TM, Hyper Beam, TM. At level 32, Tentacruel held a clear advantage over Alhambra, who was only level 28. Based on levels and type matchups, Hamas's Tentacruel seemed to have the upper hand. However, the outcome of their battle left many spectators stunned. Right at the start, Alhambra, under Anna's command, landed a surprise fake out on Tentacruel, catching it off guard. Using the momentary flinch, Alhambra retreated and activated Rain Dance. With its Swift Swim ability, Alhambra's speed skyrocketed in the rainy conditions, allowing it to take control of the battle. The most memorable parts of the fight for Sato were Alhambra's masterful use of Ice Beam and the game-changing Leech Seed. Thanks to its Swift Swim ability, Alhambra could even move atop the water, granting it exceptional mobility for a hit-and-run strategy against Tentacruel. Initially, Anna directed Alhambra to use Ice Beam not as an attack but to create obstacles in the water arena. Under her guidance, Alhambra formed layers of ice barriers, thwarting Tentacruel's attempts to close in on its opponent. Once Tentacruel was effectively trapped in the icy maze, Anna commanded Alhambra to use Leech Seed, further restricting Tentacruel's movements while continuously sapping its strength. As Alhambra repeatedly used Ice Beam, the water battlefield gradually transformed into an icy terrain. Eventually, Tentacruel was confined to a narrow area surrounded by thick ice. Hamas didn't lack skill. His strategy was to counter with Scald to melt the ice and prevent Tentacruel from being completely immobilized by Ice Beam. He also deployed Toxic Spikes twice, poisoning Alhambra as soon as it touched the water. However, due to his initial loss of momentum and the overwhelming disadvantage, even Hamas's mid-battle adjustments couldn't turn the tide. Combining Leech Seed and Absorb for sustained recovery, along with precise ranged attacks, Alhambra eventually overcame Tentacruel under Anna's meticulous commands. Although victorious, Alhambra was heavily poisoned by the end of the battle and could barely continue fighting. Effectively, it was a one-for-one trade. However, Hamas suffered the greater loss, as his strongest Pokemon had been eliminated. In the second match, Hamas had to release his next Pokemon first. With the water arena still tainted by Toxic Spikes, he reluctantly sent out a level 25 Pelipper. Anna, on the other hand, deployed a level 32 Magneton, which had a complete advantage over Pelipper. The second match was a foregone conclusion. Under Anna's direction, Magneton easily defeated Pelipper with a single Thunderbolt, dealing quadruple damage and leaving no room for resistance. This battle seemed to deal a heavy blow to Hamas. By the end, he was utterly dejected, like a wilted plant. Anna, satisfied with her victory, left the battlefield and quickly moved to other arenas to gather data on her potential opponents using her laptop. By around 9 p.m., the third round concluded. Including Sato, only 13 trainers remained in the St. Louis Pokemon Tournament. Without exception, these remaining competitors were all exceptionally skilled. In the fourth round, the lucky trainer who got a bye wasn't Sato this time, but a young female trainer named Hannah. Sato's opponent for this round was a young trainer named Heiji Kuroya. With the help of Eileen, an exceptionally skilled Pokemon medical trainer, and her Chansey partner, all participants' Pokemon were swiftly healed. After over an hour of rest, most Pokemon were back in peak condition. By 10 p.m., the fourth round matches began in earnest. Sato knew little about his opponent, Heiji Kuroya, as the latter had never sought his medical assistance. Sato had only observed one of Heiji's matches thus far. Heiji Kuroya's appearance made him look like a martial artist. Dressed in a black martial arts uniform and wearing wooden clogs, he gave off a fierce impression. However, it was surprising to many that he was a short and slender man, standing less than 1.6 meters tall. Despite his small and thin stature, Heiji Kuroya's martial arts skills were formidable, extremely so, in fact. He was known for his fiery temper and despised anyone commenting on his height or attire. Sato personally witnessed a tall, burly sailor, slightly drunk, who had mocked Heiji, only to be beaten thoroughly. This sailor, hailing from the Unova region, was an imposing 1.9 meters tall and as strong as a bear, yet he stood no chance against Heiji, showing just how skilled the diminutive fighter was. As a Pokemon trainer, Heiji specialized in fighting-type Pokemon. Sato had acquired information about his team by paying a few informants. Up to now, Heiji had only used 2 Pokemon in the tournament, a Hitmonchan and a Hariyama. In the one match Sato had witnessed, Heiji had deployed his Hitmonchan. This Hitmonchan was a level 32 powerhouse proficient in moves such as Mach Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, and Fire Punch. Sato also observed that the Hitmonchan seemed to have mastered a technique that combined Mach Punch with one of the elemental punches, a skill known as Dual Punch Fusion. Note, Dual Punch Fusion refers to the blending of Mach Punch with one of the elemental punches to create moves like Mach Ice Punch, Mach Thunder Punch, or Mach Fire Punch. With its Iron Fist ability enhancing its punch moves, the Hitmonchan relied on rapid footwork and a broad attack range to overwhelm opponents with quick, calculated strikes. Once it got in close, its lightning-fast Mach punches left adversaries reeling. In an earlier match, Heiji's opponent had fielded a level 29 Kingler and a level 31 Charmeleon. Both were defeated by Hitmonchan, which managed to pull off a clean 2-0 sweep. By the end of the match, Hitmonchan had taken almost no damage, leaving its opponents disoriented and unable to fight back. Now, this formidable opponent stood in Sato's way for the 4th round. The prospect of facing such a skilled adversary stoked the fires of Sato's competitive spirit. The battle between Sato and Heiji attracted a large crowd. After Sato's strategic and methodical victories in the earlier rounds, many spectators had taken notice of him. Though his cautious and precise battling style frustrated some more hot-blooded viewers, it earned the admiration of those who appreciated tactical prowess. Heiji, despite his rebellious personality, respected strong opponents. He had observed Sato's strength during the previous St. Louis security battle, where Sato's Golbat and Bellissime demonstrated exceptional coordination and power. This respect was evident as Heiji gave Sato a traditional martial artist salute, clasping his hands and bowing slightly. Though Sato wasn't familiar with the gesture, he returned it to show mutual respect. Heiji smiled faintly in response, his usually stoic face momentarily relaxed. The audience, unsure of the gesture's meaning, began imitating it in confusion, creating an awkward yet amusing scene. The match soon began. The arena for this round was a rocky battlefield, and Heiji was chosen to send out his Pokemon first. "Let's go, my trusted partner. Let's show them a fiery battle." Heiji roared as he threw his Pokeball with dramatic flair. A flash of white light revealed his Hitmonchan, whose lean but solid frame exuded determination. To warm up, the Hitmonchan launched a flurry of punches at nearby boulders, reducing them to dust in seconds. The Hitmonchan's domineering display drew thunderous applause from the audience, who treated it like a martial arts superstar. Seemingly invigorated by their cheers, its aura became even more imposing. While Hitmonchan showcased its strength, Sato quietly scanned its updated stats using his system. Pokemon, Hitmonchan. Level. Type, Fighting. Ability, Iron Fist. Gender, Male. Known moves, Comet Punch, Close Combat, Counter, Focus Punch, Revenge, Agility, Pursuit, Mach Punch, Bullet Punch, Feint, Vacuum Wave, Quick Guard, High Jump Kick, Egg Move, Thunder Punch, Tutor, Fire Punch, Tutor, Ice Punch, Tutor, Protect, TM, Double Team, TM. After consecutive battles, it's already leveled up to 33. Its power has definitely grown, Sato thought, his expression serious. He then prepared to send out his Pokemon to challenge this fearsome opponent. "Bellissime, I'm counting on you to take the lead this time." With calm composure, Sato pressed the button on his Pokeball, releasing a beam of light. A graceful Bellissime appeared on the rocky field. Unlike Hitmonchan's intimidating entrance, Bellissime began to dance gracefully, her rhythm unaffected by the uneven terrain. The audience erupted in cheers, captivated by her elegance. Bellissime's beauty and helpful nature as a medic during the past few days had made her immensely popular among both trainers and Pokemon aboard the St. Louis. Her appearance now elicited even louder cheers than Hitmonchan's earlier display. Chapter 180, Chapter 179, Absolute Control. The battle began even before the referee's countdown had fully ended. As the call reached about 4/5 of completion, Hitmonchan, who had been shuffling with small, calculated steps while keeping its intense gaze locked on Bellissime, made its move. Without waiting for Heiji's command, it instinctively chose the best course of action. Hitmonchan transformed into a brown blur, using the scattered rocks across the battlefield as springboards to propel itself forward with incredible short-distance speed. Its fists, wrapped in a fiery red aura, ignited into roaring flames, it was launching a fire punch straight at Bellissum. Similarly, Bellissum needed no instructions from Sato. Around her, a swirl of vibrant green energy leaves materialized, her well-practiced move, Magical Leaf. The energy leaves, under Bellissum's graceful control, danced around her in a synchronized rhythm as she twirled elegantly. In an instant, they coalesced into a leaf tornado, surrounding her and obscuring her delicate figure within a swirling barrier of vibrant green. The dense veil of leaves concealed Bellissum's exact position, causing Hitmonchan, now less than 3 meters away, to lose sight of its target. Undeterred, the fighting-type Pokémon charged forward with relentless determination, its fiery fists blazing. Its fearless approach showcased the fiery spirit and bravery typical of fighting-type Pokémon. Whoosh! 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 As Hitmonchan reached the leaf tornado, its flame-enshrouded fist struck with rapid, machine-like precision, generating a storm of fiery punch shadows. The relentless barrage caused the whirlwind of leaves to disintegrate under the intense assault. Many of the magical leaf fragments were incinerated, falling as ashes to the ground. However, despite destroying the leaf tornado, Hitmonchan's fists failed to connect with its true target, Bellissum. Its instincts told it that it had merely struck a storm of energy leaves, not the opponent herself. The phrase, hidden among the leaves, aptly described Hitmonchan's predicament, as the remnants of the disintegrating whirlwind still occasionally blocked its vision. A few seconds later, the leaf tornado fully dissipated, but Bellissum was no longer where she had been. She had somehow repositioned herself 10 meters away, standing gracefully and already gathering another cluster of glowing energy leaves around her. Some of the scattered magical leaf fragments from the earlier whirlwind had intentionally been redirected back into her control. Meanwhile, Hitmonchan, having unleashed over 100 punches in quick succession, was now in a momentary lull, its energy momentarily depleted. It stood in place, panting heavily as it tried to recover. Now's our chance. Use Magical Leaf to attack. Sato called out decisively, unwilling to let such an opportunity slip by. At his command, Bellissum's vibrant eyes lit up with a dazzling emerald glow, and she suddenly launched into a rapid, energetic waltz. The magical leaf fragments surrounding her flared brightly, their green energy intensifying, before converging above her head. The leaves merged into a powerful emerald stream, which surged forward with tremendous force, aimed squarely at the fatigued Hitmonchan. Thanks to Bellissum's increased level and the support of the Miracle Seed, a treasured grass-type item, her magical leaf had undergone significant enhancement. Previously, she could only control up to 128 energy leaves at once. Now, she could command up to 180, and the increase in quantity had exponentially boosted the move's power. The emerald torrent surged forward, roaring with energy, as it closed in on Hitmonchan. Retreat. Use the rocks as cover to minimize the damage from the attack. Seeing Bellissum controlling a massive torrent of magical leaf energy heading straight for Hitmonchan, Haya Heiji's expression changed. He quickly commanded Hitmonchan to retreat temporarily. Though reluctant, Hitmonchan didn't dare to disobey Heiji's instructions. It immediately pushed off the ground, rapidly retreating and guiding Bellissum's magical leaf attack to collide with the scattered rocks on the battlefield, using them as sacrificial shields. Hitmonchan executed Heiji's command with remarkable precision, weakening the magical leaf attack significantly by redirecting it to strike several rocks on the field. Seeing this, Bellissum could only sigh inwardly and continue to manipulate the magical leaf to further exhaust Hitmonchan, forcing it to expend more energy defending. Haya Heiji and Hitmonchan, both naturally inclined toward aggressive combat, weren't content with remaining on the defensive. The moment Bellissum's magical leaf began losing its power, Heiji ordered Hitmonchan to close the gap once more, aiming to regain the upper hand in battle. However, as Hitmonchan advanced within 10 meters of Bellissum, the rocket intended to use as a springboard suddenly sprouted 2 emerald-green blades of grass. The blades of grass grew precisely where Hitmonchan stepped and, in an instant, twisted together into a tight knot. Watch your footing. Heiji, who had been carefully observing the battlefield, noticed the sudden appearance of the green grass under Hitmonchan's feet. He immediately shouted a warning. Focused solely on Bellissum ahead, Hitmonchan failed to notice the situation beneath it. Despite Heiji's quick reaction, Hitmonchan had already committed to its next move. Thud. With Bellissum's cleverly executed grass knot, Hitmonchan tripped and fell face-first onto the ground, creating a small crater upon impact. A cloud of dust erupted into the air as the force of the fall dragged its body forward, leaving a deep scratch on the battlefield and covering Hitmonchan in numerous abrasions. To make matters worse, Bellissum's magical leaf seized the opportunity to strike. The green blades rained down from above, delivering another heavy blow to the struggling Hitmonchan as it attempted to rise, forcing it back onto the ground. Finally, Bellissum concluded the assault with an energy ball, adding the finishing touch to the barrage of attacks. Hitmonchan, overwhelmed by consecutive hits, now bore significant damage. In just a minute or two, the battle had shifted dramatically. Hitmonchan, which started strong, was now entirely on the defensive, caught in Bellissum's rhythm and repeatedly overwhelmed. The intense exchange, especially Bellisam's masterful control of Magical Leaf and Hitmonchan's unfortunate misstep, thrilled the spectators at the edge of the battlefield. However, among the cheering crowd, some trainers wore grave expressions. Their gazes toward Bellisam and Sato were filled with fierce determination. Hitmonchan's strength was undeniable, yet it was now being completely outclassed by Bellisam. This was proof of Bellisam's superior power and Sato's strategic prowess. Chapter 181, Chapter 180, Heiji's Ace. Hitmonchan was now in a tight spot. He couldn't get close to Bellisam. The moment he approached within 10 meters, he had to divert part of his focus to keep an eye on the ground, avoiding another close encounter with the terrain. However, splitting his attention made closing the distance even harder. Meanwhile, Bellisam continued her elegant dance, steadily controlling a flurry of Magical Leaf to harass Hitmonchan. For every step Hitmonchan advanced, Bellisam took one back, maintaining a safe distance. This left Hitmonchan increasingly frustrated, his strength unable to find an outlet. If you can't land a hit, no matter how strong or fast your attacks are, it's useless. Hitmonchan lacks ranged attacks. If we exploit this weakness, Bellisam can win this match with ease, Sato thought, arms crossed, watching the battle unfold. He nodded slightly in satisfaction, seeing Bellisam flawlessly execute the strategy he had outlined before the match. Eventually, under Heiji's gritted teeth and despite his strong will, Hitmonchan's body gave out. His determination was still intact, but his exhausted form betrayed him, causing him to collapse. Hitmonchan is unable to battle. The winner is Bellisam. After silently counting to 10 and seeing that Hitmonchan couldn't respond to his trainer's calls, the referee raised his flag to declare the match's outcome. As the referee's announcement echoed, the spectators around the battlefield burst into applause, cheering for the victor while also offering consolation and respect to the defeated. This was the fourth round of the tournament, a 3-on-3 battle. While Bellisam had secured an almost flawless first victory for Sato, the match was far from over. Sato still had to face Heiji's two remaining Pokémon, whose identities and strategies were unknown. Come back, Hitmonchan. You've done great. Leave the rest to your teammates, Heiji said solemnly as he recalled Hitmonchan into his Pokeball. Speaking softly to the ball, he clipped it back onto his belt and retrieved another one, a great ball. Mr. Sato, it seems you've studied my Hitmonchan thoroughly. Bellisam, with her control and ranged combat capabilities, is indeed a nemesis for a strong offensive Pokémon like Hitmonchan, but the Pokémon I'm sending out next isn't of the same type. Be careful. Taking a deep breath, Heiji calmed himself and addressed Sato. Then, with a firm press of the button on the great ball, he released his second Pokémon. In a flash of white light, a robust Combusken appeared on the battlefield. Sato's system immediately analyzed the Pokémon. The details that surfaced on the screen shocked him, causing his pupils to contract slightly. Pokémon, Combusken. Level. Type, Fire/Fighting. Ability, Speed Boost. Gender, Male. Known moves, Double Kick, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Sand Attack, Peck, Flame Charge, Quick Attack, Bulk Up, Reversal, Egg Move, Flamethrower, TM, Fire Punch, TM, Protect, TM, Rock Slide, TM. Impressive. He actually has a Combusken with the Speed Boost ability. That's extraordinary. Judging by its appearance, its potential is excellent. I didn't expect this guy to be a second-generation trainer, Sato thought, his initial shock turning into a twinge of envy. His estimation of Heiji rose further, there was no doubt this opponent would be a formidable rival in the future. Among all Pokémon abilities, Speed Boost is undoubtedly one of the most exceptional. Imagine facing an opponent that continuously accelerates in battle, catching up with their movements becomes nearly impossible. Once you can't keep up, you're inevitably dragged along at their pace. Of course, the faster a Pokémon moves, the greater the energy consumption. Often, a Pokémon may tire out before managing to defeat its opponent. However, when paired with fighting-type Pokémon like Combusken, this ability's effectiveness becomes almost boundless. Fighting-type Pokémon are renowned for their robust physiques and superior stamina. Their athletic muscle fibers adapt well to the speed increases provided by Speed Boost, and they have the endurance to maintain it. Combining unparalleled speed with the powerful moves typical of fighting types creates a devastating synergy. Combusken fits these criteria perfectly. Since Speed Boost is its hidden ability, Heiji's Combusken doesn't even need to wait for its evolution to fully utilize this buffed ability. Understanding its value, Heiji clearly invested heavily in Combusken's training. Its physique exceeded average standards, with its muscles carefully developed and no unnecessary bulk. Additionally, this Combusken demonstrated a remarkable mastery over fire. Like a Growlithe, it kept its body cloaked in sustained flames without showing any signs of strain. While Growlithe relies on its flash fire ability for such control, Combusken managed this feat unaided, showcasing exceptional fire handling skills. At this moment, Combusken's 3 fiery redhead feathers burned with orange flames, while its legs and claws were similarly wrapped in flickering fire. Its sharp light red eyes gleamed with intense fighting spirit. Bellissime, you did wonderfully. Take a well-deserved rest. The next battle will be entrusted to another partner, Sato said, recalling Bellissime into its pokeball. Having a grass-type Bellissime face a fire-type Combusken was clearly unwise. After a moment's thought, Sato retrieved another pokeball containing Golbat. While Combusken's speed boost gave it an edge, its inability to fly was a clear weakness. Against a flying Pokémon like Golbat, its advantage was significantly diminished. Furthermore, Golbat's type advantage over Combusken made it the ideal counter. Let's go, Golbat. It's your time to shine, Sato declared, pressing the button on the Pokeball to release the bat-like Pokémon onto the battlefield. Chapter 182, Chapter 181, Air Step. As soon as Golbat appeared, the powerful gusts generated by the wide flapping of its wings swept across the battlefield, causing many spectators near the arena to clutch their skirts and widen their eyes. Boom. At the same time, Combusken grew visibly excited upon seeing an opponent that seemed to match its strength. The flames enveloping its body flared intensely, fueled by its surging battle spirit. Seeing both trainers ready, the referee immediately announced the start of the battle. In an instant, a scorching orange pillar of fire erupted from Combusken's mouth, shooting straight at the airborne Golbat. Golbat, ever vigilant of its fiery opponent below, swiftly flapped its wings and shifted sideways to avoid the linear flamethrower attack with ease. Change tactics. Don't let it escape so easily. Haya Heiji's commanding words made Sato's eyes narrow in concentration. The moment Heiji gave the order, Combusken, exhibiting incredible synergy with its trainer, rapidly shook its head. The once linear flamethrower morphed into a spiraling vortex of fire, dramatically widening the attack range and trapping Golbat within the fiery circle. The flamethrower emitted by Combusken was exceptionally powerful, raising the battlefield's temperature in mere seconds. If Golbat were struck by the flames, it would likely suffer severe burns. Faced with the sudden change in Combusken's attack pattern, Sato remained calm, refraining from giving immediate commands. Golbat, however, did not disappoint. Displaying its exceptional flight skills, it used echolocation from supersonic to identify openings in the fiery spiral and deftly escaped the attack's range unscathed. Maintaining flamethrower clearly demanded significant energy, and Combusken couldn't sustain it for long. Upon seeing Golbat evade the vortex, it promptly ceased the attack and began sprinting across the battlefield. Combusken's speed was astonishing. The uneven, rocky terrain posed no challenge, and its movements left behind a series of fleeting afterimages. Judging by their frequency, it was evident that its speed was still increasing. Excellent. Keep it up, and Golbat won't even come close to touching Combusken, Heiji said with a satisfied smile as he observed Combusken's steadily climbing speed. In truth, Combusken's aggressive opening and use of flamethrower had already bought it enough time to activate its speed boost ability twice. Whether it hit Golbat or not, Combusken had already gained a significant advantage. Use Whirlwind Shield and trap it in a confined space. Sato commanded, orchestrating a counterattack. Sato was well aware of Heiji's strategy to exploit speed boost. However, with Golbat still at level 32, countering this tactic was challenging. A proper response would require Golbat to reach level 40 and learn Haze, which could neutralize the stat boosts. For now, Sato's only option was to confine Combusken to a limited area, restricting its increasingly dangerous mobility. Responding to Sato's command, Golbat's expansive wings began glowing with dense flying-type energy. At the same time, its sharp eyes gleamed with a bright cyan light. In the next moment, 3 white cyclones, each a meter in diameter, formed rapidly across the rocky battlefield. The cyclones expanded outward in a triangular formation, encircling Combusken. The cyclones moved with remarkable speed, and within a second, the distance between them had narrowed to less than 5 meters. Powerful air currents swirled through the triangular formation of 3 white whirlwinds, extinguishing the flames on Combusken's body and significantly reducing its speed as the strong winds pressed against it. Use double kick combined with quick attack to break out. Don't let the 3 whirlwinds fully converge. The air cutter formation created by Golbat had given Haya Heiji quite a shock. Though unsure of its intricacies, his sharp battle instincts told him it would be disastrous to allow the 3 whirlwinds to close in further. He quickly commanded Combusken to break through the encirclement with all its might. Hearing the command, Combusken's eyes flashed with determination. Flames erupted from its right leg as it forcefully kicked a nearby rock into the air. Simultaneously, its feet gleamed with brilliant white light, and with a powerful leap, it transformed into a blur, charging toward the flying rock. The rock served as a shield against the oncoming wind currents, helping Combusken push forward. As it caught up to the rock midair, it smashed the rock into pieces with its claws and used the fragments as stepping stones to propel itself forward with quick attack. Finally, through the combined efforts of the rock, the sudden burst of speed from double kick, and the explosive acceleration of quick attack, Combusken managed to escape the whirlwind vortex. However, the escape was not without cost. The fine wind blades within the whirlwinds inflicted numerous small but sharp wounds across Combusken's body. Now's our turn. Use Rock Slide and hit it hard. Golbat, having expended significant energy to execute the Whirlwind Shield technique, was momentarily fatigued. Heiji seized this opportunity to launch a counterattack, instructing Combusken to unleash a Rock-type move. Without hesitation, Combusken began gathering Rock-type energy. Given the rocky terrain of the battlefield, the energy was abundant and easy to harness. In less than a second, several rocks, each roughly the size of a soccer ball, materialized around Combusken. Wasting no time, it began striking and kicking the rocks into the air, sending them hurtling toward Golbat with ear-piercing velocity. Dodge them. If you can't, use Protect to block. Faced with the barrage of rocks enhanced by Combusken's tremendous strength, Sato's expression turned grave as he commanded Golbat to react. Despite its exhaustion, Golbat flapped its wings with remarkable agility, using its exceptional flying skills to evade most of the rocks. However, for those it couldn't avoid, it followed Sato's orders and activated Protect to shield itself. It's time. Combusken, go play with Golbat. Use Flamethrower. By now, 3 minutes had elapsed since the battle began. A triumphant smile spread across Heiji's face as he gave his next command, confident in Combusken's fully charged speed boost. 3 minutes, that was the time Heiji had calculated for Combusken's speed boost to reach its maximum potential. At this point, even the skies would no longer limit it. Oh my goodness. To the astonishment of the spectators lining the battlefield, Combusken began running in midair. Its powerful legs moved with incredible speed, enabling it to step on the air itself, a feat that left everyone in awe. What terrifying combat talent! Is this the Pokémon version of Sky Walk? Sato's eyes widened in shock as he observed the spectacle. Pokémon bodies were far superior to those of ordinary humans, capable of achieving feats others could barely comprehend, and with speed boost fully activated, Combusken achieving such a feat was no longer that surprising. However, it undeniably made the battle far more challenging. Chapter 183, Chapter 182, Surprise Evolution. After Combusken gained its air-stepping ability from the 6th activation of Speed Boost, Golbat's advantage in the air was drastically diminished, and the momentum of the battle immediately shifted. Combusken left afterimages as it stepped through the air, appearing at one moment far below and in the next instant right before Golbat. Golbat's eyes could no longer keep up with Combusken's movements, a terrifying prospect. Bang! Combusken finally landed a hit, slamming into Golbat from behind with flame charge, sending it hurtling through the air. Without giving Golbat a moment to recover, Combusken appeared in front of it again at lightning speed and struck with another flame charge. For a while, Golbat was like a ball being batted back and forth in the air. Fortunately, Sato quickly commanded Golbat to use Steel Wing to protect itself, mitigating much of the damage from Combusken's relentless flame charge attacks. Otherwise, with such a ferocious combo, even a large and resilient Pokémon like Golbat would have succumbed to the assault. Still, the sustained attacks left Golbat badly injured, with numerous wounds on its body. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. However, during this period of relentless strikes, Golbat gradually adapted to Combusken's incredible speed by sensing the air currents generated during its movements. It began to evade some of the attacks. After continuously attacking for some time, Combusken began to feel the strain. The air-stepping technique was a short-lived burst ability that consumed tremendous energy. Even for a fighting-type Pokémon with exceptional stamina, the repeated use of air-stepping left Combusken fatigued, causing a slight decrease in its speed. Golbat, use Wing Attack. Sato's keen dynamic vision quickly picked up on Combusken's slowing movements. He immediately seized the opportunity and ordered Golbat, which had now partially adapted to Combusken's speed, to counterattack. As soon as Sato gave the command, Golbat's eyes gleamed. Its wings suddenly flapped with explosive force, propelling it forward at incredible speed. Using its 360-degree ultrasonic echolocation, it pinpointed Combusken's location in an instant. Empowered by flying-type energy, Golbat's wings struck Combusken squarely. Combusken, whose legs were already growing numb, was caught off guard. It hadn't expected the heavily injured Golbat to launch such a powerful attack. Before it could retreat using its ability, it was too late. Use Flamethrower. Heiji's voice snapped Combusken back into focus, and a searing column of flames erupted from its mouth. However, Golbat's wing attack had already landed solidly on Combusken, sending it hurtling to the ground. The next moment, Combusken crashed heavily into the rocky terrain, while Golbat also fell from the sky in pain, having been directly hit by Combusken's flamethrower. Dust and debris clouded the battlefield, obscuring everyone's view. Wow! The spectators around the battlefield erupted in excitement at the intense exchange. Cheers and applause resounded for both Pokémon, though the majority seemed to favor the impressive air-stepping Combusken. Whoosh! A figure broke through the dust and rose back into the air. The blue body and wide bat wings revealed the identity of the first Pokémon to recover. It was Golbat. Due to the hurried nature of Combusken's flamethrower, its power had been relatively weak. Moreover, Golbat minimized the impact of its fall by spreading its wings to reduce the damage. As a result, Galbot emerged from the collision with a significant advantage. Meanwhile, as Galbot returned to the sky, the dust settled, revealing Combusken lying unconscious in a crater. Its body was covered in injuries, and it had fainted. It was clear that Galbot's wing attack, a flying-type move, dealt devastating damage to the fighting-type Combusken. Combined with the injuries from its crash, it had completely overwhelmed the already weakened Pokémon. The outcome left most of the audience in disbelief. They couldn't understand how Combusken, which had dominated moments ago, had suddenly been reduced to such a state. Come on, Combusken. Get up. Don't lose. Heiji, unable to accept the result, shouted encouragement to the fainted Combusken lying in the crater. At this moment, the referee began silently counting down in their mind. If Combusken couldn't get back up within 10 seconds, the victory would go to Galbot. Just as the count reached 9, Combusken seemed to hear Heiji's shouts of encouragement. Suddenly, its crimson eyes snapped open, blazing with an unyielding fighting spirit and deep unwillingness to give up. With a burst of energy, it stood back up. Cha! The moment Combusken got to its feet, it let out a loud cry. Fiery red energy erupted from within, enveloping its body in blue flames. Almost immediately, a radiant yet gentle white light began to shine from its body. It's evolving. This thought crossed everyone's minds as they witnessed the spectacle. Heiji's face broke into an expression of overwhelming excitement. On the other hand, Sato wore a look of resignation as he observed the scene. Still, he had no intention of interrupting the evolution. With a wave of his hand, he signaled Galbot to stand down and not act recklessly. Sato's gesture didn't go unnoticed by Heiji and the other experienced trainers in the audience. Their respect for Sato grew even more. After all, it wasn't entirely unusual for some trainers to try and interrupt a Pokémon's evolution to maintain their advantage. For Sato to allow an opponent's Pokémon to evolve in the middle of a fight, forfeiting his certain victory, was a testament to his exceptional sportsmanship. Bathed in the light of evolution, Combusken's body began to transform. Its frame elongated, and its previously stocky legs grew longer and more muscular, granting it an impressive set of legs. Soon, the evolution was complete. When the light faded, standing tall on the battlefield was a Blaziken with a powerful and imposing figure. Blaziken opened its now clear eyes, clenching its fists as flames burst forth from them. Its aura surged rapidly, growing more intense with each passing moment. Sato immediately activated his system's detection ability to review Blaziken's updated data. Blaziken's data. Pokémon, Blaziken. Level. Type, Fire/Fighting. Ability, Speed Boost. Gender, Male. Known moves, Blaze Kick, Double Kick, Flare Blitz, Fire Punch, High Jump Kick, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Sand Attack, Peck, Flame Charge, Quick Attack, Bulk Up, Reversal, Egg Move, Flamethrower, TM, Fire Punch, TM, Protect, TM, Rock Slide, TM. As expected, its strength has increased significantly after evolving. This just made things a lot tougher, Sato muttered, feeling the weight of the challenge intensify as he analyzed Blaziken's enhanced stats. Chapter 184, Chapter 183, Intense Showdown. As Combusken evolved into Blaziken, the crowd around the battlefield erupted into cheers and screams, their excitement palpable. Blaziken's indomitable spirit as a fire-type Pokémon resonated deeply with the audience, igniting their emotions to burn just as fiercely. Ugh, what a headache. They're making me and Galbot out to be villains here, Sato thought to himself as he observed the now fanatical support from the spectators for the newly evolved Blaziken. He sighed silently. But they might be in for disappointment. Even though Combusken evolved into Blaziken, it's already at its limit. Victory is far from guaranteed. With Blaziken's evolution complete, the battle resumed. Seizing the opportunity to strike first, Sato gave Galbot a small nod. Understanding the command, Galbot immediately unleashed an air cutter at Blaziken. A fierce gust of wind, comparable to a Category 9 gale, swept through the battlefield. The intensity even dampened the fiery enthusiasm of the crowd, snapping Blaziken's attention back to the battle. 12 razor-sharp air blades materialized, 7 of which, under Galbot's precise control, shifted angles mid-flight to converge on Blaziken. Seeing the incoming attack, Blaziken lightly pushed off the ground, launching itself into the air and dodging the air blades with ease. However, Galbot wasn't about to let Blaziken off so easily. A green glint appeared in Galbot's eyes, and the 7 air blades shimmered faintly before changing direction, homing in on Blaziken like a flock of pursuing birds. Noticing the relentless pursuit, Blaziken's feet ignited in roaring flames. With swift, powerful movements, it performed mid-air blaze steps, leaving behind fiery afterimages and glowing trails as it rapidly approached Galbot. The chasing blades, unable to keep up, lagged behind in futility. The dazzling display of Blaziken's mid-air agility drew a wave of ecstatic cheers from the crowd. Many now fully devoted fans shouted encouragements, urging Blaziken to land a decisive blow on Galbot. Blaziken, end this quickly. Use Flare Blitz. Heiji's familiarity with Blaziken's newly learned moves was evident. As Blaziken closed in on Golbat, he commanded it to unleash a powerful new attack. Heiji was well aware of Blaziken's condition. Despite its evolution, its injuries remained, and as Sato had anticipated, Blaziken was already at its breaking point. To win, it needed to strike decisively and swiftly. Any further delay would exhaust the burst of energy fueled by its sheer will to win, causing it to collapse again. In an instant, Blaziken's entire body became engulfed in scorching flames. The fire rapidly shifted from an orange-red hue to an intense blue, transforming Blaziken into a deadly, blazing blue streak as it charged at Golbat with unstoppable momentum. Counter with Whirlwind Shield. Keep your distance, don't go head-to-head with it. Sato, reading his opponent's intent clearly, had no intention of engaging Blaziken in a direct clash. As the fiery figure approached, he immediately ordered Golbat to intercept with a move that could disrupt its path. Responding promptly, Golbat's eyes glowed brighter, and its broad wings, now enveloped in concentrated flying-type energy, beat powerfully. A massive white cyclone, nearly 4 meters in diameter, materialized in Blaziken's path. The cyclone spun furiously, pulling in air from all directions toward its center with incredible force. The suction effect around the vortex was astonishingly strong. However, Blaziken's Flare Blitz, executed at full strength, was equally formidable. The powerful flames enveloping Blaziken effortlessly tore through the cyclone's immense pulling force, shattering it in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Blaziken closed in on Golbat. At that moment, Golbat had just barely completed its powerful whirlwind attack. Under Sato's grim expression, Blaziken's Flare Blitz struck Golbat head-on. The force of the impact sent Golbat, engulfed in flames, plummeting to the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust as it hit. Blaziken, still cloaked in blue flames, landed gracefully on the battlefield. As the dust settled, it became clear that the Pokémon lying in the crater was none other than Golbat. Its body was scorched black from the attack, but it had not yet lost the ability to fight. Struggling, Golbat began to climb out of the crater, locking eyes with Blaziken, who stood on a nearby rock. Golbat's determination to win was no less than Blaziken's. Despite its body nearing its limit and the sensation of numbness spreading through it, Golbat's willpower remained unbroken, keeping it upright even as it wavered on the verge of collapse. You can do it, Golbat. Sato's heart was filled with both awe and admiration as he saw Golbat's defiant gaze. Silently, he cheered for Golbat, willing it to persevere. The two Pokémon stared each other down, their intense rivalry plunging the battlefield into silence. In that moment, it felt as if only Golbat and Blaziken existed on the field. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At the 9th second, the battle's outcome was finally decided. With a faint thud, the blue flames surrounding Blaziken's body flickered and disappeared. As the fire died out, Blaziken's body collapsed onto the ground, unmoving. The battle is over. Blaziken is unable to continue. The winner of this match is Golbat. The referee had silently counted to 10 once more, but this time, Blaziken could not rise again. Without hesitation, the referee declared the match's result. Oh! The battlefield erupted into cheers and applause. The crowd celebrated Golbat's victory with jubilant shouts. Only a few spectators expressed regret for Blaziken's defeat. Such is the harsh reality of battle. The victor claims the glory, while the defeated fade into obscurity. No matter how popular Blaziken had been moments ago, as the loser, it was destined to lose the spotlight. At this moment, Sato rushed onto the battlefield. He picked up Golbat, showering it with praise for its outstanding performance. Golbat, elated by the hard-earned victory, appeared in much better spirits. Thanks to its triumph over the formidable Blaziken, Golbat, originally at level 32, had risen to level 34, surpassing Bellissime, which had reached level 33. Afterward, Sato returned Golbat to its Pokeball and made his way back to the battle platform. Now, Heiji Kuroya had lost 2 consecutive matches, leaving him with only 1 Pokémon to face the next battle. He had no room left for retreat. Chapter 185, Chapter 184, Another Falls. Having lost 2 consecutive matches, especially the second one, where his ace, Combusken, evolved into Blaziken only to suffer defeat, this was undoubtedly a significant blow to Heiji Kuroya, a proud and ambitious young trainer. Heiji Kuroya didn't come from a prestigious family, but he had a remarkable mentor, Bruno, one of the Elite Four of Kanto. Of course, Heiji was only a nominal disciple of Bruno, far from being a direct protégé. Even so, his association with Bruno was enough to earn him widespread respect. The reason Bruno had taken Heiji as a nominal disciple was largely due to a favor owed to Heiji's father, Kojiro Kuroya. Everyone has moments of hardship, even Bruno was no exception. In his youth, Bruno's life had been particularly tough, and Kojiro had extended a helping hand. Because Heiji was merely a nominal disciple, Bruno never personally mentored him. However, Bruno did leave behind his notes on Pokemon training and went out of his way to procure a Torchic with the speed boost ability as Heiji's starter Pokemon. Heiji, for his part, was no ordinary talent. Using Bruno's training notes, the speed boost Torchic, and his identity as Bruno's disciple, Heiji had experienced smooth sailing ever since debuting as a trainer a year and 3 months ago. But today marked the first major setback of his career. 2 of the Pokemon he had meticulously raised using his mentor's training methods had been defeated back-to-back by an unknown opponent. I've really underestimated the world's talent. I'm not as special as I thought I was. What my mentor wrote in his notes is true, there are always people stronger than you out there, you just haven't met them yet. Today, I finally met one of them. With a grim expression, Heiji recalled Blaziken into its Pokeball. Then, lifting his head, he gazed at Sato, who stood silently across the field, expressionless. Since Heiji's Blaziken was the one to fall, the rules required him to send out his Pokemon first for the next battle. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Heiji reached for a Great Ball. It's all up to you now. Let's go, Hariyama. Pressing the button on the Great Ball, Heiji released his final Pokemon for the match. A robust Hariyama materialized on the battlefield. The moment Hariyama appeared, Sato quietly activated his system's scanning ability, immediately pulling up data on his opponent. Armed with this information, he quickly devised a strategy. Pokemon, Hariyama. Level. Type, Fighting. Ability, Guts. Gender, Male. Known moves, Brine, Tackle, Focus Energy, Sand Attack, Strength, Fake Out, Vital Throw, Whirlwind, Knockoff, Seismic Toss, Aura Sphere, Egg Move, Thunder Punch, Tutor, Protect, TM, Rock Slide, TM. From the available information, it was clear that compared to Hitmonchan and Blaziken, Heiji Kuroya had not invested nearly as much effort into training his Hariyama. Sending it out now was evidently a last-ditch effort. For a Pokemon like Hariyama, high in attack and stamina but extremely slow in movement, Sato already had strategies prepared. For instance, Bellossom could easily handle it using the same hit-and-run tactics employed against Hitmonchan earlier. However, there was no need to deploy Bellossom just yet. Hariyama was the perfect live target, an ideal training opportunity and experience boost for Sato's other Pokemon. It's your turn, Growlithe. Let's bring home the victory. After defeating Heracross earlier that morning, Growlithe's level had risen from 19 to 21, making it stronger. While it was still at a disadvantage compared to Hariyama's level 25, the previous battle against Heracross had honed Growlithe's hit-and-run tactics. Against Hariyama, with its poor mobility, these tactics would be particularly effective. The moment Growlithe entered the rocky battlefield, orange flames flared from its head and limbs. The stones beneath its feet began to glow red from the heat. Use Brine. Though Heiji Kuroya was well aware that his journey in this match was effectively over, he wasn't one to go down without a fight. With the referee's signal to start, Heiji quickly issued his command to Hariyama. Hariyama opened its mouth and fired a thick jet of water, but the attack speed was too slow. Before it could get within 5 meters of Growlithe, the nimble fire type easily dodged. Don't go head-to-head. Use your hit-and-run tactics, Sato instructed calmly. Hearing this, Growlithe's eyes lit up. It glanced at Hariyama before darting off across the rocky terrain, swiftly closing the gap between them. Under Heiji's direction, Hariyama attempted to intercept Growlithe with Rock Slide. However, like the Brine attack, Rock Slide was too slow, and Growlithe effortlessly evaded the falling rocks. In no time, Growlithe had closed the distance to within 5 meters. It stopped abruptly and began spewing small fireballs from its mouth. Within seconds, Growlithe launched over a dozen ember attacks from different angles, sending them flying toward Hariyama. While Hariyama's massive hand swept through most of the small fireballs with ease, 2 or 3 managed to slip through and struck Hariyama, leaving faint scorch marks. From that point on, Growlithe fully displayed its mastery of hit-and-run tactics, maintaining a safe distance while relentlessly peppering Hariyama with ember attacks. It executed Sato's strategy perfectly: when the enemy advances, retreat. When the enemy retreats, harass. Damn it. They've completely exploited Hariyama's fatal weakness, its slow speed. That Growlithe may be at a lower level, but it's exceptionally skilled at hit-and-run tactics. Hariyama can't do anything against it, Heiji thought, gritting his teeth in frustration as Hariyama roared in anger, unable to retaliate effectively against the nimble fire type. Despite Heiji's repeated attempts to bait Sato and Growlithe into overextending, they refused to take the bait. They stuck to the safest, most cautious strategy to secure victory, which only made Heiji even angrier. Finally, after nearly 20 minutes of relentless kiting, Hariyama could no longer withstand Growlithe's constant barrage of small fireballs. Covered in burns, it let out a final, unwilling cry before collapsing to the ground, unable to battle. Although a bit distasteful, the advance and retreat tactics had been proved flawless once again. Chapter 186, Chapter 185, The Plot Thickens. the moment the referee announced that Hariyama had lost the ability to battle, Heiji Kuroya's third Pokemon had also fallen, marking the end of this match. The victor was none other than Sato. Clap, clap, clap. The audience surrounding the battlefield erupted into spontaneous applause. They were eager to give their heartfelt recognition to the two powerful trainers who had delivered a spectacular performance. At the same time, several trainers who had quickly secured their fourth-round victories also witnessed the latter half of the match. For some reason, a few of them now wore grim expressions, their faces dark with displeasure. Heiji Kuroya recalled Hariyama into its Pokeball. The applause ringing in his ears felt unusually harsh for the first time. However, he didn't lose his composure. After clasping his hands in a gesture of respect toward Sato, he slowly left the battlefield. What formidable strength! His Blaziken has already become a fully fledged powerhouse. Unless my Golbat evolves into Crobat, it will be incredibly difficult to defeat him next time, Sato thought to himself as he returned the gesture, watching Heiji's slightly dejected figure leave. The reasons Blaziken had failed to defeat Golbat previously were numerous, with the primary ones being its lack of full adaptation to its evolved body and its weakened state from prior injuries. If it were in perfect condition and fully accustomed to its new form, Sato believed Golbat's chances of victory would drop to less than 20%. The path to becoming stronger is still a long one. No need to undermine my own confidence by exaggerating others' strengths, Sato muttered to himself with a wry smile. Afterward, he praised Growlithe, who had bounded back to him, offering a piece of golden, crispy roasted meat as a reward before recalling it into its Pokeball. Sato then turned and left the battlefield as well. This match had taken quite a bit of time, and it had also consumed a significant amount of his energy and focus. Sato decided to return to his room to rest. With the conclusion of the battle between Sato and Heiji, the fourth round of the Pokemon competition aboard the St. Louis also came to an end. Only 13 trainers now remained in the tournament, advancing to the fifth round. The fifth round was scheduled for the following morning, and Sato's next opponent had already been announced, a female trainer named Miko. Even Heiji was defeated by him. This trainer named Sato is truly formidable, Miko thought with a heavy heart as she stared at the matchup display on the large screen. Although Miko hadn't been able to watch the entirety of Sato and Heiji's battle, the results spoke volumes. All three of Heiji's Pokemon had been defeated, while none of Sato's had lost their ability to battle. This clearly indicated that Sato's strength surpassed Heiji's. You seem troubled. It's no wonder, your opponent tomorrow is very strong. Based on your current exposed capabilities, there's no way you can defeat Sato. However, I can help you. Here, take this. It's some information on Sato. I hope it'll be useful. While Miko was deep in thought, another female trainer with an unrefined appearance approached her. Without warning, the trainer spoke and handed Miko a piece of paper filled with handwritten notes before walking away. With the day's Pokemon matches now concluded, most of the passengers had dispersed in small groups, leaving the competition area quiet and deserted, save for a few trainers still engaging in casual battles for fun. Inside Sato's cabin, he was lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, looking completely exhausted. Beside him were Bellissime, Golbat, and Growlithe, with the latter two receiving treatment from Bellissime. Under Bellissime's grassy terrain healing and the gem-quality poke blocks Sato had provided, the injuries, stamina, and energy of all three Pokemon were recovering rapidly. Before long, Growlithe was back to its lively, playful self, frolicking with Nidoran and the others. Golbat, however, required more time to recover due to its severe injuries. Nonetheless, its wounds healed quickly as well, and after enjoying the carefully prepared late-night meal Sato had provided, it resumed its usual habit of hanging upside down from the ceiling. Time crept into the early hours of the morning, the depth of night settling over the ship. In the captain's cabin, guarded by numerous ship security sailors, First Mate Rhodes, dressed in plain clothes and wearing sunglasses, stood respectfully before the elderly captain. He was reporting the day's events to the seasoned leader. Is that so? These rats are surprisingly patient, aren't they? They still haven't made a move. Do you think they've caught wind of something? The old captain tugged at his white beard thoughtfully, then turned to Rhodes, his clouded yet sharp eyes fixed on him. Our men have been very cautious. It's unlikely they've been discovered. However, among the rats we've identified, a few have advanced to tomorrow's final round of the competition. It seems they're planning to act when you present the award to the champion. Rhodes dared not meet the captain's piercing gaze. Lowering his head further, he replied in an even more deferential tone. Heh, so they think I'm an easy target, huh? If that's the case, so be it. I've been itching for a little action lately. It'll be a good way to shake off the rust. Make the arrangements, I'll personally present the award to the champion tomorrow. Have someone else take the helm during that time. The old captain's eyes narrowed as he chuckled softly. Yes, Captain. With your strength, none of these rats will escape unscathed, Rhodes responded promptly, slipping in a well-crafted compliment. The flattery seemed to please the captain, as his smile grew even brighter. However, Rhodes failed to notice the trace of coldness hidden within the captain's cheerful expression. Meanwhile, in the cabin of the wealthy Weigel, the masked figures labeled Number 5 and Number 7 were meeting with Weigel alongside their subordinates. By around 5 p.m. tomorrow, the St. Louis will reach Slateport City in Hoenn. Your remaining time is running out. I've already provided you with more than enough support. Whether or not you succeed is up to you now. Weigel, still dressed in his flashy nouveau riche style, fiddled with the large gold ring on his finger, his face cold as he regarded the group of people he despised. Supporting them had cost him dearly this time. Mr. Weigel, no need to be so upset. This little bit of money is nothing to someone like you. Besides, we're all in this for mutual benefit. Once the mission is complete, I'll make sure to recommend you for commendation with the higher-ups, said the petite Number 7 in a magnetic voice, attempting to smooth things over. Everything is already in place. Just wait and watch the show. No matter what, we will complete this mission, replied the hulking Number 5, his tone icy and tinged with dissatisfaction at Number 7's words. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood abruptly. A cadabra appeared silently at his side, and in an instant, he and several black-clad, faceless subordinates vanished from the room. The cabin now contained only Number 7, a few similarly petite black-clad subordinates, and Weigel, who continued their conversation. Chapter 187, Chapter 186, Charity. Another day had passed, and Sato woke up even earlier than the day before. Just after 5 a.m., with the sky only faintly lit, he was already on the deck. At the stern of the ship, he was chatting with a sailor who reeked of fish. Mr. Sato, here are the small fish you asked for. Look, they're fresh out of the sea and still wriggling. The sailor dragged over a large bucket covered with a layer of fishing net and spoke casually to Sato. To emphasize his point, he grabbed a lively little fish from the bucket and held it up in front of him. Thank you, Mr. Max. I appreciate your effort. Here's a little token of gratitude, please accept it. Feigning delight, Sato glanced at the crude sailor named Max, then pulled out 3 1,000 poke-dollar bills with a smile. Sato discreetly handed over the money, and Max, being a seasoned hand, smoothly completed the transaction with a handshake. In truth, the bucket of small fish was worth only a few hundred poke-dollars at most. However, since Sato was on someone else's territory and had a favor to ask, he had no choice but to accept the price set by the sailor. Of course, the extra money wasn't spent in vain. Sato's habit of feeding wild Pokemon like Wingull with small fish on the ship was technically against the rules. If a wild Pokemon attacked a passenger, the sailors would bear the responsibility. Thus, they only allowed Sato to carry out his seemingly foolish charity project early in the morning when no one else was around. Mr. Sato, do you like Wingull? Max's curiosity got the better of him after pocketing the money. Yes, Mr. Max. I'm searching for a Wingull with potential, hoping it might become my partner, Sato replied with a smile, honestly revealing his intentions. Oh, I see. Well, good luck to you, Mr. Sato. By the way, while my crew and I were fishing earlier, I thought I saw a Wingull with an unusual color. But maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, I'm not entirely sure. Max's eyes lit up as he spoke, recalling the earlier sighting. Really? Could you tell me where on the St. Louis you saw it, Mr. Max? Sato's interest was immediately piqued, and he pulled out 2 more 1,000 poke-dollar bills, placing them in Max's hand with a grin. Ha ha ha, Mr. Sato, what are you doing? You're making me feel so embarrassed, Max laughed, though there was no hint of embarrassment as he pocketed the money. I saw it while fishing on the left side deck. But it could have just been my imagination, and with the ship moving forward, it's possible it's long gone by now. After finishing his explanation, Max quickly left. Once he turned away, his stubbled face twisted into an expression of disdain, and he muttered under his breath, easy money from naive fools. With Max gone, Sato was left alone on the stern deck. At this point, he released Galbot to stand guard, then began his charity project. A Wingull with an unusual color. I can't wait to see it. Sato glanced ahead, his eyes filled with anticipation as he watched several Wingull, drawn by the strong scent of fish, gradually fly closer. Sato was quite knowledgeable about shiny Pokemon. Due to their unique coloration, these Pokemon were often ostracized by their own kind. Typically solitary, they lived harsh lives without the protection of a group. Of course, any shiny Pokemon that managed to survive were clever by nature. The idea of following a ship to easily secure food wouldn't be lost on such a Pokemon. If what Max said was true, then that shiny Wingull might still be trailing the St. Louis. Sato began his charity project, and more Wingull were drawn by the smell. Perhaps his actions the previous day had spread his reputation among the flock, as these Wingull showed no fear, landing around him to wait patiently for food. Sato smiled faintly at the sight but said nothing. Wearing plastic gloves, he quickly scooped fish from the bucket and tossed them towards the sea. The wing gull perched beside him, seeing this, reluctantly joined the scramble for food with their companions. Before long, the large bucket of fish was emptied. During the entire feeding session, Sato hadn't spotted any wing gull that caught his eye, nor did he see even a trace of the shiny wing gull Max had mentioned. With no fish left, the wing gull gathered at the stern began to disperse. In moments, the lively scene quieted, leaving Sato alone on the deck once again. However, just as he turned to leave with the empty bucket, a flicker of movement crossed his vision. A small figure suddenly flew past him, landing on the deck at the stern. Looking ahead, Sato saw a wing gull whose wing feathers were slightly different in color from the others. The wing gull was happily pecking at scraps of fish left behind by its companions. In the next instant, a faint blue glint flashed in Sato's eyes as the data of the wing gull appeared before him. Pokemon, wing gull, shiny. Level. Type, water/flying. Abilities, hydration, rain dish. Gender, female. Known moves, growl, water gun, supersonic, wing attack, mist, water pulse, aqua ring, egg move, waterfall, tutor. It seems these 2 days of charity work have boosted my luck. I've actually found one. Gulbit, use mean look on her so she can't escape. Seeing the information about the shiny wing gull, Sato's face lit up with delight. He immediately commanded Gulbit to trap the wing gull. Gulbit's sharp eyes glowed with a dark light, and in an instant, the shiny wing gull froze as her feathers stood on end. A black mark appeared on her body. The shiny wing gull, sensing danger, immediately identified Sato and Gulbit as enemies. But instead of preparing for battle, her first instinct was to flee. However, an invisible force restrained her, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't fly more than 10 meters away from Gulbit. Chapter 188, Chapter 187, Shiny Wing Gull. A level 18 wing gull versus a level 34 Gulbit, what kind of battle would this be? Without a doubt, it was a straightforward and overwhelming mismatch. However, the shiny wing gull didn't completely lose its fighting spirit. Realizing that escape was futile, it launched a quick waterfall attack, charging directly at Sato with surprising cunning, understanding the principle of strike the leader first. Unfortunately for the shiny wing gull, this small trick was child's play to Gulbit. With a single steel wing, Gulbit effortlessly intercepted the attack and knocked out the wing gull in one blow, rendering it incapable of continuing the fight. Sato then calmly used a great ball to capture the shiny wing gull without any difficulty. From the moment Sato spotted the shiny wing gull to the successful capture, the entire process took no more than 2 or 3 minutes. Coupled with the confirmation that no one was around, thanks to Gulbit's vigilance, Sato's capture went entirely unnoticed. Let's hope it stays that way, Sato muttered as he looked at the great ball in his hand containing the shiny wing gull. He gave Gulbit on his shoulder a light pat before glancing toward a shadowed area in the distance with a hint of suspicion. During the capture, Sato thought he'd seen a brief distortion in that shadow, but he wasn't certain. Maybe I'm just imagining things, he thought, shaking his head after thoroughly checking the area and finding nothing. Afterward, Sato didn't immediately leave. To avoid raising suspicion, he diligently returned the water bucket to the location Max had designated before heading back to his room. As Sato left, the stern of the ship remained deserted. But shortly after, the shadow he had been eyeing earlier began to stir. A figure slipped out, moving swiftly along the deck before vanishing into parts unknown. Once back in his room, Sato wasted no time releasing the shiny wing gull he had just captured, as well as his other Pokemon. The shiny wing gull had already regained consciousness but was too severely injured to fly. Seeing this, Bellossom, ever kind-hearted, immediately approached to heal her. As Sato explained to the rest of his Pokemon that the shiny wing gull was their new companion, they gathered around her and Bellossom. Among them, Ditto was the most enthusiastic, transforming into a wing gull to break the ice. Wing gull, I believe you've realized it by now. I defeated and captured you, so from now on, I'm your trainer. Don't worry, though, I'll train you well. You're part of our team now, Sato said with a smile as he prepared breakfast for all his Pokemon. Though the shiny wing gull had only known Sato for a few minutes, she seemed to accept her new reality. Since Sato had bested her fair and square, she gave him a small nod, signaling her submission. In truth, the shiny wing gull couldn't help but feel a significant amount of pressure from Gulbit perched on Sato's shoulder. Recalling how she had been defeated in a single move, any lingering resentment she had toward Sato quickly dissipated. The shiny wing gull had been driven out of her flock shortly after hatching and had survived alone in the wild for a long time. Her cunning and adaptive nature made her well aware of the harsh survival of the fittest law of the natural world. As such, she had little resistance to the idea of submitting to a stronger individual. Moreover, the kind and graceful Bellossom left a strong impression on the shiny wing gull. As Bellossom tended to her injuries and spoke highly of Sato, the wing gull quickly got a sense of Sato's character. Her initial wariness began to fade, and her opinion of him improved significantly. What sealed the deal, however, was the delicious feast Sato provided, a gourmet meal of premium water-type Pokemon food and a generous offering of gem-grade Pokeblocks. the shiny winggull swore she had never tasted anything so exquisite. Compared to this, the fish she usually worked so hard to catch were a far cry, like heaven and earth. Before long, yet another food-loving Pokemon from humble beginnings had fallen prey to Sato's culinary bribes, and judging by her behavior, she seemed on the verge of becoming one of his most loyal allies. All right, Wingull. I get it. Don't worry, I won't drive you away, Sato said with a twitch of his lips as the shiny Wingull clung to his leg with her wings, looking at him pitifully. Wing. Hearing Sato's reassuring response, the shiny Wingull eagerly chirped and quickly returned to her food bowl, happily devouring the contents with a blissful expression. To Sato's surprise, the shiny Wingull turned out to be quite the glutton. One standard portion of Pokemon food wasn't enough to satisfy her. After finishing her meal, she gazed longingly at Mudkip, who had claimed 5 food bowls for himself, leaving Mudkip visibly stressed. Naturally, Mudkip wasn't about to share. In a show of unmatched determination, he devoured the remaining 3 bowls of food at an astonishing speed, leaving the shiny Wingull stunned. In the end, Sato had no choice but to give her another portion of premium water-type Pokemon food, further earning her gratitude and affection. After breakfast, Sato turned his attention to an important task. Taking out a vial of blue dye, he called the shiny Wingull over to him. The value of a shiny Pokemon couldn't be overstated. Even a shiny Caterpie could fetch a staggering price on the black market, let alone one with such potential. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, Sato needed to use a bit of trickery to conceal her identity. In truth, the shiny Wingull was nearly identical to a normal Wingull, except for some parts of her feathers that differed in color. Sato only needed to dye those distinct feathers to make her indistinguishable from a regular Wingull. The shiny Wingull was all too happy to comply. Her unique feather coloration had always been a source of distress, leading to rejection by her own kind. When Sato offered to make her feathers look like those of a normal Wingull, she eagerly agreed. With her cooperation, it didn't take long for Sato to carefully apply the waterproof blue dye to the greenish feathers on her wings. Now, the shiny Wingull's true identity was perfectly concealed. As long as Sato reapplied the dye periodically, she would appear to everyone else as an ordinary Wingull. Chapter 189, Chapter 188, 5th round begins. Sato and his Pokemon had breakfast and handled the matter of concealing the shiny Wingull. By the time everything was sorted, it was past 7 a.m., and the 5th round of the tournament was imminent. At 7:21 a.m., Sato arrived at the competition venue. By this stage, only 13 contestants remained in the St. Louis Pokemon Tournament, with just 3 rounds left to determine the champion. Naturally, as the tournament entered its final phase, the crowd was even larger than the previous day. The venue was packed with people, a sea of heads and a cacophony of voices. As one of the remaining contestants in the 5th round, Sato's entrance immediately drew attention, and many spectators recognized him. Some, having become his fans, began cheering loudly. However, compared to the support Sato received, his opponent for the day, Miko, had an overwhelmingly larger fan base. This wasn't surprising. Not only was Miko a skilled trainer, but she was also stunningly beautiful. At around 20 years old, she was one of the only 2 female trainers left in the competition. Her youthful charm captivated many male spectators. When Miko entered the arena, it was as though a celebrity had arrived. The waves of cheers and applause for her filled the entire venue, drowning out the earlier reception for Sato. The difference was night and day. Looks like today's opponent is quite popular. Seems I'm playing the villain this time, Sato remarked with a faint smile as he watched Miko make her way through the throngs of fans. Standing calmly on the battlefield platform, his expression remained neutral as he silently waited for his opponent. Before long, Miko also ascended the platform and stood opposite Sato. The referee, who had been waiting in the wings, appeared on the large screen and immediately initiated the match by spinning the battlefield roulette. A few seconds later, the roulette stopped, displaying the results, Waterfield, with Miko as the first to release her Pokemon. Just as the intel that woman gave me suggested, this guy has incredible composure. Even under so many watchful eyes, his expression hasn't changed. You've got this, Miko. You can't lose this match, otherwise, the boss will punish you again, Miko thought, frowning briefly as she looked at Sato's calm demeanor. Recalling the detailed information she had received the previous night, her confidence grew, and her frown disappeared. Seadra, prepare for battle. Once the ordinary battlefield transformed into the water field, the referee gave the signal to start the match. Miko immediately released her first Pokemon, one she had prepared in anticipation of drawing the water field. In a flash of white light, a well-developed Seadra emerged from the Pokeball, landing gracefully in the expansive water area of the battlefield. The Seadra stood nearly 1.5 meters tall, its fierce eyes reflecting its aggressive personality. Its elongated snout stretched forward, and its back was lined with numerous sharp spines, both long and short. The tips of these spines shimmered with a deep purple hue, giving the impression that the Seadra bore a pair of wings. As soon as Seadra appeared, a subtle blue glint flickered in Sato's eyes. Activating his system's analysis, he quickly assessed Sidra's stats. Pokemon, Sidra. Level. Type, Water. Ability, Poison Point. Gender, Male. Known moves, Water Gun, Bubble, Smoke Screen, Leer, Twister, Bubble Beam, Focus Energy, Brine, Outrage, Egg Move, Dragon Pulse, Tutor, Ice Beam, TM, Protect, TM, Waterfall, TM. Impressive. This Sidra actually inherited Outrage, a signature Dragon-type move. Its parents must be remarkable, likely high-level Dragon Pokemon. Yet another Pokemon with exceptional talent. Once it evolves into Kingdra, its strength will skyrocket, Sato thought, staring at Sidra's stats. He couldn't help but envy Miko upon seeing Outrage listed among its inherited moves. Without a doubt, this Sidra carried noble dragon blood, likely purebred. Its potential was limitless. Come on out, Golbat. I'll leave this match to you, Sato declared. After briefly formulating his strategy, Sato confidently sent out his Golbat. The Pokemon emerged from its Pokeball, flapping its broad wings with powerful intensity. As usual, it created a gust of wind as a warm-up, stirring excitement among the audience. Some spectators, witnessing Golbat in battle for the first time, let out screams of astonishment. Among them was Miko, dressed in a flowing white dress. Her startled reaction, accompanied by the sound of her fans swallowing nervously, made her supporters cheer even louder. Teach him a lesson, Sidra. Use Water Gun. Miko commanded. The referee had just signaled the start of the battle when a flustered Miko, cheeks flushed with anger, directed Sidra to attack. Sensing its trainer's frustration, Sidra, with its already surly demeanor, grew even more aggressive. From its long snout, it fired water gun blasts at rapid speed, each like a bullet cutting through the air. Golbat, baffled by Miko and Sidra's sudden hostility, nevertheless reacted swiftly. Its eyes glowed a faint green, and 3 small white whirlwinds appeared in front of it in a triangular formation, serving as a barrier. Though Sidra's water gun was fast, its power was limited. The projectiles were neutralized by Golbat's defensive whirlwinds, none managing to reach their target. As Sidra's barrage ended, Golbat flapped its wings powerfully again. The 3 smaller whirlwinds merged into a massive one, nearly 4 meters tall, driven by a gale akin to a Category 9 windstorm. The towering whirlwind surged downward, aiming directly at Sidra with a ferocious intensity. Faced with the large white whirlwind, Sidra hesitated to confront it head-on and quickly dove underwater to evade. When the whirlwind struck the water's surface, it absorbed large volumes of water, transforming into a swirling waterspout. However, Sidra managed to navigate the churning water with remarkable agility, avoiding being caught. The waterspout, laden with water, became increasingly unstable. Within moments, it began to collapse. Now's our chance. Use waterfall through the waterspout. Seeing the waterspout destabilize, Miko's expression sharpened. Her tone was calm and calculated as she commanded Sidra to strike. The moment her words left her lips, Sidra, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, burst from the water. Its body was enveloped in a torrent of water as it surged up the collapsing waterspout, climbing to its peak in an instant. At the same time, an icy blue beam fired from Sidra's elongated snout, hurtling toward Golbat, who was hovering just 5 meters away. Bonus Chapter Schedule. 100 Power Stones, Bonus Chapter. 250 Power Stones, 2 Bonus Chapters. 500 Power Stones, 3 Bonus Chapters. 750 Power Stones, 4 Bonus Chapters. 1000 Power Stones, 5 Bonus Chapters. Chapter 190, Chapter 189, Exciting Battle Plus Announcement. Sidra's combination of Waterfall and Ice Beam was executed seamlessly, catching Golbat off guard. The short distance between them made it nearly impossible for Golbat to evade in time. Use Tailwind for defense. Stay calm, Sato instructed, his tone steady. Hearing this, the momentary panic in Golbat's eyes vanished, replaced by a calm determination. Its eyes glowed green once more as it summoned a white whirlwind in front of it for protection. Unfortunately, the whirlwind was hastily conjured, and despite Golbat's best efforts, its size was insufficient. Sidra's ice beam was already closing in. Due to the waterspout, the air was saturated with moisture, and the spinning white whirlwind contained large amounts of water vapor. As soon as the icy blue beam from Sidra's snout struck the whirlwind, it froze instantly, creating an ice sculpture resembling a funnel suspended in midair. The sudden appearance of the ice sculpture provided Golbat with a solid shield. Sidra's subsequent ice beam strikes merely thickened the icy surface of the sculpture without reaching Golbat hidden behind it. To think he could adapt so quickly, using the environment's changes to help Golbat escape danger. His improvisational skills are incredible, Miko thought in awe, her earlier confidence shaken. She had exploited Golbat's inability to sustain the waterspout, directing Sidra to combine Waterfall and Ice Beam to catch it off guard. Yet, in a blink, Sato turned the situation around with composure and quick thinking. The fleeting opportunity was gone. With Cedra's attack thwarted, the collapsing water spout crumbled entirely, dragging down the funnel-shaped ice sculpture along with it. At this moment, Golbat's aerial advantage over Cedra, who was now falling helplessly, became apparent. Air Cutter, six-fold combination, Sato commanded, seizing the opportunity to counter. Upon hearing the order, Golbat's wings gathered dense, white energy. It flapped its broad wings sharply, releasing a massive blade of air toward the falling Cedra. Battle experience truly accelerated a Pokémon's growth. Through continuous matches and its rising level, Golbat's mastery over Air Cutter had become almost flawless, achieving an exceptionally high level of control. Now, in the heat of battle, Golbat felt confident it could unleash a massive Air Cutter in one go. With this newfound confidence, it successfully executed the move, feeling a mix of relief and pride. The white blade of air, swift as lightning and brimming with momentum, targeted Cedra with pinpoint accuracy. In the air with no surface to push off from, Cedra had no chance to dodge. Counter it with Hydro Pump. In this critical moment, Miko stepped in, her voice calm but commanding, as she addressed the now fearful Cedra. Cedra, overwhelmed and panicked, clung to its trainer's command like a lifeline. A massive jet of water shot from its mouth, hurtling toward the incoming air blade. Cedra's Hydro Pump collided with Golbat's Air Cutter in a spectacular clash. Despite its immense power and broad area of attack, the massive air blade was swiftly split in two by the high-pressure water jet. Of course, the obstruction caused by the Hydro Pump inevitably slowed the air blade's advance. At the same time, the recoil from the Hydro Pump propelled Cedra further away from the attack. In the end, Cedra successfully evaded the Air Cutter and safely returned to the water. So Hydro Pump can be used like this. Impressive. But you still can't escape Golbat's pursuit, Sato remarked, a trace of admiration in his eyes as he watched Miko's clever strategy. Still, a sly smile formed on his lips as he devised a nasty countermeasure. Golbat, use supersonic on the water's surface. Force it out. Not giving Cedra any chance to recover, Sato ordered Golbat to press the attack immediately. Golbat responded by unleashing concentric sound waves from its enormous mouth, visibly rippling through the air before striking the water. Since water is an excellent conductor of sound, Cedra had no chance to evade the supersonic while submerged. The disorienting waves overwhelmed it, turning its vicious eyes bloodshot as it succumbed to confusion. Cedra, in its confused state, began madly ramming itself against one of the pool's walls as though holding a grudge against it. The wall soon developed a cracked indentation, while Cedra itself sustained significant injuries from the relentless impact. Snap out of it, Cedra. The enemy's coming for you. Miko shouted desperately, trying to rouse her dazed Pokémon. But her cries were futile as Cedra continued its assault on the wall, oblivious to her commands. Use Whirlwind Shield to pull it out of the water, then finish it off with Air Cutter, Sato instructed coldly, showing no mercy. Golbat created a rapidly spinning white whirlwind with a sharp flap of its wings. When the vortex touched the water, it transformed into a waterspout, immediately pulling the still confused Cedra into its spiraling current. With Cedra now trapped in the waterspout, Golbat abruptly ceased its control, causing the waterspout to collapse. The disoriented Cedra was flung into the open air, completely exposed. At that moment, Cedra, its eyes still glowing red, instinctively turned toward Golbat and unleashed an ice beam. The sudden attack struck one of Golbat's wings, catching it off guard. Screech! Golbat let out a sharp cry of pain, but it retaliated swiftly. Channeling its frustration, Golbat released an even larger Air Cutter than before. The massive blade of air slashed downward with devastating force, striking the unresponsive Cedra head-on. With a loud boom, Cedra was sent crashing back into the water, creating a towering splash. When Cedra finally resurfaced, it was unconscious, floating lifelessly on the water. The intense battle between the two was over, Cedra had fainted and could no longer fight. Mass release announcement. It's my sister's birthday in a few days, one of the days I really look forward to every year. To celebrate the happy occasion, I'm going to be doing an early mass release of Pokémon, the Legendary Trainer, for all of you. I'll be releasing a total of 16 chapters, 2 regular plus 14 bonus, on January 11, 2025 at 2:30 a.m., GMT +8. That's all guys. Hope you have a great day. Chapter 191, Chapter 190, Sato at a Disadvantage, Bonus Chapter. Come back, Cedra. You did well. Miko's demeanor showed no signs of disappointment over Cedra's defeat. She glanced at Golbat, whose wings appeared stiff and labored as it panted heavily, then calmly retrieved Cedra into its pokeball. Last night, Miko had obtained detailed information from a plain-dressed female trainer. This data included in-depth records of all the Pokémon in Sato's team, down to the smallest detail. She knew that Golbat was the strongest Pokémon in Sato's lineup, while Cedra ranked only 4th among her own Pokémon. The reason she had sent Cedra out was due to its ability to battle effectively in a water terrain and its access to moves that counter Golbat. Miko had already anticipated Cedra's defeat. However, what left her slightly frustrated was that under her command, Seadra had failed to cause any significant damage to Golbat, narrowly avoiding an outright overwhelming defeat. Ironically, in its confused state, Seadra had managed to land a super effective Ice Beam against Golbat at the last moment. Ice-type moves deal double damage to flying types, and that Ice Beam must have inflicted severe damage on Golbat. Now, one of Golbat's wings showed visible signs of frostbite, and it had already expended a considerable amount of energy. In the upcoming battles, Golbat's combat effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish significantly, making it much easier to defeat. In Miko's mind, Golbat was now practically a spent force, akin to a Pokémon unable to continue fighting. In her view, she had traded one of her weaker Pokémon to cripple her opponent's strongest, an exchange she considered highly favorable. Moreover, with the detailed information she had received about Sato's other Pokémon, Miko was now thoroughly prepared. She knew exactly how to deal with each member of Sato's team. As the saying goes, know your enemy, and know yourself, and you will emerge victorious in every battle. Miko was brimming with confidence for the rest of this match, firmly believing that she would be the ultimate victor. Skarmory, it's your turn. Get ready to fight. Miko wasted no time in deciding her next move. She took out an Ultra Ball, pressed the button, and released the Pokémon inside. In the next moment, a beam of white light shot out from the Ultra Ball and materialized in midair. A large metallic bird, much larger than Golbat, appeared before everyone's eyes. Skarmory spread its wings, which spanned nearly 3 meters, and its entire body was clad in gleaming silver armor, exuding a sense of unparalleled strength and majesty. Its piercing, sharp eyes gleamed with a resolute brilliance as it gazed proudly at Golbat. The moment Skarmory appeared, Sato's expression shifted subtly but quickly returned to normal. Using his system's scanning capabilities, he discreetly examined Skarmory's stats, and his expression darkened slightly as he read the details. Pokémon, Skarmory. Level. Type, Flying/Steel. Ability, Keen Eye. Gender, female. Known moves, Leer, Peck, Sand Attack, Metal Claw, Air Cutter, Fury Attack, Feint, Swift, Spikes, Agility, Steel Wing, Drill Peck, Egg Move, Protect, TM, Double Team, TM. This is going to be troublesome. She actually sent out Skarmory, and at such a high level. It's clearly well trained. Looking at Skarmory's data, Sato felt a tinge of helplessness. From a type perspective, Skarmory had a significant advantage over Golbat. Furthermore, with its sturdy steel armor and larger size, it was clear that Golbat couldn't compete in raw power. If Golbat were in peak condition, it might have been able to leverage its speed advantage to outmaneuver Skarmory. Moreover, it still had a hidden ace, hidden power, electric type, that could potentially catch Skarmory off guard and deal heavy damage, possibly even knocking it out. Unfortunately, Golbat had been hit unexpectedly by Seadra's Ice Beam, leaving it significantly injured. One of its wings was now impaired, and its speed advantage was likely gone. Competing with Skarmory in aerial combat was now nearly impossible. As for his other main Pokémon, Bellossom, Sato couldn't rely on it in this situation. Bellossom had yet to master its hidden power, Rock type, leaving it ill-equipped to deal with a flying-type Pokémon that dominated the skies. His remaining 2 Pokémon capable of battling gave Sato a headache. This match was revealing the glaring weakness of his insufficient roster depth. The current battlefield was water-based. Sending out Growlithe, a fire-type, would be as good as handing his opponent a win. Without mastery of Flamethrower, Growlithe posed little threat to the airborne Skarmory. That left Nidoran, who at least had Thunderbolt, a fast and powerful electric-type move, making it a serious threat to flying types like Skarmory. The only issue was Nidoran's level. It was only level 19. Asking it to overcome a 15-level gap and defeat a level 34 Skarmory was almost impossible. The difference in stats and raw power was simply too vast. Even so, Sato had no choice but to press forward. He needed to conserve Golbat and Bellossom's strength for the later rounds if he wanted any chance of winning this 5th-round match. Letting them battle against an unfavorable type matchup would be foolish. Take a rest, Golbat. You did great. Nidoran, you're up. After a brief moment of thought, Sato decided on his plan. He recalled Golbat and then solemnly released Nidoran from its Pokeball. Even though he knew that his level 19 Nidoran stood little chance against a level 34 Skarmory, Sato had no other options. A beam of white light shot out from the blue Pokeball in his hand, landing on a circular floating platform on the water battlefield. As the light dissipated, a robust Nidoran appeared, causing the platform to sink slightly under its weight. The water battlefield was dotted with numerous white floating platforms, all loosely connected. Non-water-type Pokémon relied on these platforms to fight in this terrain. Haha, just as the intel suggested. His main Pokémon are only Golbat and Bellossom. Nidoran and Growlithe are secondary, with Nidoran being the weakest. Since this is a water battlefield, there's no way he'd send out his fire-type Growlithe, so he's forced to use Nidoran with its electric-type move. This match is already in the bag. Seeing Sato withdraw Golbat and send out the weakest Nidoran, Miko's face lit up with a triumphant smile. She silently reveled in her apparent advantage. Her opponent seemed to be at his wit's end, while she still had her trump cards untouched. This psychological edge made Miko even more confident and delighted. Here is the bonus chapter for 100 Power Stones as promised. 250 Power Stones needed for the second bonus chapter. Let's do this, guys. Chapter 192, Chapter 191, Helpless Defeat. How could a level 19 Nidoran possibly defeat a level 34 Skarmory? This question churned through Sato's mind, sparking ideas. The key lay in narrowing the immense 15-level gap as much as possible. After careful consideration, Sato's gaze fixed on the deep waters of the battlefield. The water, the floating platforms. These could be useful, Sato muttered, a plan forming in his mind as he studied the vast pool that made up the arena. At the referee's signal, the battle began. For now, Skarmory, dominating the skies, didn't rush in for a close-range assault. Following Miko's command, it unleashed Air Cutter at the diminutive Nidoran below. Though Skarmory wasn't as skilled with Air Cutter as Golbat, its proficiency was somewhere between novice and intermediate. However, the sheer number of air blades it produced was impressive. With a sudden sweep of its steel wings, coated in flying-type energy, over 20 air blades hurtled downward, targeting a 10-meter radius around Nidoran. The broad attack area left little room for the smaller Pokémon to evade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of slicing air filled the arena as the air blades rained down. Faced with the aerial assault, Nidoran remained unfazed. Its small eyes gleamed with determination, and its large ears twitched upright. Without even waiting for Sato's command, it used double kick to leap away from its current platform. Bounding quickly across the floating platforms, Nidoran's ears twitched repeatedly, allowing it to anticipate and dodge the incoming air blades. When evasion wasn't possible, its eyes lit up with a blue glow, causing the blades to briefly pause mid-air, granting it just enough time to escape unscathed. Skarmory, frustrated that its attacks had been completely evaded by an opponent of much lower level, flapped its wings furiously, launching another barrage of Air Cutter. The sky was soon filled with a relentless downpour of air blades. However, many missed their mark due to poor accuracy. Nidoran took advantage of the openings, moving deftly within the confined area and even using counter moves to neutralize some of the attacks, defusing the situation yet again. Unwilling to admit defeat, Skarmory redoubled its efforts, continuing to launch wave after wave of Air Cutter, as if determined to prove it could land a hit. Dive into the water and take cover behind the platforms. At this point, Sato, who had been observing quietly, finally gave an order to the panting Nidoran. Hearing this, Nidoran's eyes lit up with understanding. Without hesitation, it leapt into the water with a splash, submerging itself beneath the platform it had previously been standing on. These platforms, designed for the water battlefield, were far from ordinary. They were incredibly sturdy, crafted to withstand considerable force. After all, if they were easily destroyed by water-type Pokémon, it would be nearly impossible for non-aquatic Pokémon to battle effectively in such an arena. As Skarmory's Air Cutter struck the floating platforms, they left only shallow marks. Full destruction was still a long way off. Skarmory, stop wasting time and finish it with Drill Peck. Seeing that Skarmory's probing attacks had all been evaded, and that Nidoran now had a method to hide, Miko's once confident expression stiffened. She immediately ordered Skarmory to switch to an aggressive close-range attack. Miko was experienced. She knew that while Nidoran was significantly weaker than Skarmory, relying solely on ranged attacks to wear it down was inefficient and a waste of energy. Skarmory's heavy armor wasn't light. Maintaining flight alone required significant stamina, let alone executing continuous attacks from the air. Nidoran had demonstrated excellent evasive abilities and cleverly used the floating platforms as shields. Even if Skarmory managed to deplete Nidoran's stamina with its long-range attacks and defeat it unscathed, Skarmory's energy reserves would be significantly drained in the process. Sato still had Golbat and one more Pokémon waiting in reserve. If Skarmory exhausted itself too much, it could be vulnerable to Golbat, who would have had time to recover some stamina. Although the saying goes, a lion uses its full strength even against a rabbit, Miko had no desire to engage in such a losing trade-off. Thus, Miko was determined to have Skarmory finish the battle swiftly, even at some cost, to conserve its stamina and combat readiness for the upcoming battles against Sato's other Pokémon. Hearing her command, Skarmory's eyes flashed with determination, and it transformed into a spinning silver top, diving from the sky like a whirling blade. Surrounding the silver top was a swirling wind, adding to its sharp, ferocious momentum. As Skarmory descended, spinning toward the water battlefield, the area where Nidoran was submerged began to churn. The powerful spiral airflow created a small whirlpool, trapping Nidoran at its center. Realizing the danger, Nidoran quickly climbed back onto the floating platform. The platform, now stuck at the whirlpool's center, was buffeted by intense winds. The force from Skarmory's spinning assault even caused Nidoran's skin to sting. It was clear Miko aimed to finish Nidoran with a single decisive strike. Use double kick and confusion to jump out of the whirlpool. Don't try to resist directly. Sato quickly saw through Miko's intentions and ordered Nidoran to dive into the water to escape. Nidoran followed Sato's command without hesitation. A white glow emanated from its feet as it leapt forward, attempting to escape the whirlpool's range. Just as it was about to leave the danger zone, its eyes glowed blue, and a psychic aura enveloped it, allowing it to propel itself further with confusion. Don't let it get away. Go after it. Miko, noticing the attempt to escape, smirked with disdain and shouted her command. Hearing her, Skarmory twisted its spinning body mid-air, redirecting its drill peck to pursue the airborne Nidoran. Counter with your strongest thunderbolt. Sato was shocked by the revelation that Miko had trained Skarmory's drill peck to the point it could change direction mid-attack. Knowing Nidoran had no way to evade, he had no choice but to command a direct counterattack. In an instant, a golden electric current surged from Nidoran's horn, striking the spinning silver Skarmory. However, Skarmory seemed unfazed by the attack and continued its relentless charge. The spinning silver top struck Nidoran with full force, sending it flying. A moment later, a loud splash echoed as Nidoran hit the water hard, creating a massive wave. When Nidoran resurfaced, it was evident that it had lost the ability to battle. In the end, the level gap was just too much, Sato thought with some regret as he watched Nidoran being defeated by Skarmory. However, when he turned his gaze to Skarmory still hovering above, his previously grave expression softened. Nidoran's final attack hadn't been in vain. High above, faint arcs of electricity coursed through Skarmory's body. Suddenly, its movements stiffened, and the steel bird plummeted from the sky. Here comes the 16 early mass release chapters as promised. Happy birthday, sis. I love you 10,000. Chapter 193, Chapter 192, Final Trump Card. With a loud splash, Skarmory's body stiffened, paralyzed by sudden electric sparks, and its heavy frame plummeted from the sky, crashing into the water and sending up a towering wave. It seems Nidoran's thunderbolt triggered its additional effect. Not bad at all, Sato remarked, his eyes lighting up as a small smile crept onto his face. Inside, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Note, at this stage, Nidoran's ability is still hustle, not sheer force. Sheer force is only available after evolving into its final form, Nidoking. Come back, Nidoran. You did exceptionally well. Your efforts won't go to waste. Leave the rest of the battle to your teammates, Sato said as he recalled the fainted Nidoran into its pokeball. His expression returned to a calm, stoic demeanor as he looked across the battlefield at Miko, whose face had turned ashen with frustration. This is infuriating. How could this happen? Such bad luck. The additional effect of Thunderbolt actually activated. What now? With Skarmory paralyzed, its speed is drastically reduced, and all the effort I've put in so far has been wasted, Miko fumed, her anger evident as panic began to creep in. She understood the implications all too well. Now that Skarmory was paralyzed, the advantage she had painstakingly built up was gone. Even though Golbat's wings were still recovering from frostbite, the paralyzed Skarmory would struggle to match its speed. Worse still, there was always the risk of another paralysis-induced mishap, making it almost impossible for Skarmory to fight effectively. Come on out, Golbat. It's time to show your strength once again, Sato called out as he sent Golbat back onto the battlefield. Having rested for some time, Golbat's frostbitten wings were much improved, and its stamina had partially recovered. On the other side, Skarmory, having taken a plunge into the water, flapped its wings furiously as it emerged, soaked and seething with frustration. Its drenched feathers weighted down as it struggled to ascend into the air. However, from the way it coughed intermittently while flying, it was clear Skarmory had swallowed a significant amount of water. Its current state was visibly sluggish and far from its peak performance. Meanwhile, in a private room elsewhere, Mary and a tall, burly blonde man sat on a large sofa, watching a live feed of the battle on a massive screen. Behind them stood 7 individuals, each dressed in distinct attire. Among the group were Heiji Kuroya and the female trainer who had previously ambushed Sato. The group was focused on the screen, which displayed the ongoing Pokémon battle between Miko and Sato. Ha ha ha. Mary, your subordinate's luck is terrible. Skarmory got paralyzed. If she loses this one too, all your people will be eliminated, the blonde man, Hector, said, laughing boisterously as he shot a smug look at Mary. Don't be so quick to judge, Hector. Miko's full strength hasn't been revealed yet, Mary replied coolly. Instead of mocking me, you should worry more about your prized pupil, Shuji Ikeda. Look at his opponent, that trainer Anna. Her strategy is entirely tailored to counter him. If he loses too, we might not have a single representative left in the finals. The blonde man, Hector, was met with a sharp glare and a sarcastic retort from Mary, clearly displeased by his comment. On the screen, next to the image of Sato's battle against Miko, another split-screen view displayed a match between Anna and an incredibly ordinary-looking man with a buzz cut. As always, Anna exuded an air of composure, calmly orchestrating her Pokémon's attacks without a trace of arrogance or panic. Each move she directed seemed to lead her opponent by the nose, forcing them to constantly react and struggle to keep up. However, the buzzcut man, identified as Sato Kaede, remained entirely unfazed. His poker face betrayed no emotion, and his calm, steady eyes revealed not even the slightest ripple of tension. He spoke rarely, but each command he gave was timed impeccably, allowing his Pokémon to narrowly evade the traps Anna had so meticulously set. At this point, Anna's level 35 Venusaur had cornered Ikate's level 35 Ursaring, leaving it in a dire situation. Yet, thanks to Ursaring's quick feet ability and its strategic use of the rocky terrain for evasive maneuvers, coupled with Ikate's flawlessly timed directions, Ursaring managed to remain as slippery as an eel, much to Anna's growing frustration. "This Anna is indeed a talented trainer," Hector said with a dismissive smirk. "Gathering data to study her opponents gives her an edge, but data can be deceptive, especially against someone like him, who excels at improvisation and thrives on unpredictability. Watch closely, she'll soon lose, and it won't be pretty." True to his words, Ikate's hidden strategy was finally unveiled. The Ursaring that had been engaging Venusaur in a back-and-forth was, in fact, a substitute. Somehow, the real Ursaring had used Dig to sneak behind a massive boulder and come up directly behind Venusaur. With a devastating combination of Fire Punch and Ice Punch, Ursaring unleashed a fiery and icy barrage that left Venusaur collapsing to the ground in defeat. Venusaur's fall caught Anna completely off guard. From that moment onward, her meticulously crafted strategy began to unravel, like a machine with a critical component broken, until it finally fell apart entirely. In the end, Anna lost, and not just lost, but suffered a humiliating defeat, with her entire team swept by Ikate's Ursaring in a 1-on-3 battle. Meanwhile, Sato's battle against Miko had reached its final stages. Skarmory, still paralyzed, could no longer compete with Golbat in terms of speed. In the ensuing aerial battle, Golbat maintained a dominant position throughout. In this match, Sato finally unleashed Golbat's hidden ace, Hidden Power, Electric type, a move specifically prepared to counter Skarmory. Combined with the occasional paralysis-induced interruptions, Golbat managed to take down Skarmory with virtually no damage. Forced into a corner, Miko reluctantly sent out her final ace. Roar! An ear-splitting roar shook the entire arena. A fearsome dragon cloaked in blue scales, exuding a menacing aura, appeared in the water arena. Bonus Chapter Schedule: 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. 250 Power Stones, 2 bonus chapters. 500 Power Stones, 3 bonus chapters. 750 Power Stones, 4 bonus chapters. 1000 Power Stones, 5 bonus chapters. Chapter 194, Chapter 193, Another Battle with Gyarados. Ah! Seeing the Pokemon Miko released as her final contender, several spectators with weaker nerves at the edges of the battlefield let out terrified screams and shrank back in fear. Yes, the Pokemon Miko sent out was none other than Gyarados, the infamous Water-type Pokemon. Having recently endured an attack from a school of Gyarados, many ordinary passengers were still deeply traumatized and filled with dread at the sight of one. Miko's Gyarados clearly possessed the Intimidate ability, and the collective fear among the crowd only amplified its effects. For most of the ordinary spectators, the oppressive aura from Gyarados completely snuffed out any thoughts of resistance, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Of course, such intimidation had no effect on Sato, a trainer who had personally captured a Gyarados before. Similarly, Golbat, who had already defeated several Gyarados in the past, remained entirely unfazed. Towering over the battlefield, Gyarados' enormous frame made Golbat seem tiny by comparison. Its blue-scaled body gleamed with an oily sheen, exuding an air of incredible toughness. With its upper body rising above the water, Gyarados fixed its ferocious gaze on the airborne Golbat, its menacing aura strong enough to make even the bravest shudder. Interesting. To have earned the approval of a Gyarados, such a notoriously aggressive Pokemon, that does take some skill, Sato thought to himself, his expression calm despite the appearance of the fearsome Pokemon. Using his system's scanning ability, he quickly reviewed Gyarados' stats. Pokemon, Gyarados. Level. Type, Water/Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Known moves, Bite, Thrash, Leer, Twister, Ice Fang, Aqua Tail, Scary Face, Dragon Rage, Hydro Pump, Tutor, Protect, TM, Hyper Beam, TM, Thunderbolt, TM, Ice Beam, TM, Flamethrower, TM. So this Gyarados is her ace Pokemon. What a bold investment, Sato mused, his expression darkening. The joy he'd felt moments earlier from Golbat's victory over Skarmory was now replaced by a deep sense of unease. Wild Gyarados were already terrifying creatures. However, they often lost control due to their uncontrollable rage, making them susceptible to strategic takedowns by skilled trainers. But once a Gyarados is captured and trained, its potential grows exponentially. With careful nurturing, technical machines, TMs, and the use of specialized Pokemon items, a trained Gyarados becomes a force to be reckoned with. More importantly, when a Gyarados truly bonds with its trainer, its rage can be suppressed, unlocking its full potential. Some trainers with deep bonds can even dispel the innate anger within Gyarados entirely, granting it a clear and focused mind. The Gyarados before them clearly had a strong bond with Miko. It was likely that she had raised it from its days as a Magikarp, painstakingly training it until it evolved into the fearsome beast it was now. Indeed, this was the truth. Miko, a trainer from humble beginnings, had no starter Pokemon given to her. Her first Pokemon had been a Magikarp she caught herself. Through her relentless efforts and unwavering dedication, that Magikarp eventually leaped the Dragon's Gate and evolved into Gyarados, the fruit of her determination. A true fisherwoman trainer. Due to the deep bond between Miko and her Gyarados, even after Magikarp evolved and its temperament drastically changed, it continued to recognize Miko as its trusted trainer and regarded her as family. Gyarados followed her commands without hesitation. Although the referee's legs were trembling with fear, he maintained his professional demeanor. Unlike most of the audience, who had retreated in terror, he steadied his nerves and announced the battle's start. Gyarados, finish it. Use Thunderbolt. No sooner had the referee's declaration ended than Miko's voice turned cold. She immediately ordered Gyarados to unleash a powerful attack. At her command, Gyarados' eyes flashed menacingly, and a lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel erupted from the three horns atop its head, hurtling at Golbat in midair with blinding speed. Golbat, already battered from its battles with Seadra and Skarmory, was visibly fatigued, its body riddled with injuries. Even though Gyarados' base special attack stat wasn't particularly high, a super-effective Thunderbolt would surely spell defeat. Protect. Put some distance between you two. Sato commanded, his voice calm but urgent. Encased in a shimmering green energy shield from Protect, Golbat successfully blocked the powerful attack. It then flapped its wings weakly, retreating to a safer distance. With just a single move, Gyarados had forced Golbat into full retreat. You're not getting away. Use Ice Beam. Seeing Golbat's struggling escape, Miko smirked slightly and ordered Gyarados to press the attack. As the thunder faded, a freezing blue beam erupted from Gyarados' gaping maw, the surrounding temperature plummeting instantly. The Ice Beam Gyarados unleashed was far more potent than the one Seadra had used earlier. Dodge it. Use Hidden Power. Sato countered quickly. Compared to Thunderbolt, the speed of Ice Beam was slower. Golbat, with every ounce of its remaining strength, beat its wings furiously and managed to evade the freezing attack. In response, a yellow energy orb began forming in front of Golbat's mouth. With precision, the orb shot toward Gyarados. Mid-flight, the energy ball exploded into a flurry of glowing electric orbs, raining down toward Gyarados like a scattered volley of sparks. Take it down. Thunderbolt again. Ignoring the incoming electric energy from Hidden Power, Miko commanded Gyarados to strike with another Thunderbolt. Although Golbat's Hidden Power, Electric type, had the advantage of a 4 times effectiveness against Gyarados, its damage was only enough to make the massive Pokemon flinch slightly. It was still far from incapacitating. With a powerful roar, Gyarados unleashed another massive bolt of lightning from its horns, moving at lightning speed. This time, Golbat, exhausted and without access to another Protect, was too slow to dodge. The devastating Thunderbolt struck Golbat squarely, enveloping it in a brilliant flash of electricity. Moments later, as the electricity faded, the charred and battered Golbat plummeted from the sky, landing unconscious on the water's surface. Thank you for your hard work, Golbat. Sato's gaze softened as he looked at Golbat, now unable to battle. He calmly retrieved it into its pokeball and raised his head, meeting the intimidating gaze of Gyarados, who was now glaring down at him. Roar. Gyarados let out a triumphant roar, its voice reverberating through the battlefield. An overwhelming pressure bore down on Sato, unlike anything he had faced before. Guys, please help a brother out and drop some quick reviews if possible. I'd really appreciate it. Chapter 195, Chapter 194, The Powerful Bellossom. With Golbat defeated, Sato now stood in the same position as Miko, down to his final Pokemon. However, his opponent was a Gyarados that not only had a tactical mind but also the support of an experienced trainer, making the battle situation extremely dire. I'm counting on you, Bellossom. The final fight of this match is in your hands. Despite Gyarados' intimidating roar and oppressive presence, Sato remained composed. His expression briefly hardened as he retrieved a Pokeball from his belt, pressing the button to release Bellossom. In the next instant, Bellossom appeared gracefully on a floating platform within the water arena. True to her nature, she began to dance as soon as she appeared, entirely unperturbed by the overwhelming intimidation radiating from Gyarados. Gyarados' intimidate-ability was so overwhelming that, aside from a few spectators, most of the audience had retreated to watch from a distance, unable to bear the suffocating pressure that seemed to weigh on their hearts. With the referee's signal, the final battle began. Gyarados, use Flamethrower. Miko chose to seize the offensive, wasting no time in ordering a powerful attack as soon as the referee spoke. From the earlier clash with Galbot, it was evident that Gyarados excelled at executing moves like Thunderbolt and Ice Beam, showcasing extensive and rigorous training. Now, its execution of Flamethrower was no different. A massive flame burst forth from Gyarados' jaws. Though a Water-type Pokémon, Gyarados unleashed the Fire-type move with seamless precision and no apparent awkwardness. The roaring flame surged forward, instantly raising the temperature of the battlefield. Bellossom, now the target of the attack, wasted no time. Without waiting for Sato's command, she gracefully dove into the water, avoiding the flames entirely. Meanwhile, a vibrant green energy orb began forming rapidly between her hands beneath the water's surface. As the flames died out, a hissing sound filled the arena as white steam billowed up in large clouds. Though Gyarados' flamethrower was powerful, it wasn't enough to significantly impact the water-dominated battlefield. Aside from evaporating a small portion of the water, the move achieved little. Bellossom, safely submerged, emerged unharmed after the attack ended. With the energy orb fully charged in her hands, she leapt gracefully from the water, hurling the glowing green energy ball toward Gyarados. The energy ball, about the size of a soccer ball, appeared small compared to Gyarados' massive frame. However, its concentrated grass-type energy radiated powerful waves that neither Miko nor Gyarados dared underestimate. Bellossom's aim was precise, and with its speed combined with Gyarados' enormous size, the attack left little room for evasion. Counter it with Ice Beam. Miko refused to sit idly by. Unable to dodge, she commanded Gyarados to meet the incoming attack head-on with a powerful Ice-type move. At her command, Gyarados unleashed a massive icy blue beam, which collided directly with Bellossom's energy ball in midair. What happened next stunned the majority of the audience. The energy ball, packed with overwhelming grass-type energy, effortlessly broke through Gyarados' Ice Beam and struck the Pokémon squarely. A loud explosion resounded through the battlefield. The moment the energy ball struck Gyarados, it detonated into a powerful burst of energy. The sheer force of the explosion pushed Gyarados' massive body back several meters. The part of Gyarados' body that came into contact with the explosion showed severe damage, with its blue scales cracked and some even falling off. Impressive. This Bellossom can compress grass-type energy to the level of creating energy waves. While Gyarados' Ice Beam may look powerful, it's mostly about energy output. In terms of density and quality, Gyarados' Ice Beam can't hold a candle to Bellossom's energy ball, Hector remarked, visibly surprised as he watched the broadcast showing Gyarados being pushed back by the energy ball in Mary's room. Mary, standing nearby, remained silent, but the light-hearted expression on her face darkened considerably. A sense of unease began spreading through her heart. I must have underestimated Bellossom's strength. Ever since she obtained the Miracle Seed, her growth has been remarkable. Her mastery over grass-type energy has undoubtedly taken another leap forward, Sato thought, his earlier gloom vanishing as he watched Bellossom land a decisive blow. Let's keep up the pressure, Bellossom. Use Energy Ball again. Sato commanded without hesitation, determined to capitalize on the opportunity. Upon hearing the command, Bellossom's graceful dancing stopped abruptly. A vibrant green energy ball began forming rapidly in front of her, growing to the size of 2 basketballs in less than a second. However, in the following instant, the ball compressed to the size of a soccer ball, its energy becoming more concentrated. For the first time, everyone could clearly observe the formation process of Bellossom's energy ball, their expressions growing increasingly serious. Miko, in particular, was visibly alarmed. With a sharp whoosh, Bellossom unleashed the energy ball, accompanied by a piercing sound as it tore through the air. Dive underwater and wait for an opportunity to use Ice Fang on Bellossom. Miko, unwilling to take any chances, ordered Gyarados to dive into the water to avoid the attack and utilize the water arena's terrain to its advantage. This time, Gyarados didn't need Miko's urging. Having already suffered once, it had developed a cautious respect for Bellossom. Fully focused, it dove underwater even before the energy ball reached its vicinity, successfully avoiding the attack. Boom. Another explosion resounded as the energy ball struck the water, sending a massive wave surging into the air. Bellossom, scatter poison powder into the water. Force it to surface. Sato's eyes gleamed with insight, recalling a match where a Lileep and Tentacruel had used a similar tactic. He quickly issued the command to Bellossom. Gyarados, get out of the water now. Don't absorb any of it. Miko's face turned pale the moment she heard Sato's instruction. She frantically yelled at Gyarados, who was rapidly closing in on Bellossom's position underwater. But it was already too late. As soon as Sato's command was given, Bellossom released a large cloud of purple powder from the vibrant flowers on her head. The powder dispersed into the water, creating a ripple of contamination that spread rapidly, much like ink diffusing in water. The surrounding water surface turned a deep purple. Before Gyarados could surface, small purple specks began to appear all over its body, the telltale sign of poisoning. Chapter 196, Chapter 195, Beauty vs. the Beast. the poison powder dispersed rapidly in the water, spreading its toxins. Gyarados' reaction was just a step too slow, and it was now poisoned. The symptoms would only worsen over time. With a loud splash, the Gyarados, now covered in purple spots, burst out of the water, sending waves surging around it. Its expression revealed significant discomfort, and its body was twitching unnaturally. Use Ice Fang. Seeing Gyarados in this state, Miko realized it had been poisoned. Given that it was still in the toxic water, its condition would deteriorate further. Determined to make use of what strength Gyarados had left, she immediately ordered an aggressive attack. Normally, Gyarados wouldn't have been poisoned so easily, even in toxic water, especially if it had avoided drinking the water or sustaining too many wounds. After all, Magikarp, even in heavily polluted industrial waters, are known for their remarkable resistance to toxins. As its evolved form, Gyarados naturally possessed an even greater resistance to poison. However, Gyarados had inadvertently ingested the poisoned water, and with its body already wounded, its poison resistance had been significantly weakened. As a result, poisoning was inevitable. Despite its poisoned state, Gyarados' fierce nature ensured its combat effectiveness remained formidable. Upon hearing Miko's command, it exhaled freezing air from its jaws and lunged at Bellissum like a ravenous dragon, aiming to deliver a powerful Ice Fang. The water arena greatly restricted Bellissum's mobility on land. Confronted with Gyarados' aggressive attack, Bellissum's expression turned serious. Don't be afraid. Counter with Leaf Blade. Sato was well aware of Bellissum's disadvantage in the water arena. Faced with Gyarados' brute force, the only option was to confront it head-on. At his command, Bellissum swiftly drew 2 long leaves from her leafy skirt. As soon as she gripped them, a verdant green glow enveloped the leaves, sharpening them into sword-like blades. With the leaf blades in hand, Bellissum's demeanor shifted subtly, and her movements became more urgent. Her graceful dance morphed into a fast-paced waltz, transforming the blades into a spinning whirlwind of slashing edges. Unlike the special moves Gyarados had used earlier, Ice Fang was a physical attack. Combined with Gyarados' impressive physical attack stats and immense size, it posed a terrifying threat. Finally, Gyarados' Ice Fang clashed with Bellissum's Leaf Blade. Relying on her agile movements, Bellissum dodged Gyarados' frontal assault, but she couldn't entirely evade the attack. The Ice Fang grazed her, inflicting minor damage. In return, Bellissum's dual leaf blades unleashed a flurry of strikes on Gyarados, cutting through its blue-scaled armor and leaving deep, menacing wounds. As Gyarados plunged its freezing head back into the water, icy waves erupted, instantly freezing into sheets of ice. A thin layer of ice began forming across the water's surface. However, just as Sato and Bellissum thought the assault was over, Gyarados' exposed tail suddenly became enveloped in a swirling current. With lightning speed, it delivered a devastating aqua tail, striking Bellissum, still wielding her dual leaf blades, squarely. Boom. Bellissum was caught off guard by the sudden attack and was sent flying into the water, creating a massive splash. Well done. Don't let her get back onto land, finish her on the water's surface. Miko's face lit up with triumph as Gyarados' hidden aqua tail landed successfully. She immediately commanded Gyarados to press the attack and keep Bellissum in the water. This combination of Ice Fang as an overt move and Aqua Tail as a hidden trump card was the result of Miko's meticulous training. Now, in this critical moment, the synergy between these moves was fully realized, showcasing their deadly effectiveness. Quickly surface and head to the nearest platform. Seeing Bellissum fall into the water, Sato's expression finally betrayed a hint of panic as he hurriedly instructed Bellissum to get back on land. In the water, the battle capabilities of water-type Pokémon increase exponentially. While Bellissum was decent in water, she was no match for Gyarados, the tyrant of aquatic battles. Thanks to her plant-based body, Bellissum was lightweight and had significant buoyancy. Swiftly moving her arms, she propelled herself toward the surface. However, just as she was about to break the surface, a massive, menacing head emerged in her path. Gyarados was preparing to unleash Thrash against her. Gyarados' current choice of moves was quite limited. Using Thunderbolt in water would be suicidal, while Ice Beam and Ice Fang would freeze the water and hinder his movements. As for Flamethrower, it was out of the question entirely. After deliberation, Gyarados resorted to his favorite move, Thrash, recklessly charging at Bellissum. At that moment, Bellissum's eyes sparkled with determination. Quickly crossing her arms in front of her, she began forming a verdant energy ball. Since evasion was impossible, she had no choice but to counter directly. The opportunity presented itself, and she wasn't going to waste it. The energy ball took form rapidly. Before Gyarados could close in with his bite, Bellissum fired it off. This time, instead of compressing the energy for a single shot, she chose to launch a series of successive attacks. Aimed directly at the massive, gaping mouth of the oncoming Gyarados, the energy balls shot forward. In the next moment, a deafening explosion echoed as a huge splash erupted from the water. Gyarados' massive body surfaced, letting out a roar of pain. The energy ball had detonated inside his mouth, not only interrupting his thrash but also inflicting significant damage. Simultaneously, Bellissum broke through the water's surface. Between her hands, another energy ball rapidly formed, but this time it was tightly compressed, radiating intense energy waves. Without hesitation, Bellissum seized the moment of vulnerability and launched the compressed energy ball at Garridos. The resulting explosion sent Garridos reeling a short distance through the air. Due to the polluted water, neither Sato nor Miko could see much of what had transpired underwater. As the two Pokémon re-emerged, their states became clear, eliciting mixed emotions from the trainers. How could this happen? Miko's face turned pale, her expression filled with disbelief as she saw Garridos, a water-type powerhouse, forced out of the water by Bellissum. It's time to end this. Bellissum, use Leaf Storm. Sato was amazed by Bellissum's outstanding performance but remained calm. Seeing that the poisoned and battered Garridos was at its limit, he commanded Bellissum to unleash her finishing move. In the next moment, Bellissum radiated a blinding green light as countless glowing leaves materialized around her. These leaves formed a raging leaf storm, which she sent hurtling toward the severely weakened Garridos. Don't give up. Counter with Ice Beam. Miko shouted at the injured Garridos, urging him to fight back. True to his fierce nature, Garridos, despite his worsening injuries and poison taking a toll, mustered his remaining strength. He raised his head and unleashed a thick, icy blue ice beam from his mouth. However, Bellissum's leaf storm was overwhelmingly powerful. The weakened ice beam was no match, and the verdant tempest tore through it, slamming into Garridos with full force. In the end, with an anguished roar of defiance, Garridos' massive, battered body slowly collapsed into the water, sending up a small splash as it fell. Chapter 197, Chapter 196, Victory and Defeat. Garridos is unable to battle. The winner is Sato and his Bellissum. With the referee's announcement, the victor of the 5th round was finally determined. After 3 grueling Pokémon battles, Sato emerged victorious in this match. Phew, that was tough. This is only the 5th round, and I've already pushed myself to the limit. There are still 3 more rounds before the finals. With my current strength, I might only make it into the top 7. The competition is fierce, Sato thought to himself. Though he was naturally pleased with his victory, his heart grew heavy at the thought of the increasingly challenging battles ahead, which quickly dampened his joy. Sato returned Bellissum to her Pokeball and left the arena. Since his match was the last of the 5th round, he needed to restore his Pokémon to peak condition before the 6th round began. In Mary's room. Mary, you lost the bet. When the mission succeeds, I want 60% of the credit. I've got 3 people advancing to the top 7. With their strength, at least one of them will make it to the finals, Hector said, his tone laced with mockery as he looked at Mary, whose expression was sour. Humph, what a bunch of useless trash, Mary retorted sharply, glaring at Hector. She then stood up and stormed into her bedroom. Moments after she slammed the door shut, the sound of objects shattering could be faintly heard. Miko's defeat meant that all of Mary's team members were eliminated from this Pokémon tournament. These were people she had personally trained, and their collective failure reflected poorly on her. The humiliation of losing to Hector stung deeply. That guy's made Mary furious. On top of injuring my arm earlier, I'm definitely not going to go easy on him during the mission later, said a blonde-haired girl standing behind the sofa, her expression dark as she glared at the image of Sato on the screen. In truth, Mary's team was already at a numerical disadvantage compared to Hector's. Additionally, bad luck in the 4th round pitted one of Mary's people against someone from Hector's group. By the 5th round, only Miko remained. No doubt about it, the guy who beat me is strong. Too bad his victory ends here, Heiji Kuroya said calmly as he stood next to the blonde girl, watching the screen display the results. It showed the matchup for the 6th round. Sato's opponent would be none other than Shuji Ikeda, who had previously defeated Anna. Sato also saw the 6th round matchups displayed on the large screen, informing him of his next opponent. Mr. Sato, your Pokémon have fully recovered. Good luck in your next match, Eileen said with a smile as she handed Sato 3 Pokeballs. For Eileen, Sato's performance in making it into the top 7 out of 100 competitors spoke volumes about his skill. She deeply respected strong trainers, especially Sato, who was also skilled as a Pokémon medic. To her, he was an inspiring role model. Thank you, Eileen. I appreciate your kind words. Making it to the 5th round has already taken everything I have. The 6th round will undoubtedly be another tough battle, Sato said with a smile as he secured the Pokeballs back onto his belt. In the 5th round, Golbat and Nidoran had sustained severe injuries, and even Bellissum had taken a heavy toll during the fight against Garridos. If Sato had to rely solely on Bellissum to heal the others, the 6th round would have been out of the question. Thankfully, with Eileen's Chansey assisting, all 3 Pokémon were now in peak condition. As for his upcoming match, Sato couldn't help but feel uneasy. The reason? Anna, a formidable rival in his eyes, had been defeated, and by none other than his next opponent, Shuji Ikeda. The opponent's terrifying achievement of using a single Ursaring to sweep all three of Anna's Pokemon weighed heavily on Sato's mind. Interestingly, after being decisively defeated, Anna had seemingly vanished from the venue without a trace. Sato had hoped to gather some intel on his opponent through her, but she was nowhere to be found. Due to time constraints, the sixth round began after only a 30-minute break. Sato and Shuji Ikeda stepped onto Arena 1, and with the referee's signal, the battle commenced. This match did not last long, just under 23 minutes, and for the first time in the tournament, Sato tasted the bitterness of defeat. Shuji Ikeda had clearly identified Sato's weaknesses, and his level 38 Charizard utterly crushed Sato's hopes of victory. Against Charizard, Sato's two main Pokemon stood no chance. In terms of speed and physical strength, Golbat was outclassed. As for Bellissime, the Fire and Flying-type Charizard was her absolute counter, rendering her techniques ineffective. Charizard was nothing less than Bellisime's natural nemesis. During the battle, Charizard's flames burned away all of Sato's chances of victory. I lost, and it was a crushing defeat at that. It's clear now, I need to train a capable Water-type Pokemon as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I face another Charizard, the outcome will always be the same, Sato thought, staring at the energetic Charizard still soaring in the sky. Though he felt unwilling to accept the result, the fact of his defeat couldn't be denied. Sato recalled the fainted Bellissime into her Pokeball and quietly stepped off the platform. What a pity. If you had a strong Water or Electric-type Pokemon, this match wouldn't have been decided so easily. Your weakness to Fire and Flying types was obvious. Sending out a Fire and Flying-type Pokemon like Charizard against you. You were bound to lose. Oh, by the way, I'm the one who told him about your weakness. So, technically, it's my victory too, a poorly dressed female trainer sneered at Sato as he descended the platform. Her face showed a smug, gloating expression, as though she had personally defeated him. Thanks for the free advice. I look forward to the day we battle, Sato replied calmly, not even bothering to turn to look. He didn't feel the need to, he already knew the voice belonged to Anna. Her obsession with seeing him defeated left Sato somewhat speechless. Without further acknowledgement, he walked past the crowd toward Eileen's temporary medical room. Sato had a gut feeling the battles on the ship were far from over. He needed to be fully prepared for whatever came next. Chapter 198, Chapter 197, The Top 4. Mr. Sato, who do you think will win the championship? The remaining 4 trainers are all so strong, Eileen asked curiously, her eyes glued to the large screen in the temporary medical room. The St. Louis Pokemon Tournament had reached the semifinals. Most people had gone to watch the battles live at the edge of the arena. The temporary medical room, now devoid of patients, was left with only Sato and Eileen, both Pokemon medical trainers, while the other auxiliary staff had joined the spectators. Eileen had wanted to watch the battles live too, but her deep-seated sense of responsibility as a Pokemon medical trainer stopped her. She couldn't bear the thought of someone needing medical attention while she was away. What surprised her, however, was that Sato, one of the top 7 trainers, had also chosen to stay behind and watch the matches on the screen. Though she wasn't sure if he shared her sense of duty, Eileen was delighted by his choice and innocently categorized Sato as a responsible person in her mind. I'm not too sure, Sato replied, glancing briefly at the young woman beside him. The skill levels among them are pretty close. The one who can best utilize their Pokemon's strengths will likely emerge as the champion. The 4 remaining semi-finalists included Shuji Ikeda, Mike, Jiro Miyamoto, and Shu Yamato, all young trainers. Among them, Sato believed Shuji Ikeda to be the strongest. So far, Ikeda had revealed 4 Pokemon, Ursaring, Charizard, Vaporeon, and Sneasel. All of them were at level 35, with Charizard standing out at level 38. However, if the trainers were ranked purely by their Pokemon's levels, Shuji Ikeda would only place second. Mike, a Western trainer, had a level 40 Blastoise, the highest level Pokemon among the semi-finalists. Ikeda's real strength lay in his exceptional battle strategies and the meticulous training of his Pokemon. Whether it was Ursaring, Charizard, Vaporeon, or Sneasel, each had been trained to fight in a style tailored to its strengths. Under Ikeda's command, their tactics were dynamic and adaptable. Remarkably, even without direct orders, his Pokemon could make effective combat decisions independently, a testament to Ikeda's rigorous private training. Aside from Ikeda's versatility with multi-type Pokemon, the other 3 semi-finalists each specialized in a single type. Mike focused on water types, showcasing Blastoise, Tentacruel, Quagsire, and Starmie, all at level 35 or above. Jiro Miyamoto specialized in poison types and was, without a doubt, the most cunning and ruthless among the 4. His tactics often revolved around poisoning opponents' Pokemon and using various stalling techniques to force their trainers to surrender. So far, Jiro had revealed Weezing, Arbok, Tentacruel, Beedrill, and Vileplume. While Weezing and Arbok were above level 35, the rest were in the level 30 to 34 range. Lastly, there was Shu Yamato, a Psychic-type specialist. Interestingly, Shu was also a rare psychic himself, although his abilities were nowhere near the level of Sabrina, whom Sato had encountered before. However, as a psychic, Shu Yamato had the unique ability to use telepathy to communicate with his Pokémon. This allowed him to command his Pokémon in battle without ever speaking. Shu's silent command style was undoubtedly impressive, giving him a significant advantage. Opponents often struggled to predict his Pokémon's next moves, granting him a tactical edge in battle. The Pokémon Shu Yamato had showcased thus far included Alakazam, Hypno, and Mr. Mime. Among them, Alakazam was the strongest, standing at level 39, while Hypno and Mr. Mime lagged at level 30. Shu's battles had been overwhelmingly one-sided, with Alakazam frequently sweeping through 2 or even 3 of his opponent's Pokémon. Even when using Hypno or Mr. Mime, his opponents found it incredibly challenging to defeat a single one of his Pokémon. Now, however, Shu Yamato, who had cruised through the St. Louis Pokémon tournament with ease, was facing an unprecedented challenge. His opponent in the semifinals was none other than Sato Kaede, the competitor Sato considered the strongest. At present, Shu's strongest Pokémon, Alakazam, had already fallen to Ikaeda's Sneasel. Mr. Mime was now struggling against Sneasel's cunning attacks, and unless Shu devised a counter-strategy, Mr. Mime's defeat was only a matter of time. In contrast to Shu and Ikaeda's one-sided battle, the match between Mike and Jiro Miyamoto had reached an intense stalemate. The two trainers were evenly matched, with neither able to gain a definitive upper hand. However, Mike's Tentacruel had an ace up its sleeve, Mystical Veil. This move effectively nullified most of Jiro's poison-inducing tactics, putting him at a significant disadvantage. Unless Jiro could break through Mystical Veil's protection, his most potent weapon, Poison, would remain unusable in the battle. After more than half an hour of fierce combat, Shu Yamato and Shuji Ikaeda's match concluded first, shocking the audience. All 3 of Shu's Psychic-type Pokémon were defeated by Ikaeda's Sneasel in a devastating sweep, handing Shu his most crushing loss yet. Meanwhile, Mike and Jiro's battle raged on for nearly an hour before it finally ended, with Jiro emerging victorious. The turning point came when Jiro sacrificed his Arbok to endure Tentacruel's Mystical Veil duration. Prepared for this strategy, Jiro's Weezing used Taunt to prevent Tentacruel from recasting Mystical Veil. Finally, Weezing overcame Tentacruel, defeating Mike's most troublesome Pokémon. From there, the tide shifted in Jiro's favor. Mike's remaining 2 Pokémon fell quickly to Jiro's signature poison tactics, leaving him unable to recover. At last, the tournament's 2 strongest contenders were decided, and the final match was about to begin. Just then, the long-silent captain's quarters opened its doors. Chapter 199, Chapter 198, Mysterious Stone. During the finals, inside the captain's quarters. As always, the captain's quarters were occupied by the old captain alone. True to his recent habits, he was wearing white gloves and meticulously polishing a small stone with a clean cloth. The stone was a deep, vibrant blue, its clarity rivaling the finest sapphires. Occasionally, it emitted faint blue particles of light, giving it an aura of profound mystery. "Ah, what secrets do you hold? I've been studying you for nearly a week now, and you still won't reveal anything. It pains me to part with you," the captain thought aloud, his face showing a mix of frustration and reluctance as he continued polishing the stone. This blue stone was the critical cargo the captain had been tasked with delivering. He was responsible for transporting it to Team Rocket's secret base in Hoenn's Slateport City. From intelligence gathered within the base, the captain had learned that the blue stone was somehow connected to Hoenn's legendary Pokémon, Kyogre. In fact, this very stone had been seized by the captain himself from Team Aqua during a previous encounter. Unfortunately, due to the number of witnesses at the time, the captain had no chance to claim the stone for himself. As a man who had spent most of his life on the sea, the captain held deep reverence for the sea god, Kyogre. Yet, his reverence was tinged with a measure of ambition. When he discovered the stone's connection to Kyogre, he regretted handing it over to Team Rocket. Oddly enough, the blue stone seemed to lose its extraordinary properties whenever it left the Hoenn region, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary rock. Even Team Rocket's top scientists in Kanto had been unable to make sense of it, despite extensive research. Ultimately, Team Rocket's headquarters decided to send the stone back to their secret base in Hoenn for further study. One thing was certain, the blue stone contained immense water-type energy. However, this energy was as wild and untamable as the ocean itself. Current scientific techniques were incapable of harnessing it effectively. For the captain, regaining possession of the stone felt exhilarating. Over the past several days, he had obsessively studied it, hoping to uncover a secret that might grant him unparalleled power. Of course, if Team Rocket's top scientists couldn't unravel its mysteries, the captain's rudimentary experiments were no better than a child's play. Unsurprisingly, he had achieved nothing. With less than half a day left until they reached Slateport City, the captain began to feel a tinge of disappointment. A task was a task, and he had to deliver the blue stone to Team Rocket's base on time. Failure to do so would result in severe punishment. The blue stone was undeniably precious. If it were lost or stolen, the captain would face dire consequences. The thought of Team Rocket's brutal punishments, like being thrown into the sea to feed Sharpedo, quickly snuffed out his greed. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room, thump, thump, thump. The captain's eyes narrowed. Quickly, he retrieved an unassuming box from a nearby drawer and placed the blue stone inside. After sealing the box, he tucked it securely against his person. The blue stone emitted water-type energy, which caused detectable energy waves. The box had been specially designed by Team Rocket to block these energy waves, ensuring the stone couldn't be easily tracked. Interestingly, the blue stone could not be stored in spatial equipment, even when contained within the box. Thus, the captain had no choice but to keep it on his person. "Come in," the captain called out after hiding the stone. The door opened, and the visitor turned out to be none other than Rhodes, the ship's bosun. The finals of the St. Louis Pokemon Tournament have reached their climax. "Will you be attending the award ceremony, Captain?" After entering and closing the door, Rhodes respectfully bowed to the old captain before asking in a deferential tone. "Of course, I'll be there. Everything's ready, right? We need to catch all the rats in one fell swoop." The old captain nodded as he spoke. The St. Louis Pokemon Tournament had been entirely funded by someone else, and as the captain of the ship, he naturally wouldn't pass up the honor of presenting the awards. Humans, after all, chase nothing but fame and fortune. Having spent decades dominating the seas, the captain had long since amassed his wealth. Now, what he desired most was recognition. That's how people are. As they age, the need for prestige grows stronger. "Yes, Captain. Our people are discreetly guarding the award venue. If those rats try anything, not one of them will escape," Rhodes replied with a smile. The two then left the room, accompanied by a few security sailors, heading straight for the battle arena. By the time they arrived, it was already past 2 p.m., and the match between Shuji Ikeda and Jiro Miyamoto was nearing its conclusion. As expected, Shuji Ikeda displayed his usual dominance. This time, he had sent out a trump card specifically designed to counter Jiro Miyamoto's poison-type Pokemon, a Zangoose with the immunity ability. Note, Pokemon with the immunity ability cannot be afflicted by poison or toxic status. Armed with Hone Claws, Razor-Sharp Slash, and impressive speed, Shuji's level 36 Zangoose wreaked havoc, defeating Jiro Speedrill and Vileplume consecutively. It was only after Zangoose ran out of stamina that it was taken down by Jiro's Weezing. However, Jiro's Weezing was his ace Pokemon. Using a well-hidden Thunderbolt, it managed to defeat Shuji's Charizard before finally being taken out by his Ursaring. At last, the champion of this year's St. Louis Pokemon Tournament was crowned. Shuji Ikeda received thunderous applause from the audience. "Excellent. Shuji didn't disappoint me," muttered Hector, who was now hidden among the crowd at the battle arena. Lowering his head, he spoke casually into a palm-sized communication device. "Listen up, act as soon as the old captain presents the award to Shuji." A second later, a chorus of "Yes, sir," echoed in Hector's earpiece. About 10 minutes later, the third-place match concluded as well, with Shu Yamato claiming third place. With the top 3 trainers of the tournament decided, the award ceremony for the champion, runner-up, and third-place winner officially began. "Eileen, I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling that something is about to happen. In case chaos breaks out at any point, don't panic. Just stay here, it's safer," Sato said calmly, sensing a faintly ominous tension in the atmosphere as the old captain prepared to shake Shuji Ikeda's hand. Noticing Mary positioned near the venue's entrance and exit, Sato's expression grew grim. Before Eileen could respond, a deafening boom suddenly rang out. The entire ship shook violently, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Chapter 200, Chapter 199, Surprising Reversal. A deafening explosion resounded, causing the ship to sway violently. At that moment, the passengers in the battle arena could barely stand, tilting with the ship's movement. The furniture followed suit, sliding and toppling, while fragile items shattered upon hitting the floor, filling the air with a continuous clatter of breaking glass. Screams erupted from the more timid passengers, and chaos swept across the venue. Fortunately, the explosion didn't repeat, and the ship eventually stabilized, but the passengers, gripped by fear, began stampeding toward the exits. The limited size of the exits, coupled with the passengers' panic, turned the evacuation into a nightmare. People pushed and shoved, causing bottlenecks and even trampling in their desperation to escape. Thankfully, the ship's crew and attendants, all trained for emergencies, sprang into action. They worked to restore order, using Pokemon where necessary to calm the terrified crowd. "What the hell is going on, Rhodes?" The captain's face was a mix of anger and shock as he turned to Rhodes, who looked equally incensed at the chaos unfolding in the award venue. "Captain. The engine room has exploded, and the ship is taking on water, it's going to sink." Before Rhodes could answer, a sailor in uniform burst out from a corner, holding a walkie-talkie and shouting in panic. His words sent the crowd into a frenzy. Whatever semblance of order had been restored evaporated instantly as passengers ignored the crew's attempts to calm them and surged toward the exits in sheer desperation. A sinking ship was no trivial matter. If they didn't escape in time, everyone aboard could be doomed to go down with it. How could this happen? How dare they do something so reckless? Have they lost their minds? Standing on the award platform beside the captain, Weigel's face was dark with fury. His hands, adorned with numerous expensive rings, gripped a nearby railing tightly, his knuckles turning white. These lunatic rats. I'll kill every last one of you. Come out, you filthy cowards. If you have a grudge, take it out on me. How dare you harm my ship? I'll destroy you all. The captain, upon hearing the news that his beloved ship was sinking, turned pale as a sheet, his anger blazing like fire. He roared furiously at the crowd below the stage, his voice trembling with rage. The St. Louis was the captain's pride and joy, a vessel that had accompanied him through nearly half of his life. To him, it was like a child. Now, that child was being destroyed, and the realization pushed him to the brink of madness. While the captain was losing himself to anger, Rhodes remained calm and composed. Without hesitation, he summoned a level 45 Feraligatr and a level 43 Raichu, positioning them as guards in front of the captain. At the same time, he directed several security sailors to form a protective barrier around Weigel and the tournament's top-ranking trainers, watching the non-crew members warily. Captain, don't fall for their tricks. This place is no longer safe. Leave the rats to us. And you lot, why are you still standing there? Get the captain out of here immediately. Rhodes quickly restrained the furious captain, who was about to charge into the fray, and spoke to him in a calm and reassuring tone. Strictly speaking, the captain was Rhodes' foster father and had once recognized his talents, offering him guidance and opportunities. Even though Rhodes had now far surpassed the captain in strength, he remained loyal and willingly served under him. You're right, Rhodes. Let's go. We need to head back to the captain's quarters immediately. The captain, a man seasoned by years of sailing through storms and peril, had acted impulsively in his anger. However, Rhodes' words brought him back to his senses, and he quickly regained his composure. Without hesitation, he ordered Rhodes to escort him away. The captain and a group of ship guards were just about to leave the platform through an emergency exit when Mary, Hector, and their accomplices hidden among the crowd made their move. The first to strike were none other than the two award recipients standing alongside the captain on the platform earlier, Shuji Ikeda and Shuyamato. Shuyamato's Alakazam suddenly materialized and unleashed Psychic, overpowering Feraligatr in an instant. At the same time, Shuji Ikeda's Sneasel delivered a vicious feint attack, knocking Raichu off the platform. With Feraligatr and Raichu neutralized, the two Pokémon immediately turned their attention to the captain. Alakazam's eyes glowed blue as it prepared to use telekinesis to yank the captain from the crowd, while Sneasel unleashed Icy Wind to keep the ship guards and their Pokémon at bay. You've gone too far. Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Feraligatr, Hydro Pump. Rhodes, his eyes filled with fury, immediately commanded a counterattack. Unfortunately, both Raichu and Feraligatr were already occupied. Mary's level 42 Poliwrath was locked in a brutal clash with Feraligatr, while Hector's level 43 Sceptile intercepted Raichu, preventing either from aiding the captain. In this electrifying moment, everything seemed meticulously planned. Rhodes found himself completely pinned by Mary and Hector, leaving him unable to assist the captain. However, to the attacker's surprise, someone unexpected made a move. Jiro Miyamoto, who had been quietly observing from the side, suddenly sprang into action. A Jengar leaped out from his shadow, launching a shadow ball that struck Alakazam squarely. Boom. Caught completely off guard, Alakazam crumpled under the super-effective attack from the Ghost-type move. Its fragile defenses couldn't withstand the hit, and it collapsed instantly. Meanwhile, an inconspicuous patch of muddy ground near Sneasel swelled unexpectedly. A mook emerged and engulfed the unprepared Sneasel in one swift motion. Hey. Lord Rhodes, don't forget what you promised me after all this is over, Jiro Miyamoto said with a sinister grin after neutralizing the immediate threat to the captain. Well, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind, Sato thought to himself as he watched the dramatic turn of events unfold from the temporary medical room where he had been hiding. His gaze lingered on the ongoing chaos around him, and a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. These raving lunatics have gone too far. They need to be eradicated, he mused, feeling a growing unease amidst the chaos. Chapter 201, Chapter 200, Chaos Everywhere. Jiro Miyamoto's intervention caught Mary and her team completely off guard. In truth, Rhodes had taken precautions by planting some of his own people among the participants in the St. Louis Pokemon competition. Unfortunately, none of the ship guards Rhodes had sent were skilled enough to make it to the finals. Instead, a wildcard competitor managed to secure a spot, and that competitor was none other than Jiro Miyamoto. Jiro Miyamoto was a Team Rocket member, holding the rank of squad leader. His presence on the St. Louis was purely coincidental, as he was on vacation and had planned a trip to the Hoenn region. When he decided to join the St. Louis Pokemon competition, it was simply for fun and to train his Pokemon. After a series of intense battles, he successfully made it to the finals. At that point, Rhodes, the chief sailor of the St. Louis, approached him. Jiro Miyamoto had already revealed his Team Rocket affiliation to Rhodes while boarding the ship, so Rhodes knew who he was dealing with. To prepare for any unexpected incidents, Rhodes promised Jiro Miyamoto significant rewards, requesting his help in case anything went wrong during the awards ceremony. Now, Rhodes' foresight had paid off. Jiro Miyamoto's hidden role had successfully turned the tide of a dire situation. With Alakazam incapacitated and Sneasel subdued by Mook, Shuji Ikeda and Shuyamoto's ambush was a failure. Their faces turned pale, and they quickly retreated, abandoning their Pokémon temporarily in a desperate attempt to save their own lives. The two of them hastily grabbed Pokeballs from their belts. Jiro Miyamoto, however, was not about to let them escape so easily. With a subtle glance at Gengar and Mook, the two Pokémon understood his intent instantly. Gengar fired another Shadow Ball, while Mook launched a Sludge Bomb at the fleeing trainers without hesitation. Shuji Ikeda and Shuyamoto's quick reaction saved them. Before the attacks landed, they managed to release the Pokémon inside their Pokeballs. Because they hadn't had time to heal their main Pokémon after previous battles, both trainers were forced to rely on less powerful options. Shuji Ikeda sent out an Ursaring, while Shuyamoto released a Mr. Mime. Ursaring, being a normal type, had a significant advantage against Gengar's Shadow Ball. It stepped forward and shielded Shuji Ikeda, successfully blocking the attack. As for Mr. Mime, it deployed its signature technique. Rapidly moving its hands through the air, it erected an invisible barrier that completely nullified Mook's Sludge Bomb. Seeing their ambush fail, Mary and Hector's expressions darkened. Just as they were about to focus on deploying additional Pokémon to deal with the captain, several ship guards emerged from hidden passageways and began surrounding them. The St. Louis was the captain's stronghold, and with their ambush thwarted, Mary and her team now faced the very real danger of being outnumbered. Well done. You filthy rats won't escape today. Take them down on the spot. Having narrowly escaped death, the old captain was seething with rage. He immediately released an aging Poliwrath and barked orders to his crew. Plan B, execute immediately. Hector and Mary exchanged a glance before recalling their Sceptile and Poliwrath back to their sides. Hector then spoke into a communicator in his hand. A series of affirming voices echoed from the small device in Hector's ear. The moment Hector issued his command, an Kadabra emerged from its Pokeball. With a flash of blue light in its eyes, both trainers and their Pokémon vanished alongside it in an instant. Meanwhile, Shuji Ikeda and Shuyamoto had successfully blended into the crowd, recalling their Pokémon amidst the chaos. The ship guards who had emerged from the hidden doors hesitated to act, fearing harm to the passengers. Less than a minute later, the previously quiet explosions resumed, one after another, causing the ship to tremble violently once more. At the same time, as Hector and his team were attempting to ambush the captain, Mary's and Hector's subordinates were ransacking the captain's quarters. Despite turning the room upside down, they found nothing but some valuables. The mission objective remained nowhere in sight. Reporting in, sir. The target isn't in the captain's quarters. It's highly likely to be on the captain himself. The lead subordinate, frustrated by their fruitless search, pulled out a compact communicator and reported the situation. All units regroup on the deck. Those exposed, hide and await further instructions. Those still under cover, blend into the crowd and get close to the old man. The item must be retrieved at all costs. Hector's orders came through clearly, relayed to every operative via their communicators. With the guards emerging from hidden doors, some of the secret passageways leading directly to the deck were revealed to the passengers. The bottleneck at the main entrances quickly dissipated as people spread out toward these newly discovered exits. The guards didn't stop the passengers from using these passages. Sato joined the evacuation, choosing a main exit instead of the cramped hidden doors. With many passengers diverted, the main corridor was surprisingly less crowded. Though the ship continued to shake, Sato smoothly made his way through the passage, aided by his Galbot, which helped him hover at a low altitude for a faster escape. Damn it. The path ahead is on fire, cough, cough. Sato followed the directional signs but soon encountered a blockage. A group of people stood in the way, shouting in panic. Due to the multiple explosions, fires had broken out in several areas of the ship, spreading rapidly. The flames had now engulfed the portion of the exit corridor leading to the deck. Any attempt to move forward risked severe burns or suffocation from the thick smoke. Several trainers sent out their water-type Pokémon to extinguish the flames, but the intensity of the fire was too overwhelming for the limited number of Pokémon to handle. It looks like I'll have to take a chance and push through. If the fire spreads further, there will be no way out. Seeing the stalled crowd ahead, Sato grew anxious. He retrieved the Pokeballs containing his Mudkip and shiny Wingull, preparing for a risky advance. Fortunately, just as the situation seemed dire and Sato was about to force his way through the fire, the old captain and Rhodes arrived with a group of ship guards, appearing like saviors. Chapter 202, Chapter 201, Rescue Operation and Justice. The arrival of the old captain and his crew immediately lifted the gloom from everyone's hearts. Fully aware of the urgency, the captain and his crew wasted no time, releasing their trusted water-type Pokemon. With the combined efforts of these water types, the raging flames in the corridor were quickly subdued. The crowd followed behind the captain and his crew in an orderly manner, ensuring a safe evacuation. Under the captain's protection, those trapped in the fiery corridor eventually made it to the deck. However, the deck itself was far from safe, many wooden sections were ablaze. The wood used for the deck had been treated with tung oil to enhance its durability and prevent pest damage. Unfortunately, this treatment made the flames on the deck burn even fiercer than those in the corridors. Passengers who had reached the deck earlier were now trapped in the sea of flames. Many had already collapsed from inhaling excessive smoke. Form teams of 2 and start rescuing people. Rhodes, take a few men and prepare the backup lifeboats. Ensure every passenger is evacuated safely to the sea. Also, all trainers and male passengers must assist in the rescue. Women, children, and the injured are to evacuate immediately. The old captain's commanding presence shone through as he issued orders to his crew and trainers like Sato. As the captain of the St. Louis, his pride and sense of responsibility were unparalleled. Though it was clear the ship was beyond saving, the passengers' safety was non-negotiable. He had to ensure their survival. Failure would mean he could never set foot on the seas again. For now, all thoughts of the mission were cast aside as he focused entirely on the rescue operation. Yes, Captain. Be careful out there. Parker, Locke, stay here and protect the captain. Rhodes responded promptly. Leaving 2 of his most trusted men behind to guard the captain, he led a group of sturdy sailors into the flames to carry out the rescue. In this maritime disaster, the captain had become the group's ultimate hope. His recent actions to lead people out of the inferno had earned him immense respect, and his commands were followed without hesitation. Within seconds, everyone began working in unison. Passengers rescued from the deck's fiery chaos also joined the relief efforts, adding to the momentum. Who would have thought this captain could rise to the occasion so admirably in a crisis? All right, I'll lend you a hand too. Watching the captain's actions, Sato couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Nodding, he joined the rescue efforts without hesitation. Having witnessed the situation, Sato couldn't stand idly by. Helping others in need was something he was genuinely passionate about. Mudkip, Wingull, use water gun to extinguish the flames. Growlithe, head into the fire. Signal us if you find anyone. Sato released his Mudkip and Wingull, instructing them to aid in dousing the flames. He also sent his resilient Growlithe, whose flash fire ability made it impervious to the heat, into the blaze to search for survivors. To Growlithe, the intense heat of the flames was no different from relaxing in a hot spring. Moving effortlessly through the fire, it relied on its keen sense of smell to locate passengers and Pokémon who had passed out from the smoke. Thanks to the combined efforts of Mudkip, Wingull, and Growlithe, Sato quickly rescued 6 unconscious or mildly burned passengers and 3 Pokémon from the nearby flames. He then called upon his Bellossom to provide healing, bringing the rescued individuals back to consciousness and treating their burns effectively. The people and Pokémon rescued by Sato were immensely grateful, showering him with thanks. However, given the urgency of the situation, they quickly followed Sato's instructions and joined the main evacuation group. Sato's continuous success in saving lives quickly caught the attention of the other trainers and sailors. Recognizing his exceptional skills, many gathered around him and began following his lead. With the additional help, Sato's rescue efforts became significantly more efficient. A large number of injured passengers were pulled from the blazing fire, though the limited healing capacity of his single Bellossom struggled to keep up. Mr. Sato, let me help you. At that moment, Eileen appeared, covered in soot, accompanied by her Chansey and a supporting Azumarill. Without wasting any time, she joined Bellossom in treating the unconscious and burn-injured passengers and Pokémon. While Sato and the others focused on rescue operations, Mary and her team moved stealthily through the flames, waiting for the right moment to act. The dispersal of crew members for rescue efforts left only a handful of sailors protecting the old captain. With Rhodes and others sent to prepare lifeboats, the captain's defenses were at their weakest. Sir, should we act now? The ship's about to sink, and we'll lose our chance if we delay further, said a soot-streaked Sato Kaede to Hector respectfully. Hector's expression was grim as he stared at the old captain, who was issuing commands with a megaphone in hand. A trace of conflict flickered across his face. The plan to sabotage the ship had been his idea, but now that it was unfolding, a pang of regret began to weigh on him. Of course, this regret wasn't for the passengers perishing in the flames, it was a fleeting sense of remorse for the chaos he had caused. To the part of Hector that aligned with Team Rocket, the old captain and his crew were nothing but obstacles to be eliminated. Yet the captain's actions gave him pause. Sigh, we've already earned the ire of everyone here. If we make a move against him now, those trainers involved in the rescue will undoubtedly turn their fury on us. At that point, we'll not only die in disgrace but also become the villains in everyone's eyes. After a moment of thought, Hector shook his head and voiced his reasoning. As agents of the Night Division, their job was to handle the Alliance's dirty work. If they failed the mission, there would be no support from the Alliance. Instead, the Alliance would disavow all involvement, leaving them to take the fall. After all, as unregistered operatives, they were expendable scapegoats. Hearing Hector's words, the expressions of Ikeda and the other young trainers darkened. A few even looked visibly shaken, confusion clouding their eyes. However, the mission still needs to be completed. That stone connected to Kyogre must not fall into the hands of a criminal organization like Team Rocket. If they succeed in their schemes, countless more lives will be lost. What we're doing is for the greater good. We represent justice, and everything we do is for the sake of the Alliance. Noticing the dip in morale, Hector quickly changed his tone, adopting a fervent expression. His words reignited a fire in the eyes of his subordinates, dispelling their doubts. Yes, they thought. We are the righteous ones. Chapter 203, Chapter 202, Arrival and Farewell. As time passed, most of the St. Louis had already sunk into the sea. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than half an hour for the entire ship to vanish beneath the waves. However, despite the ship's gradual sinking, the fire raging on the deck showed no signs of subsiding. On the contrary, the flames grew fiercer with the aid of the wind. Mr. Sato, let's go. It's been nearly 20 minutes since the fire broke out, and it's only getting worse. Even if there are people still inside, I'm afraid there's no saving them now. The sailors are already urging us to leave. If we don't go soon, they'll depart without us. A young trainer with a soot-covered face said to Sato, who was still searching the blazing inferno for survivors. The trainer glanced nervously at the intensifying flames around them, his expression filled with urgency. Aside from this young trainer, Eileen and 3 other trainers were also assisting Sato. Thanks to the efforts of their water and rock-type Pokemon, the group had managed to stay safe so far. However, after over 10 minutes of rescue operations, both the trainers and their Pokemon were reaching the limits of their stamina. If they continued any longer, their lives would be at serious risk. Hearing the young trainer's words, Eileen and the others turned their attention to Sato. In this rescue mission, Sato had undoubtedly contributed the most. His precise commands had led to the rescue of over 50 passengers, earning him great respect among the team. We'll give it a few more moments. If Grolive doesn't find any more survivors, we'll leave, Sato said, nodding in acknowledgement while glancing at the escalating flames around them. His Golbat perched on his shoulder, was flapping its wings lightly. Using Golbat's echolocation and Grolive's strong resistance to fire, Sato had managed to locate numerous survivors. With the help of Bellisum, Eileen, and her Chansey, these survivors had been successfully escorted to safety. By now, most of the nearby survivors trapped in the flames had been rescued. Only those in more remote areas remained unaccounted for, and it was uncertain whether they were still alive. Sato had sent Grolive to check one last time. Eileen and the others nodded silently, refraining from further discussion. They continued instructing their Pokemon to maintain the small safe zone amidst the sea of flames. Before long, Grolive returned from the fire. His dejected expression and the shake of his head told Sato that he hadn't found any more survivors. Let's go. We've done all we can, Sato said with a heavy sigh, turning to the others, whose expressions mirrored his own somber mood. Eileen and the others were also deeply saddened by Grolive's report. However, hearing Sato's words brought them some solace. They had done everything in their power, and their conscience was clear. Guided by Golbat and with their Pokemon clearing a path through the fire, Sato and his team finally made their way off the burning deck and boarded a small boat that had been waiting for them. Once everyone was aboard, the sailor manning the boat started the engine, quickly setting them toward the rest of the fleet, which had already moved some distance away. As the massive St. Louis continued its descent, its enormous frame gradually disappeared beneath the waves. Watching the magnificent cruise ship sink completely left Sato and the others with a deep sense of sorrow. It's all because of those weirdos who blew up the ship. If it weren't for them, the St. Louis would still be fine, and everyone would be safe and sound, Eileen fumed angrily, her emotions spilling over as she watched the ship disappear beneath the waves. As a naturally sensitive woman, Eileen couldn't hold back her frustration at the tragedy. Her words resonated with the others, who joined in to express their anger at Mary and the other culprits. Some even vowed that if they ever encountered them, they wouldn't let them off lightly. These people are lunatics, a highly organized and resourceful group of lunatics at that, Sato thought silently as he listened to his companions vent their fury. Just one of them, like that Shuji Ikeda, could easily take me down. If I want revenge, I'll need to bide my time and grow stronger first. Sato knew all too well that Mary and her group were far beyond what his companions could handle. Going up against them would be a death sentence. In fact, during the rescue operation, Grolive had caught a trace of Mary and her associates. Among them was the very person who had attacked him before, the only one wrapped in bandages. Growlithe's incessant barking at her confirmed Sato's suspicions. She was indeed his target. When Sato received this information from Growlithe, his first instinct was to memorize his enemy's appearance. As for exacting revenge on the spot, he didn't even consider it. This bombing incident alone demonstrated just how ruthless and cunning Mary and her group were. They would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. If Sato had exposed them then and there, it would have likely cost him his life. Of course, if that particular enemy had been acting alone, Sato might have attempted retaliation. But with Mary and Hector by her side at the time, he had no choice but to endure. Thanks to their speedboat, Sato and his group soon caught up with the main fleet ahead. The dozen or so small boats were packed with people, each wearing a somber expression. Many bowed their heads in silent mourning for the passengers who hadn't made it. Thanks to the efforts of the veteran captain, the rescue operation, and the St. Louis's thorough preparations for emergencies, the casualties in this maritime disaster were kept to a minimum. Over 90% of the passengers had survived. By now, it was past 4 p.m. When the St. Louis exploded, it was already nearing its final destination. The ship had sunk relatively close to the journey's endpoint, Lily Cove City, which wasn't far from Slateport City. After learning that the St. Louis was going to sink, the captain had immediately sent a distress signal to the nearby Lily Cove City. As a result, by the time Sato and the others caught up with the main fleet, rescue boats from the city were already arriving one after another. Finally, at around 6 p.m., Sato and the other survivors reached the shores of Lily Cove City in the Hoenn region. At the Pokemon Center's entrance, having finished restocking supplies, Sato stood with Eileen and the rest of the rescue team, bidding them farewell. This is where we part ways. Meeting all of you has been an honor. If there's ever anything you need my help with, just contact me. Farewell, everyone, Sato said, exchanging contact information with the group. After shaking hands and exchanging hugs, Sato, accompanied by his Growlithe, set off on a new journey.